Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Happy Garden. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed closely by a deafening clap of thunder. Lu Ohong, momentarily stunned, shuddered and snapped back to reality. Before him loomed the somewhat dilapidated entrance of a community, where four large, vivid red characters adorned the old iron gate, Happy Garden. Under the overcast sky, Lu Ohong furrowed his brow slightly, pondering inwardly. What on earth is happening? How did I end up here? He scrutinized his surroundings and noted that the community gate was unlocked. A few individuals stood at the entrance, equally bewildered, some even displaying a hint of fear. Their attire varied. There was a young man in a suit, a middle-aged laborer wearing a hard hat, two young women, and a boy who resembled a high school student. Counting Lu Ohong, there were 6 people in total. "Where is this place?" asked the young man in the suit, glancing around with a look of confusion. To his astonishment, he noticed that aside from the community before him, the streets beyond were shrouded in thick fog, obscuring his vision of anything else. "I seem to have a vague recollection," muttered the laborer, his face pale and voice trembling. He suddenly crouched down, clutching his arms tightly as if seeking some semblance of security. "I remember falling from a high building on a construction site." His lips quivered as memories of that helpless feeling of weightlessness and the piercing scream he had stifled echoed in his mind. "I think I might be dead." As this thought crossed his mind, the eerie sensation brought forth by the 4 characters of Happy Garden became inescapable. The 6 individuals squatting or standing at the community entrance were haunted by memories they wished to forget. "Yes, it seems I have already died." In the blink of an eye, images of Lu Ohang's death flashed before him like a revolving lantern. He recalled lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by an unsettling silence. The walls of the room were stark white and devoid of decoration, evoking a sense of coldness and oppression. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, suffocating him, making each breath a laborious task, as if it drained all his strength. His body, untreated and frail, rendered him unable to move, leaving him to await the judgment of fate in stillness. He remembered the medical staff in white coats, bustling about the ward, yet none paused to exchange a word with him. In that moment, Lu Ohong, long tormented by illness and on the brink of death, felt an unexpected lightness, as if he had finally escaped the clutches of that painful body, no longer tormented by disease. Tap, tap, tap. A series of alarming footsteps emerged from the fog behind the group. The first to speak, the suited man, stepped forward and called out, "Who goes there?" "1, 2. Are there 6 newcomers in total this time?" As if ignoring the inquiry, a clear female voice rang out from the mist. Counting out loud, a man and a woman approached them. Standing there, they emanated a calm demeanor that starkly contrasted with the panicked crowd around them. The leading girl was tall, approximately 5'7", clad in a slate-gray hoodie and loose work pants. Her features were striking, untouched by makeup, suggesting she was barely in her 20s. Beside her stood a man who appeared more weathered, sporting stubble and towering over her, dressed in a simple, lightweight jacket and trousers. The man's gaze was sharp, akin to that of a hawk, as he assessed Lu Ohong and the others one by one. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the man's scrutiny, the crowd was about to inquire when the lively girl interjected with her introduction. "Hello, everyone. My name is Chun Yishan, and this rather reserved gentleman beside me is Su Yin." Her voice was melodious and playful, creating a peculiar contrast with the eerie atmosphere. Then, sensing the confusion swirling in Lu Ohong and the others, Chun Yishan's lips curled into a slight smile as she continued, "I know you must have a plethora of questions, but..." She gestured towards the area behind them, marked by the characters of Happy Garden, her eyes flickering with a hint of darkness. "Surely, no one here naively believes we are still in the normal world, right?" This statement struck the group like a bolt of lightning, awakening them to the reality that what lay before them surpassed any rational understanding. The once chaotic crowd fell silent, each face revealing varying degrees of shock. Chun Yishan then spoke in a peculiar tone. "Fortunately, none of you thinks you're part of a prank show, or else I might reconsider my participation in the next orientation." Next, upon hearing those 2 words, Lu Ohong immediately sensed that the situation was far from simple. Before he could voice his inquiry, the suited man interjected. "Hello, Chun and Su. I am Dai Yongwen, a broker at a publicly traded stock company. You may call me Xiao Dai. After adjusting his glasses, he directed his gaze towards Chun Yishan and Su Yin, slowing his pace to ask softly, I heard you mention it next time. Does that imply that we, the deceased, have a next opportunity? Dai Yongwen astutely grasped the crux of the matter. If they seek for newcomers, there must be corresponding veterans. Chun Yishan and Su Yin were likely the latter, suggesting they possess crucial information regarding their current predicament. As a stockbroker in life, he understood the significance of intelligence all too well. Hearing this, the crouching laborer abruptly stood, his eyes wide with realization. Yes. Though I don't understand why I am here, it's clear this isn't some underworld. Please, you two, can you give us a chance? I have dependents. Hold on, Chun Yishan interjected, as Su Yin had already leaned against the garden edge of the community entrance, eyes closed in contemplation. She waved her hand dismissively, explaining, we lack the ability to rescue you. And truthfully, I am still quite befuddled myself. Chun Yishan regarded the 6 individuals before her, pulling out her phone to check the time. Regardless, the low-level mirage of orientation has a safety period. I don't mind sharing some information with you. Listen closely. First, you are all undoubtedly dead. This is indisputable. All newcomers are the souls of the recently deceased. She paused before continuing. Second, we currently inhabit a mirage known as Happy Community. You must have read about Infinite Flow novels. Mirages are but one of their subplots. We must find a way to survive and clear this mirage, or else we will be hunted down by the malevolent spirits within. After finishing her explanation, she surveyed the group, her gaze ultimately settling on a girl who trembled faintly, asking, do you understand? The girl nodded, prompting Chun Yishan to proceed. Third, the clue for this mirage is identify the murderer behind the homicide and report them in a timely manner. Orientation mirages are often simpler, but do not let your guard down. Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep contemplation, processing the information, some displaying terror, while others remained composed. The previously inquisitive girl whispered, what if we cannot find the murderer? Chun Yishan smiled slightly. Then you can only wait for death. But fret not, as long as you follow the hints and clues, you are generally bound to find a way out. After all, this mirage is both Su Yin and me leading, so a total annihilation seems unlikely. After delivering these words, Chun Yishan cast a cold glance around, then silently walked towards the tightly shut community gate. Su Yin, accompanying her, dusted himself off and effortlessly pushed open the iron door. Well, save the remaining information for after we navigate this mirage. I have no interest in befriending those who might end up as eliminated souls. With a creaking sound, the long-sealed iron gate swung open easily. Suddenly, Luo Hong, who had been intently listening to Chun Yishan, felt a chill wash over him, as if a malevolent force were rushing towards him from the community entrance. Wait for us! Dai Yongwen, disregarding any further questions, hurriedly followed suit, panic evident in his swift pace. The other 5 outside the community hastily followed, acutely aware that acting alone in this bizarre place was far from prudent. Bang! As the last newcomer's footsteps echoed away from the vacant street, the heavy iron door seemed to be drawn shut by an unseen force, slamming shut and isolating them from the outside world. Dai Yongwen turned in astonishment, his gaze trailing the slowly closing door, a foreboding sense of dread swelling within him. Leading the group, Chun Yishan did not glance back. Her voice remained calm, yet resolute as she stated, don't waste your efforts. Until this mirage concludes, we are trapped here with no way to escape. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, tightening the hearts of all present, especially for the pair of young girls who had been silently trailing at the rear of the group. They supported each other at this moment, quickening their pace, almost instinctively squeezing into the heart of the crowd, as if it were a safe haven. Luo Hong, who had long battled against the affliction, exhibited a flicker of complex emotion in his gaze. He realized he had crossed the threshold into another realm, one far more brutal and unpredictable than reality itself. Chun Yishan's remark about elimination leading to the scattering of one soul struck him like a sharp blade, severing his vague fantasies of rebirth or a second chance. He understood that true hope lay in finding a way to escape this mirage labyrinth. Surveying the surroundings, including Chun Yishan and Su Yin, There were 8 of them in total. Each person was a player in this illusory maze, and their only reliance upon one another. Lu Ohong gently shook his head, casting aside distractions, and steadily followed the group, his eyes revealing a sense of nonchalance born from struggling on the brink of death. The small team of 8, as if guided by the hand of fate, gradually delved deeper into the core area of the community. As they advanced, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly bizarre. The once clearly visible buildings began to blur, consumed by thick fog, with only the main path beneath their feet maintaining a clear route leading into the unknown. It was as if an invisible behemoth lurked in the shadows, observing them and steering them towards their predetermined fate. The solitary building standing at the very center of the community. There, perhaps, lay the sole clue to escaping the mirage, or perhaps it was a more profound trap. Chapter 2. The Shadow of the Happy Garden. Crack! The sky was once again torn apart by a deafening clap of thunder, accompanied by that brief and blinding flash of lightning. Lu Wuhang's gaze seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, fixating on the top floor of the dilapidated old apartment. Behind the time-worn windows eroded by the years, 2 indistinct shadows stood starkly, one tall and one short, casting an especially eerie presence under the illumination of the lightning. Just as he attempted to discern their forms further, the throat of the nearby laborer emitted a low, guttural swallow. He trembled as he pointed towards the top floor, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Did you see that? I can't shake the feeling that there are 2 people standing in that room." Those words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across their calm. Hearing this, Chen Yishan, who was at the forefront of the group, halted abruptly and, in an unmistakable tone, admonished the laborer. "Do not point. It could easily attract unnecessary trouble." Her tone bore a hint of sternness, yet was infused with a greater awareness of the lurking dangers. Having spoken, Chen Yishan did not pause her steps. Instead, she quickened her pace, urging everyone to swiftly enter the apartment building. Coincidentally, just as the 8 of them had crossed the threshold of the apartment, the previously sparse raindrops suddenly intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the only entrance to the apartment was swiftly enveloped by a thick mist, as though severed from the outside world. It was then that the previously silent Su Yin finally spoke. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled slowly. "It appears that the scope of this mirage indeed encompasses this apartment building. Since the clues explicitly mention seeking the murderer, it is highly probable that the culprit is concealed within. Everyone must exercise extreme caution. While searching for clues, do not let your guard down." As Su Yan's words resonated, the atmosphere within the group grew increasingly solemn. Each person understood that the tasks ahead would be fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet they also recognized that only by unraveling the truth and locating the hidden murderer could they hope to survive. Before Su Yin could finish, Chen Yishan, her expression grave, approached the laborer and spoke emphatically. "This mirage is not like the real world. Each mirage harbors elements that can pose dangers to us. Whether those 2 people you pointed out are even human is another matter altogether. What if they are malevolent spirits? And the rule is that whoever sees them becomes ensnared. Then you would be in grave danger." "Surely not," the laborer exclaimed, his face a mask of fear, his eyes darting nervously. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. "Surely some others must have seen them too. I truly didn't think much of it. I merely caught a glimpse of those 2 shadows, and it frightened me to my core." Upon hearing this, Lu Ohong furrowed his brow slightly, subtly shifting his body to the side, his thoughts churning within. He felt that Chen Yishan's concerns were not unfounded. If those 2 shadows were indeed the murderer, the culprit might very well eliminate anyone who witnessed him, in an effort to conceal his crimes. With this thought, a chill washed over Lu Ohong. Just how many unknown dangers lurked within this mirage. Yet, an instinctive voice within him seemed to whisper that, as a beginner level, this mirage shouldn't feature such a kill-upon-sight setup. After all, this was merely the initiation stage for newcomers. If it were that perilous, wouldn't it be all too easy for the rookies to be obliterated? Enough of that. Which floor did you see the shadows on? Chen Yishan rolled her eyes slightly, feeling somewhat exasperated. After all, they were all novices, And in this environment brimming with fear of the unknown, it was natural for everyone to be flustered. She wasn't genuinely angry, rather. The tense atmosphere had made her somewhat irritable. Chen Shan reminded herself, repeatedly emphasizing in her mind the need to find clues as swiftly as possible. While we still have a moment of safety, Sue and I will head to the most suspicious location for reconnaissance. Upon hearing this, the laborer hurriedly informed Chen Shan that the shadows were on the top floor, which was the sixth floor. The sixth floor? Chen Shan frowned slightly. She quickly sketched the layout of the old apartment in her mind, noting that each floor housed two facing rooms. There was no elevator on the first floor, but there was a landing area where they were currently conversing at the staircase's landing. Given this layout, there was only one main staircase in the building. If they encountered the murderer on the stairs, they would be in dire straits. With the capabilities of these newcomers, it would be quite challenging to fend off malevolent spirits. Yet, she also contemplated that the welcoming mirage should not be designed with such sinister elements. After all, this was merely a beginner's level, and the difficulty shouldn't be excessively high. If they were to gather more information, they would have to proceed to the sixth floor first. Time was of the essence. Chen Shan decisively instructed everyone to exchange their names. She understood that knowing each other's names in such perilous circumstances could enhance their sense of team cohesion and trust. Determined, Chen Shan and Su Yin ascended the stairs. At that moment, Luo Hong and Dai Yongwen, who had been attentively listening to their conversation, simultaneously expressed their desire to join them. Neither wished to remain downstairs in a passive position. The most unassuming of the newcomers, a boy around 17 or 18, hesitated briefly before raising his hand. Chen Shan considered the structure of the old apartment. These newcomers would either wait downstairs or accompany her and Su Yin upstairs. If they were left downstairs, should danger arise, they might find themselves utterly defenseless. Conversely, going upstairs, though risky, would allow them to look out for one another. She nodded without hesitation. Thus, after leaving two girls and the laborer to guard the first floor, the five of them ascended in a twin formation. Their figures appeared somewhat tense and uneasy in the dimly lit stairwell, yet they resolutely climbed higher step by step. "Hey, you two." The boy who had fallen to the back could no longer contain himself as they ascended a flight and struck up a conversation with Luo Hong and Dai Yongwen, who were in the middle. "My name is Chao Hedong. You can just call me Xiao Chao. Do you think we've really entered an infinite world? Could we be the chosen ones?" As he spoke, his small eyes sparkled with excitement, and the acne on his face glimmered slightly. Dai Yongwen, who had a noticeable age gap with him, remained silent, merely frowning slightly, his expression tinged with worry. Luo Hong, still relatively young, pondered for a moment before shattering the boy's naive fantasy. "I think it's more likely that we've entered a horror survival world. Don't forget, we're all dead. Sister Ishan just mentioned that malevolent spirits exist within the mirage." Lu Wuhang's voice grew somber. After all, no one could predict what terrifying events might unfold in this mysterious mirage labyrinth. Upon hearing the term malevolent spirits, Chao Hetong's eyes flickered, and he focused intently on climbing. A wave of unease surged within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words, hastening his steps in hopes of reaching the sixth floor sooner. As they reached the fourth floor, they suddenly heard a sound emanating from room 401. Pitter-patter, it sounded as if someone was walking about in slippers. Since the door opened towards the staircase, the group watched as an elderly lady in a red vest and cotton pants tremulously emerged. Her figure appeared especially eerie under the dim light of the hallway, each step exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. "Wow!" Before the exclamation could escape, Chao Hetong quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Originally, though the elderly woman was dressed normally, her eyes were two ominous black voids. Those hollow eye sockets resembled endless abysses, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld her. Chao Hetong's heart raced violently, and he felt cold sweat forming in the palms of his hands. The expressions of the others varied widely. Lu Wuhang's eyes widened in disbelief, while Dai Yongwen furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze betraying wariness and alertness. Leading the group, the seasoned veteran Su Yin pondered. Surely, a vengeful spirit wouldn't make an appearance so soon? He leaned slightly forward, bracing himself for any potential danger. All eyes were fixated on the old woman, and the air felt as though it had solidified. Seemingly oblivious to the terror she inspired, the elderly lady slowly lifted her head, looking in the direction of the crowd. As time ticked by, the sound of their heartbeats echoed eerily in the silent corridor. At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the corridor lights to flicker intermittently. In the strobing light, the old woman's figure appeared even more sinister and terrifying. The intermittent illumination rendered her features even more elusive, as if she could morph into a grotesque specter at any moment. Everyone stared at her anxiously, uncertain of what would transpire next. The blind old woman clearly heard Chow He Tong's muffled gasp. Her eerie demeanor cracked into a couple of unsettling chuckles. "Are you the new tenants? I was just about to come greet you." Her voice was raspy and aged, yet remarkably tranquil, a stark contrast to her appearance. "I'm just an old woman with failing eyesight. I am your landlord, Kai." With that, Aunt Kai rummaged through her vest pocket and retrieved 4 keys, extending her hands toward the source of the voice. Her movements were slow and stiff, reminiscent of a marionette being manipulated. At this moment, Suyin was merely 3 or 4 steps away from Aunt Kai. He hesitated briefly, then composed his expression and approached her. A sense of confusion and wariness filled Su Yan's mind. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure and smiled at Aunt Kai, saying, "Hello, Aunt Kai. We're the new tenants. It is a pleasure to meet you." Su Yan's voice was calm and gentle, attempting to ease the palpable tension. Aunt Kai seemed to sense his goodwill, and a hint of warmth spread across her face. She cautiously placed the keys into Su Yan's hand, saying, "Here are your keys. The rooms have been tidied up, and you may move in at your convenience. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Su Yan accepted the keys gratefully, replying, "Thank you, Aunt Kai. We will certainly take good care of the house. However, this is our first time renting in this community. Is there anything we should be cautious about?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Kai turned her head to look at Su Yan and replied kindly, "Well, not much really. After all, Happiness Garden is an old community, and the property management and security are practically non-existent. However, the house you've rented certainly has 24-hour hot water and electricity. As for this building, it belongs to me, the old lady. If I must mention a point of caution, it would be that the corridor lights are broken. It is best not to venture out from 10 at night until 7 in the morning. It could lead to unfortunate accidents." Aunt Kai's voice took on a slightly somber tone, laced with an eerie undertone. Her words plunged everyone into contemplation. What dangers lurked behind the warning of not going out from 10 at night until 7 in the morning? Was it merely due to poor lighting in the corridor, or was there something far more sinister at play? After finishing her statement, Aunt Kai seemed to cough slightly, turning to close the door and retreat. At that moment, Su Yin, disregarding anything else, called out for her to wait, stepping forward to grasp Aunt Kai and inquire further. His heart raced with urgency, knowing Aunt Kai might be their sole source of clues at this juncture. Yet, a chill swept over him, forcing him to step back, helplessly watching as Aunt Kai returned to her room. That icy sensation felt like a breath from the depths of hell, causing Su Yan's body to tremble involuntarily. He stared at the closed door, filled with helplessness and dread. The chill seemed to linger in his body, rendering his limbs somewhat stiff. "This is a warning." Su Yin turned to Chinny Shan and handed her the keys. "It appears we cannot obtain further clues from Aunt Kai for the time being." The 3 newcomers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Having just arrived in this unfamiliar community, they were confronted with such bizarre occurrences. Aunt Kai's appearance and the warning from the specter filled them with fear and unease. Glancing at his watch, Su Yin noted it was just past 6 in the evening, leaving ample time, so he resolved to continue upward. Meanwhile, Chinny Shan distinctly observed that the keys Aunt Kai had given them were labeled with 101, 102, 201, and 202. After searching for clues on the 6th floor, they could distribute the rooms before 9:30. However, trouble arose on the 5th floor as they approached the door of room 502, where a loud bang resonated from within, akin to the sound of breaking glass. The poorly shut door was ajar, and a man reeking of alcohol emerged, dumping a bag of trash and a sack of beer bottles heavily onto the ground. This man, clad in a simple tank top, was visibly intoxicated. The earlier sound of breaking glass likely resulted from his clumsiness with the beer bottles. The pungent stench of alcohol wafted through the stairwell, prompting involuntary grimaces. The drunken man from room 502 appeared dazed, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. He carelessly discarded the trash at the door before swaying and shutting it behind him. Before long, the sound of rustling as he began to clean up echoed from within. On the stairs, Su Yin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that this group of newcomers exhibited commendable composure, with all five maintaining their calm despite the sudden appearance of the drunkard. He inhaled deeply, striving to remain composed, and quietly urged, "Everyone, be cautious as we continue upwards. Watch your step around the beer bottles." At the entrance of room 502, heaps of trash and empty bottles lay strewn about, while a pristine red welcome mat adorned the entrance of room 501. These two rooms differed from the vacant ones on the first and second floors, showcasing subtle variances in detail. Earlier, Aunt Kai's door had also been adorned with a bundle of mugwort and an old, faded couplet. These unique decorations seemed to hint at the particular characteristics of each resident. It appeared that these special rooms were occupied by locals, essentially the NPCs within the Mirage. Luo Hong, who had remained calm, reflected silently, having endured the torment of illness and life. He had developed a robust constitution. A glimmer of contemplation shone in Lu Uhang's eyes as he endeavored to analyze the implications behind these clues. Indeed, aside from rooms 401, 501, and 502, their ultimate destination, the top floor room, 601, also bore its own peculiar features. The security door of room 601 bore a bright red double happiness character, while colorful confetti from paper firecrackers lay scattered in the corridor. The festive double happiness character stood out starkly in the dimly lit corridor. Yet, in this eerie community, the warm hues of celebration provoked an inexplicable sense of unease. At the entrance of room 602, a shoe rack was placed, revealing glimpses of one or two pairs of high heels. Having witnessed the shadow during the lightning flash, Luo Hong discerned the direction and directly pinpointed room 601. A serious expression crossed his face. As his memory lingered on the fleeting glimpse of that shadow, its indistinct outline and eerie aura filled him with trepidation. The group gathered at the staircase did not hasten to knock, but instead compiled their findings. After all, they were still within a safe window, and nothing particularly bizarre had occurred, making it an opportune moment for discussion. Chun Yishan, who had been holding back throughout the journey, was the first to voice her thoughts, smoothing her hair as she spoke. Since Xiao Lu has confirmed that the shadow appeared in room 601, the decorations on the door suggest that the two shadows we saw earlier are likely the newlyweds from that room. That is a possibility, but we cannot definitively identify those two figures based solely on the door's decorations, Su Yin replied, his brow slightly furrowed. We require additional clues to substantiate this hypothesis. Indeed, we must refrain from jumping to conclusions. Lu Ohong pondered deeply, sensing that something was amiss. Chao Hetong, trailing behind the group, gazed nervously at the double happiness sticker on the door of room 601, his eyes filled with unease and doubt. The vibrant double happiness character stood out starkly in the dim corridor, yet it also inexplicably exuded a sense of oppression. Chao Hetong swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "What should we do now? Should we knock and inquire?" Su Yin nodded in agreement, extinguishing his cigarette but straightening his posture and adjusting his mental state. He said, "I shall take the lead. Yin Shan, are you prepared to support me?" Theoretically, the malevolent spirits of this mirage should not commence their hunt just yet. Yet we remain oblivious as to whether the 601 holds clues or the perpetrator. Ensuring that everyone comprehended his words, Su Yin slowly extended his hand and gently tapped upon the fortified door. To his astonishment, the door seemed to yield as if it were not locked, swinging outward with the slightest touch. As the door creaked open, a wave of sanguine odor assailed them. The stench was potent and acrid, akin to a surging tide that instantaneously engulfed the gathered individuals. The metallic scent of blood pervaded the air, causing a tumultuous churn in their stomachs. Su Yan's countenance swiftly turned grave, his gaze fixated on the interior of the room, his heart laden with trepidation. The others stood frozen, mesmerized by the sudden onslaught of the bloodied aroma. Their eyes widened in terror and bewilderment. From whence did this ghastly scent emanate? What horrifying events had transpired within that chamber? Chapter 3. The Garden of Happiness. Room 601. It seems they have found the right place. Standing resolutely at the doorway, Su-Yin calmly stepped inside and flicked on the light that as the illumination flooded the room. The disarray within came into view. Furniture strewn haphazardly, items scattered across the floor. Room 601 appeared to have borne witness to a fierce struggle, resembling a battleground, as Su-Yan's gaze fixated on the chaos. Searching for clues, the metallic scent of blood wafted from the bedroom. Before he could finish his thought, he deftly maneuvered around the obstacles on the floor and dashed towards the bedroom. The layout of this dilapidated apartment was typical of a one-bedroom unit, with the living room directly accessible upon entry and the kitchen and bathroom situated at the far end by the window. The only partition in the living space was the bedroom that Su-Yin was now approaching. Observing Su-Yan's sudden rush into the bedroom, Luo Hong, who was positioned in the middle, remained vigilant. He turned back to instruct the inquisitive Chao Hedong to guard the sole entrance, ensuring that the door would not lock unexpectedly like the community gate. Though somewhat apprehensive, Chao Hedong complied with Luo Hong's directive, standing resolutely at the door. Luo Hong nodded at Chao Hedong before hastening to catch up with the three in front. Upon entering the bedroom, the four were taken aback by the gruesome sight and the overwhelming stench of blood that assaulted their senses. That a freshly made wooden bed was covered with a vivid red quilt, its brightness almost jarring in the current context. Lying across the quilt was the lifeless body of a young woman, her once beautiful face now twisted in agony. She was undoubtedly the newlywed residing in room 601. And what should have been a sanctuary of happiness had transformed into a horrifying scene of death at that moment. Her abdomen and legs bore multiple gaping wounds, as if inflicted by some vicious weapon. The blood still oozing from the wounds as Luo Hong and the others entered. Crimson liquid stained the quilt, slowly trickling down, exuding a nauseating metallic odor. Moreover, it was unsettling that the deceased woman's eyes were fixed intently on the doorway. Her hollow gaze, seemingly questioning the onlookers, her expression, contorted in pain, sent chills down the spines of Qinishan and Su-Yin, both of whom had encountered numerous corpses before, judging by the amount of blood lost. It was evident that this tragic victim had not been dead for long. Her body might still bear warmth. That Su-Yin, the first to regain his composure, urgently instructed the others to help search for any additional clues. They cautiously scoured the bedroom, yet apart from the chilling corpse, they found no further valuable evidence. Consequently, Su-Yin decisively ordered everyone to exit room 601 and promptly shut the door behind them. As they descended the stairs in an orderly manner, Chao Hedong, stationed at the entrance, curiously inquired, "What did you all see? Why do you look so pale?" His voice brimmed with confusion and anxiety, his eyes darting among their faces in search of answers. Su-Yin, leading the group with a stern expression, remained silent, seemingly lost in the haunting scene they had just witnessed. That it was Luo Hong, positioned at the rear, who felt a chill creeping up his spine and explained. In the bedroom of 601, there was only the body of a woman, but therein lies the issue. That I also saw a shadowy figure in the window of room 601. Two shadows, one tall and one short. Luo Hong swallowed hard, lowering his voice to pose a question. If the corpse belongs to the shorter shadow, then who is the taller one? The moment those words left his mouth, even Chao Hedong, who had not witnessed the body, felt a shiver run through him, his complexion paling as he stammered. Could it be a ghost? Hard to say, Qinishan replied after a moment of contemplation, that we have two theories. Her tone was steady and rational, her eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. The first is that the two shadows correspond to the victim and the murderer, that we hastily retreated because we feared the assailant might still be in the room. Indeed, there was no place for anyone to hide in the bedroom, which is why Su-Yin and I only searched there and didn't check the kitchen or bathroom. The second theory suggests that if 601 is a bridal chamber, there must be a husband present alongside the wife, which aligns with the sighting of the two shadows standing side by side. But where is the husband? There is no sign of another person in the room. Her words were laced with uncertainty, and she scanned the faces of her companions, hoping to glean some insight from their expressions. That a heavy silence enveloped them as they grappled with the unanswered questions. Just as they neared the first floor, Luo Hong, contemplating Chun Ishan's insights, suddenly realized something. Wait, there is something off about this building. His brow furrowed, his eyes betraying deep confusion. His pace slowed as his mind raced. Ishan, we encountered a drunkard on the 5th floor, yet there was no scent of alcohol on the 6th. The stench of blood in room 601 was overwhelming, yet there was no trace of it on the 5th floor. Lu Ohong's voice carried a note of apprehension, his words creating ripples in the otherwise calm atmosphere. Chun Ishan pondered this for a moment, and then nodded, her eyes lighting up as if she had grasped a crucial concept. Various possibilities began to unfold in her mind. Was it that the scent could not permeate, or was each floor a separate entity? If it were the latter, then the paramount concern would be the inability for sounds to traverse between floors. Significantly complicating their predicament, furrowing her brow, Chun Ishan recognized that their challenges were far more daunting than they had initially perceived. Su Yin, too, grasped the gravity of the situation, halting abruptly before stepping into the stairwell, and called out loudly, "Are you still down there?" His voice, resonant and clear, should have been audible at least 3 or 4 floors away in a typical apartment setting. Yet within the building, there was not a single response. Even the persistent sound of wind and rain had ceased. The sudden silence was eerie, as if the world had been muted. "This is bad." Lu Ohong's expression turned grim, although he had raised the concern. He anticipated that even sound would fail to propagate between floors. After calling out a few more times, Su Yin took it in stride and continued down the stairs as he descended. The faint whispers of 2 girls reached his ears. However, their gentle, barely audible voices did nothing to alleviate the tension etched on his face that on the 1st floor landing, 3 individuals were huddled together, engaged in hushed conversation. The construction worker, noticing their arrival, beamed with anticipation and waved, "You're back. Did you find any clues?" Thus, Dai Yongwon, who had not contributed much until now, stepped forward to share their findings with those who had remained behind. He recounted their discoveries upstairs in meticulous detail, leaving no aspect unexamined. Once everyone had exchanged their findings, Chun Ishan coordinated the distribution of room keys, assigning pairs to each room. Without question, she and Su Yin would share room 201. Lu Ohong and Dai Yongwen would take room 202. The construction worker and Chao Hetong would be in room 102, and the 2 girls who had remained together would occupy room 101, having allocated the rooms. They noted that it was already past 8 p.m. With the inability to gather any information through their ears, Su Yin proposed that they split into groups to search different floors for clues. His eyes were filled with urgency. Time was of the essence, and their safety window would close by tomorrow at the latest. They needed to uncover more information swiftly. However, this decision was fraught with peril, as they were unaware of the dangers that might await them on separate floors. Just then, calamity struck. A piercing, inhuman scream erupted from the upper floors. The sound was sharp and jarring, akin to a wailing from the depths of hell. Upon hearing this, Su Yin, Lu Ohong, and the others instinctively bolted towards the staircase leading upward. Their figures darted through the hallway like lightning, vanishing in an instant. Chao Hetong, preparing to follow, was suddenly grasped by the construction worker who had been assigned to the same room. "Let them go. The 4 of us should stay below to provide support in case anything goes awry." Fear flickered in the construction worker's eyes. He understood the importance of remaining together in such a hazardous moment. After a moment of hesitation, Chao Hetong acquiesced to the worker's advice. As they raced down the corridor, the heartbeat of the 4 men mingled with the sound of their hurried footsteps. The frantic rhythm striking like a drum in the charged atmosphere. The closer they approached the top floor, the more pronounced a muffled, anguished groan became, an echo seemingly emanating from an abyss, filled with despair and suffering. What was transpiring in room 601? As Lu Ohong ascended the stairs while running, his mind felt utterly vacant, with countless questions swirling in his thoughts, despite possessing a healthy physique after a prolonged absence from exercise. His stamina and endurance remained woefully inadequate. Now trailing in 3rd place, he found himself half a flight of stairs behind Dai Yongwen, who had already distanced himself. Struggling to keep pace, Ohong endeavored to catch up with those ahead of him. Leading the charge, Su Yin reached the 6th floor, only to be met with a horrifying realization. The door to room 601 was firmly shut, yet a trickle of crimson blood seeped from beneath it. The vivid red liquid resembled a sinuous serpent, slowly oozing forth. The sound of moans reverberated from behind the door, alarmingly close, as if someone was languishing in the throes of death, unable to escape the clutches of doom. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yin abruptly halted Chun Yishan, who was about to knock, and said, "Something is amiss." "What do you mean?" Chun Yishan, breathless and anxious, brushed aside Su Yan's hand, her eyes brimming with urgency. "There is still someone alive in 601. They must know who the murderer is." "Exactly," Su Yin replied, turning to lock eyes with her. "Listen to the sounds. The person who is struggling for life behind that door is the husband of room 601. But therein lies the question. Where is the murderer?" His inquiry loomed like a colossal enigma between them, their gazes intertwining, each reflecting profound confusion and unease. Gradually, Chun Yishan regained her composure, also grasping the implications of the situation. If the husband was not the murderer, and the shadow they had seen prior to entering the building belonged to the young couple residing in 601, then who had perpetrated their demise and restrained the husband at the door? It could only be the murderer, the source of the malevolent spirit haunting this mirage. This revelation sent a wave of deeper dread coursing through the four of them. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Luo Hong and Dai Yongwen exchanged apprehensive glances towards the door of 601, now ominously adorned with a blood-red character for happiness, which seemed to narrate a tale of harrowing tragedy. Yet, driven by the need for clues and acutely aware that the murderer likely remained inside room 601, Su Yin steeled himself and pressed his eye against the peephole. Fortunately, he observed nothing amiss. The husband appeared to be leaning against the door, devoid of any gory confrontation. However, the unfortunate truth was that his suspicions were confirmed, alongside the agonizing moans. A low, labored breathing sound emanated from behind the door. A chill ran down Su Yan's spine, cognizant that the murderer lurked just beyond 601's threshold. Yet he maintained his composure. The repeated trials within this mirage had imbued him with a remarkable calm in the face of peril. Quietly retreating a couple of steps, he turned to the others, mouthing the words, "Run." Without waiting to see if they understood, he seized Chun Yishan's arm, propelling her downward in a frantic dash, startled by Su Yan's sudden action. Chun Yishan quickly adjusted and sprinted alongside him. Meanwhile, Luo Hong and Dai Yongwen, slower to react, dared not linger any longer, hastily pursuing Su Yin and Chun Yishan down the stairs, that as if in agreement with Su Yin's decision. The door to 601 creaked open at the moment the four reached the 5th floor. The sound pierced the stillness of the corridor, echoing like a summons from death itself that a wave of despair washed over them. They were acutely aware of the lurking threat behind them, unsure if they could evade the murderer's pursuit. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. They could only run desperately forward, hoping to reach safety before the killer closed in. Chapter 4. The Garden of Happiness. If the ascent was fueled by their utmost effort to not miss any clues, then the realization that the murderer stood just behind the door of room 601 drove them to exert every ounce of their strength, 200%. Terror and determination etched upon their faces. They raced as if competing against death itself. Luo Hong, lacking physical stamina, stumbled, disregarding the risk of twisting an ankle, his sole thought to flee from the ominous footsteps behind him. The murderer was right behind them, as if urging their escape. The sound of the door to 601 opening reverberated through the 5th floor. Soon after, the chilling sound of footsteps began to descend, each step resonating like a death knell, striking hard against their hearts. This heralded the end of their safety. The horrific hunt was about to commence. Hearing those ominous footsteps closing in, Su Yin swiftly scooped Chun Yishan into his arms and accelerated their pace. Luo Hong, lagging behind due to fatigue, nevertheless felt a flicker of reassurance. The key to their designated room 202 was in Dai Yongwen's possession, who was swift enough to reach the lock ahead of him. As fate would have it, upon reaching the 2nd floor, Luo Hong looked up to see Dai Yongwen frantically beckoning him towards the entrance of 202, his face pale and eyes filled with fear and urgency. Darting glances at the dimly lit staircase behind Luo Hong. Once both entered the room, Luo Hong promptly secured the anti-theft door and prevented Dai Yongwen from peering through the peephole, but he raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Their rapid heartbeats echoed conspicuously in the stillness of the room. That as the last to run, Luo Hong could hear the murderer's footsteps trailing behind him, slow yet ominous. Had it not been for the ongoing safety period, he would have undoubtedly been caught by now. The consequences of such an encounter were far from pleasant. The footsteps halted at the entrance of 202, and dramatically, Su Yin had just been eavesdropping at the door of 601, catching the murderer's breath. Now, pressed against the door, Lu Ohong and Dai Yongwen felt an icy chill emanating from outside. The murderer, the very source of their terror, was stationed outside, listening to their breaths. The frigid aura seemed capable of penetrating their very souls, rendering them breathless with fear and trepidation. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange, neither daring to utter a word as the chill gradually receded. The footsteps lingered at the door of 201, as if confirming whether anyone within 201 or 202 had perceived its presence. Lu Ohong was certain the murderer had heard their labored breathing. But it should not suffice to incite an immediate assault, as the footsteps had only begun to pursue after Lu Ohong entered the door. Time seemed to stretch into eternity, perhaps 3 or 4 minutes of agonizing dread, before the footsteps resumed. Echoing down to the first floor. Breathing a sigh of relief as the coldness dissipated, Lu Ohong leaned against the door, casting a complex glance at the pallid-faced Dai Yongwen, reproaching him. "Manager Dai, your audacity is astounding. Just moments ago, Su Yin fled without a backward glance after peering through the peephole. How could you risk looking? If you had locked eyes with the murderer, he might have burst in on us." Still shaken, Lu Ohong sensed that had any of them made eye contact with the killer, the safety period would have vanished, and the murderer would have commenced the hunt. At that point, both of them hidden in room 202 would surely meet a grisly end. Upon hearing this, Dai Yongwen felt a wave of weakness wash over him, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing another pressing issue. The murderer had not disappeared, but had descended to the first floor. What if someone there locked eyes with him? Concern and dread filled Dai Yongwen's gaze as his mind raced through every potential outcome. Simultaneously, Su Yin and Qinishan in room 201 grasped the gravity of the situation. "This is bad." Su Yin, seated on the sofa and smoking, flicked the ash from his cigarette, his brow furrowed. "Chao Hetong in room 102 should be aware that the murderer is in the corridor. However, the 2 girls in 101, who Haven T collaborated with us, might inadvertently trigger the killer's lethal pattern." Not fond of the smoke, Qinishan noted that the room's windows were all outward opening to prevent rain from entering, leaving only a small gap. She turned to respond, "There's no way to alert the people on the first floor. They just arrived in this mirage world and have no phones to communicate." Turning back, Qinishan looked disdainfully at Su Yin, who was enveloped in smoke, and remarked, "Could you extinguish that? The dead may not catch diseases, but the stench of smoke is unbearable. Moreover, don't you think this paper money level mirage is exceedingly difficult?" Her tone was laden with dissatisfaction and fatigue. Leaning against the sofa, Su Yin nodded silently, extinguishing his cigarette. "Indeed, I participated in several paper money level mirages before, as the most rudimentary mirage used for welcoming newcomers. It is unreasonable to encounter the source of the ghost during the clue-gathering phase. However, it seems unlikely that any more lives will be lost today. The paper money level mirage only claims a maximum of 2 victims daily, and the couple in room 601 has already been slain. Tomorrow, we shall venture out a bit later, departing after 8 o'clock to seek clues, with particular attention to be paid to Aunt Kai in room 401. I have a premonition that she will be a pivotal figure in this mirage." Feeling that the atmosphere had somewhat dissipated, Qinishan returned to the living room, checked the door lock once more, and then went to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Su Yin reclined on the sofa, his eyes narrowed, filled with worry and unease. Could it truly be that no more lives would be lost today? At that moment, a laborer who identified himself as Yin Feilong was huddled in the farthest corner of the kitchen, cradling his head and muttering incessantly. "I saw nothing. I truly saw nothing." His body curled tightly, his voice laden with terror and panic. Meanwhile, hiding in the bathroom, Chao Hetong leaned against the door, his eyes fixated on the watch on his wrist, each passing second quickening his heartbeat at 8:21:35. Mere moments ago, the eerie footsteps in the stairwell had halted at the door of room 102, but the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed like a death knell, striking at the hearts of both men. Drawing from his limited experience, Chao Hetong swiftly locked the door and concealed himself in the bathroom. Surprisingly, the bolder Yin Feilong, upon hearing the footsteps, did not flee. Instead, he audaciously lay on the ground to glimpse beneath the antiquated barred security door, where a gap of about a finger's width allowed him a view. What Yin Feilong saw next prompted a blood-curdling scream. He scrambled to the kitchen, crouching down. That shriek pierced the stillness like a sharp arrow. Hearing the anguished cry, Chao Hetong, pressed against the bathroom door, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart brimming with fear, uncertain of what dreadful sight had frightened Yin Failong so. Chao Hetong sensed that the increasingly bizarre Yin Failong, just a door away, was becoming more unsettling. His trembling whispers grew ever more hoarse. There was no time to delay. Something was amiss with Yin Failong. A wave of intense anxiety surged within Chao Hetong, compelling him to act swiftly. As the footsteps of the malevolent spirit retreated from the first-floor staircase to the second, he dashed out from the bathroom, glancing at the clock on the living room wall, which indicated that only 20 minutes remained until 22:00. Chao Hetong hurriedly approached the door. After ensuring that the ominous footsteps had receded, he steeled himself, flung open the door, and bolted outside in the chilly corridor. He slammed the door behind him and hastened to the second floor, shouting as he knocked on the door of room 202, "Boss Dai, Brother Liu, please open the door." His voice was imbued with urgency and fear. Hoping for the assistance of his comrades in room 202 at that moment, the flickering hallway lights dimmed further as 2200 hours approached, seemingly engulfed by darkness. Unbeknownst to him, shadows surged forth from the cracks of room 601. Flowing downwards like an inky tide, as the clock's hands neared 22:00, Chao Hetong felt an ominous sensation wash over him. He pounded on the door of room 202 with increasing fervor. And finally, just as the palpable darkness began to creep up the stairs, the door to 202 swung open from within, without a thought for the pain from the door striking his face. Chao Hetong seized the outstretched arm and tumbled inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed just before the dark tide could sweep in at 22:00. Yin Failong, still hidden in the kitchen, appeared oblivious to his roommate's frantic escape. Huddled in a corner with his arms wrapped around himself, his body trembled slightly, eyes reddened, blood vessels encircling his pupils, now dilated from fear, having not accompanied Lu Ohong and the others on their second ascent to search for clues. He was only aware of two pieces of information: the presence of a female corpse in room 601 and the curfew at 22:00. Thus, when the footsteps echoed outside, Yin Failong, caught off guard, devised an unexpected plan that he lay flat on the ground, hoping to catch a glimpse of the shoes of the person outside. That he thought that if he could see their footwear, he could identify the individual by visiting each room the following day, thus revealing the identity of the murderer. However, he could never have anticipated that through the narrow gap, he would witness an unforgettable and horrifying sight. What lay beyond the door was not a pair of shoes, but a figure lying prone. Through the fissure, Yin Failong could clearly see the lips of the person, a cherry-red mouth belonging to a young woman, now appearing grotesque. What struck him with sheer dread was that this mouth, upon his gaze, began to expel streams of black blood, forming the words, "You saw." It cursing under his breath, Yin Failong realized that the figure outside was none other than the very corpse described by Dai Yongwen moments earlier. A wave of despair surged within him, prompting him to leap up as if electrocuted, rushing to the farthest corner of the kitchen, cradling his head in fright. Yet, the terror in his heart did not dissipate. He felt an ominous gaze, filled with malice, fixated upon him, rendering him paralyzed with fear, as if ensnared by an invisible force. To AT 22:05, the darkness had pervaded every corner of the stairwell, resembling a colossal black beast consuming all light. Just outside the door of room 101, a pair of eyes glinted with resentment and anguish. Moments later, Yin Failong heard the unmistakable sound of the door to room 101 being twisted open. A sound akin to a death knell that caused his heart to cease its rhythm, but he dared not cast a glance towards the living room and scrambled into the bathroom, bracing his sturdy body against the door. Panting heavily, Yin Failong felt his heart racing, fear overwhelming him like a tidal wave. With no footsteps audible, he wondered if it could be Chao Hetong returning from his earlier escape before the curfew. But if that were the case, how could there be no sound? Overwhelmed by sweat, he dared not utter a sound or turn on the light, simply leaning against the bathroom door, praying for divine intervention to save him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely in the silence of the bathroom, where only the sounds of breathing and a racing heartbeat filled the air. Suddenly, a voice erupted like thunder, belonging to a husband who had met a cruel fate. "You saw." No, I saw nothing. In a state of panic, Yin Feilong pushed against the door, desperate to escape the bathroom. But something blocked his path, obstructing his escape. His trembling hands exerted all their strength against the door. Yet it felt as futile as an ant attempting to uproot a tree. From beyond the door, a piercing female voice echoed. You saw it. The tone was sharp and grating, piercing through Yin Feilong's eardrums like a blade. In despair, he faced the insurmountable door, mouth agape, emitting a desperate cry for help. But a pair of rough, blood-stained hands mercilessly covered his eyes. You saw it. Chapter 5. The Patterns of Witnessing in the Garden of Happiness at 2200 hours. What madness is this? In room 202, an exasperated Dai Yongwen rubbed his arm, which had been scratched red. His face was a canvas of anger and confusion, his tone laced with irritation. After enduring such tumultuous events throughout the afternoon, both he and his companion had intended to wash up and retire for the night. However, mere moments before the curfew, the tranquility of the stairwell was shattered by a tempestuous knocking and the anguished cries of Chao Hetong. The sound, akin to a clap of thunder, reverberated through the silent corridor, startling both men into a frozen stupor, their hesitation stretching for a few agonizing moments. Ultimately, it was the ever-cautious Lu Ohong who, glancing at the clock and noting the fleeting moments before curfew, decisively opened the door, allowing the distressed Chao Hetong to enter. Having just danced with death, Chao Hetong trembled, his teeth chattering, color drained from his face. His eyes filled with terror as he collapsed onto the sofa, devoid of strength. Yin Feilong is in trouble. His voice was thick with urgency and fear. Without time for gratitude, he succinctly recounted the bizarre events that had transpired in room 101 to Lu Ohong and Dai Yongwen. Upon hearing of the strange occurrences in room 101, Dai Yongwen looked at Chao Hetong with astonishment. You, my friend, are quite bold yet meticulous. Did you not consider what might have happened had we not opened the door for you? His gaze was filled with questions and surprise, for every decision within the mirage could be a matter of life and death, especially as Chao Hetong had narrowly escaped between the vanishing specter and the impending curfew. I am well aware of that, Chao Hetong replied with a wry smile, lifting his gaze to meet the eyes of the two men before him. But I had no other choice than I in that moment of terror. I could only risk everything to seek your aid. Yin Feilong must have been frightened while I was hiding in the bathroom, which is why he has succumbed to such a state. With a subtle nod, Lu Ohong internally noted this point and concurred. Yin Feilong must not have concealed himself properly when the footsteps of the assailant halted at the entrance of room 101. However, given the bizarre circumstances, Yin Feilong was no fool. He likely would not have been staring directly into the peephole that a hint of confusion seeped into Lu Ohong's words, his gaze laden with perplexity. Could it be that the murderer was capable of directly hunting down those concealed within the rooms, individuals he had seen? This thought rendered the trio sleepless. If the assailant possessed other triggering mechanisms, their refuge in the room might not guarantee safety. The notion sent a tremor of anxiety through them. Yet with the meager clues they had gathered, they could only lie down and rest. Hoping to venture out in search of leads once the curfew had passed, AT 22:25, the two individuals residing in room 201 also heard Chao Hetong's desperate cries for help. However, Su Yin, well aware of the immutable rules of the hunt, refrained from investigating the situation at the door. Chinny Shan, freshly emerged from the shower, was searching for a hairdryer, while Su Yin extinguished his cigarette and remarked, "It appears that Chao Hetong's group has encountered trouble." Having not heard his teammate's voice, could it be that Yin Feilong has caught the attention of the assailant? Furrowing his brow, Su Yin understood that the malevolent spirits within the mirage typically adhered to fixed behavioral patterns, particularly in lower-tier mirages where spirits were more constrained by regulations. With two individuals already deceased that day, if someone in room 101 had been killed by a spirit, it would undoubtedly be because the victim had triggered the hunting pattern of the vengeful ghost. Su Yan's mind raced, desperately attempting to decipher clues regarding this pattern. The only confirmed hunting rule thus far was the curfew. Could it be that the murderer had another rule, one that dictated hunting from lower floors upward each day? Yet, this contradicted the mirage's stipulation on the daily death toll. Confusion enveloped Su Yin. He was at a loss as to how to reconcile this contradiction. Nevertheless, he recognized the urgency of finding answers. Otherwise, even seasoned individuals like himself and Chinny Shan could easily become the next targets of the vengeful spirits in this perilous mirage world. Meanwhile, Chanishan, unable to locate the hairdryer, resorted to hastily drying herself with a tissue before donning her clothes and lying on the bed. Sugu, the person who just escaped, must know something. Tomorrow, let us seek him out in room 202. For now, let us rest. With no other option, Su Yin glanced at the time, bound by the curfew. He suppressed his anxious thoughts and made his way to the bathroom to wash up. Before long, silence engulfed both rooms 201 and 202, shrouded in an eerie stillness that spoke of the night's underlying unrest and fear. At 22:45, the first floor of the apartment returned to quietude. However, in room 102, the two girls huddled beneath the covers, clinging to each other, acutely aware of the tremors coursing through their bodies. Upon hearing the chilling screams from the neighboring unit, they immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Yin Feilong, who had been chatting with them in the hallway not long before at that moment. The three had convened to discuss their prospects of survival within the mirage. Yet, with the curfew barely commenced, it seemed that Yin Feilong had drawn the attention of the murderer, that a wave of intense unease surged within them, as they pondered whether they too might become the next victims of the assailant. This anxiety was further exacerbated when, shortly after the screams faded, they distinctly heard someone speaking at the entrance of room 102. The voice, a vague feminine whisper, pierced the stillness of the night with an unsettling quality as it gently inquired, "Can you see me?" The eerie question sent shivers down their spines, as they feared what might come through the door. They curled tightly together, as if that could grant them a semblance of safety. Fortunately, the questioning voice soon dissipated. "Jeja, do you think it is left?" whispered the younger girl, her voice barely above a murmur that "I don't know." Jeja replied, too fearful to open her eyes, terrified of the spectral entities. "Let us just try to sleep that on this harrowing night." Their only option was to evade reality, hoping that sleep would temporarily banish their terror. Little did Yin Feilong know that these two frightened girls, paralyzed by fear, had inadvertently devised a clumsy method to escape the murderer's grasp that in contrast. His own cleverness had ultimately led him to the door of the vengeful spirit. Had anyone in room 102 responded to the ghostly inquiry at the door, be it through refusal, agreement, or even insult, there would have undoubtedly been a fatality that night. Yet it was precisely their choice to remain silent and feign death that spared the two girls from peril. Such seemingly cowardly behavior, within this treacherous mirage realm, had granted them salvation, while Yin Feilong's overconfidence in confirming the characteristics of the assailant triggered the hunting pattern of the ghost at the source of the mirage. Though the key to escaping this mirage lay in identifying the murderer, they were constrained by two critical limitations. They could not attempt to witness the murderer by any means, nor could they allow the murderer to realize that their identity had been compromised. Otherwise, the lurking vengeful spirit would incite the specters to commence their hunt, resulting in Yin Feilong meeting his demise at the hands of the tragically slain couple in room 601-AT2230. In room 202, a shaken Chao Hetong, fatigued and curled up on the sofa, had succumbed to sleep, his breathing slow and steady. Meanwhile, the two occupants of the bed, despite having their eyes closed, were plagued by lingering fears, unable to find rest. Upon realizing that the ghost's hunt might be related to probing others, Dai Yongwen broke into a cold sweat, narrowly avoiding a confrontation with the murderer just outside the door. Much like Yin Feilong had. Conversely, Luo Hong, who had resolved to save another, contemplated the implications. If it was not only Yin Feilong who had acted recklessly, but also Chao Hetong who had drawn the ghost's attention, then by leading him into room 202, he could inadvertently become the architect of doom, putting everyone in room 202 at risk. This dreadful thought sent chills down his spine, prompting him to reconsider whether his decisions had been overly hasty. In truth, Luo Hong was not particularly clever. Abandoned at an orphanage, he had relied on the institution's financial support to survive. Lacking entertainment in his youth, he had developed an insatiable appetite for books. Losing himself within their pages, upon reaching adulthood, he had saved enough from odd jobs to purchase a modest smartphone, which he used to devour every pirated book and film he could find. Having been abandoned due to a hereditary illness, he cherished the opportunity to engage with literature, cinema, and games, windows to the world that allowed him to understand life's myriad possibilities. Before his illness confined him to the hospital, Luo Hong had been voraciously exploring life through the minuscule screen of his phone. yearning for knowledge and understanding of the world, as well as the meaning of his existence, that I in this treacherous and uncertain mirage realm. He maintained that same thirst for knowledge and an unwavering desire to survive, continuously turning over thoughts in his mind, hoping to uncover a path to endure. Yet, when faced with Chao Hetong's pleas for help, despite his efforts to avoid the cliché tropes of horror films, he ultimately succumbed to his instincts and opened the door, saving Chao Hetong's life. Unbeknownst to him, while he regretted his choice, he gained the trust and respect of the other two occupants of room 202. Lu Ohang's bravery and kindness left a lasting impression on Dai Yongwen and Chao Hetong, gradually establishing him as a figure of reliability within their group. Counting his actions, including preventing Dai Yongwen from peering through the peephole, Lu Ohang had now saved 2 lives, undoubtedly preserving a flicker of hope for the team and directly thwarting the vengeful spirit's attempts to expand its ranks of specters. However, Lu Ohang remained oblivious to these implications. All he could deduce from Yin Feilong's fate was that the unseen murderer was highly likely to directly hunt those who made eye contact with him. His thoughts, now sharpened by fear and tension, began to crystallize as he sought clues and patterns that if Chao had not lied, then Yin Feilong's unfortunate demise corroborated this line of reasoning. After all, Lu Ohang and Dai Yongwen, who were similarly situated next to the murderer, had not met the same fate that, on the other hand, the first resident they encountered today, Aunt Kai, with her eyes reduced to mere voids, perhaps represented a warning against witnessing, although they had yet to fully grasp this clue. However, why had the drunken man in room 502, whose eyes remained intact, not suffered a similar fate? Determined to consult Su Yin regarding this matter the following day, Lu Ohang ceased to overthink and, after relaxing his mind, quickly succumbed to slumber. At 8:10, the hurriedly groomed Su Yin awaited Qinishan to finish her preparations. Vigilantly, he leaned against the door to listen, confirming that the curfew had ended before he pushed the door open and arrived at the entrance of room 202. To his surprise, before he could even knock, Lu Ohang had already swung the door open, eager to share the clues he had uncovered. His face was alight with urgency, as he could hardly contain his excitement to relay his discoveries to Su Yin, hoping for his validation and assistance. Su Yin, however, halted Lu Ohang's eager advance, aware that discussing clues outside was perilous, as the lurking assailant could overhear them. Upon entering room 202 with Qinishan, Su Yin immediately noticed the still-shaken Chao Hetong. His gaze lingered on Chao, a surge of sympathy washing over him. He understood Chao's terror, for in this harrowing world, anyone could easily become the next victim. Just the day before, the once brave Chao had trailed behind them to room 601 in search of clues. Yet now, he resembled a frightened bird, seated farthest from the door, too afraid to meet their eyes. Feigning ignorance, Su Yin internally assessed the situation. Lu Ohang, having meticulously prepared his narrative, articulated his deductions, prompting Su Yin to sense he was grasping the crux of their predicament. Are you suggesting that Yin Feilong's most probable cause of death was witnessing the murderer? Observing the well-structured and logically astute young man before him, Su Yin's eyes reflected a subtle admiration. As he scrutinized Lu Ohang anew, in this treacherous and enigmatic mirage world, few could maintain their composure and conduct such profound analysis. Beside him, Qinishan could hardly restrain her satisfaction, shooting Su Yin a knowing glance that seemed to say, as expected of me, she had actively sought participation in this paper money-level mirage, and now she had indeed found a promising ally. Her gaze sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she envisioned the dawn of hope. In the face of terrifying and bizarre mirages, discovering a potential partner was crucial. While Lu Ohang continued his exposition, he noticed the subtle expressions of his companions, and he finished his deductions with a calm demeanor. He understood that even if his analysis were flawed, displaying a certain level of capability in such a supernatural realm would earn him the respect of seasoned veterans. Your analysis is not without merit, Su Yin affirmed, his appreciation evident after listening to Lu Ohang's extensive discourse. Yin Feilong must have triggered the vengeful spirit's hunting rules to meet his fate, that I can inform you all that in a paper money-level mirage, a vengeful spirit can only claim 2 lives daily, including that of the locals. Unless someone triggers its hunting rules, the mastermind behind the scenes would lack the capacity to hunt us proactively. Especially given that a couple had just perished in room 601, that having held her thoughts for some time. Chen interjected, indicating that they too had speculated on the vengeful spirit's hunting rules the previous day. The only certainties they had identified were the curfew and the act of witnessing. Nonetheless, she continued, beyond the hunting rules, we must still seek clues regarding the murderer to expedite our escape from the mirage. As she spoke, a slight frown creased her brow. Based on past experiences, the source spirit of a mirage tended to become increasingly unbound by the rules as time passed, that I suspect that the vengeful spirit's decision to actively hunt the locals of room 601 yesterday was part of the rules. Perhaps the moment the last local within the building perishes, the vengeful spirit will shed all constraints and commence its final reckoning. Her voice was low and grave, sending a chill through everyone present. At that point, I fear none of us will escape. Chapter 6. Clues of the Happy Garden. After a few brief exchanges about the current situation, a heavy silence enveloped the 5 individuals in the room. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, a palpable weight pressing upon each of them. Time loomed over them like a guillotine ready to fall, threatening to plunge them into irretrievable despair. The most seasoned among them, Su Yin, broke the suffocating silence with a clap, signaling everyone to act according to his directives. Ishan, take Dai Yongwen and Chao Hetong, and start from the bottom to the top, focusing on inspecting room 601, where the deaths occurred yesterday. Should you encounter any issues in other rooms, avoid them promptly. Additionally, if anything inexplicable arises, contact me immediately. Su Yan's tone was steady and authoritative. Turning to Lu Ohong, he continued, Ohong, you and I will form a team that we shall first investigate room 101 for clues, then check on the 2 girls in room 102 to see if anything has befallen them. After careful consideration, Su Yin concluded that room 601, having already experienced a tragedy, was unlikely to present further danger, thus delegating this task to Chen Ishan, whose experience was still developing compared to his own. He wished to witness how this astute young man would navigate the tense situation, while also recalling that, should the assailant linger in room 101 as they had previously, his seasoned status granted him certain means to momentarily impede the vengeful spirit's actions. Once the assignments were laid out, there was no dissent among the group. Even the most spirited Chen Yishan refrained from insisting on accompanying Su Yin, fully aware that time was of the essence. Having a seasoned individual lead each team was undoubtedly the optimal choice at this moment, in their minds. Only these 3, willing to tirelessly assist in gathering evidence for their exit from the mirage, were worthy of protection and mentorship. As for Yin Fai Long and the 2 girls, having chosen to evade responsibility, they would naturally forfeit their opportunities. As Su Yin and Lu Ohong moved on to their respective tasks, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of room 101. Standing before the ajar door, they were met with a nauseating stench. Lu Ohong's gaze fixated on the dark crimson handprint on the doorknob. A chill coursing through him. Su Yin, too, sensed the anomaly. He calmly wedged his foot in the door's gap and gently pushed it open. As the door creaked ajar, a horrifying sight unfolded before them. An irregular trail of blood extended from the threshold to the farthest reaches of the kitchen, as if a corpse had been dragged across the floor, or perhaps a living body had crawled inside. Su Yin inhaled sharply, not out of fear. Having traversed mirages many times, he had encountered more terrifying scenes, but rather in bewilderment at the nature of the evidence before him. Why was there such a mark on the ground? Had the assailant slain Yin Fai Long at the entrance and then dragged the body inside? Yet there were no traces of blood at the door, rendering the entire scenario exceedingly strange and inscrutable. Lu Ohong anxiously watched Su Yin, his eyes reflecting a mix of unease and anticipation, eagerly awaiting his next instruction. Su Yin, brow furrowed, delved into contemplation regarding the implications of the clues they had encountered. Nevertheless, he pressed forward without hesitation, hastening his steps towards the kitchen. What greeted him there tightened his chest. The blood trail led directly to the bathroom. On the bathroom door, 2 petite blood handprints were starkly visible. Their shape and size unmistakably feminine. Su Yan's heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his foot and kicked the bathroom door open. As the door swung wide, Lu Ohong, following closely behind, was taken aback by the horrific scene that met his eyes. Stumbling back a few paces, he nearly lost his footing, almost collapsing onto the ground. Within the cramped confines of the bathroom sat Yin Fai Long on the toilet lid, eerily still. His eyes had been brutally gouged out, their whereabouts unknown. The walls of the bathroom were splattered with blood, the shocking crimson hue instilling fear in all who beheld it. Coupled with Yin Feilong's agonizingly contorted expression, it was undoubtedly a profound psychological shock for Lu Ohong. Who had yet to encounter many corpses, his complexion pale as a sheet, Lu Ohong trembled slightly, striving to suppress his inner terror. It appeared this was indeed the location where Yin Feilong had met his demise. Su Yin felt the temperature in the room. There was no lingering, chilling aura of the supernatural that he understood that the murderer who had killed Yin Feilong had already vacated room 101. However, one detail caught his attention. The blood handprints outside the door were clearly those of a girl. Could it be the wife from room 601? This thought plunged him into deep contemplation. If the vengeful spirit had been blocked at the door, how then had Yin Feilong perished inside the bathroom? Meeting such a tragic fate, was it due to witnessing something he should not have? Recovering from his shock, Lu Ohong forced himself to examine the lifeless body before them closely. As he pondered, he articulated, "The manner of his death aligns with our hypothesis. Yin Feilong must have seen something he was not meant to, which drew the vengeful spirit's wrath, prompting it to disregard the regulations on the number of deaths and carry out its hunt." Lu Ohong's voice quivered slightly, clearly still shaken from the earlier fright. As you go, the two bloody handprints at the entrance are evidently those of a young woman, and notably, the ring finger on the right handprint is missing a segment. I suspect that the one who was crouched by the door last night was the deceased wife of room 601, and that it was her husband who murdered Yin Feilong. Listening to Lu Ohong's analysis, Su Yin scrutinized the bloodstains and nodded slightly, finding a semblance of reason in this hypothesis. "Why are you so certain that the ghost in the restroom is the husband and not the true perpetrator?" Having found no additional clues, Su Yin took a few photographs of the corpse and gestured for Lu Ohong to accompany him outside. Eager to leave the unsettling scene, Lu Ohong hurriedly followed in Su Yin's footsteps, explaining as they walked, "If the murderer was responsible for Yin Feilong's death, I don't believe he would have deliberately removed the eyes from the corpse. That it is more likely that the two vengeful spirits of room 601, if under the control or threat of the killer, would have sought to leave behind some form of evidence." Lu Ohong spoke rapidly, his voice still tinged with tremors, evidently burdened by the psychological strain of the horrifying scene they had just encountered. "The female corpse we observed in room 601 had her eyes intact, that we can wait for Sister Ishan to return and inquire whether there is a body of the husband in room 601, and whether his eyes remain." His mind raced, attempting to extract further answers from the clues at hand. Ahead, Su Yin nodded in agreement, stating, "As long as the two corpses in room 601, clearly victims of the true culprit, still possess their eyes, we can conclude that it was indeed the couple from room 601 who killed Yin Feilong. Thus, we must remain vigilant against the source ghost, who possesses the common ability to create vengeful spirits. Besides the couple from room 601, we must also be wary of the deceased Yin Feilong." Su Yan's words tightened Lu Ohong's heart, as the danger they faced seemed greater than they had anticipated. As they conversed, they arrived at the door of room 102, both pausing their analysis in unison. That moment, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking shattered the oppressive silence. "Who is it?" A quivering voice emerged from deep within the room, filled with terror and unease. "It's me, Su Yin," along with Lu Ohong. The person behind the door seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, rushing barefoot to open it without even putting on their shoes. Once the door swung open, Jia and another girl stood there, their faces etched with fear, eyes glistening with unshed tears, stepping into room 102. Jia and her companion, who had been anxious all night, began to recount the events of the previous evening before Su Yin could even ask. Their words came in fragmented bursts, saturated with tension and dread. "These two girls are rather fortunate," Su Yin mused silently, observing Jia, who had lost control of her emotions and was now in tears. Had they merely glanced outside or responded to the ghost's inquiry after Yin Feilong's demise, they would likely have met a grim fate. Fools have their luck, yet such timidity and avoidance make survival in this mirage exceedingly difficult. Sighing, Su Yin recognized that excessive words at this juncture might further unravel them. So he refrained from provoking them further and instead allowed Lu Ohong to convey their analytical findings to the two girls in room 102. Lu Ohong articulately shared their discoveries. The two girls listened intently, their eyes reflecting both fear of the unknown and a yearning for survival. After exchanging vital information, Su Yin and Lu Ohong did not linger, declining the girls' invitations to stay and stepping back outside. They understood that time was of the essence. Every fleeting moment could dictate their fate. But as you go, should we inform Sister Ishan about our findings? Lu Ohong inquired as they walked, a hint of worry etched on his face. We'll discuss it when we meet. I suspect their team will be arriving shortly as well, Su Yin replied calmly. Thus, the two fell into silence as they ascended the stairs, aware that speaking during their climb would deplete their strength. A lesson Lu Ohong had learned the previous day. Before long, they reached the door of room 401. The intrepid Su Yin motioned for Lu Ohong to pause while he approached and knocked on the door of room 401. As the knocking echoed, sounds of movement from within indicated that Aunt Kai was stirring, and the door was swiftly opened. Upon seeing the dark hollows of Aunt Kai's eyes, Su Yin felt no fear. He directly inquired, Aunt Kai, I am one of the new tenants here, that I am sorry to disturb you, but I would like to ask about what transpired in our building yesterday. It seems someone heard a scream. In an effort to guard against the possibility that Aunt Kai might be the murderer, Su Yin tactfully stated that they had only heard sounds, aiming to circumvent the rules of witnessing this deadly hunt. Of course, he was confident that Aunt Kai could not possibly be the killer, for they had encountered her face-to-face the previous day. The Mirage would not allow a fatal trap to be planted in a mandatory path. Upon hearing this, Aunt Kai hesitated briefly but quickly forced a smile, saying, It must have been the heavy rain. You must have misheard that I went to bed quite early and did not hear any screams you mentioned. Her smile appeared strained. The wrinkles on her face contorted tightly together. Observing Aunt Kai's expression, both Lu Ohong and Su Yin silently affirmed that she surely possessed some knowledge of the situation. Seeing Aunt Kai's reluctance to divulge information, Lu Ohong stepped forward. Aunt, we truly did hear screams. The girls from our team were so frightened that they could not sleep all night. But if you know anything, please tell us if it was merely a quarrel between a couple. We might be able to mediate. His tone was earnest and urgent, hoping to sway Aunt Kai. Alas, you children, Aunt Kai visibly flinched at the mention of a couple, her expression laden with helplessness as if she were desperately concealing something. I truly did not hear anything. My eyes aren't sharp anymore, and my hearing isn't what it used to be. After a moment of silence, Aunt Kai hesitated, perhaps formulating a plan, and stepped closer to whisper to Lu Ohong. Lu Ohong leaned in promptly, listening intently as Aunt Kai lowered her voice. 502 to with that single clue. She retreated into her room, locking the door behind her. 502. Lu Ohong and Su Yin exchanged this information quietly, both filled with bewilderment. They had encountered the occupant of 502 yesterday. Could it be that the drunken man was the murderer? Chapter 7. The Drunkard of Happy Garden, without daring to delay. The two hastened their steps upstairs to their surprise. The trio from Chen Yishan's group was also gathered at the door of room 502, preparing to knock. A wave of astonishment washed over Su Yin as he quickly inquired, Ishan, how did you find your way to 502 as well? Chen Yishan's expression was somewhat grave as she responded, Su Go, we discovered the bodies of a husband and wife in room 601. Additionally, Dai Yongwen found fragments of a beer bottle in the corridor. Beer bottle fragments? This revelation plunged everyone into deep contemplation. They all recollected encountering the drunken man at the entrance of room 502 yesterday. Alongside the sound of shattering glass from within, Lu Ohong's eyes darted as he recalled his extensive experience with horror films. A true murderer would not leave such blatant evidence. Yet it was clear that the inebriated occupant of 502 must know something. He approached Dai Yongwen to exchange information, confirming that the two corpses in room 601 indeed had their eyes intact. Now everyone was certain. The true culprit could indeed create vengeful spirits, and their time was rapidly dwindling. A profound sense of crisis enveloped them all. They understood the necessity of swiftly extracting further clues from the drunken man of room 502, lest the consequences be dire. Knock, knock, knock. This time, it was Dai Yongwen who rapped on the door of room 502. Believing that since they had already encountered Aunt Kai and the drunkard, the true murderer could not possibly be either of them, making this knock relatively low risk. Who is it? The occupant of room 502 seemed taken aback by the unexpected knocking, his voice laced with suspicion and uncertainty. After a lengthy pause, he finally approached the door that I asked before. The drunken man, clad in a tank top, opened the door only a crack, peering out with a dazed expression at the 5 individuals gathered outside. His gaze was bleary, hair disheveled, and the scent of alcohol wafted from him. "Who are you? What do you want?" The drunkard's tone was tinged with irritation, evidently displeased at being disturbed. "Hello, we are the new tenants of this building. We were wondering if you heard any screams last night around 8 o'clock that came from somewhere in the building." Dai Yongwen inquired politely, and upon hearing the question, the drunken man seemed to regain a semblance of clarity. He slightly recoiled, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes as he surveyed the individuals outside the door. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he beckoned the 5 people at the entrance to enter and converse. Upon stepping into room 502, the first impression of everyone was one of filth and chaos. Various discarded bottles lay haphazardly strewn across the corners of the living room, while soiled clothes and refuse were carelessly scattered everywhere. The disarray created an illusion akin to that of a garbage dump, the air thick with a pungent stench. Chen Yishan, who had a penchant for cleanliness, delicately waved her hand in front of her nose, her brow furrowing slightly as disdain flickered in her eyes. She was truly repulsed by the foul odor of alcohol and refuse. Meanwhile, Luo Hong and his companions did not take their seats. As the sofa was cluttered with debris and litter, they stood around the dining table, silently observing the drunken man as he poured liquor down his throat with abandon. The drunken man appeared utterly indifferent to the surrounding squalor, lost in his own world. However, Luo Hong squinted, a hint of suspicion rising within him that he noticed that throughout the entire episode, whether closing the door or consuming alcohol, the man exclusively used his left hand. The right hand remained twisted behind his back, never facing them. I know what you all wish to ask," the drunken man slurred, surveying the room with bleary eyes before rubbing his fingers together. A greedy expression crept across his face, the flush of alcohol deepening. "You want to know what transpired in 601, don't you? Bring the money, and I shall tell you, provided the funds are sufficient." He knew the lead. Su Yin and Chun Yishan exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of excitement. Yet, within this mirage, none of them had seen any currency, so they could only attempt to extract some information. Su Yin donned a skeptical expression, attempting to deceive the drunken man. "You want money, do you? That is certainly feasible, but how can I trust that you're not trying to trick us?" Unexpectedly, Luo Hong, standing behind, suddenly tugged at him. "What is the matter?" Su Yin leaned in, whispering. "Brother Su, this man is suspicious that he hasn't used his right hand at all." Luo Hong's voice carried a note of tension and uncertainty. Su Yin pondered this and realized it was indeed peculiar. Although the drunken man's left hand was quite agile, it was entirely plausible for a left-handed individual to employ their right hand for assistance. With a swift glance, Su Yin chose not to turn immediately to inspect the drunken man's concealed right hand, but continued to smile amiably and inquire. However, the drunken man would not engage, insisting that if they wished to learn of the clues, they must pay for them. Unexpectedly, Chao Hetong, who had been mostly silent, suddenly shivered and took 2 steps back, as if he had seen something unfathomable. The others followed Chao Hetong's terrified gaze, and in the reflection of the kitchen glass, they beheld the drunken man, behind whom lay a severed arm, truncated at the elbow. The wound was grotesquely exaggerated, as though it had been brutally sliced by a sharp blade. The jagged surface of the elbow exposed ghastly, pale bone. Dried blood, resembling dark red flowers, blossomed around the injury, the coagulated blood now a deep brown, exuding a repugnant stench. Even the muscle tissue at the severed end was rolled back, some parts still connected by thin sinews, as if violently torn apart. That moment, the severed arm dangled helplessly behind the drunken man, swaying slightly with his minuscule movements. "You all saw that, didn't you?" The drunken man, now aware of being discovered, did not rush to act. Instead, a grotesque, twisted smile contorted his inebriated face. Isn't he just asking him for a bit of money to spend? Why the urgency? As the drunken man's venomous voice echoed, he slowly revealed the right arm he had concealed behind his back. The grotesque elbow wound was horrifying, the sharp bone jutting out as if to display the immense suffering he had endured. Black blood oozed from the wound like ink, seeping out slowly, accompanied by a nauseating stench. The group watched in terror as the drunken man's emaciated body, clad in a filthy undershirt, was rapidly soaked by the blood that had suddenly erupted. His chest appeared unnaturally caved in, resembling that of one who had been stabbed multiple times. Chow Hetong, standing at the back, felt his fear reach a pinnacle upon witnessing this scene. Instinctively, he turned to flee, only to find the door to room 502 seemingly locked tight, refusing to budge. Chow Hetong desperately twisted the doorknob, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is bad. Lu Ohang's heart sank as he realized they had made a grave mistake in their pursuit of clues. The group had grown complacent due to Aunt Kai's well-meaning provision of information, failing to leave anyone to block the door, and all five had ventured into this den of horror. Lu Ohang's complexion turned pale in an instant. His eyes filled with regret and terror. This moment. The only ones remaining composed were Su Yin and Chen Yishan. Both seasoned individuals, but Su Yin comprehended that they had triggered the lethal hunting pattern of the vengeful spirit. Even during the day, when the spirit's capabilities were weakened, they would still face certain doom. Presently, the drunken man was merely experiencing a slow revival, granting them a fleeting moment of respite. His mind raced as he contemplated a countermeasure. Upon hearing the desperate sounds of Dai Yongwen and Chow Hetong attempting to break down the door behind him, Su Yin made a resolute decision. He seized the opportunity while the drunken man was still indulging in the last remnants of alcohol and boldly approached, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. The force of the kick propelled the drunken man into a stumble, and Su Yin then dashed towards the kitchen of room 502, wrapping his coat around his fist to shatter the glass. The shards flew in all directions, producing a crisp sound. He gauged the size of the window's opening and, with urgency in his voice, shouted to the others still at the door, "Run! Jump out from here." The spirit was less likely to commence a hunt during the day. They needed to escape swiftly while they had the chance. Hearing Su Yan's call, everyone snapped back to reality and hurried towards the kitchen. Strangely, perhaps due to the drunken man not being the true mastermind behind the haunting, he was recovering at an excruciatingly slow pace. That moment, the drunken man lay on the floor, capable of utilizing only one hand. Appearing utterly disheveled, he cursed venomously, his heart brimming with resentment and fury. "You little brats, don't think you can escape. Once I get up, you'll pay for this." Struggling to prop himself up, his body trembled, each movement appearing painfully arduous. Though he outwardly resembled a ravenous specter, perhaps due to the constraints of the Mirage's rules, he unexpectedly retained a glimmer of rationality. The crazed and fierce glint in the drunken man's eyes intensified as he watched the unsuspecting prey evade him, making their way towards the kitchen and escaping through the window's air conditioning unit. Enraged, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "You little brats, just wait. None of you will escape." As the last person leaped out the window, the drunken man finally managed to rise, albeit unsteadily. However, before he could rush to the windowsill in pursuit of Lu Ohang and the others, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching the door. Tap. Tap, tap. The footsteps were unhurried, yet seemed to carry an invisible weight. Instantly, the drunken man's expression contorted with sheer terror, as if he had heard the most dreadful sound imaginable that in no way, upon recognizing the familiar footsteps. The drunken man dashed to the door, pressing his back against it, his body trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps halted at the entrance of room 502. A wave of bone-chilling cold surged from outside. A chill so profound that even the transformed drunken man found it unbearable, trembling behind the door. The footsteps belonged to the source ghost within the Mirage. "I didn't tell them. I was just joking. I only wanted to extort some money to buy more liquor." Despair filled the drunken man's eyes as he realized he had fallen into a dire predicament, yet he stammered, desperately trying to explain. However, the source ghost outside clearly had no intention of hearing his justifications. With a creaking sound, the toilet door of room 502 slowly swung open, the noise piercing through the stillness of the space. Akin to a summons from the depths of hell, a man, his abdomen grotesquely sliced open and drenched in a shocking amount of blood, emerged, his appearance utterly horrifying. It was the husband of the woman who had met a tragic end in 601. The husband ghost's body was a horrifying spectacle, the blood pouring from his wounds like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly staining the ground and mingling with the refuse scattered throughout the room. Exuding a nauseating odor, he staggered towards the drunken man, clutching a common kitchen boning knife in his hand, its blade glinting ominously. The drunken man, sprawled on the ground, gazed up in terror as the husband ghost approached. his face a mask of fear as he pleaded, "Please, spare me. I know nothing. I said nothing." However, the husband ghost paid no heed to the drunkard's pleas for mercy. With an expressionless demeanor, he raised the bone saw in his hand and thrust it into the drunkard's mouth with a swift motion. As the blade penetrated, the drunkard emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Subsequently, the husband ghost began to violently stir within the drunkard's mouth, the sound of the blade scraping against the tongue and vocal cords sending chills down one's spine. Accompanying the drunkard's cries and the gruesome sounds of the blade shredding flesh, a malicious voice slowly emerged from outside. "Even the dead will speak foolishly." Chapter 8. The silent woman of the happy garden, yet the source ghost. Tightly bound by the rules, could never have anticipated that outside the kitchen window, a man was crouched atop the air conditioning unit, holding his breath, too afraid to make a sound at that moment. Lu Ohong was nervously squatting on the air conditioning unit, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his throat. His body was tense, every muscle on high alert, terrified that even the slightest noise might attract the attention of the malevolent spirits within. The rain relentlessly pelted against him, bringing a slight coolness, yet failing to quell the terror within his heart. Seizing the opportunity while the torrential downpour persisted, Su Yin was the first to arrive at room 402. Shattering the glass with a kick and beckoning everyone inside. Responding to Su Yin's call, the others rushed toward the window of 402, clinging to it like a lifeline. Unexpectedly, Lu Ohong, who had been in the middle of the group, made a gesture for them to go ahead upon hearing strange noises from the direction of room 502. Before returning to crouch by the air conditioning unit of room 502, he knew that his decision was fraught with peril. Yet he believed that remaining behind to observe might yield more clues, thus providing a glimmer of hope for survival. Amidst the howling wind and rain outside, the husband ghost passing through the kitchen from the bathroom was oblivious to the deliberately suppressed breathing sounds coming from the window. Lu Ohong privately rejoiced, grateful for the storm's cover. His gamble bore fruit as he successfully gleaned the information he sought. First, the only souls currently haunting the place were the couple from room 601, the earliest victims. Second, based on the deathly visage displayed by the drunkard earlier, it was evident he knew the identity of the murderer and had been killed after attempting to extort them. Third, since neither room 502 nor room 401 housed the killer, the only remaining suspects were the residents of rooms 301, 501, and 602. Surely, the murderer must be among them. Lu Ohong's mind raced as he contemplated the next course of action. He quickly descended into room 402, rain drenching him, sending a chill through his body, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. There was no time to wipe the raindrops from his skin. Everyone in the room awaited his news with anxious anticipation. Approaching Su Yin directly, Lu Ohong laid out his thoughts. Although there are only 2 vengeful spirits, we must exercise utmost caution. The events that transpired in room 502 serve as a dire warning. If fortune does not favor us, we may inadvertently knock on the murderer's door, and the one who knocks is likely to meet a grim fate, that Su Yin pondered for a moment before countering. It isn't that perilous. Today marks merely the second day of the mirage. The shackles binding the source ghost are surely not yet fully unbound. Moreover, we possess alternative means. Rain-soaked cigarettes cannot be ignited. He silently tucked the cigarette pack back into his pocket, explaining, "The only character we can definitively identify is Aunt Kai, who lacks eyes and should be neutral that we can consult her about the remaining 3 rooms. She may help us pinpoint the murderer." Indeed, how did I not consider that? Lu Ohong's eyes brightened at this suggestion, that he had initially thought to enlist the 2 girls from room 101, dividing the remaining 7 into 3 teams to knock on each room's door, certain they could identify the killer. However, this method was fraught with risk. If luck was not on their side, trouble could arise at the first door. Yet what did the clues hint at regarding identifying the murderer? They could not simply accuse a malevolent spirit, for that would be ludicrous. After a brief respite from their frantic chase, the group in room 402 took a moment to recuperate. Nearly 20 hours without food or drink had undoubtedly drained their energy. Weariness etched on every face. Yet no one contemplated returning to search for sustenance. The immediate priority was to ascertain the identity of the murderer. Who knew what else might transpire or who the next victim might be? That unknown dread hung heavily upon each heart, akin to a weighty shackle. Following the earlier division of tasks, Su Yan's group was responsible for gleaning clues from Aunt Kai in room 401, while Chen Yishan's group ventured to room 101 to summon the perpetually inconspicuous Jiejia and Xin Xian to seek identifying clues. Luo Hong wiped the rainwater from his body and shook his head, attempting to ensure he could think clearly. When he emerged from the restroom, he found that Chen Yishan's team had already departed, leaving only Su Yan, who had no cigarettes to smoke, leaning against the sofa with a look of resignation. "Let us go, Su Gu," Luo Hong said, feeling at ease with the rapport he had established with Su Yan after several collaborations. His voice bore a note of determination, as if rallying both Su Yan and himself. It is time to unveil the truth. Yet at that moment, a sudden series of urgent knocks resounded at the door, the sound insistent and powerful, as if urging something forward. Moreover, the noise was not directed at the door of room 402, where Luo Hong and Su Yan were situated, but rather at Aunt Kai's door in room 401. This unforeseen turn of events tightened their hearts, an ominous premonition swelling within. "Oh no!" The two exchanged a glance. Hastily crouching behind the door of room 402, suppressing their breaths to listen intently. With a loud clatter, Aunt Kai opened the security door, seemingly unable to utter a word before the door was yanked open from the outside. Then Luo Hong heard a wave of agitated wails, filled with urgency and sorrow, stirring a sense of unease within him. Could it be the drunkard, whose tongue had been shredded? Luo Hong pondered, listening more intently. "Oh dear, young lady, I am not speaking out of turn. Just think about it. An elderly woman like me, all alone, with poor eyesight, how could I possibly know these things?" Outside, besides the wailing, Aunt Kai's voice carried an air of helplessness and grievance, as if she were defending herself, while the moans continued unabated. It sounded as if it were a girl confronting Aunt Kai outside. Realizing this, Luo Hong glanced at Su Yan, whose expression was grave, and a bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. The girl outside was likely neither the source ghost nor the vengeful spirit of room 601 with a complete tongue. Did he dare to steal a glance? Even if the spirit were akin to the drunkard, revival would take time, affording them both ample opportunity to escape from room 402. However, at that moment, Luo Hong was entirely unaware that his previously composed demeanor was evaporating. The mere thought of seeing the figure outside should not determine anything, yet he felt an insatiable desire to peek. This desire blazed within him like a consuming flame. In contrast, Su Yan's expression grew increasingly solemn upon hearing Luo Hong's thoughts. He placed a hand on Luo Hong, gently shaking his head in caution. Su Yan's eyes were filled with concern and wariness. He understood that this sudden urge was no coincidence. He, too, felt the urgency of time slipping away for everyone to seek clues. This unexpected craving could only signify that with the demise of the drunkard, another layer of shackles had been shed from the source ghost. As Su Yan struggled to suppress his own discomfort, he signaled Luo Hong to think carefully. Gradually regaining his rationality, beads of sweat surfaced on Luo Hong's forehead, but he suddenly realized that if he and Su Yan found it so difficult to resist, how could the two girls from room 101, who clearly possessed weaker willpower, or even the terrified Chao Hetong, possibly withstand this strange compulsion? Without time to ponder further, in a flash, Aunt Kai outside the door, unable to articulate her thoughts, was about to shut the door, wanting to send the woman away to vent her madness elsewhere. However, the young woman before her, clad in light summer attire, her tongue severed, clung tenaciously to the door of room 401, refusing to let Aunt Kai depart. The woman's eyes brimmed with fury and sorrow. Her severed tongue rendered her incapable of coherent speech, leaving her to emit only muffled sounds. Amidst the struggle, blood vessels began to surface in her eyes, and faint bloodstains appeared on her chest, revealing that she too was a wronged soul slain by the source ghost. The reason for her tongue's severance remained a mystery. At that moment, oblivious to the horrifying scene unfolding before him, Aunt Kai stubbornly held onto the door. However, as the vengeful spirit revived, an almost imperceptible chill began to seep through the stairwell. Meanwhile, behind the door of room 402, Su Yan could no longer contain himself. He could accept being pursued by the malevolent spirit outside, but Aunt Kai in room 401 absolutely must not come to harm. After all, she might be the only local resident capable of providing them with vital information amidst this mirage. He could not stand idly by as Aunt Kai found herself in peril. Thus, he abruptly rose to his feet, disregarding Luo Hong's astonished gaze, and pressed his eye against the peephole, without waiting to ascertain what he could see. Su Yan immediately pulled the still crouching Luo Hong towards the kitchen. Su Yan's decisive actions caught Luo Hong off guard, yet he understood that this was not the time for hesitation. He had no choice but to follow Su Yan's lead. In the stairwell, the woman grappling with Aunt Kai suddenly released her grip, allowing the muttering Aunt Kai to secure the door. The woman stood before room 401 without turning away, yet her head slowly rotated a full 180 degrees. Her blood-red eyes fixated on the door of room 402. But the severed tongue did not hinder her from issuing a chilling declaration. "You have seen me." The voice was rife with resentment and fury, as if it were a curse from the depths of hell. That moment. Having leapt into room 302, Su Yan distinctly heard this vengeful female voice and realized he had been marked by this vengeful spirit. The reason everyone had managed to escape from room 502 earlier was fundamentally due to the fact that the drunken spirit had not commenced its hunt before being dispatched by the source ghost. However, the female ghost on the fourth-floor staircase, who had now marked him, would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Su Yan did not succumb to despair, for the entity that had marked him was not the source ghost of the mirage and could not act with the same ruthless disregard as when it had slain Yen Feilong. As long as he maneuvered judiciously, Su Yan was confident in his survival. "Xiao Lu, I will maneuver along the windowsill and engage with the marked ghost. You should rendezvous with Chani Shan and the others downstairs after I return to the fourth floor with the ghost. Inform her that the source ghost has nearly exhausted its restraints, and we must clear this mirage by tomorrow at the latest. The curfew was set by the source ghost, and it is now 2 p.m. I will do my utmost to stall the ghost until curfew. You all head to room 201 and see if you can climb from the windowsill to room 401 to find Aunt Kai. She surely knows who the true perpetrator is. But for heaven's sake, do not enter room 301. No one knows whether it harbors the murderer." Aware of the dwindling time, Su Yan spoke rapidly, his words tightening Luo Hong's heart. Having recovered from his shock, Luo Hong also recognized the gravity of their situation. The moment the ghost's footsteps echoed in the third-floor staircase, Su Yan resolutely returned to the fourth floor via the windowsill. Almost instantly, Luo Hong distinctly heard the footsteps on the third floor cease, likely as the ghost pursued Su Yan to the fourth floor. Understanding the urgency, Luo Hong opened the door to descend, only to find Chani Shan rushing up from the second floor. "Where is Su Go? Something happened in room 101. It shouldn't be like this." Although Chani Shan's words had left Luo Hong momentarily dazed, he quickly stepped aside to allow her and her companions to enter room 302. His heart was heavy with confusion and unease, his mind racing to comprehend the situation at hand. Point two of the original residents had already perished, the drunken man and the young woman. So how could a ghost still be hunting? Had someone violated the rules of witnessing the hunt? This thought weighed heavily on Luo Hong's heart. Rewinding 20 minutes, Chani Shan and her group, having fled room 402, swiftly descended to the first floor according to their predetermined plan. However, upon arrival, they were met with an unexpected scene. The door to room 102 stood wide open, and several bloody handprints marred the door of room 101, but the faces of Chani Shan and her companions turned pale in an instant. Yet Dai Yongwen steeled himself and approached the door of room 101, positioning himself sideways to avoid looking, and knocked firmly. "I am Dai Yongwen. Is everything all right?" Despite his vigorous knocking, no response came from within room 101. The atmosphere grew increasingly dire, and Dai Yongwen's knocking gradually ceased. In the oppressive silence of the corridor, the closed door loomed like an insurmountable barrier, instilling a profound sense of dread and fear. It seemed that something terrible had occurred, and the three individuals in the stairwell wore grave expressions. Until now, the two girls in room 101 had not participated in the clue collection efforts. Judging by their behavior over the past 2 days, they likely remained hidden in their room until the mirage was resolved. With no response to their knocking, one could almost declare the two girls dead. Chun Jie, standing before the door, Dai Yongwen reluctantly withdrew his hand, casting a pleading glance at Chani Shan. His eyes were filled with confusion and terror, unsure of what to do next as he recalled the ghostly retribution of Chao Hetong, who was trembling like a leaf. Dai Yongwen felt utterly lost. The only seasoned member of their trio, Chani Shan, knew that she must remain calm and analyze the situation. With a furrowed brow, Chen Yishan's mind raced as she sought to identify the crux of the issue. The girls in room 101 were inherently timid, having experienced the ghost blocking the door the previous night. It was unlikely they would have left the room. What dangers might lurk within? The previous day, Yin Feilong had triggered the hunting rules by peering outside at the ghost, that if these two girls remained hidden indoors, would they also set off the hunting rules? Why had no incidents occurred in the other three rooms? What actions had the girls in room 101 taken that the others did not? This question plunged Chen Yishan into deep contemplation as she endeavored to discern the differences. Yet after much reflection, she found herself at a loss. Aware that there were no living souls left on the first floor and that remaining there would only heighten the risks, she resolved to return to the fourth floor for assistance from Su Yin. Chenjia, listen. It seems there are sounds coming from room 101. Suddenly, while standing at the door and meticulously searching for clues, Dai Yongwen detected peculiar noises emanating from within room 101. That his words carried a hint of surprise as he pressed his ear against the door, straining to discern the source of the sound. Upon hearing this, Chen Yishan cautiously leaned in to listen as well. The intermittent sounds, akin to the splashing of water, seemed to emanate faintly from the innermost part of room 101. What could be at the back of the room? A shiver ran down Chen Yishan's spine as she realized the kitchen and restroom lay at the far end. Yin Feilong had met his end in the restroom of room 102. This terrifying realization surged through Chen Yishan's mind. Who could be using the toilet in room 101 now? Could it be Yin Feilong, who had tragically perished there? The mere thought of this possibility sent shockwaves through Chen Yishan's mind. Were the original residents of the Mirage transformed into ghosts after death? Would outsiders slain by the Source Ghost also metamorphose into spirits? If that were the case, the difficulty of this mirage would be insurmountable. With this realization, Chen Yishan disregarded any curiosity about the happenings in room 101 and, with her companions, dashed back upstairs. Her sole thought was that the first floor was no longer safe. She needed to reunite with Su Yin as swiftly as possible. The number of ghosts within the mirage was nearing critical mass, and Su Yin possessed an artifact acquired from a previously cleared mirage that could repel or even obliterate vengeful spirits. However, upon arriving at room 302, the group was met with the grim news that Su Yin had already been marked by a ghost, plunging them into despair. In that instant, an invisible weight enveloped each person's heart, and a sense of hopelessness permeated the air. They understood that in this terrifying mirage, being marked by a ghost almost guaranteed death. And if Su Yin, their most experienced member, found himself in such dire straits, what hope could they possibly have? With the most seasoned Su Yin marked and compelled to contend with the ghost, Chen Yishan became the de facto leader in that moment. However, despite her reputation as a veteran, she had only cleared her own novice mirage and possessed no artifacts capable of combating ghosts. Currently, with ghosts present on the first, fourth, and fifth floors, did they really intend to climb back to the second floor via the windowsill and choose someone to confront the ghost on the first floor? This notion flickered through their minds, yet they recognized the extreme danger of such a choice. The ghost haunting room 101 could very well be Yin Feilong or the husband ghost that had appeared in the restroom of room 102 the previous night. The former was manageable, but the latter, being a familiar spirit of the Source Ghost, would actively hunt down anyone marked by it as soon as curfew approached. The gravity of the situation induced a profound sense of anxiety and fear in everyone. And Chen Yishan felt as though she had stumbled into a dead end. Just as they were engaged in hushed discussions, Su Yin, drenched from the rain, clambered through the kitchen window into room 302. He appeared somewhat fatigued, with water cascading from his hair and clothing. Having gone nearly a day and a night without sustenance, Su Yan's movements had grown sluggish under the relentless downpour, making even the simple act of climbing through the window a struggle. Ishan, why are you all here? Momentarily taken aback, Su Yan gasped in astonishment as he exclaimed that in an effort to buy time, he had just climbed up to the air conditioning unit outside room 502. It was only when he heard the ghostly footsteps echoing in the stairwell that he swiftly descended to the third floor to AT this moment. Upon seeing Su Yin, Chen Yishan seemed to have found her anchor. She hurriedly approached and assisted him to the bedside, lamenting, "Brother Su, something has happened in room 101. What shall we do now?" Following her lead, the other two who had just returned from the first floor chimed in, recounting the events that had transpired below and their deductions. Overwhelmed and fatigued, Su Yin decided to lie back on the bed, his mind racing. Why was this novice-level mirage so exceedingly challenging? In merely 2 days, 4 native inhabitants of the mirage and 3 newcomers had perished. What crucial details had they overlooked? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Su Yan's mind. Could survival entail gouging out one's own eyes? Akin to what Ankai had done, but how would that assist in identifying the murderer? He swiftly dismissed this notion. Having successfully navigated the mirage several times, Su Yan understood that maintaining composure was paramount in dire situations. If all else failed, he could forcibly utilize the relics and markers to confront the ghost directly, which would at least afford him a day's time to seek out clues. Meanwhile, Lu Ohong, who had been closely following Su Yan, was deep in thought, as if he had grasped a critical insight that it was known that the identities of the inhabitants of rooms 301, 501, and 602 remained uncertain. However, the young woman who had confronted Aunt Kai at the door of room 402 had piqued his interest. Yesterday, during their investigation of room 601, he recalled a shoe cabinet outside room 602, which, if memory served, contained high-heeled shoes. As he recalled these details, his confidence in his deduction grew stronger. The only ghost that matched the characteristics of room 602 was the young woman haunting the 4th-floor stairwell. This indicated that the murderer must reside in either room 301 or 501. Granting them a 50% chance of identifying the culprit through elimination. A flicker of hope surged within Lu Ohong as he felt he had uncovered a vital clue. Brother Su, please consider my analysis. I am uncertain of its validity. Since the murderer is confirmed to be between rooms 301 and 501, should we not approach Aunt Kai for confirmation? Su Yan felt a stir of interest but refrained from making an immediate decision. Earlier, in room 402, an overwhelming desire to spy had affected both him and Lu Ohong, yet Shinishan and her group had not experienced such a sensation. Based on his experience, this suggested that the source of the ghost was located on the 4th floor. Directly correlating with the two suspects, rooms 301 and 501, however, they still lacked a crucial clue. Whom would they identify in the path to survival? With a heavy sigh, Lu Ohong lamented that they appeared to have overlooked a significant lead. Moreover, following the deaths of Yin Fai Long and his companions, the shackles binding the source ghost had loosened further, making the path of survival in the mirage increasingly obscure. Chapter 10. The Garden of Happiness. Brother Su. It seems we have overlooked the most vital clue. Despite the dire circumstances, Lu Ohong, having narrowly escaped death, did not succumb to despair at this moment. The 5 remaining individuals were mentally racing, their eyes filled with anxiety and focus, striving to uncover a glimmer of hope amidst the hopelessness. Where lay the path to survival? This question loomed like a heavy boulder upon their hearts. Was it Aunt Kai? Yet, given her state, rather than protecting them post-identification, she would likely lead them into a trap set by the murderer. Was the option to gouge out their eyes to evade the rules of killing? Although the refrigerator in their room contained some food, the blind Aunt Kai had nearly fallen victim to the ghost, and they too would merely linger for a few days in such a state. Brother Su, if it comes to that, let me inquire with Aunt Kai once more. Chun Yishan declared, unwilling to remain idle. The most crucial task now is to ascertain whom we are identifying as the murderer. I believe Aunt Kai must possess the answer. Her eyes reflected determination and resolve, as she was prepared to risk venturing to room 401 in search of answers. In response, Lu Ohong, still processing the information at a rapid pace, immediately stood to counter her assertion. The source ghost has actively hunted all the native inhabitants over the past 2 days without targeting us, which indicates a degree of intelligence. Setting aside the risk of encountering the female ghost by going upstairs to find Aunt Kai, if I were the source ghost, I would certainly position a specter to lie in wait at the entrance of room 401. Whoever goes there will meet their demise. His words held merit, and once again, despair washed over the room. Wait, there is still a way. Su Yan interjected as he pulled out a rain-soaked cigarette and placed it between his lips, calmly suggesting, if we return to room 201 and traverse via the windows to reach room 401, we can circumvent the potential dangers lurking in the 4th-floor stairwell. However, the 1st floor was evidently haunted. And what if the occupant of room 301 was indeed the murderer? The group recollected that the entrance to room 301 was impeccably tidy, with only a couplet affixed to the door indicating it was not vacant, making it impossible to ascertain whether the occupant was the killer. This uncertainty infused their plan with risk. With no other alternative available, Lu Ohong, feeling the urgency of time, rose to rally the group, stating, "If we can successfully reach room 401 and inquire with Aunt Kai for clues, each of us stands a chance at survival. I shall lead the charge. If there is a ghost in room 301, let it mark me. Then I will join Brother Sue on the lower floors to contend with the specter while the rest of you continue to room 401 in search of a way out." In this life and death moment, Lu Ohong unhesitatingly took the lead, determined to secure a chance for survival for everyone. With this course of action established, the others had no choice but to accept the plan. Bearing the weight of responsibility, Su Yin glanced at the time and urged everyone to swiftly descend from the windowsill to the second floor, promising to listen for footsteps in the corridor. Once the ghost pursued them, he would continue upward to evade it. Take care as they passed by Su Yin. Seated on the bed, each person offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. The endeavor to contend with a vengeful ghost was easier said than done. After all, nightfall was approaching, and the ghost's power was revitalizing. While the human strength waned in this shifting dynamic, Su Yin, marked by the ghost, risked being cornered should he falter, with dire consequences awaiting him. The group swiftly descended from room 302 to room 201. Standing in the kitchen, Lu Ohong steeled himself and bravely crawled out. Moments later, he found himself perched on the windowsill of room 201, where the rain outside continued to patter down with the same fervor as the previous day. Already feeling fatigued due to his less-than-stellar physique, climbing was proving to be a daunting task. Lu Ohong gritted his teeth, striving to overcome his exhaustion and fear that I must push through, he thought. Every individual still alive is striving for our collective survival. I cannot falter. After considerable effort, he finally reached the window of room 301 that although he was reluctant to peer inside, the broad window inevitably allowed a glimpse into the kitchen of room 301. Wait, what is that shadow inside the window? A mere glance sent a shiver down Lu Ohong's spine, an overwhelming sense of fear washing over him. Doubting whether he had already been marked, he resolved to confront the shadow directly. His heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. It appeared to be a set of clothing. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Ohong stared in disbelief at the shadow, which turned out to be nothing more than a meticulously laundered police uniform. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind, and a bold hypothesis began to take form. Without delay, Lu Ohong chose not to seek Aunt Kai in room 401 for confirmation. Instead, he leaped down from the windowsill and returned to room 201, his heart brimming with excitement and exhilaration. The path to survival was now within reach. "Are you all right?" Upon witnessing Lu Ohong's rapid return, the others immediately speculated whether a ghost lurked in room 301. Given that Lu Ohong had been marked, their faces betrayed concern as they anxiously observed him. The already terrified Chow Hetong retreated a few steps, leaning against the door, prepared to flee at any moment. Yet Lu Ohong, now privy to the truth, remained unperturbed by their apprehension. Instead, he focused intently on the worried Chin Yishan, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "Sister Yishan, I have found the answer." "What?" Both Chin Yishan and the nearly despondent Dai Yongwen and Chow Hetong drew closer. Their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked to Lu Ohong. "We were misled from the outset by the two shadows in room 601 that the crux of this mirage is not merely identifying the murderer at the earliest opportunity, but rather determining whom to identify. In other words, we must locate the NPC capable of combating the Source Ghost and preserving our lives against the vengeful specter, although the Source Ghost possesses a certain level of intelligence. Having killed 4 indigenous people in merely 2 days, it has also revealed a crucial issue. Aunt Kai was evidently aware of an abundance of information, yet no incident befell her. Could it be that this was merely due to Aunt Kai's blindness, rendering her incapable of triggering his hunting rules? I believe there lies a deeper implication. The Source Ghost intends to manipulate Aunt Kai, driving us to exhaustion as we perish one by one in the quest for clues to the murderer. His words shone like a beacon, piercing through the gloom that enveloped the hearts of the crowd. Lu Ohong excitedly conveyed to everyone, "Have you all noticed that neither our room nor the indigenous people's quarters have telephones or mobile phones? Thus, the identification in the clues must point towards a resident within the building." The kitchen of room 301 displayed a police uniform hanging out to dry, indicating that this officer was undoubtedly the key to the Mirage's escape. The more they pondered, the more convinced Chen Yishan became of this deduction. Her eyes sparkled as she resolutely declared, The murderer must be the occupant of room 501. Let us proceed to room 301 to identify him. Unexpectedly, the clue to survival was not hidden at the door, but rather concealed at the back of the room. Indeed, Lugu, you are truly my brother. Your efforts have saved my life this time. The group was filled with gratitude, lamenting their prior oversight while also rejoicing in Lu Ohang's discovery. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that earlier, the drunken man in his room, on the verge of revealing information about the murderer, had been swiftly hunted down by the Source Ghost. What might be the consequences of their boisterous celebration over discovering the murderer now? At the very moment Qinishan uttered the murderer's room number, the stairwell on the 5th floor was immediately shrouded in darkness, as if an invisible hand had swiftly obscured all light. That a bone-chilling cold seeped through the doorplate of room 501, and in the pitch-black confines of the room. A hand suddenly emerged, gently twisting the doorknob. In an instant, a darkness that brooked no resistance surged forth from the door of room 501, flooding the entire stairwell. This darkness surged like a tumultuous tide, rapidly engulfing everything in its path. The already flickering lights in the stairwell extinguished completely. In this abyss, all became indistinct, save for a pair of malevolent red eyes that slowly ignited in the darkness. I see you, it whispered. In room 402. Suyin gasped heavily in the kitchen, desperately seizing the moment to rest. His chest heaved violently, sweat cascading down his cheeks, even as the female ghost approached the doorway. On the verge of breaking in amidst her relentless inquiries, he could not quell his need for respite. Suyin was utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally at his limit. If he did not take a moment to recover, he would be unable to flee any longer. His astonishment. At the threshold, the vengeful spirit, on the brink of losing control, suddenly screamed and ceased its knocking. What is happening? Suyin thought quickly. Could it be that someone had uncovered a path to survival? This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he immediately retrieved his phone and dialed Qinishan. After explaining the situation, Suyin pieced together the entire narrative of the mirage, exclaiming, "Stay in room 301 and do not venture out. If you have successfully deduced the murderer, you must have triggered the hunting rules. The Source Ghost is likely already broken free from its shackles." Suyin's words sent a shiver through Qinishan and the others on the other end of the line, as they grasped the gravity of their predicament. Just as if to corroborate his statement, following the engulfment of darkness that enveloped the stairwell from the 1st to the 6th floor, a heavy footfall resonated from the 5th floor. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps were dull yet powerful, as though each step weighed heavily upon the hearts of those listening. It appeared that the spatial lockdown between the floors had been lifted, yet no one felt inclined to celebrate. For the familiar sound of footsteps belonged to the murderer who had emerged from room 601 the previous night. At that moment, Suyin still clutched the phone, not having hung up, drawing upon his experience. He swiftly formulated a plan. Ishan, the Source Ghost has two options: to directly commence hunting us or to proceed to room 301 to eliminate the police officer. However, based on its choices over the past 2 days, it is far more likely to first target the indigenous people. Now that the Source Ghost has shed its restraints, it has begun to extend its domain. The stairwell is now in a state of lockdown. I cannot traverse the stairs to assist you. You and the others must quickly move from the windowsill into room 301 to identify the murderer. Suyin urged fervently, insisting that Qinishan and the others act swiftly. Before he could finish a sentence, he heard the Source Ghost's footsteps descend from the 5th to the 4th floor, an even more intense chill radiating forth, causing him to shiver even as he hid in the kitchen. Yet, to his relief, the Source Ghost, perhaps feeling confident of its victory, did not descend directly to the 3rd floor, but instead knocked on the door of room 401. Kai, are you there? In the stairwell. An exceedingly malicious voice echoed, as a tall shadow loomed at the door of room 401, knocking leisurely, that if one were to overlook its blood-red, pupil-less eyes, it might appear as merely a courteous neighbor, albeit with slightly darker skin. However, the malice emanating from this shadow seemed capable of penetrating the door, enveloping Aunt Kai in its sinister aura. Inside the room, Aunt Kai let out a soft sigh. Rising from her seat in front of the television with its faded white screen, and leisurely made her way to the door. With a gentle pull, she opened the door and gazed fearlessly at the towering shadow before her, calmly inquiring, "Teacher Wong, are you still unwilling to let go?" "Let go?" The shadow, addressed as Teacher Wong, showed no urgency to act violently. Instead, it began to reminisce languidly. "Aunt Kai, you have always claimed that the residents of our happy garden are like family, urging mutual assistance and harmony. Yet when I was pursued by debt collectors, bloodied and battered, our neighbors not only failed to lend a hand, but spoke ill of me behind my back. Do you know what they called me? A gambling addict? A beast in human guise." The unrestrained resentment and bitterness poured forth from the shadow's eyes, as if it sought to ignite the entire world in flames. It no longer cared about the little mouse eavesdropping from room 402, just as it disregarded the elderly woman before it, who had actively sought the police to apprehend him. Had someone intervened during the debt collection incident, he would not have been driven to target the newlywed couple in room 601. The shadow felt no remorse, only a sense of indignation for failing to repay the gambling debts. Ironically, the murderer, caught in the act of stealing from the newlywed couple in room 601, had panicked and killed one of them, only to discover that the 3 gold items used for their marriage were nothing more than gold-plated silver. At this point, the Source Ghost, overwhelmed by the fear of debt, felt no guilt or desire to surrender. Instead, an inferno of rage ignited within him. "You all have the means to marry. Why is it you cannot help me?" Tragically, the couple in room 601, who had painstakingly saved to purchase a modest apartment in the city, had not yet experienced a few days of marital bliss before being brutally slain by the twisted Source Ghost. What is even more appalling is that, upon regaining clarity, the Source Ghost did not cease its rampage but instead continued its slaughter, dismembering the resisting husband and flushing his remains down the toilet, while the wife, in her struggle, had her tendons severed. This explains why, when the male ghost killed Yin Fai Long, his wife could only crawl helplessly on the ground while her husband appeared mysteriously in the bathroom. Subsequently, a nightmare completely enveloped the Happy Garden community. The Source Ghost, having utterly lost its conscience, did not lay down its weapon. Its malevolence spread like a dark tide. When the girl in room 602 sensed something amiss and sought help from the only other male resident in the building, the drunken man, already dulled by alcohol, chose to knock on the door of room 501, hoping to extort some money for liquor. As a result, he had his hands severed by the Source Ghost. And the girl from room 602 also suffered the fate of having her tongue cut out as punishment for her indiscreet chatter that in a matter of days. The only living souls left in the entire building were him and Aunt Kai in room 401. Under such circumstances, Aunt Kai was hardly naive. She had certainly deduced the identity of the murderer. However, paralyzed by fear of the killer and the anxiety of whether the haunted property would remain unleased, she opted for silence. Thus began the nightmare of Happy Garden, where everyone perished in selfishness and cowardice, leaving only the couple in room 601 as truly innocent to the doorstep of room 401. The Source Ghost, freed from its memories, could no longer contain its emotions. The long-repressed urge to kill surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, even though Aunt Kai had not triggered the hunting rules. Now that it had escaped its shackles, it deemed that Aunt Kai had seen it, and thus her fate was sealed. The eyes of the Source Ghost were filled with coldness and determination, devoid of any mercy. Without a single movement, the vengeful spirits that had perished at its hands emerged one by one from the darkness behind it. The wife with severed tendons, the husband who had been mutilated beyond recognition, the woman with a tongue cut out and a mouth full of blood, and the worthless drunkard with a severed right hand. Yes, even Yin Fai Long, who bore 2 large, gaping wounds on his face, wore a grotesque smile as he dragged 2 corpses by their legs. The 2 girls, their limbs broken and faces down, being dragged along the ground, were none other than Jiejia and Xian, who had been hiding in room 101. The appearance of these spirits rendered the entire scene even more horrifying and sanguinary. Amidst the pleas for mercy from Aunt Kai, the spirits silently encircled her. Each one brandished an identical, pointed bone knife, their faces expressionless as they plunged their weapons into her. The sharp blades glimmered menacingly in the air as they struck. Once, twice, with Aunt Kai's anguished screams, the once amiable figure was gradually reduced to a mass of indistinguishable flesh. Before the puddle of flesh stood the Source Ghost, its vengeful gaze piercing through the staircase directly at room 301 below. Its voice was filled with rage and hatred, as if it sought to drag all the living into hell. At that moment, the individuals who had already entered room 301 had lost all sense of time. The cold wind howled through the shattered glass of the kitchen, and the sounds of the unsealed, happy community resembled a hell that devoured the unwary. Inside lay malevolent spirits. Outside, shrouded in mist. Were it not for Chun Yishan's warning that leaping into the fog was a path to death, Chao Hedong would have surely jumped into the mist to escape. Fear etched across his face. His body trembled slightly as he struggled to suppress his terror. Knowing that time was of the essence, the group rushed into the bedroom of room 301, as the living room and kitchen offered no hiding places. Indeed, upon the bed in room 301 lay a pale-faced young man, clearly the owner of the police uniform. "Wake up," De Yongwen called out, his anxious hands trembling as he shook the young man. "Officer, the murderer is almost at the door, and you're still asleep." De Yongwen's voice was filled with urgency and concern, and it must be said that his actions proved effective. The disoriented officer was jolted awake. The murderer? The officer's eyes, bloodshot and bewildered, revealed his confusion, as if he had not fully grasped the situation. "Who is the murderer?" His tone bore a hint of urgency, as he seemed to realize the gravity of the circumstances. "It's the resident of room 501. He has killed all the residents of this building, and our 3 companions." Between questions and answers, the officer sat up and strode towards the kitchen to retrieve his uniform. However, the Source Ghost, having already broken free from its restraints, would not allow him this opportunity. As De Yongwen roused the officer, it had already been tampering with the lock of room 301 for some time. Shrouded in a tangible darkness, creak, just as the officer, regarded by the group as their last hope, hastily approached the kitchen door. The anti-theft door of room 301 was flung open from the outside. The shrill sound echoed like a death knell, flooding the hearts of the onlookers with despair. "Unfortunately, this time I was quicker," the Source Ghost Wongwen declared, his voice brimming with malice and delight. His gaze swept over everyone in the room, flanked by 7 vengeful spirits, exuding a nauseating stench. That moment, the Source Ghost was unstoppable, gliding forward with the flowing darkness into room 301 that stopped. To their surprise, even in the face of the Source Ghost's overwhelming presence, the officer dared to issue a command. "Suspect Wongwen, you are under arrest for murder. Immediately drop your weapon and return with me for questioning." Upon hearing this command, the Source Ghost Wongwen actually halted his advance, though his malevolent gaze remained fixed on the officer, as if contemplating whether the officer truly possessed any means to harm him. Yet Luo Hong, standing behind the officer, observed closely as beads of cold sweat began to form on the back of the handsome young man, who was signaling frantically with his hidden hand. The police officer's hand pointed firmly at the uniform still hanging in the kitchen. "This is bad." Luo Hong realized the implication. The uniform was likely the very tool that could turn the tide against the Source Ghost. He understood the dire circumstances. They were racing against time, and every second could determine their fate. But there was no time to help the officer don his uniform, with their numbers still fewer than the vengeful spirits. 4 people rushing in would only serve to feed the enemy, that he knew that their collective strength could not hope to contend with the Source Ghost and its minions. Yet with no choice but to act, Luo Hong gestured to the others to distract the Source Ghost, then quietly began to retreat towards the police uniform. Meanwhile, among the vengeful spirits, the drunkard whose tongue and vocal cords had been mutilated noticed Luo Hong's subtle maneuvering. But unable to make a sound, he could only widen his eyes and frantically wave his one remaining arm. The drunkard's gaze was filled with urgency and rage as he attempted to alert the Source Ghost, yet was rendered voiceless. The Source Ghost, momentarily taken aback by the drunkard's frantic gestures, followed his line of sight and immediately felt a surge of anger at Luo Hong's small act of defiance. "How dare you play such tricks before me?" The Source Ghost, who prided itself on being elegant, civilized, and in control, was consumed by rage. Its fury blazed like an inferno, drowning its reason in an instant. "Leave none alive." Upon issuing this command, all the vengeful spirits at its side seemed to gain newfound freedom, crawling and walking towards Chun Yishan and the others. The spirits moved swiftly and ferociously, intent on inflicting upon the innocent the suffering they had endured. Just a moment more, and Luo Hong turned and dashed into the kitchen, yanking down the police uniform. But as he turned back, still unable to hand the uniform over, he was struck by a chilling realization. The police officer, the one everyone had pinned their hopes on, stepped forward to shield the group from the stabbing knives of the vengeful spirits. multiple wounds appearing across his chest. The officer's face contorted in pain, yet his eyes burned with a fierce determination, glaring mercilessly at the spirits before him. Luo Hong, heart sinking to the depths of despair, felt his anger boil over. He could accept death, but he would never allow the good people before him to perish one by one while the evildoers thrived as malevolent spirits, with no time to think. He acted instinctively, stepping over the now limp Yangwan and Chen Yishan, who had resigned to their fate, summoning his courage to kick down the grinning husband spirit in front of him and desperately pulling the officer back. But at that moment, the officer's face had nearly drained of color, that he opened his mouth to say something. But only bubbles of blood emerged. He could feel his life slipping away swiftly, and his gaze toward Luo Hong was filled with helplessness and regret. The last to react, Chao Hetong, witnessing this scene and realizing the vengeful spirits were now merely a step away, lost all semblance of reason and bolted towards the kitchen window. But as he stepped out, a piercing scream escaped him. It hurts so much. Under the terrified gazes of the others, the rain, which would have merely soaked a person, corroded Chao Hetong's face and body like strong acid, creating gaping holes that in no time. He melted away in the pitch-black rain-soaked night, much like snow under the sun. Chapter 12. The Garden of Happiness on the brink of despair following Aunt Kai's death. The entire building seemed to be shrouded in a layer of eerie gloom, permeated by an air of the bizarre and terrifying. Within this seemingly sturdy structure, it appeared that only the locked rooms could barely be deemed safe zones. However, at that moment in room 301, countless malevolent spirits surged forth like a relentless tide, mercilessly blocking the last escape route for the living. Alas, was this to be the end? Even Luo Hong, who had yearned to win this game, could not help but let out a deep sigh. His face bore the marks of resignation and despair, the once steadfast light in his eyes now dimmed. Having nearly given up, Luo Hong leaned against the unconscious police officer and sank slowly to the ground. As if all the strength had been drained from him in that instant, that in this desperate situation, Luo Hong, with nothing left to lose, unleashed a torrent of curses at the source ghost at the door. Wang Wen, you heartless gambling fiend. Look at what you have done to these people. The one who truly deserves to die is you. Today, we may have made a misstep, but you will surely face retribution in the future. His voice echoed in the silent space, filled with rage and defiance. As the source ghost felt the weight of Chao Hetong's death, it shed yet another layer of restraint and regained a semblance of sanity. Yet this sliver of sanity did not evoke any guilt or remorse. Instead, it fueled its arrogance. Upon hearing Luo Hong's furious denunciation, the source ghost scoffed. Retribution? Where is your retribution? I wish to see who can harm me now. Who dares to harm me? As the echoes of his words faded, an unexpected alteration transpired. From the profoundly dark corridor outside, a man with a pockmarked visage abruptly dashed in without warning. His countenance was horrifying, marred by numerous grotesque scars of corrosion. Yet he mustered a strained smile and confidently inquired, "Why the hesitation?" In a swift motion, he tore open a peculiar, stout cigarette from his pack, scattering the ashen remnants upon the body of the source ghost. Wang Wen, give it a try. This is authentic Maoshan Taoist ashes. Su Yan's voice pierced through the enveloping darkness, awakening the survival instincts of those present. Wang Wen, now covered in the ashes, stood frozen, his previously imperious demeanor abruptly crystallized. The obsidian skin of the source ghost transformed into a fiery crimson, reminiscent of ignited charcoal. In that moment, the relic capable of dispelling evil manifested its tremendous power. Channeling the exorcising force embedded within the Taoists remains to deliver righteous retribution upon Wang Wen's being. Amidst the flickering lights, the onlookers discerned that Wang Wen's dark exterior was merely the parched skin scorched by flames. The agony of impending death had materialized into a tangible shroud of darkness, enveloping him in an impenetrable barrier. Yet, under the influence of the relic, this dark shell began to disintegrate. Wang Wen emitted a wretched howl as his wounds were violently reopened. Yes, the source ghost succumbed to the relic's assault. His form began to revert to that of a dying human, revealing large areas of severe burns on his grotesque visage, while a nauseating stench of charred flesh wafted through the air. The specters surrounding him reflected sheer terror, their forms flickering between substance and void, their movements stilled in place. A prime opportunity. Lu Ohong, without needing Su Yan's prompting, swiftly draped a police jacket over the unconscious officer. To his astonishment, the jacket transformed into a charred shell, mirroring Wang Wen's own. The now unconscious officer, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh, gradually regained his footing and rasped, "I remember now, Wang Wen. I perished in the Happy Garden." Consumed by the inferno that engulfed the entire building, his form, frail and scorched, appeared as if it could shatter at any moment. Yet his steps were resolute, leaving a trail of blood as he approached the struggling Wang Wen. With each stride, room 301, and indeed the entire edifice, revealed its true nature, an aftermath of fiery devastation, embodying the helplessness and determination of a lawman who had failed in his duty. The cracks in the walls told tales of suffering and struggle, while the ashes on the ground reflected the horror of the conflagration, evoking a profound sorrow and desolation. "I am He Junjie, a distinguished graduate of Lianhua City Police University. This time, I shall ensure you descend to hell." His voice, hoarse yet resolute, resonated with an intensity that did not emanate a chill, but rather a fierce warmth. As he stood before the onlookers that in their sight, the transformed He Junjie seized the still struggling source ghost. Wang Wen, disregarding his pleas and cries for mercy. From his chest, an inferno erupted, igniting into an unquenchable blaze that soared skyward, illuminating the dim chamber without scorching the others present. Wang Wen writhed desperately in He Junjie's grasp. Terror and despair etched across his face. Yet He Junjie's arms, forged of iron, held him fast, denying any chance of escape. As the flames surged, He Junjie's frail, charred form became increasingly brittle, fragments beginning to flake away. The spectators gazed in awe at the unfolding scene, filled with admiration. As the flames gradually subsided, Wang Wen's wails diminished, until both he and He Junjie vanished within the inferno's embrace. In the final moments before his corporeal form turned to ash, He Junjie, his features marred by the flames, managed to turn his head with great effort, leaving behind his last words to Lu Ohong and the others. "Thank you for your assistance, at last. The murderer has been brought to justice." As his words lingered, he, along with Source Ghost Wang Wen and all the specters, vanished into the column of fire reaching towards the ceiling. The blaze illuminated the entire room, and outside, the rain had ceased, sunlight streaming into the Happy Garden. Moments later, as the flames extinguished, only a patch of black ash remained. Approaching the kitchen for a glance outside, Su Yin confirmed the dissipating mirage. Disregarding the pain of his own corrosion, limping towards the remnants of ash. With great difficulty, he crouched down, sifting through the ashes until he unearthed a police badge. Warped by the flames, that he examined the relic. Imbued with He Junjie's lingering spirit, and without a hint of nostalgia, tossed it to the still-dazed Lu Ohong. "Take custody of the relic of the murderer you identified, He Junjie's legacy." The badge arced through the air, and Lu Ohong instinctively reached out to catch it. It felt warm to the touch, though its once gleaming metallic sheen had darkened, the intricate patterns now obscured. Grasping the relic, Lu Ohong sensed a chill distinct from the source ghost, conveying the dissipating essence of obsession. Staring blankly at the badge, he was overwhelmed with emotion, as if He Junjie's final words echoed in his ears. Observing Lu Ohong's dazed expression, Su Yin sighed softly. The pain of his corrosion remained intense, yet he resolutely patted Lu Ohong's shoulder, stating, "We must depart. This nightmare has finally concluded." His gaze drifted towards the window, where the mist had thinned, sunlight piercing through the dense clouds. Meanwhile, Chen Yishan swallowed hard, her eyes ablaze, fixated on the relic in Lu Ohong's hands. That moment, she recognized that this exceptionally talented novice was on the verge of becoming a full-fledged crew member of their haunted vessel. After hearing Su Yan's explanations, Lu Ohong understood that significant figures within the mirage had the potential to yield relics. However, only by fulfilling certain conditions, perhaps unraveling the obsessions of the vengeful spirits or gaining the approval of pivotal individuals, could one acquire corresponding relics upon exiting the mirage. Grasping the police badge tightly, he pondered, could it be that in his final moments, He Junjie recognized me? Ignoring Lu Ohong's dazed state, Su Yin continued to enlighten the two newcomers before him. Relics possess extraordinary powers. Yet only those deemed worthy can harness their full potential. In this mirage, He Junjie's chosen was Lu Ohong, who, amid despair, fought valiantly to reclaim him from the clutches of the specters. Thus, upon hearing He Junjie's last words, Su Yin felt a high probability of a relic's existence and directly unearthed the badge from the ashes. Otherwise, Lu Ohong, unaware of the situation, would have missed out on the relic concealed within the remnants. At that moment, room 301 lay in disarray. The furnishings, sofa, bed, and others were reduced to charred ruins, leaving the weary Lu Ohong and Su Yin to lie side by side upon the floor in serene silence. They lay there, listening to their labored breaths, slowly regaining their strength in the absence of the vengeful spirit's threat. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 living souls from this ordeal meticulously searched each room, starting from 601, ensuring no relics were overlooked. Seemingly sensing Lu Ohong's bewildered gaze, Su Yin, suppressing his pain, turned slightly to explain. After clearing the mirage, the scene will no longer pose dangers. It may reveal undiscovered relics that meet certain conditions. Once they have thoroughly searched the area, we can retrace our steps back. Lu Ohong nodded slightly, his confusion beginning to dissipate. That Su Yin continued to elucidate. Upon completion, the mirage will transform into a prayer bead, which not only serves as the sole source of power for our haunted vessel, but can also upgrade its facilities. However, a paper money-grade white prayer bead typically sustains a small vessel's power for merely 1 month. Chapter 13. Captain. According to Su Yin, the realm beyond death was an expansive ocean, a boundless sea traversed by the crew of their haunted vessel, referred to as the Yellow Spring Sea. Fortunate souls awaken within the mirage, boarding the haunted vessel that will guide them after successfully clearing it. Throughout this enigmatic voyage, the crew must utilize their wits amid relentless struggles, striving to sustain the vessel's power and prepare for the forthcoming mirage. Every soul adrift in the Yellow Spring Sea believes that if the haunted vessel sails far enough, it will surely reach land, granting them a genuine second chance at life. This conviction fuels the crew's journey through the bizarre and perilous world they inhabit. After absorbing this fantastical narrative, Lu Ohong remained silent for a moment before resolutely tucking the relic into his pocket and assisting Su Yin as they descended step by step towards the community's exit. Su Ge, I appreciate your efforts. I owe you my life. Lu Ohong's voice was deep and sincere, that he understood that had it not been for Su Yan's timely intervention with the Source Ghost, buying him precious moments, the police would have had no chance to revive and counterattack the Source Ghost. At a faint, weary smile appeared on Su Yan's face as he weakly waved his hand in response, saying, "From now on, we are all crew members on the same vessel, so there's no need for excessive formality." Curiously, Lu Ohong inquired, "By the way, does our ghost ship have a name?" "You'll find out once you board. If you have any questions, just ask the captain later," came the reply. That moment, Chinese Shan and her companion, who had been exploring other rooms, returned to room 301. Amidst their lively banter, they departed from the garden that had consumed 4 souls. As everyone stepped out of the gates of the garden, it felt as if an invisible curtain was slowly descending. The once vibrant community behind them began to fade, like a pencil sketch erased by an eraser, disappearing bit by bit into the ether. The buildings that had once been filled with terror and despair now left only a void, as if they had never existed. In the end, a pale bead, resembling carved bone, suddenly appeared in Lu Ohong's pocket. The agonizing struggles of 2 days and nights, filled with heart-stopping experiences, felt like a dream, leaving him both exhilarated and terrified. Yet, the nature of this extraordinary journey remained ambiguous. He was uncertain of what the future held. Upon leaving the mirage, all the wounds and pains from their strenuous exertion vanished. A peculiar rule of the mirage, was as though nothing had ever transpired, save for the memories reminding them of the brutal battle they had faced. The 4 individuals, including Yin Feilong and Chao Hedong, who had laughed and joked with them just yesterday, had completely disappeared within that community ruled by a murderous fiend. Only the memories in their minds, along with the beads and remnants in Lu Ohong's possession, could attest to their harrowing confrontations and cunning struggles over the past 2 days. That moment, the group, awakening from the illusion, found themselves still clad in damp clothing. They stood on the sandy beach of a natural island, where the waves crashed around them and the sea breeze howled, bringing with it a salty tang. Lu Ohong squinted and noticed a medium-sized cruise ship anchored not far from the shore. The ship glimmered under the sunlight, radiating a metallic sheen, resembling a castle floating upon the sea. Wow, this has certainly leveled up. Chun Shan, now free from any life-threatening danger, regained her lively spirit, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Oh Hong, you and Xiao Dai are now our ghost ship's reserve crew members. The ghost ship is our only lifeline in the underworld. She explained while assisting Su Yin in dragging the lifeboat that had been thrown overboard towards the shore. Every new crew member brings about a change in the ghost ship, and when the number of crew members reaches a new threshold, the ship will upgrade. With a glimmer of hope for the future in her eyes, Chun Shan recounted how, when she first boarded, their ghost ship was merely a small speedboat commonly found in tourist areas. With only one deck to AT that time, everyone was cramped in the narrow cabin, lacking even a space to rest. However, after she and another new crew member joined the team through the welcoming Mirage, the ghost ship evolved into a medium-sized yacht with one deck. Though it still lacked rooms, it at least had a refrigerator and a stove, sparing them from subsisting on dry chips and crackers. Now, with Lu Ohong and Dai Yongwen's arrival, the ghost ship had transformed into one over 20 meters long, boasting 2 decks. The spacious vessel and its ample amenities were undoubtedly rewards for the brave. Only those daring enough to participate in the welcoming Mirage and successfully bring out newcomers could enjoy a better living environment. Does that mean the more people we have, the better? Perhaps we'll even have the chance to sail a carrier in the future. Upon hearing about the upgrade rules, Dai Yongwen's eyes lit up with excitement and anticipation, as if he could already envision himself standing proudly on the deck of an aircraft carrier. Not necessarily. Su Yin interjected, explaining, upgrading the ship leads to faster energy consumption, and even the simplest Mirage carries lethal risks. The welcoming instance isn't always available. Striking a sobering note, he continued, balancing a large number of crew members with sufficient energy is quite challenging. His words doused Dai Yongwen's newly ignited enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Feeling invigorated from successfully navigating the Mirage, Chun Shan volunteered to row the boat. Before long, the 4 of them reached the side of the ghost ship in the lifeboat. The medium-sized cruise ship rested serenely on the water's surface, with no one to greet them. That it's so luxurious, was Lu Ohong's immediate thought. The pristine white lower deck featured a galley, small sofas, 2 bedrooms, and 2 private washrooms. The upper deck was furnished with comfortable sofa beds, a dining table fixed to the floor, and an unmanned control panel. Before the futuristic control panel sat a young woman dressed in a JK uniform. Her height just over 1.60 meters, with her back turned toward them. Dai Yongwen, feeling triumphant after clearing the Mirage, approached her without hesitation, saying, "Hello, beautiful. This charming fellow and I are the new crew members. We look forward to your guidance." A confident smile adorned his face, as if his charisma were irresistible. Meanwhile, Chun Shan, still immersed in the excitement of the ghost ship's upgrade, gently supported her forehead with her hand and sighed. She knew Dai Yongwen's reckless nature would inevitably lead to trouble. Unfortunately, Su Yin had already retreated to an unoccupied room to freshen up and rest, or else he might have stopped Dai Yongwen. "Welcome, my crew." The lovely woman turned around, crossing her legs and folding her arms, her voice bright and clear as she announced, "You are aboard the Flying Dutchman. I am your captain, Dao Yuntian from now on. You may call me Captain Yuntian or simply Captain." Her voice exuded authority and confidence, instilling an involuntary sense of respect in those before her. Dai Yongwen, who had initiated the conversation, retracted his outstretched hand with a look of embarrassment. In contrast, Chun Shan approached her with a sweet tone, asking, "Captain, why did our ghost ship change its name again? Wasn't it called the Golden Mary before? What's wrong with that?" Dao Yuntian replied, eyeing her with a hint of authority while sucking on a lollipop. "Don't you think the Flying Dutchman suits our ghost ship perfectly?" Being a mere trainee, Chun Shan dared not disagree, offering a few compliments before recounting their recent Mirage experience to the captain. However, upon learning that their group had nearly faced annihilation while searching for clues in room 502, Dao Yuntian exclaimed, "Fools! I merely visited another Mirage while you accepted the invitation. How could you make such a rookie mistake?" She continued, her tone serious. "When there are enough people in the Mirage, you must act in groups. Otherwise, it can easily lead to total annihilation." She listened patiently. Dao Yuntian furrowed her brow, summarizing, "You've made several mistakes in this Mirage, greatly increasing its difficulty." Her gaze was stern and earnest as she assessed the 3 newcomers. First, the clues clearly indicated the need to identify the killer. You should have prioritized seeking out forces that could contend with the source ghost in the scene. Had you awakened the police to assist you in finding clues right away, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost, and you might have obtained relics from other residents. Second, even if there are newcomers unwilling to cooperate, you must insist on bringing them along. The hidden rule in the Mirage is that a passive approach will attract the attention of vengeful spirits. This is partly my fault. I haven't brought newcomers in a long time and failed to mention this to you. Third, the wisdom of the Source Ghost actually exposes much information and slows its hunting pace that I end future mirages. Do not rely on vengeful spirits showing leniency, especially you, Ishan. You have not participated in higher difficulty mirages. The Source Ghost in advanced mirages may even set traps. Dao Yuntian, with her wealth of experience, took it upon herself to educate the three newcomers. She informed them that the vast majority of mirages fall into 3 difficulty levels. The easiest, known as the paper money mirage, often referred to as the welcoming mirage, frequently adjusts its difficulty to ensure newcomers do not face total annihilation. This serves as the first step for newcomers entering this eerie world, providing them with opportunities to gradually adapt and grow. Meanwhile, the mirages containing silver coins are known as curse mirages, where the vengeful spirits show no mercy. Once the hunting rules are triggered, unless rectified promptly or aided by the power of relics, escape from death is nearly impossible. In curse mirages, the clues to survival are deeply concealed. The crew members involved must work together to uncover clues and piece together the truth, unless one possesses elite capabilities. The survival rate in the Mirage of Curses seldom exceeds 50%. As for the highest difficulty level that Dao Yuntian has encountered, it is known as the Gold Level Mirage, characterized by the presence of golden coins within the invitation. Among all who traverse the Yellow Springs Sea, it is ominously dubbed the Death Mirage. The Death Mirage. Even the relics obtained from low difficulty mirages often prove ineffective, or their efficacy significantly diminished. Veteran teams participating in the Death Mirage frequently meet with complete annihilation. IT is indeed a realm of utter despair, where only the most powerful, the most astute, and the most well-prepared can hope to survive. To date, only Dao Yuntian, the captain of the Flying Dutchman, along with the former captain, has successfully navigated the treacherous waters of the Death Mirage. However, the difficulty of the Death Mirage is so insurmountable that even the previous captain, despite having succeeded once, perished alongside most of the crew during a second attempt. This calamity resulted in the Flying Dutchman reverting to a mere small boat, with only a handful of seasoned crew members surviving the ordeal. After detailing the classification of mirage difficulties, Dao Yuntian lightly patted Lu Ohang's shoulder, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and anticipation as she encouraged him, saying, "To secure a relic on your first mirage is commendable. Young man, that I have high hopes for you. You shall soon be a formal member of the Flying Dutchman." Turning her gaze toward Dai Yongwon and Shen Yishan, her tone shifted to one of seriousness. She understood that only through continuous training and growth could one hope to survive in the Mirage. Those who rely excessively on their teammates can never become the backbone of a ghost ship. In her earlier days, she too had been thrust into the fray amidst a defeated army, tasked with a perilous mission, and had survived the Death Mirage when the Flying Dutchman was on the brink of losing all its power. Eventually reclaiming the captaincy, as she spoke, the captain bounced down to the first floor, flinging open the door to another vacant cabin and disappearing from sight, leaving Lu Ohang, Dai Yongwon, and Shinishan to contemplate their next steps. Chapter 14. Golden Prayer Beads. What does it mean to be a formal crew member? Lu Ohang gazed with confusion at the departing figure of Captain Dao Yuntian, but she had already hurried downstairs. With no alternative, he turned his questioning gaze toward the only seasoned hand present, Shinishan. Feeling the scrutiny of the two newcomers, Shinishan awkwardly stuck out her tongue and replied slowly, "I am merely a novice who has successfully navigated the newcomer's mirage twice. So I am only partially informed. However, I've heard from Brother Su that only those deemed formal crew members can find refuge during a storm." She slightly furrowed her brow and continued, "But since I've only recently joined and have yet to encounter a storm, I am not entirely clear on the specifics. The notion of being a formal crew member seemed to be a positive development," Lu Ohang mused. His gaze drifted toward the vast, tranquil sea before him, the waters so serene that not a single wave or reef disrupted the expansive horizon. Could there truly be any storm capable of threatening the crew of a ghost ship? Casting aside this distant question, Luo Hong engaged in fervent discussion with the other two. Having just collaboratively conquered a thrilling mirage, they found camaraderie in their shared novice status, leading to a budding sense of mutual respect. In a moment of excitement, Dai Yongwen retrieved a bottle of champagne from the bar on the first floor, proposing, "Let us toast to our new life, filled with infinite possibilities, bathed in the warm, gentle sunlight." The trio raised their glasses skyward, proclaiming in unison, "To life." The crisp sound of clinking glasses resonated in the air, and at that moment, aboard the luxurious yacht, they momentarily forgot the fear and unease brought by the mirage. 6 or 7 hours slipped by unnoticed, yet the sky above the Yellow Spring Sea remained unchanged, as if time had frozen in this enigmatic expanse. Having rested well, Su Yin stirred from his slumber and ascended to the second floor with measured steps. Upon reaching the second floor, he could not help but shake his head and smile at the sight before him. The table in front of Luo Hong and the others was cluttered with 7 or 8 empty bottles, and the 3 of them sprawled across the sofa bed, with Dai Yongwen, the deepest sleeper of them all, emitting loud snores that I in a good mood. Su Yin refrained from reprimanding them, instead quietly taking a seat at the control panel on the second floor. He adeptly navigated the modified control interface, quickly locating a peculiar, ornate chest that seemed out of place among the sci-fi controls. This chest, intricately carved with mysterious designs, emanated an ancient aura, crafted from a dark wood that bore the marks of time, its surface adorned with fine textures. The front of the chest was meticulously engraved with vivid depictions of various malevolent spirits, each line rendered with exquisite detail, making the ghastly figures appear as though they might leap from the wood at any moment. As the chest was opened, 7 spherical indentations within it lay arranged like the Big Dipper in the night sky, starkly contrasting with the ominous carvings outside, that at the center of the chest. 2 of the indentations cradled 2 golden prayer beads, softly glowing with an ethereal light. The surface of the golden prayer beads was smooth and refined, exuding an air of nobility and mystery, hinting at an eternal essence. The 3rd and 4th indentations housed a silver prayer bead and a bone prayer bead, the latter serving as the current power source for the Flying Dutchman. Having diminished to half its original size through daily usage, appearing somewhat battered, gazing at the 4 prayer beads, Su Yin withdrew a cigarette pack from his pocket, his hand trembling slightly, yet ultimately refraining from lighting up in order to avoid disturbing the slumbering newcomers. As he contemplated the golden prayer beads within the chest, he recognized that he was among the fortunate few on the Yellow Springs in this boundless ocean. Their ghost ship represented everything. It bore their hopes, struggles, and precious second chances at life. The prayer beads were not only the lifeblood of the ghost ship, but also intertwined with their very existence. Each bead harbored immense energy. Their presence directly influenced the crew's quality of life, and enabled them to confront the myriad unseen crises of the Yellow Spring Sea. The 2 captains of the Flying Dutchman had each navigated the death mirage successfully, acquiring a golden prayer bead through their unparalleled wisdom and determination. This highest-tier prayer bead, attainable only by risking total annihilation and wagering the lives of an entire generation of crew members, stood in stark contrast to the other 2 types of prayer beads. The most significant attribute of gold is eternity, and the golden prayer beads inherit this quality. When utilized as a power source, they do not wear down. When employed to enhance the ghost ship, they can permanently unlock certain functionalities. Currently, the 2 golden prayer beads aboard the Flying Dutchman correspond to an inexhaustible source of clean water and a daily replenishment of food and drink. In this vast ocean, water and sustenance are fundamental to survival, and these 2 golden prayer beads undoubtedly provide preliminary assurance of the crew's lives. Su Yin sat quietly in his chair, his thoughts drifting back to the moment when the captain had meticulously devised her plans, that he vividly recalled how the spirited captain had just emerged triumphantly from the death mirage, her expression shrewd as she calculated the pros and cons of each choice. In Dao Yuntian's strategy, the bone prayer bead was to serve as the power source, the silver prayer bead as a reserve energy supply, and the golden prayer beads to ensure that everyone was well fed and well hydrated. This was undeniably the most advantageous option. She even planned that the next crew member to secure a golden prayer bead would unlock an unlimited power supply, ensuring that their ghost ship would remain illuminated regardless of the circumstances. Reflecting on Dao Yuntian's bold declarations, Su Yin could not help but gently caress the two golden prayer beads within the chest. Their warm, smooth texture ignited a fervor within him. Once they gathered 7 golden prayer beads, their ghost ship would no longer require energy. Crew members would no longer need to accept invitations to challenge the mirages, and they would one day reach the shore, truly resurrected. Su Yan's gaze burned with intensity. His heart filled with a longing for revival, that he was uncertain whether the legend circulating across the Yellow Spring Sea held any truth. But even the mere prospect of collecting 7 golden prayer beads to free them from the need to face mirages was an unfathomable blessing for all. He envisioned a glorious scene, ageless souls, and an abundance of food and luxury aboard a lavish cruise ship, that if that day were to arrive, the ghost ship would no longer serve as their sole refuge, but would transform into a grand hall of indulgence for all the crew. Suddenly, the crisp sound of sizzling oil filled the air, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting up from the kitchen on the first floor, permeating the entire cabin. One by one, the 3 who had been soundly asleep on the sofa began to awaken, slowly blinking their drowsy eyes. Having splashed his face with water in the restroom, Luo Hong was the first to rush out. Upon seeing Su Yin, clad in an apron and frying steak, he immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother Su, do you need a hand? I've worked in kitchens as a helper for a few years." Upon hearing those words, Su Yin was taken aback, turning to gaze at the new crew member he had long admired, a flicker of skepticism flashing in his eyes. Yet upon reflection, he realized that Luo Hong had no reason to boast about such matters. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Yin quickly untied his apron and handed it to Luo Hong, exclaiming, "Let us savor your culinary skills." Aboard the Flying Dutchman, we have yet to welcome a chef. Adorned in the apron, Luo Hong exuded an extraordinary confidence, his radiance surpassing even the moment he discovered a way out of the mirage. Instantly, the others set aside their snacks, gathering around the small sofa by the stove, their eyes fixed on Luo Hong as he prepared to showcase his talents. With deftness, Luo Hong grasped his knives, performing an elegant flourish while nostalgically exclaiming, "A healthy body makes all the difference." Chopping vegetables, heating oil, stir-frying, and simmering. One must admit, the utensils aboard the ghost ship were thoroughly equipped, with pots and pans arranged in perfect order. The refrigerator brimmed with an array of fresh ingredients, a veritable feast for the eyes that eye in less than an hour. Luo Hong skillfully prepared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup. As he finished his culinary endeavors and removed the apron to serve the meal upstairs, the 3 teammates, who had been secretly salivating, hurriedly approached. Da Yongwen volunteered to assist in serving, while Chen Yishan leaped up to rouse the captain for dinner. Meanwhile, Su Yin, who had only managed to fry steaks and cook fries until now, was positively ecstatic, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. But he dashed to the liquor cabinet, grabbing a bottle of white wine. Clamoring to drink with his brother Liu.S. Luo Hong prepared the meal. He remained mindful of the time. Although the Yellow Spring Sea knew no day or night, the ship's clock indicated it was just past 6 in the evening. The perfect time for dinner. Adhering to local customs, the selection of dishes exuded a comforting homeliness. "Wow, what a delightful aroma!" A coarse voice called out before the person even arrived. The astonished Dao Yintian ascended the stairs, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the steaming 4 dishes and soup on the dining table. "Old Su, did you trade your prayer beads for a meal? Does this ghost ship even have such a function?" Dao Yintian inquired, puzzled that in response, Su Yin chuckled heartily that he knew well that apart from the 4 newcomers brought by the Mirage, only 3 veterans remained aboard. Captain Dao Yintian, the smoker Su Yin, and the butcher Lu Hongyan. To be frank, it was quite a feat for these 3 to cook a decent meal, as their dining table had always been adorned with instant noodles, steaks, and pre-prepared dishes that in the presence of Luo Hong. Half a professional chef, they felt as if they ought to worship him. Braised pork ribs, stir-fried hollow heart cabbage, garlic vermicelli scallops, and twice-cooked pork with corn soup. Dao Yintian counted the dishes on the table, her eyes sparkling with delight. She paid no mind to her tousled hair and wrinkled clothes after just waking up, leaping up to Luo Hong, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Oh Hong, brother, could you make oil-splashed noodles tomorrow?" Having grown up without friends or family, Luo Hong was taken aback by the scene, momentarily at a loss. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, he nodded repeatedly in agreement, before everyone could take their seats. Dao Yintian seized a spot near the dining table, eagerly grabbing a scallop, devouring it with gusto. With a mouth full, she gestured for the others to dig in. The group descended upon the freshly prepared dinner like a battleground. Despite having gone 2 days without a proper meal, Luo Hong had anticipated their ravenous appetites, preparing each dish in generous portions, with rice steamed in abundance. Yet, this did little to deter the voracious diners, especially Captain Dao Yintian, whose hearty appetite made Luo Hong wonder if she might devour the table itself. With chopsticks in one hand and a bowl in the other, Dao Yintian consumed the food with the ferocity of a tempest, occasionally setting down the bowl to wield her chopsticks with abandon. Before long, the plates were emptied, and the unsatisfied Su Yin even contemplated getting a bun to soak in the soup, only to be playfully thumped on the head by Dao Yuntian's greasy hand. "How can you be so unrefined?" she exclaimed, her mouth full. As Dao Yuntian picked her teeth after finishing her meal, Su Yin cast a wistful glance at the captain, resigned to his fate. Once everyone had settled down, the 3 remaining crew members, excluding the captain and Luo Hong, drew straws to determine who would wash the dishes, while the others lounged around the dining table, their minds blissfully vacant. Su Yin, utterly content, squinted his eyes in happiness, savoring a cigarette. "Oh Hong, I thought of a nickname for you. How about Chef?" Su Yin suggested with a smile. "Forget it, Brother Su. That title lacks any grandeur. You, the captain, and the butcher should come up with something better." Luo Hong replied, slightly exasperated. Dao Yuntian, her belly full, rolled her eyes and, picking at her teeth, said, "Let us stick with Chef. It's catchy, easy to remember, and reflects your specialty." "Oh, no way, Captain," Luo Hong protested. "Decision made. I want oil splash noodles for lunch tomorrow, with extra garlic." "Thank you for your hard work, Chef," Dao Yintian declared. This newfound camaraderie felt quite pleasant to Luo Hong, who gazed at the starless night sky, suddenly understanding the sense of belonging he had read about in books. Throughout his life, only his Sichuan restaurant owner had treated him as both mentor and father. Little did he know that upon arriving in the mysterious Yellow Spring Sea, he would uncover a different kind of belonging. Chapter 15. Lu Hongyan. Early the next morning, Luo Hong awakened naturally. After a quick wash, he busied himself kneading dough in preparation for lunch. As he crouched in the kitchen, picking bean sprouts, a natural island suddenly appeared on the horizon. Having heard Su Yin describe such occurrences, Luo Hong wiped his hands and hurried to rouse Su Yan. "It seems the butcher has returned," Su Yin said calmly, glancing at the ship's edge. The ghost ship sailed automatically and would soon arrive at the shore to pick up the crew. "I forgot to introduce you. The last remaining veteran aboard is the butcher. He was a retired soldier and is quite adept at dealing with malevolent spirits, a true expert in countering the ill intentions of those aboard other ghost ships." As Su Yin described him in a few words, an image of a serious, 1.85-meter tall man sprang to Luo Hong's mind. Indeed, when the ghost ship docked, the imposing Lu Hongyun stood firmly at the shore, clad in a clean naval shirt, as straight as a javelin. However, upon seeing Lu Hongyun, Su Yan's brow furrowed. As Lu Hongyun rowed the lifeboat to the ghost ship, Su Yin reached out to pull him aboard. "Where's that kid you brought?" Su Yin asked urgently. "Bad luck. He was schemed against," Lu Hongyun replied, accepting the cigarette from Su Yin and taking a deep drag, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "But it's all right. The crew aboard that ghost ship failed to pass the trial." Lu Hongyun squinted at the empty horizon, for he had never been fond of treachery. However, should anyone target him or his teammates, he would retaliate 1,000-fold. Seeing his demeanor, Su Yin merely patted his shoulder, saying nothing further. He understood that in the perilous and unpredictable mirage, some matters were unavoidable. They could only exercise greater caution to protect themselves and those around them. As their conversation concluded, Luo Hong stepped forward at the opportune moment, a sincere smile gracing his face as he introduced himself. "Hello, Brother Lu. I'm a new crew member, Luo Hong. You can call me Xiao Lu." Lu Hongyun regarded him with surprise, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes, that he looked at Luo Hong earnestly and asked, "A formal crew member? Did you obtain relics during your welcoming mirage?" "By sheer luck. Thanks to Brother Su's timely intervention. Otherwise we might not have made it through," Luo Hong humbly replied, gratitude evident on his face. He was acutely aware of the dangers and challenges he faced in the welcoming mirage. And without Su Yan's decisive action at the last moment, they could have faced total annihilation. "This kid is just too polite," Su Yin remarked, giving Luo Hong a pat on the back. "Old Lu." Ohang performed exceptionally well in the welcoming mirage that I believe he is a natural at facing these challenges. Upon hearing these words, Lu Hongyun said nothing further, merely casting a meaningful glance at Lu Ohang. That afternoon, the atmosphere during lunch was tinged with a somber silence. As the crew mourned the loss of a member from the ghost ship, that a faint sorrow hung in the air, with each person reflecting on their own mortality, uncertain if they would survive the next challenge against the Mirage. However, Lu Hongyun's successful return, along with the acquisition of a silver prayer bead for the ghost ship, significantly lifted the spirits of the crew. Furthermore, to alleviate the sadness, Lu Ohang had prepared not only the fragrant oil splash noodles, but also 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, along with 4 cold appetizers. This simple, yet delightful meal garnered Lu Hongyun's admiration for the enthusiastic young man. After all, consuming steak and fried chicken daily would wear anyone down. A generous bowl of warm, aromatic oil splash noodles was a sure way to win the hearts of these precariously perched ghost ship crew members. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sounds of slurping noodles echoing throughout the cabin. After the meal, in the small bedroom marked as the captain's quarters, Dao Yuntian, Su Yin, and Lu Hongyun gathered to hold a brief meeting. Butcher, Smoker, would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? The captain, sitting on the edge of the bed, feigned seriousness to capture their attention. However, upon realizing both men were indifferent to her, she swiftly returned to her jovial demeanor, speaking with a lively pace. According to the timeline, the Flying Dutchman is on the brink of encountering another storm. Yet, counting the prayer bead obtained by the butcher, we only have 5 beads available for 6 individuals to protect. Even if we include the chefs, Su Yin, unable to smoke in the captain's quarters, resorted to chewing on a betel nut, voicing his concerns. Not enough, Dao Yuntian replied, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yin. The bone prayer bead currently serving as our power source is about to be depleted. The Flying Dutchman has now been upgraded to a luxurious mid-sized yacht, resulting in an increased energy consumption that at this juncture, Dao Yuntian paused for effect, suddenly retrieving an envelope from the bedside table. Holding it aloft as she proclaimed, "But there is good news. Our ghost ship has received an invitation." Ha ha ha! The butcher chuckled dryly, standing up to receive the light envelope. Upon breaking the seal, 4 exquisitely crafted silver coins tumbled out. Each coin bore intricate patterns, yet upon closer inspection, it was unclear what images were embossed upon them. Does it require 4 individuals? It seems this mirage will pose a considerable challenge, remarked Su Yin, pulling out the letter from the envelope and unfolding it before the 2 men. The thin sheet contained only 2 lines, the little son orphan's lament. 1. Good children are trustworthy. Be wary of bad children. Point 2. To always obey the authority of the dean. I detest such vague survival hints, Su Yin spat, discarding the betel nut remnants into the ashtray, casting a disdainful glance at the letter. Captain, will you be participating this time? Dao Yuntian felt a flicker of temptation. However, she recognized that if she consistently assisted with every high-stakes mirage, it would hinder the ghost ship's ability to cultivate true leaders capable of standing on their own. Should she find herself in a predicament similar to that of the previous captain, the Flying Dutchman could rapidly lose all of its crew, sinking into the twilight sea. Thus, she shook her head, signaling Su Yin to choose the team. Then I shall go, along with the butcher and the chef, and we will also bring Chinishan, that I believe it would be beneficial for Dai Yongwen to gain more experience with the welcoming mirage. It might be premature for him to face the cursed mirage. Hearing Su Yin's arrangement, the butcher nodded in agreement, as Lu Ohang had left a favorable impression on him. Chinishan was someone he and Su Yin had both trained. Thus he knew her capabilities well. Dot agreed, that as per our usual practice. I shall await your triumphant return in 3 days, Dao Yuntian declared, rising to clap her hands, after which the 3 departed the captain's quarters. The cursed mirage, me? Lu Ohang asked, looking up in confusion at Su Yin, who held the silver coins in his hand. He had merely taken a break after lunch, flipping through the novels generated by the ghost ship on the upper deck, and thought he was not deserving of such a task. That Su Yin simply exhaled a puff of smoke, earnestly advising, "Little Lu, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Look at Dai Yongwen, he wishes to participate but cannot. The captain is nurturing you, so do not squander her heartfelt intentions." With that, he left Lu Ohang alone in a state of bewilderment, the sound of his voice echoing from below. Tonight, the captain mentioned she desires century egg and lean meat congee. So be sure to prepare it well. Century egg and lean meat congee. Do I look like a century egg to you? Lu Ohong silently grumbled as he held the silver coin, while Dai Yangwen approached cautiously to offer words of comfort. However, Lu Ohong did not outwardly express such resistance. Instead, as he gazed at the peculiar patterns on the coin, a flicker of anticipation began to rise within him. The little son, orphan's lament? What stories would await him this time? Chapter 16. The orphan's lament at the little son, as the guests who had accepted the invitation slowly awakened from what felt like a protracted dream. They became vaguely aware of the sounds and jolts of the outside world. Their heads still heavy, their thoughts remained muddled, that it was only as they gradually regained consciousness that they were astonished to find themselves and their companions scattered haphazardly across a dilapidated bus. The vehicle rattled along a road that appeared to be an endless, serpentine path, flanked by an expanse of continuous, dense woodlands. The leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze, intertwining with the thunderous roar of the bus's engine, creating a subtle sense of unease within their hearts. Lu Ohong, seated on the bus, could no longer endure the torturous bumps of the journey. His body swayed with each jolt, and his consciousness gradually sharpened amidst the violent motions. Realizing he had entered the mirage, Lu instinctively reached for the pockets of his clothing, feeling the unique protrusion of an object, a relic he had painstakingly acquired in the Garden of Happiness. Although the bone beads he had obtained during the passage had been ruthlessly confiscated by the captain, he had meticulously safeguarded this particular artifact. According to the captain's words, each participant in a mirage could bring a maximum of 3 relics. And while these relics could be entrusted to teammates, their effectiveness would significantly diminish when wielded by another. For instance, during a perilous encounter, Su Yen had successfully contained the formidable abilities of the Source Ghost using a relic fashioned from the ashes of a Taoist priest, turning the tide of the situation. However, had another individual attempted to use the same ashes, they would have only managed to tenuously restrain the Source Ghost without effectively controlling the accompanying wraith. Lu Ohong gently squeezed the badge in his pocket, which emanated a faint chill, and his previously anxious heart began to settle. With a relic in hand, he felt equipped to confront even the most malevolent of spirits. Once he had confirmed the location of his relic, he began to survey his surroundings, hoping to catch sight of his companions. However, as his gaze swept across the cabin, he noticed that the other members of the same ghost ship were not seated near one another, but were scattered throughout the bus. The closest to him, Su Yen, had thrown open the window and was leaning out, taking advantage of this rare moment of safety to meticulously observe the environment outside the bus. Fortunately, after a few minutes of nausea-inducing turbulence, the bus finally arrived at their intended destination, a desolate stretch of forest, devoid of civilization. The driver, with an expression as cold as ice, showed no inclination to explain their arrival, appearing more like a robot functioning on a preordained program. He pressed a button, and the doors creaked open. The passengers disembarked one by one. They gazed around at the unfamiliar, ominous wilderness. As their eyes traversed the woods, they were met with a daunting sense of oppression upon first sighting the buildings at the end of a narrow path. The walls of the compound were ensnared in a dense web of barbed wire, interspersed with jagged shards of glass. The sign marking the entrance of the Little Sun Orphanage, with its stark white background and bold black lettering, was particularly conspicuous. Now united with their comrades, the crew members wore expressions of grave concern. They huddled closely around the gaps in the iron gate, peering through the narrow openings to scrutinize the expansive orphanage, which appeared to consist of only 3 main structures, shrouded in the cloak of night. It was evident to all that the foreboding Little Sun Orphanage before them was the mirage they needed to navigate. Just as they were fixated on observing the orphanage, the bus that had brought them appeared to fulfill its purpose, turning around and departing with haste, as if fearing that lingering there even a moment longer would invite some dreadful fate. The 4 participants of the mirage aboard the Flying Dutchman quickly gathered around Su Yen, who narrowed his eyes and began to count softly. 3, 2. After finishing, he exhaled gently and remarked, "Counting us. There are 13 crew members in total. It seems that 4 ghost ships have been summoned. Each invitation contained a specific number of coins, and when the mirage commenced, those holding the coins would unwittingly enter the mirage. However, not all ghost ships possess the courage or manpower to send the maximum number of crew members in accordance with the coin count." Liu Hongyun let out a slight grunt, his piercing gaze darting like 2 sharp swords across the other 3 teams present. He then spoke coolly, "Old Sue, be wary of that duo over there. They have blood on their hands and are likely formidable opponents." Since the butcher had discreetly shared this warning, Luo Hong instinctively restrained his urge to scrutinize them further. Nevertheless, he cast a cursory glance at the other three groups, noting some key characteristics. The trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman, with the couple appearing particularly close, suggesting a romantic relationship. The 4-member team, on the other hand, stood too closely together, indicative of an experienced veteran leading 3 greenhorns, who were huddled behind their leader, cautiously peeking out with watchful eyes that betrayed their novice status. The duo that the butcher had specifically cautioned against comprised 1 man and 1 woman, both clad in succinct and efficient attire, devoid of any superfluous details. They openly surveyed the participating crew members, seemingly in search of vulnerabilities or weaknesses. The progress of the mirage seemed propelled by some mysterious force, leaving the crew little time to prepare. Yes, they exchanged glances of curiosity and caution at the other teams. The window of the security room beside the orphanage's entrance was suddenly pushed open from within. An elderly gentleman dressed in a security uniform leaned out, his wrinkled face peering through the window as he called out in a gravelly voice, "You must be the new caretakers. Why are you still standing outside? Come in quickly. It will be dark soon, and our orphanage has poor lighting. It would be troublesome if you tripped and fell." Hearing the old man's urgent words, the crew members trickled through the half-open iron gate into the compound. However, when some crew members attempted to approach the security room to seek hints or clues regarding the mirage, the old man's demeanor transformed abruptly. As if a storm had rolled in, he slammed the window shut, ignoring the crew's calls for assistance. Witnessing the security man's reaction, Luo Hong muttered to himself, "What a peculiar old fellow," in his mind. He involuntarily recalled the previous visit to the Bliss Garden, in stark contrast. He distinctly sensed that the area occupied by the mirage was indeed significantly larger than that of the Bliss Garden, that a mere glance revealed the presence of 3 distinct buildings scattered throughout the premises. The central main building exhibited a solemn architectural style reminiscent of a grand cathedral, appearing particularly magnificent and enigmatic. The structure to the east, identifiable at first sight as a dormitory, exuded an air of orderliness, while the faint sounds of children reading could be discerned emanating from within. As for the low, single-story building situated to the west, its purpose was not immediately apparent. However, behind this modest structure stood a row of tall chimneys, suggesting that it was likely the dining hall of the orphanage. Luo Hong, having grown up in an orphanage, found the layout of the buildings before him familiar. If his assumptions were correct, the main building, towering 3 to 4 stories high, served as the venue for the children's classes and activities, while administrative staff operated within its confines. At that moment, one of the 3 men, who had been independently searching for clues, suddenly seemed to behold something astonishing, exclaiming in surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily stepped forward and entered the small garden directly facing the entrance of the premises, nestled between the 3 buildings. In the now dim evening light, a human-shaped sculpture stood as a silent guardian at the center of the garden, appearing remarkably out of place. Beneath the sculpture, a small bronze plaque hung, barely illuminated by the meager light, revealing what seemed to be some inscriptions. One individual appeared to have discovered a clue. The others, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, quickly gathered around. They leaned in closely, straining their necks to discern the words inscribed upon the plaque. Upon approaching the sculpture, they finally discerned that the marble pedestal was carved with the image of an elderly man seated in a chair, his visage exuding warmth and kindness, a hefty book cradled in his hands. However, when their gaze shifted to the plaque at the base, they were met with a shocking revelation. Unlike typical sculptures that bear the subject's name or biographical details, this bronze plaque was emblazoned with several lines of bold crimson paint, resembling fresh blood. Regulations of the Little Sun Orphanage. 1-do not defy XXX. Crossed out. 2-no waste of food. 3-no crying in the premises. In bold, dark red. As the group pondered the implications of these statements, suddenly, a novice from another team leapt up as if startled by something. It turned out that while everyone was engrossed in deciphering the so-called regulations, a middle-aged woman, clad in office attire and wearing rectangular glasses, had silently materialized at the periphery of the crowd, standing directly behind the startled novice. This newcomer, previously fixated on the plaque's text, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the woman's sudden appearance. Shu, the woman, under the collective gaze of the group, exhibited no signs of alarm or embarrassment, merely forcing a strained smile and gesturing for silence with her hand. She then confidently introduced herself, claiming to be the educational director of the Little Sun Orphanage, with the surname Liu, inviting everyone to address her as Director Liu. With an apologetic demeanor, Director Liu explained that she had been awaiting this batch of caregivers at the orphanage's entrance since receiving news from the personnel department earlier that day. She had intended to greet them warmly, but had inadvertently dozed off due to fatigue, resulting in no one being available to receive the caregivers upon their arrival. Profoundly sorry for the oversight. She continued, our orphanage is currently understaffed. Not only is there a severe shortage of teachers across various subjects, but even the healthcare department has been pleading for additional personnel. After concluding her introduction, Director Liu turned toward the dormitory, detailing the current state of the Little Sun Orphanage as she walked. She emphasized that the orphanage was a privately funded establishment, meticulously constructed at the behest of the director. Although financial constraints necessitated its location in this remote area, the facilities were nevertheless quite comprehensive, rivaling those of more privileged orphanages that by the time the group finally arrived at the base of the dormitory building. Darkness had enveloped the surroundings considerably. Nevertheless, as Director Liu had previously mentioned, while the number of streetlights within the premises was relatively sparse, there was still a lamp every 5 meters. Although the illumination was dim, it was sufficient to light the main path between the 3 buildings, allowing the group to navigate without being completely engulfed in darkness. Annie, I'm bringing these newly appointed caregivers to the staff dormitory. Could you please open the door? Director Liu's tone conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. The staff dormitory was situated within the same building as the children's dormitories, but likely due to the age of the structure, which lacked an elevator. The staff accommodations were located on the 4th and 5th floors, while the lower levels housed the orphans. Director Liu did not accompany the group upstairs to rest, after retrieving the keys to their rooms from the dormitory attendant. She hurriedly departed toward the main building, which was now completely shrouded in darkness. The main building surely harbors secrets. Luo Hong pondered silently, and he believed that anyone with even a modicum of sensitivity to the clues surrounding the mirage would easily perceive Director Liu's peculiar behavior. Despite the presence of dedicated staff accommodations within the dormitory, she had not lingered there even for a moment after distributing the keys. Before her swift exit, Director Liu left behind a simple instruction. Everyone, rest well tonight. Clean toiletries are in your rooms. Breakfast will be served at 7:30 in the dining hall to the west, and I will be waiting for you in the main building at 8 o'clock. Chapter 17. The Little Sun Orphanage's grievances. After the crew of the Hollandia underwent internal adjustments with other teams, they received keys to 2 adjacent rooms, perhaps due to the surplus of rooms relative to personnel. The staff dormitory was arranged as standard twin rooms, albeit with shared bathrooms located at the front, middle, and rear of the hallway. Feeling that room numbers 401 and 403 might carry an ominous connotation, Luo Hong scratched his head slightly and promptly claimed the key for room 401 along with Su Yin, taking on the responsibility of guarding the staircase. Room 403 was assigned to Lu Hong Yun and Shen Yishan, with the butcher, second only to the captain in seniority, tasked with monitoring the other teams in the depths of the hallway. As night deepened, the seasoned participants of the Cursed Mirage gradually returned to their respective quarters, needing to organize the information they had just gathered and avoid the potential dangers lurking within the dormitory at night. That a sense of familiarity washed over Luo Hong as he entered room 401, which contained only 2 beds on either side and a storage locker by the door. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the pristine white ceiling, recalling that it had only been about a week since the last mirage, when he had also lay there, deeply troubled as he contemplated the path to survival. Yet now, upon seeing the blood-red regulations, he felt a long-lost thrill rather than the anxiety that had once plagued him. The mirage was truly a paradise for adventurers. Well then, has our chef come up with any ideas? Su Yin, having thoroughly inspected the room and confirmed there were no apparent vulnerabilities, smiled at Luo Hong, who lay on the bed. Luo Hong, displaying no humility, nodded in agreement. Do you remember the regulations we observed upon entering? I have a strong premonition that the path to survival and the rules governing the malevolent spirits are encapsulated within those lines. He recalled that during the 3 days of rest, the captain had emphasized the importance of rules and mirages, stating that both the riddle and its solution lay within the regulations themselves. They must grasp the rules, excavate their meanings, and utilize them to thoroughly search for clues within the confines of the mirage, uncovering the truth behind their obsessions in order to survive. As this train of thought unfolded, the school regulations they had just seen resurfaced in his mind. The bronze statue in the park center was likely intended to represent the director, in regard to the structure of the orphanage. Lu Ohong is utterly familiar with its intricacies. Generally speaking, the director of the orphanage serves as the supreme authority within the entire facility, possessing the power to determine the living conditions of every staff member and child. The educational director is typically a direct subordinate of the director, tasked with implementing the director's plans. For the teaching staff, they are divided into various departments: education, medical and health services, security, and a life department responsible for the daily needs of all residents, including food, clothing, and shelter. With a burgeoning sense of clarity, Lu Ohong retrieved his phone from his pocket and established a new group chat consisting solely of the four of them. Certainly, those daring to venture into the mirage would find it impossible to contact the crew left behind on the Erie ship. However, forming a new group chat seemed to imbue the situation with a sense of ritual significance. Before long, the group, humorously named the Loving Four, received Lu Ohong's deductions. Conflict should be avoided within the facility, particularly with the peculiar educational director and the director, whose whereabouts remain uncertain. 2 When dining in the cafeteria, it is advisable to take minimal food to avoid breaching school regulations. 3 Clues regarding the prohibition against crying have surfaced. Inquiries will be made to NPCs for information tomorrow. For the contemplation regarding the invitation letter. Lu Ohong merely harbored some vague thoughts. These nebulous ideas flitted through his mind. Yet he could not piece together a coherent explanation, but he understood well that hasty conclusions in such circumstances would be exceedingly unwise, as an inaccurate judgment could mislead his companion's decisions. After a while, the other two members of the group responded. Chinishan was the first to reply with a cheerful, "Got it, Brother Ohong," accompanied by an adorable cartoon emoji. Meanwhile, the butcher, Lu Hongyun, succinctly replied with an MM. Soon after, Chinishan added, "Brother Lu believes that since 4 teams have arrived in this mirage, confrontations are inevitable, that he advises us to remain vigilant against other teams, as they may exploit the lives of other Erie ship members to decipher the rules." This prompted Lu Ahang and Su Yin to acknowledge receipt of the information. The group held a strong trust in their teammates on the Erie ship, fully accepting the insights provided by their own. Prior to entering the mirage, the 4 members of the Holland had deliberately refrained from excessive eating, ensuring they could make one last visit to the restroom adjacent to room 401 before 9 o'clock that evening to freshen up and attend to personal matters. The long night stretched ahead. Although the first night was relatively safe, no one dared to let their guard down. The unyielding principle among the crew members was to remain within the safe zone after dark, avoid solitude, and refrain from exploring the mirage. These experiences were hard-earned lessons, paid for by the lives of countless predecessors. They understood that only by strictly adhering to these rules could they hope to survive in this perilous world. However, it was evident that some smaller, less experienced Erie ships had suffered incidents in the mirage, resulting in a fragmented transmission of knowledge. AT-22-35, within the restroom, a young man from another 4-member team was tightly gripping toilet paper. Crouched alone in a stall, his complexion was pale, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead, a clear indication that he was tormented by a sudden bout of stomach pain. The Erie ship they were aboard now had only 5 crew members left, 3 of whom were novices. With the absence of energy beads, even knowing they were entering a challenging cursed mirage, they selected an experienced veteran to lead, hoping to guide the new members toward a hopeful future for the Erie ship. This strategy aimed not only to swiftly cultivate a promising member or two to inject vitality into the Erie ship's future, but also stem from the dire need for basic sustenance and shelter in the absence of energy beads. Similarly constrained by resources, the team had subsisted on simple instant foods for the past 3 days following the invitation. While these instant meals could stave off hunger, they were lacking in nutrition and difficult to digest, resulting in this university student Du Xingteng suffering from stomach issues. Moreover, it was ill-fated that newcomers should ideally partner with seasoned crew members. However, due to the prudent strategy of not placing all eggs in one basket within the mirage, the 4 had to split their accommodations across 2 rooms, with Du Xingteng coincidentally paired with another novice. without the supervision of an experienced crew member and devoid of mobile phones, Du Xingting, in his moment of discomfort, instinctively tore off a piece of toilet paper and hastily entered the restroom. His hurried and frantic steps were solely focused on resolving his personal predicament, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the distinctions between the cursed mirage and the welcoming mirage. In the latter, an extended period of safety allowed ample time for adaptation and exploration, while in the cursed mirage, the safety period merely forestalled malevolent spirits from initiating their hunt. Other dangers lurked in the shadows. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As Du Xingting grappled with his distress, the sudden sound of dripping water from the sink outside pierced the silence of the restroom, an alarming interruption. His mind conjured up a myriad of horrifying scenarios. Recalling terrifying passages from novels he had previously read, who left the sink running outside? Was the faucet deteriorating? If he were still in the real world, he might dismiss any eerie sounds outside the restroom as mere pranks. Yet, in the bizarre realm of the mirage, such seemingly trivial details often heralded the presence of something sinister nearby. Du Xingting's heart raced as he anxiously fixated on the stall door. Hastily pulling up his pants and rising to his feet, crouching had left his legs somewhat weak, and he cautiously pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen to the water sound. Refraining from even flushing, silently praying, Du Xingting was pleased to notice the dripping sound gradually slow down, eventually fading away. What a fortunate turn of events. Hiding in the restroom stall, Du Xingting flung open the door, only to find a sink and corridor devoid of anything out of the ordinary. That he exhaled in relief, his taut nerves easing slightly. However, just as he was about to make his escape, a sudden rush of water from the furthest stall of the men's restroom startled him. Could it be that someone truly was inside? Had another crew member just entered the restroom? Du Xingting, being somewhat headstrong, had navigated the welcoming mirage under the guidance of seasoned crew members and had not encountered particularly harrowing situations, which dulled his instinct for caution. Thus, emboldened by the ongoing safety period, he hastily made his way to the last stall and yanked the door open. To his surprise, the stall was impeccably clean, with only the water flowing continuously into the pit. Witnessing this, Du Xingting frowned, chastising himself for overreacting. That it was entirely normal for the plumbing in such an aged dormitory to show signs of wear. At that moment, his thoughts simplified, seeking rational explanations for everything before him. With this mindset, increasingly annoyed by the sound of flushing, Du Xingting stepped into the stall and turned the valve back off. However, at that instant, the door to the stall behind him suddenly slammed shut with a resounding clap, refusing to budge no matter how hard he pushed. Panic and despair surged within Du Xingting as he realized he was trapped. He pushed against the door with all his might, slamming his shoulder against it, producing a dull thud. Yet, the entity outside offered no response, only an abyss of silence and darkness. Bang, bang, bang. His desperate pounding and cries for help echoed down the corridor, reaching the ears of the crew members in rooms 401 and 428. Yet at this hour, no one would dare risk their lives to rescue someone suspected of encountering a ghost, especially if they were from another eerie ship. Moreover, his own teammates, oblivious to his cries for help, felt no cause for concern over his prolonged absence in the restroom. Or perhaps those who sensed something amiss were too afraid to venture out recklessly. "Big brother, are you looking for us?" Amidst his panic, Du Xingting continued his struggle for freedom, only to be met by a teasing, elongated childlike voice from above. The sound was crisp and youthful, laced with an unsettling eeriness that sent chills down his spine. He froze, cautiously raising his gaze to his horror. He beheld two heads, one large and one small, peering over the top of the restroom stall door, grinning at him with unsettling smiles. Their pallid faces were terrifying, with unnaturally dark pupils and grotesque grins stretching across their features. How could this be? The height of the stall partition in this antiquated restroom was nearly 2 meters. Were these two children truly over 2 meters tall? Du Xingting's heart was engulfed by a profound sense of dread and uncertainty. He found himself utterly bewildered by the events unfolding before him. With a heart-wrenching gaze, Du Xingting stared at the grinning heads that flanked him, their eerie pupils fixating on him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Following a blood-curdling scream, Du Xingting, already weakened by diarrhea and low blood sugar, decisively closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. The terrifying spectacle before him was more than he could bear, and at that moment, his consciousness shattered completely. Just before he plunged into oblivion, he seemed to hear the two lifeless children erupting into maniacal laughter. Their bellies wide open, the sound echoing in the desolate restroom, gradually dissolving in the moonlight that streamed through the window. Chapter 18. The Grievous Alliance of the Little Sun Orphans the following day. The group arose at the break of dawn, as if bound by an unspoken connection, gathering in the corridor to await one another. It was only when Du Xingting's companions, their expressions rife with apprehension, appeared at the restroom door that everyone began to enter the restroom in small clusters. The atmosphere in the boys' restroom was laden with an unusual tension, each person weighed down by an unshakable sense of foreboding. In the last stall, the fainted Du Xingting leaned against the wall, reeking of sweat and filth, his complexion as pale as parchment, his expression dazed, as if his very soul had departed. Even when his teammates grasped his shoulders and lifted him, the once vibrant Du Xingting remained unresponsive, his eyes vacant, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Crew members from various teams encircled the restroom, casting peculiar glances at the utterly exhausted Du Xingting in the stall. Only Feng Jiarong, the leader of their eerie ship, disregarding the foul stench and the perilous situation, resolutely assisted him out. The crowd parted to allow the two a passage, and Feng Jiarong, preferring silence, helped Du Xingting back to their room for a brief respite. However, Luo Hong, who stood closer to the restroom door, overheard the terrified Du Xingting, his pants soaked in urine, his eyes vacant, muttering, "Two heads, two heads." Feng Jiarong, supporting his teammate, also caught this phrase, his brow furrowed, and with a weary smile directed at Su Yin and the others nearby. He hurriedly led his teammate back to their quarters. "Hey, did you hear that?" As everyone returned to their rooms, each lost in thought, a perplexed Lu Ohong discreetly confirmed with Su Yin, "Could there be heads hidden in the restroom?" "But we all went in there yesterday, and there were no clues." Regrettably, as soon as Du Xingting's teammates discovered he was still alive, they hurriedly protected him back to their room, leaving the other teams hesitant to press the delirious Du Xingting about his terrifying ordeal. Luo Hong was consumed by confusion and unease. He could not fathom what had transpired in the restroom, nor what Du Xingting's mention of two heads signified. That Su Yin too was lost in contemplation, unable to comprehend Du Xingting's experience, and could only shake his head in resignation. More clues were needed, Luo Hong mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the sun had risen outside, and glancing at the clock, Su Yin noted it was just past 6 and found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. He advised Luo Hong to rest a bit longer before stepping out of the room alone. With a cigarette in his mouth, but unlit, Su Yin turned right upon exiting and made his way to the restroom. After everyone had departed, the 401 room closest to the restroom afforded him a distinct advantage. He was confident that if he moved cautiously, no one would hear him searching for clues out of course, unless he coincidentally ran into someone else. At that moment, within the small boys' restroom, stood both Su Yin and a man from the trio team, who had coincidentally decided to explore together. The man, revealing an awkward smile, leaned closer and introduced himself in a hushed tone. "Hello, brother, my name is Miao Xiuzhu. Are you here searching for clues too?" Su Yin, somewhat socially anxious around strangers, cautiously scrutinized the man before responding in a low voice. "Su Yin, Miao, do you have any discoveries?" In the treacherous waters of Huangquan, there existed an unwritten rule. If one plotted against another in the mirage, leading to their demise, there would be no repercussions. However, should one directly kill a fellow crew member seeking survival in the same mirage, that victim spirit would relentlessly haunt the perpetrator's ship, transforming into an unyielding, vengeful spirit. Though not entirely insurmountable, when the captain spoke of this, he had exhibited a visibly strained expression, laughing it off before moving on. Thus, in the mirage, as long as one remained vigilant and avoided manipulation, crew members from different teams could indeed collaborate. The middle-aged man, self-identified as Miao Xiuzhu, narrowed his eyes and candidly shared the clues he had unearthed. "Su, take a look here." He pointed at a flaw on the partition of the last stall, meticulously analyzing. "This morning, I entered the restroom rather quickly, and I distinctly remember the man who encountered the ghost remained silent after his teammates roused him. His gaze fixated on the upper part of the partition. Therefore, I thoroughly examined the inner and outer panels of this stall, and indeed, look here, and here, there are faint handprints, despite the seemingly knowledgeable man before him." Su Yan remained skeptical of his claims, but nonetheless shared the information they had overheard at the restroom door, that it was two heads that had terrified Du Xingting, following Miao Xiuzhu's guidance. Su Yan meticulously inspected the partition, discovering 4 distinct handprints of children at a height of approximately 1.67 meters. When combined with the clues heard earlier that morning, it was not difficult to surmise that the previous night, 2 children's hands had pressed firmly against the door, their heads peering through the gap between the stall and the ceiling, staring intently at the trapped crew member inside. As the realization dawned, both Miao Xiuzhu and Su Yan exchanged silent glances, each envisioning the despair that must have consumed Du Xingting while he was confined in that stall. Fortunately, last night was a safe zone. Otherwise, our morale would have suffered a significant blow had we lost someone on the very first night. Emerging from the restroom, Miao Xiuzhu and Su Yan began conversing in the corridor, the former accepting a cigarette from Su Yan and taking a deep drag. Indeed, a boost of nicotine can certainly sharpen the mind, Su Yan replied, his eyes slightly squinted behind the ember of his cigarette. Miao, how about we share the clues discovered by our 2 teams and work together? As for the beads and relics, let's rely on our own abilities. Su Yan's words were succinct and straightforward, expressing his willingness to collaborate while clearly delineating their competitive boundaries. That's splendid, brother. I couldn't ask for more. Miao Xiuzhu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his face lighting up with delight, but he was well aware that his team consisted of only 3 members, and although they had managed to acquire 2 keys the previous day, they had to remain together to avoid the risk of being taken out one by one. Now, having exchanged contact information, the 2 agreed that their teams would cooperate, enhancing their chances of survival while sharing more clues, which brought a sense of relief to Miao Xiuzhu. Su Yan, feeling positive about Miao Xiuzhu's character from their earlier exchange, readily agreed to this verbal pact. As the clock approached 7 in the morning, individuals from various rooms began to emerge for their morning routines, this time converging in the restroom located centrally on the staircase. Although the restroom, where the ghostly encounter had occurred, was somewhat closer, the inherent risk deterred the seasoned crew members from venturing there. Meanwhile, Luo Hong, who had just woken after a brief rest, faintly heard the sounds of water and people coming from the 5th-floor restroom. However, the NPC faculty members present engaged in no conversation while washing up, leaving him disappointed in his attempt to eavesdrop from the window near the sink. Teams maintained their unspoken distance until, after everyone had completed their morning routines, the selected leaders from each group gathered to discuss matters in the room adjacent to where Du Xingting had been taken. Su Yan, Miao Xiuzhu, Fang Jiarong, and a man from the duo team, named Wang Ziming, convened in the somewhat cramped quarters to hold an essential meeting. Fang Jiarong, his face etched with a mix of resignation and concern, spoke first. Everyone, Du Xingting's current condition is genuinely troubling. He has been excessively frightened and remains somewhat disoriented. Despite my efforts to inquire, I have only managed to extract a vague description of there are 2 ghostly children in the restroom. Each time I attempt to press for more details, Du Xingting curls up in a corner, trembling. Having undergone multiple experiences in the mirage, Fang Jiarong understood that this young man, upon whom he had placed great expectations, would not recover swiftly. Yet they could not afford to leave him unattended, for fear that Fang Jiarong himself might fall prey to the ghosts if left alone. Su Yan furrowed his brow, contemplating before speaking. Captain Fang, do you believe those 2 ghostly children possess any special abilities or behavioral patterns? Such ambiguous clues render it exceedingly difficult to grasp the situation. Wang Ziming, pondering for a moment, slowly remarked, the information we currently possess is still far too scant. While remaining vigilant regarding the restroom, we must strictly adhere to the rules outlined in the Academy's regulations. Fang Jiarong, taking in the words of his companions, nodded gravely. Indeed, we must ascertain the circumstances surrounding those 2 ghostly children as swiftly as possible. However, the current state of Du Xingting is truly exasperating, and it remains uncertain when he will provide any new leads. Su Yan thoughtfully stroked his chin and remarked, we cannot merely wait passively for Du Xingting to recover. We must take the initiative to seek out clues. We can explore other avenues, such as the history of this orphanage and the background of its director. Perhaps we might uncover some traces related to the ghostly child. Miao Xiuzhu nodded slightly in agreement. That makes sense. Let's head to the cafeteria for a meal first. And after dining, we can consult with Director Liu to see if she has any plans. Then we can organize ourselves into groups to gather information as needed. The other team leaders contemplated this suggestion before agreeing with Miao Xiuzhu, especially as the time approached the breakfast hour indicated by Director Liu. Ultimately, the group resolved that, in order to avoid violating the orphanage's policy against food wastage, each person would take as little food as possible when they reached the cafeteria. The four teams, united in their consensus, descended the stairs and entered the courtyard still shrouded in a thin mist. Making their way toward the cafeteria, which emitted faint wisps of smoke. Chapter 19. The grievance of the Little Sun Orphanage. The group proceeded with caution as they entered the cafeteria, remaining vigilant. Inside, the spacious room was only sparsely populated by a few faculty members. The teachers, clad in uniforms, wore expressions of indifference, as if donning emotionless masks. They mechanically stared at their plates, wielding their chopsticks, and the cafeteria was filled solely with the sounds of chewing and the clattering of utensils. This monotonous and oppressive noise echoed throughout the empty space, inducing a chill. Something felt amiss. Luo Hong, alert and vigilant, walked amid the group, weaving between Su Yin and the others, his eyes brimmed with wariness. Constantly scanning his surroundings, Luo Hong's gaze traversed the peculiar expressions of the faculty members, settling upon their plates. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, eggs, and a modest serving of pickles constituted a perfectly ordinary Chinese breakfast. However, a lingering sense of unease compelled Luo Hong to discreetly survey the faces of the teachers, that he noticed that a few of them bore eerie smiles, their movements and mannerisms exaggerated, as if they were compelled to consume their food within mere minutes. Among these hurried eaters, there was a peculiar item on their plates that others did not possess, an abundance of dumplings piled high, like a small mountain. Having identified this alarming detail, Luo Hong hastily retrieved his phone, his fingers flying across the screen, that he signaled to the other three crew members to check the freshly minted information in their group chat. The dumplings in the cafeteria may pose a risk. Everyone should stick to soy milk and, if absolutely hungry, eat the fried dough sticks. Avoid the dumplings. This concise and clear message lay quietly in the group chat. While the others did not comprehend the basis of Luo Hong's conclusions, they chose to trust their companion, fully aware that, in such circumstances, even the most seemingly trivial clue could be a matter of life and death. In recent days, Su Yan's bond with Luo Hong had grown increasingly strong, prompting him to promptly share the information with Miao Xiuzhu. After confirming that the latter had seen the message, Su Yan feigned nonchalance as he approached the food counter. The cafeteria of the Little Sun Orphanage operated under a common self-service model, with metal trays and chopsticks available for self-selection. Outside the serving window, trays filled with fried dough sticks, dumplings, and buckets brimming with eggs were neatly arranged. As for the soy milk, it was already poured into small metal bowls for the staff to take. Notably, the trays of fried dough sticks and eggs were nearly empty, while the freshly steamed dumplings, glistening with oil and exuding warmth, were enticingly abundant. Each plump meat dumpling was aromatic and irresistibly tempting. Nevertheless, Luo Hong's warning acted as an invisible barrier, prompting the group to steer clear of the dumplings. Gazing at the banner above the serving counter, emblazoned with the words honoring food conservation, wasting food is shameful. And observing the cafeteria staff, who were tightly wrapped in black aprons, a sense of inexplicable oppression washed over the group. They prudently took only a small amount of food and gathered around a table with their teammates to begin their meal. During the serving period, the first in line was Fang Jiarong and his team. Among them, Zhao Tsong, who shared a dormitory with Du Xingting, perhaps feeling guilty for not having gone to the restroom to assist the previous night, entrusted the care of Du Xingting to others and proceeded to serve a portion for Du Xingting first. His chopsticks hesitated momentarily above the food, ultimately selecting the very dumpling that Luo Hong had already deemed hazardous. Observing this, the kind-hearted Luo Hong was poised to intervene, but was abruptly restrained by Lu Hongyun beside him. That a surge of urgency and helplessness coursed through Luo Hong. He wanted to stop Zhao Tsong's action, for these meat dumplings seemed far too suspicious, resembling a trap. That Lu Hongyun firmly grasped Luo Hong's hand, shaking his head to signal him to remain calm. Following the butcher's gaze, Luo Hong was horrified to discover that, just as he stepped forward to caution Zhao Tsong, the cafeteria staff had all ceased their meals, lifting their heads to stare at him from all directions. The cold, unmasked gazes bore into Luo Hong, sending a shiver down his spine. That he had never experienced such an overwhelming sense of pressure, as though every move he made was under the scrutiny of these faculty members. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Luo Hong's heart raced with anxiety that he understood that had he dared to voice a warning, dire consequences would surely ensue. But why did they all seem intent on compelling the new staff to consume dumplings? Feeling increasingly uneasy under the watchful eyes of the educators, Lu Ohong hastily grabbed a fried dough stick and a bowl of soy milk, quickly seating himself nearby. Even as he sat, his gaze continued to dart toward the faculty members, his vigilance unwavering. Once all the crew members had gathered their meals and taken their seats, the faculty members finally withdrew their cold stares, and the sounds of clattering cutlery resumed in the cafeteria. The crew, feeling the peculiar demeanor of the cafeteria staff, hurriedly finished their breakfast, one by one rising to return their trays and exit in a flurry. Did you see that? Once they breathed in the fresh outdoor air, Lu Ohong seized Su Yin and whispered urgently, "I specifically observed that 2 of the crew members from Fong Jiarong's team ate dumplings, while none from the other 3 teams did." Lu Ohong's voice was tinged with tension and concern. As he pondered the potential consequences for those who had consumed the dumplings in response to this revelation, Su Yin waved his hand dismissively, while the butcher, unusually, took the opportunity to advise, "Chef, you technically qualify as a novice. In the future, should such situations arise again, never voice your concerns in the presence of outsiders. The people in the Mirage are not like the NPCs in games that merely trigger plots. Each of us saw someone take dumplings. Yet none spoke up. That's precisely why. Had you truly voiced your concerns earlier, you might have attracted the attention of those unearthly beings in the cafeteria." As they spoke, the group had slowly made their way along the asphalt path in the courtyard. Arriving at the base of the main building, the old church-style building stood silently, its structure clearly a repurposed abandoned chapel, with a life-size crucifix of Jesus hanging prominently at its center, exuding an air of antiquity. When Lu Ohong glanced up at the crucifix, he noticed, with a hint of dread, that the corner of Jesus' eye was stained with red paint, perhaps a lamentation of his own fate at that moment. A woman emerged from the hall. It was Director Lu, who had led them to their rooms the previous day. Her figure was cloaked in shadows where the sunlight could not reach, her voice clear and resonant. "Good day, teachers. You all are quite punctual." A professional smile adorned Director Lu's face. "You should have reviewed the recruitment notice from our Little Sun orphanage before your arrival. Each of our departments is in need of personnel, and you may choose which department to join. Those selecting the education department will be responsible for teaching the children various subjects. If you choose the medical and health department, you will be tasked with caring for the children's mental well-being. Additionally, those with culinary skills may opt for the life department, as we are also short-staffed in the kitchen." Director Lu's words resounded in a meticulously organized manner, her gaze sweeping across the assembly as if scrutinizing the reactions of each individual. Upon concluding her statement, Director Lu stood politely in place, a smile that did not reach her eyes fixed upon the crew members. She awaited their decisions with the quiet patience of a hunter, poised for her prey to fall into a trap. This was a narrative that the Mirage could not escape, an obligatory main quest that everyone had to accept, which naturally afforded them the opportunity to gather clues. In the presence of Director Lu, the crowd outside the main hall dared not conspire loudly, engaging in only brief conversations before establishing their small team assignments. The crew of the Dutchman was divided into 2 groups. The butcher and Chinishan would apply for the position of psychological counselor in the medical and health department, while Lu Ohong and Su Yin, this duo, opted to work as chefs in the dining hall. After all, Lu Ohong's culinary skills were indeed commendable. It would be a pity not to seize this chance to gather information. The crew members who had made their decisions approached Director Lu to articulate their thoughts, and she displayed no signs of impatience despite the slight delay, maintaining her polite yet aloof smile. Once everyone had chosen their desired positions, Director Lu instructed others to fetch their uniforms. 3 distinct uniforms were neatly stacked together, exuding a faint scent of disinfectant. Those assigned to the teaching building received attire resembling suit shirts. The individuals heading to the psychological counseling room donned clean and tidy white lab coats. As for the trio selecting the kitchen, their uniforms were the most elaborate, comprising an entire set of long garments, including masks, hats, tops, bottoms, and deep black leather aprons. Subsequently, Director Lu arranged for someone to lead the crew members to the changing room in the teaching building to don their uniforms, and assigned personnel to guide everyone to their respective workplaces across the 3 buildings. Those remaining in the teaching building needed to select a subject to teach, while those returning to the dormitory building were to welcome children in need of psychological counseling at the end of the first-floor corridor. As for those applying to the dining hall, It went without saying that anyone with even a modicum of kitchen experience would find work to do, aside from Lu Ohong and his companion. The only other individual choosing to be a chef in the dining hall was the sole girl from Miao Xiuju's team, named Xiepan Shuang. The others might have lacked confidence in their culinary skills or found the morning's dining hall experience somewhat unsettling, leading them to select different roles. However, in an orphanage where the existence of ghosts was a certainty, and where someone had already encountered the spectral image of a child, how much safer was it to be a teacher for unfamiliar children or to conduct psychological counseling in a small office than to toil in a dim and oppressive dining hall as a chef? Chapter 20. The Little Sun Orphan's Kitchen. After swiftly changing into their uniforms in the changing room, Lu Ohong had yet to savor the comfort of his attire when he was led to the dining hall by a mask-clad teacher. However, the trio, appearing as trial employees, entered through a small side door of the dining hall, making 2 turns before arriving at the kitchen at the back. That in the not-so-spacious kitchen, a chef clad in pristine white attire was stirring the ingredients in the pan. He wore a white sanitary hat pulled low, nearly obscuring his eyebrows. The chef's face was thoroughly concealed beneath the mask, making it difficult for anyone to discern his expression. Once the guiding teacher departed, the kitchen was left with only Lu Ohong and his 2 companions, along with 3 local staff members. Before the stove, the chef wielded a long spoon, periodically turning the contents to ensure every piece of meat was thoroughly seasoned. Nearby, the vegetable cutter skillfully wielded a knife, slicing potatoes into fine strips. In the dishwashing area, the dishwasher roared to life as the kitchen aide moved about, wiping down the already spotless equipment and countertops. The entire kitchen was enveloped in the warmth of cooking, yet these 4 individuals were bundled up tightly. Even though sweat had already soaked through their uniforms, they hesitated to remove their hats for a breath of fresh air. Having worked as a kitchen aide for several years, Lu Ohong's keen eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, soon spotting the prominently displayed work regulations for the Little Sun Orphanage dining hall, written in black on a blue background. First, dining hall staff must wear clean uniforms during work hours, strictly ensuring food hygiene. Second, meat and vegetarian items must be stored and handled separately, using different utensils and cutting boards. Third, the dining hall environment must remain tidy, undergoing thorough cleaning before and after daily operations to ensure no dust or refuse. Beneath these succinct regulations, the 3 bustling staff members in the kitchen adhered to the rules with an almost pathological diligence. Realizing that these work regulations were likely the lifeline for the crew members working in the dining hall, Su Yin promptly suggested that the 3 check one another. They confirmed that their uniforms were as tightly secured as those of the locals, and each donned an apron at the kitchen entrance. At this point, the kitchen aide approached them warmly, engaging in conversation. "You must be the new helpers. That's wonderful. We are in dire need of staff in our dining hall. Would anyone like to help with cleaning? You could also work alongside the other 2 chefs." Upon hearing this, Su Yin frowned. During breakfast earlier, they had observed more than 3 dining hall staff members. Clearly, the Mirage's rules were compelling them to separate. It seemed that if a 4th individual chose to work in the dining hall, then the corresponding rules and NPCs would generate accordingly. Lu Ohong grasped this implication as well. Confident in his culinary skills, he boldly stated, "Annie, I would like to learn from the head chef." Hearing this, Su Yin, not to be outdone, replied, "Annie, I will assist the vegetable cutter with the preparations." Understanding her status as an outsider, Xiepan Shuang reluctantly opted to help the kitchen aide with cleaning duties. After establishing their preliminary roles, Lu Ohong approached the chef, who was fervently stirring a pot, and focused intently on the red braised meat before him. The moment he heard Director Lu allow them to choose their work positions, he had thought of the dining hall, since there had been issues with the buns at breakfast but no opportunity to investigate. Becoming a chef in the kitchen would enable him to uncover where the problem lay. As he scrutinized the scene, the chef suddenly let out a cold huff, glaring fiercely at Lu Ohong, and remarked, "What? Do you enjoy watching others cook?" Lu Ohong realized his scrutiny may have been excessive, and with an awkward laugh, he scratched his head and quickly complimented, "Oh no, I just caught a whiff of the aroma before entering and was particularly eager to learn how you season your dishes." Upon hearing the flattery, the chef's demeanor softened somewhat, yet he remained brusque, replying, "Get lost. Do you know this is called stealing skills?" With that, he waved Lu Ohong away and added a handful of seasoning from the spice station into the pot before resuming his stirring. Once the seasoning was added, the aroma from the pot was instantly invigorated. However, familiar with various home-cooked dishes, Lu Ohong detected a faint whiff of blood amidst the rising steam. Sensing this peculiar scent, which was unlike the smell of pig's blood, Lu Ohong furrowed his brow. Yet the pot before him contained genuine, premium pork belly. This did not align with the operational norms of an orphanage that struggled with staffing. Located in such a remote area and housed in decades-old buildings, it seemed implausible for them to afford premium pork belly for the dining hall. Everything about this situation reeked of the uncanny. Lu Ohong feigned a longing expression, swallowing hard, and casually inquired, "Chef, does our dining hall always serve food this good?" "How could that be?" The chef, pausing his stirring, took a breath before responding, "Don't daydream, given our conditions here. Having this kind of meat dish once a week is quite remarkable. Impressive." Regardless of the veracity of the chef's statement, Lu Ohong gave a thumbs up, genuinely praising, "Chef, your skills are evident. This dish looks appetizing." "Ha ha, it's just all right." The flattered chef flipped the contents of the pot a few more times, developing a fondness for the newcomer. However, he did not forget the reason for summoning the helpers. The head chef straightened his expression and instructed Lu Ohong not to linger and distract him. There was another stove nearby that needed his assistance with frying the potato strips. Upon receiving the command, Lu Ohong stood at attention, saluted, and exclaimed, "Understood." He promptly retrieved the prepared potato strips and ingredients from Su Yin, who shot him a resentful glance. The sizzling sound of high heat erupted as the chili segments released their fragrant aroma, quickly filling the kitchen. Even with their thick masks on, the others were drawn to the enticing scent. And the head chef experienced an inexplicable sense of urgency. "Wait a minute, this kid is surprisingly skilled." At this moment, Lu Ohong, who had not cooked on the large stove for quite some time, was completely immersed in showcasing his culinary skills. He had not forgotten the pre-established safety period in the Mirage, and was resolutely determined to earn the trust of the 3 NPCs in the back kitchen during this safe interval. Before long, a pot full of fragrant and visually appealing stir-fried potato strips with vinegar was freshly prepared. However, when the head chef approached and merely cast a glance, he remarked indifferently, "Not bad, keep it up." This veiled attitude was so blatant that even his 2 colleagues could not bear to witness it. The enthusiastic kitchen assistant quietly inquired of Xiepan Wang, who was bent over wiping the table. "Hey, do you know what this young man did before? With such flair, TKSK, he seems no less impressive than old Wang." The old Wang she referred to was indeed the head chef. The back kitchen, which was already cramped, saw old Wang's face flush with embarrassment at the direct jest. Thankfully, his mask concealed his expression, or he would have lost his composure. For a moment, the bustling kitchen was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. Su Yin, the most experienced among them, was somewhat perplexed as to why the Mirage had suddenly transformed into a makeshift kitchen. Regardless, he continued to meticulously wash the cabbage and tofu, diligently fulfilling his role. Yet, in a corner unnoticed by the crew, several disfigured corpses of young men and women hung from iron hooks in the cold storage of the kitchen. Their abdomens were hollow, and their faces bore eerie smiles. With only 2 black voids where their eyes should have been, they stared unblinkingly towards the direction of the cold storage door, as if they could see through the thick isolation door to the bustling individuals working outside. Or perhaps, gazing at the meat being stir-fried in the pot. Chapter 21. The resentment of Little Sun Orphanage. Meanwhile, those in the other 2 buildings were not faring any better, as each group faced their own formidable challenges. Main building. 2nd floor teacher's office within the temporary team. The duo led by Wang Ziming and the 4-member group that had already encountered ghosts chose to remain in the main building to teach. After all, this educational edifice was evidently the most pivotal structure, and yesterday, Director Liu had hurriedly returned to the teaching building after assigning them their rooms, shrouded in the weighty cloak of night. Undoubtedly, this building concealed secrets she wished to keep hidden from others. At this moment, several individuals clad in teacher uniforms were gathered in the empty office, discussing the staff code of conduct for the Little Sun Orphanage displayed on the wall. 1. Arrive at school punctually. Tardiness and early departures are strictly forbidden. Instruction must adhere to the course schedule, without unauthorized alterations to content or sequence. 2. For peculiar questions posed by students, respond with ambiguous language or guide them to seek answers independently. Direct explanations are absolutely prohibited. 3. In the event of a student's disappearance, report immediately to the educational director. Do not search. Gazing at this bizarre code of conduct, The group could readily ascertain that anyone daring to seek clues regarding a missing student would undoubtedly trigger the hunting rules. However, the other two rules were equally peculiar, leaving the 6 who had chosen to stay and teach feeling quite uneasy. "Did I have the schedule?" Wang Ziming stated solemnly, retrieving a crumpled, dust-laden paper from a table. The document was densely filled with course arrangements. The group huddled closer, scrutinizing the schedule, their anxiety intensifying. "According to this schedule, we have classes starting imminently." Wang Ziming's voice was grave and serious, as it was evident that the dusty document was not freshly printed. Yet their names appeared on it. The orphans had been divided into 3 classes based on age: large, medium, and small, with each class attending for major lessons daily. This meant that each of the 6 individuals in the office would inevitably be assigned 2 classes. They exchanged glances, unsure how to tackle the impending teaching obligations. "This will not be an easy class to conduct. Those peculiar rules are decidedly strange. What if a student poses an unanswerable question?" Zhao Tsong expressed his concerns, having been assigned the second lesson of the morning, which left him quite apprehensive. "And we are not professional educators," Qin Linglian, the only female aboard the eerie vessel, responded helplessly. "We can only take it one step at a time. Currently, we have no other options." She was particularly anxious, as she was scheduled to lecture in the first period that as they prepared themselves. The first lesson involved Wang Ziming, his teammate Yu Qing, and the recently spoken Qin Linglian. Acknowledging that the time for their initial class was imminent, they steeled their nerves, each grasping their textbooks and teaching aids as they made their way to the classroom. The second floor of the teaching building lacked lighting due to the absence of evening study sessions. Today, the natural light was poor, casting the dim corridor in silence, where only their footsteps echoed. The 3 classroom doors seemed to conceal unknown dangers, leaving the teachers standing at the entrance feeling trepidatious. Upon entering the classroom, they were met with the curious gazes of the children, who appeared blissfully unaware of the hidden perils within the orphanage. Their innocence only heightened the anxiety of the teachers as the class bell rang. The teachers began their instruction in accordance with the schedule. They carefully moderated their language, fearful of inadvertently violating the rules. However, while Yu Qing was teaching the large class, she had scarcely read a few lines from the textbook when a boy stood up, grinning, and asked, "Teacher, why haven't I seen you before? Why is your skin so dark?" Hearing this, a chill ran down Yu Qing's spine. While her complexion was not particularly fair, it certainly could not be deemed dark. Yet the 20 or so students in the class each bore a pallid hue, their skin appearing bloodless, with bluish veins faintly pulsating beneath. Suppressing her rising fear, Yu Qing endeavored to keep her voice steady. "Perhaps the teacher has been basking in the sun too much lately. Now everyone, let us focus on our lesson." She attempted to redirect the conversation back to the textbook, but the boy persisted. "Teacher, you're lying. You definitely didn't get dark from the sun." The boy's face still wore a grin. Yet a hint of skepticism flickered in his eyes, prompting other students to murmur amongst themselves. Filled with curiosity about Yu Qing's complexion, why Yu Qing's palms began to sweat. She was uncertain how to navigate this situation. She could not provide a clear explanation, nor could she allow the students to continue probing the matter. Her mind raced to devise an ambiguous response. "Classmates, everyone's skin color may vary for different reasons. Perhaps the teacher has recently consumed some special food or come into contact with something unique." Why Yu Qing endeavored to infuse her tone with lightheartedness and warmth. The students seemed dissatisfied with her answer. Yet they did not press further. Sighing in relief, Yu Qing discreetly wiped the cold sweat from her brow and hurriedly resumed her lesson. However, her heart remained heavy with unease. She could not fathom why these students were so fixated on her complexion, nor what strange occurrences lay ahead. Simultaneously, in the middle class, teacher Qin Linglian encountered an unexpected situation. The children in her class were all just over 10 years old, and the curriculum was relatively simple. However, a girl sitting in the far corner remained silent, her head bowed. The boy seated next to her, visibly anxious, raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, why isn't she speaking? Is she sick?" The boy's face was filled with concern, his gaze fixed intently on the girl who had not uttered a word. The question interrupted Qin Linglian's lesson, causing her heart to tighten. She knew she could not provide a direct explanation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Linglian smiled and replied, "Perhaps she is simply pondering the question. Classmates, let us not disturb her. She will naturally join us once she has thought it through." The boy nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, yet he continued to glance at the girl. Qin Linglian pressed on with her lesson, attempting to divert the student's focus away from the girl. However, the boy, seemingly anxious, reached out and pulled back the curtain of hair that hung in front of the girl's face. That as he did so, Qin Linglian, who had been observing the corner, gasped in shock. The girl sitting there appeared to have fainted. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her eyes tightly shut, and her lips tinged with a faint blue. The mischievous boy, noticing the situation, exclaimed in alarm, "Teacher, what is wrong with her? Is she dead?" Qin Linglian's heart raced. But she fought to maintain her composure. "Don't say such things. She may just be feeling unwell. Everyone, return to your seats and remain calm." She hurried over to the girl, gently shaking her shoulders in an attempt to rouse her. Yet the girl remained unresponsive. Qin Linglian was acutely aware that, according to the faculty code of conduct, she was not permitted to arrive late or leave early. However, she could not bring herself to stand idly by while this child appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness within the classroom, uncertain of whether this might trigger other fatal repercussions. Moreover, the students in the middle class all seemed like vibrant, living children. The only boy who had posed a question was merely a bit mischievous and had not inquired about anything particularly bizarre. Contemplating this dilemma, Qin Linglian hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to escort the girl to the infirmary. She lifted the girl into her arms and addressed the students, saying, "Classmates, please read quietly for a moment. I shall take her to the infirmary." With that, Qin Linglian set aside her textbook and hurriedly exited the classroom without looking back. That as she made her way to the infirmary, a sense of unease enveloped her. She questioned the validity of her decision and pondered what consequences might arise from leaving the classroom without permission. Nevertheless, she could not bear to witness a child who did not resemble a malevolent spirit in peril, while remaining indifferent. Upon reaching the infirmary located on the first floor of the main building, she discovered it to be empty. Anxious and desperate, Qin Linglian placed the girl on the examination table and searched frantically for a doctor. But to no avail. After running in a state of panic, she could no longer hear the sounds emanating from the classroom on the second floor, and regret began to seep into her thoughts regarding her impulsive actions. Qin Linglian understood that she had violated the faculty code of conduct. Although she had justifiable reasons, she was uncertain of the potential repercussions to that moment. The pallid-faced girl suddenly opened her eyes and grasped Qin Linglian's wrist with a tight grip. Startled by the girl's unexpected movement, Qin Linglian nearly cried out. She looked down at the girl, whose eyes were shrouded in a thick, white mist. "Teacher, why did you bring me here?" The girl, who had just awakened, spoke in a voice that was cold and hollow, as though it emanated from another realm. Trembling, Qin Linglian replied, "You were unwell. I tried to wake you, but you did not respond. That I thought it best to bring you to the infirmary for the doctor to examine you." The girl slowly shook her head, stating, "The teaching building has not had a doctor on duty for quite some time. You should not have violated the rules." With that, the pale girl released her grip and closed her eyes once more. Instantly, Qin Linglian felt her heart plummet, and a profound sense of dread washed over her. She wished to flee the infirmary, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile. Just then, the door to the infirmary slammed shut with a resounding bang, plunging the room into darkness. Qin Linglian, gripped by terror, glanced around but saw nothing. Her heart raced, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. In the inky blackness, it seemed as though something was slowly approaching. Qin Linglian could hear soft footsteps and breathing, the sounds growing nearer and clearer. She longed to scream for help, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. In that pitch-black void, a frigid hand seized her wrist. Overcome by a chilling sensation, Qin Linglian screamed in fear. But her voice sounded feeble and powerless in the darkness. She struggled desperately, yet that hand held her firmly, refusing to let go. That moment, the girl, who had been lying on the bed with her eyes closed, suddenly spoke. "Doctor, it was I who asked the teacher to bring me to the infirmary. I am feeling a bit unwell." Upon hearing the girl's words, a glimmer of hope surged within Qin Linglian. The hand gripping her wrist seemed to pause momentarily before gradually loosening its hold. In the darkness, the footsteps receded, and the chilling breath vanished without a trace. Surviving the ordeal, Qin Linglian collapsed to the ground. Gasping for air, trembling, she turned to the girl and stammered, "Why did you say that just now?" As sunlight once again illuminated the infirmary, the girl sat up and replied calmly, "Teacher, you have violated the rules. And unfavorable events may occur. However, I do not wish for you to come to harm. Filled with confusion and gratitude, Qin Linglian inquired, "Why do you wish to help me? What secrets lie within this place?" The girl, eyes wide, fell silent for a moment before suddenly displaying fear, her voice trembling as she warned, "Teacher, the orphanage has become quite dangerous recently. You must be cautious and refrain from breaking the rules. Sometimes, ignorance is better than knowledge." Qin Linglian wished to ask further questions, but the girl lay back down and closed her eyes, falling silent once more. The infirmary was once again engulfed in quietude, and Qin Linglian endeavored to calm her racing heart. She understood that she must leave this place swiftly, return to the classroom, and pretend as though nothing had transpired, gradually rising to her feet. She rubbed her stiff legs while cautiously making her way to the door. As her hand grasped the doorknob of the infirmary, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Taking a deep breath, Qin Linglian turned the knob firmly, and the door creaked open. The cacophony from the second floor flooded into the infirmary, and Qin Linglian felt an immense relief as she stepped outside. Back in the classroom, she counted her students and noticed, to her astonishment, that 2 were inexplicably missing. This time, she dared not defy the faculty code of conduct, and instead, she picked up her textbook and began to read in a methodical manner. Chapter 22. The orphan's grievance and the first death. The bell, signaling the end of class, rang, and Qin Linglian's taut nerves finally began to relax. She concluded her lesson and hastily returned to the office. Exchanging glances with Wang Ziming and Yu Qing, each reflecting exhaustion and unease. Seizing the opportunity during the break, Qin Linglian hurriedly recounted her bizarre encounter in the infirmary to her fellow teachers. As they listened to her account, their expressions grew increasingly grave. With his brow furrowed, Fang Jiarong remarked, "The consequences of violating the rules at the orphanage are far too severe. We must all exercise greater caution." Wang Ziming nodded slowly after a moment of silence, saying, "It seems that breaking the rules can lead to being hunted by malevolent spirits. Regardless of the circumstances in the classroom, we must not act impulsively." Qin Linglian nodded in agreement, still haunted by the memories of her terrifying experience in the infirmary. She recalled the icy grip that had seemed to hold her wrist so tightly. Who exactly was that girl? Why did she wish to help me? Qin Linglian voiced her confusion. "What do you think that girl is? Why does she want to assist me?" After pondering for a moment, Fang Jiarong replied, "Perhaps she knows things we are unaware of. However, now is not the time to delve deeper. Let's discuss it further once we finish our classes." Wang Ziming concurred. "For now, our priority is to continue teaching according to the rules and avoid unnecessary complications. We can seek the right moment to uncover the secrets here." The 15-minute break passed swiftly, and it was now Fang Jiarong, along with his teammates Du Xingting and Zhao Tsong, who were to teach. Aware of Qin Linglian's earlier experience, the 3 understood that as long as they adhered to the rules, they would remain safe. Upon reaching their respective podiums, they each took out their textbooks and began to read. However, at that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. In both the middle class and the senior class, several students stood up simultaneously, fixated on Du Xingting and Zhao Tsong at the podium, mumbling incoherently, "Teachers, why do you smell so fragrant?" Du Xingting and Zhao Tsong felt an immediate tightening in their chests upon hearing this. Instinctively, they sniffed their clothing but detected no particularly pleasant aroma, recently liberated from the traumatic encounter of the previous night. Du Xingting struggled to maintain his composure, forcing a smile as he replied, "Classmates, it might just be your imagination. Please focus on your studies and do not get distracted." Nevertheless, the students remained undeterred, their gazes still fixed on him, their eyes reflecting an eerie yearning. Meanwhile, Zhao Tsong began to perspire, unsure of how to navigate this unsettling situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps the source of the fragrance was the savory meat buns they had eaten that morning, which were indeed aromatic and tantalizing. He hesitantly suggested, "Maybe it's the aroma from the cafeteria's cooking today, that let's not indulge in wild thoughts. Please pay attention to the lesson." The students appeared to be dissatisfied with his response. Yet at that moment, the cafeteria was indeed filled with the rising smoke of cooking, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air, leaving the students with no choice but to relent. However, the atmosphere in Du Xingting's classroom became increasingly tense. He felt an invisible pressure enveloping him as he gazed into the students' penetrating stares and their bizarre desires. His unease intensified. He struggled to devise a coping strategy. yet found himself at a loss for a better solution. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he gripped his textbook tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The silence in the classroom seemed to stretch infinitely, each passing second tormenting Du Xingting unbearably. To this moment, the students, who had previously regained their composure after hearing his answer, all stood up, even those who had appeared quite normal. These 15 and 16-year-olds displayed unabashedly malicious smiles towards Du Xingting, in unison asking, "Teacher, why do you smell so good?" Du Xingting's body trembled involuntarily. He fought to suppress his inner fear and endeavored to keep his voice steady. "Students, I assure you, I do not have any fragrance on me. It must be a trick of your imagination." Yet the students disregarded his words, their malevolent smiles sending chills down his spine that Du Xingting felt as if he were encircled by a pack of ravenous wolves, ready to be devoured at any moment. His mind raced, searching for a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps it is the scent of flowers wafting in from outside that if everyone closes the windows, we won't smell anything strange. Some students hesitated briefly, but complied with his request to shut the windows. However, a portion remained standing, their gazes fixed intently upon Du Xingting. That moment, Fang Jiarong in another classroom also sensed something was amiss. His heart raced with anxiety. Unsure of how to assist Du Xingting, or rather, he was reluctant to expend his limited resources so soon after the onset of the mirage. The scene in the large class undoubtedly exerted immense pressure on Du Xingting's mental state, fear threatening to shatter his reason. Having encountered a ghost the previous day without proper rest, remnants of that encounter lingered in his mind. Du Xingting, observing the students steadfastly standing their ground, suddenly broke down and rushed towards the classroom door. He frantically pulled at the door, consumed by a singular thought: to escape this terrifying place. However, upon grasping the doorknob, he found it firmly locked, unyielding to his desperate attempts. Despair enveloped him instantly. He lost all strength and collapsed onto the floor, his eyes filled with helplessness and terror. The students in the large class approached him slowly, their faces adorned with grotesque smiles, their malice palpable, suffocating him. "Teacher, why are you trying to run?" one student asked coldly. Du Xingting opened his mouth, yet emitted no sound, that he understood he had fallen into a dire predicament, and the consequences of violating the faculty's code of conduct were about to manifest. Just then, he caught sight of two familiar faces hidden among the crowd of students. Those were the very ghosts he had encountered in the restroom yesterday. Du Xingting's heart plummeted, terror flooding over him like a tidal wave. The ghastly visages seemed particularly sinister amidst the throng, as if heralding his impending doom. His body slackened once more, his mind blanked. He was at a loss for how to confront this sudden, horrifying spectacle, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. With this thought, Du Xingting clawed at the secondary window of the classroom door, desperately directing a warning towards Fang Jiarong. "It's them." "The restroom." "Ugh." His warning was abruptly cut short as the students moved swiftly and violently, their hands like iron claws, clamping down on Du Xingting's mouth. One after another, students joined in, their pale, twisted hands surging like a tide, overwhelming his entire face. The pressure of their palms contorted his features. Blood seeped through the gaps between their fingers. In the final moment before his vision was obscured, he stared wide-eyed at the children before him, their mouths stretched grotesquely back to their ears, extinguishing any desire for survival. Fang Jiarong, hearing Du Xingting's cries from the adjacent classroom, felt a tightness in his chest that he was unaware of what had transpired. Yet the tone of Du Xingting's voice conveyed an overwhelming danger. He longed to investigate, but hesitated to leave his own classroom, fearing even worse consequences, and continued to read Pinyin to the 4- and 5-year-old children below. At that moment, a chilling sound of gnawing emanated from the large class. Fang Jiarong, already burdened with worry, felt his fear intensify upon hearing the unsettling noise just one door away. His hands trembled slightly, almost unable to hold the textbook. The children in the small class seemed to sense the abnormality from the adjoining classroom, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Observing the children's reactions, Fang Jiarong endeavored to maintain his composure. Knowing he could not afford to lose his footing now, he continued reading Pinyin, attempting to soothe the children's anxieties with a steady voice. Yet, the gnawing persisted, the crunching sounds burrowing into his ears, tautening his nerves to their breaking point. That moment, a bell rang, melodious as a celestial chime, signaling the end of class. Although it was not yet time, the sound of high heels clicking echoed from the hallway on the third floor. Director Liu appeared in the second-floor corridor, her face ashen, halting the day's educational activities with a stern reprimand, ordering all children outside of the large class and all teachers to promptly return to the dormitory for rest. Upon hearing Director Liu's command, Fang Jiarong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly ceased his pinyin reading and led the children of the small class out of the classroom. Other teachers followed suit, guiding the children of the middle class in tow. Under Director Liu's watchful gaze, everyone hurried towards the dormitory. Along the way, the gnawing sound seemed to echo in their ears. Instilling a sense of dread, Fang Jiarong was filled with trepidation, piecing together what might have occurred in the large class. The children were also visibly frightened, remaining silent and closely following their teacher. The entire group squeezed into the narrow stairwell, moving silently, as the air thickened with tension and fear. Upon finally reaching the dormitory, they discovered that Director Liu had not accompanied them, but remained in the building where the horrifying incident had occurred. After escorting the children to their respective floors, Fang Jiarong exchanged glances with the other teachers before hastily returning to their rooms. Chapter 23. The little son orphans lurking in wait once everyone had returned to their rooms, and the hallway fell silent. They convened through a group chat to exchange information. The faces of those in the room were etched with worry and vigilance. Once all were present, Fang Jiarong, his expression grim, announced the news of Du Xingting's demise. His voice was low and heavy, as the bad news was that the first casualty had emerged, and worse still, the deceased was his companion, our comrade Du Xingting, who encountered a ghost last night. Inadvertently breached some rule during the large class and was devoured by the students. Upon hearing this, gasps filled the room, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Zhao Tsong, also a member of their team, trembled as he added, "I should have known how my brother Xingting met his end." Most of you, during your initial lectures, were questioned about physical characteristics. But when I first stood at the podium, several students from the middle class rose and asked me why I smelled so good. Zhao Tsong's voice rose, infused with an indescribable terror. How could he possibly emit a pleasant aroma? He knew he had not bathed all day yesterday and had gone to bed in his clothes. Being odorless was a feat in itself. Leaning against the wall, he squatted down, his face contorting into a grotesque mask of rage as he clutched his hair, directing an accusatory glare at his teammates. "Do you all remember the meat buns from the cafeteria this morning? I was the first to grab one. Why didn't any of you give me a heads up? The only thing we encountered today that had a scent was the meat buns, and Du Xingting was consumed because he smelled of meat." Consumed! Zhao Tsong's eyes reddened, his emotions on the brink of collapse as he shouted, "Jiarong, why didn't you warn me? And you, Ling Lian, did you just stand by and watch me die?" Everyone exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of guilt and helplessness, though the authenticity of that guilt was questionable. Fang Jiarong stepped forward, gently patting Zhao Tsong's shoulder in an attempt to soothe his frayed nerves. "Zhao Tsong, none of us anticipated this outcome. Moreover, this morning, both Liu Ohong from the neighboring team and I wanted to alert you. But as soon as we made a move, those ghastly faculty members in the cafeteria turned their attention toward us." He gestured for Qin Linglian to fetch some tissue for Zhao Tsong, who had begun to sob, and lamented, "It's not that we didn't want to help you, but the curse of the mirage is exceedingly perilous. Even the slightest misstep could trigger the murderous instincts of vengeful spirits." As Fang Jiarong sought to comfort his team members, Wang Ziming stood nearby, his eyes darting with intensity. From the series of incidents that had transpired in the main building that morning, he had gleaned 3 significant clues. First, the meat dishes in the cafeteria appeared to be suspect. The 2 individuals who had consumed meat buns were both targeted by the malevolent spirit during their teaching sessions. Had it not been for Zhao Tsong's quick thinking, who connected the scent emanating from him to the cafeteria's lunch preparations, he too would likely have met a grim fate. The second clue emerged when the educational supervisor promptly halted the teaching activities upon detecting any anomalies, indicating that the faculty would not be required to attend classes that day. In terms of outcomes, Du Xingting's demise was not entirely without merit. He had provided the lead about the meat buns and afforded the other 5 crew members vying for teaching positions an extra day of safety. The third clue, however, was the most crucial and worthy of further exploration. The little girl encountered by Qin Linglian in the kindergarten class was not only communicative, but also spared her life when she inadvertently breached the faculty's regulations. Having navigated the cursed mirage twice, Wang Ziming swiftly wove a perfect plan in his mind, combining these three clues. Clearing his throat, he interrupted Fang Jiarong's consolation of Zhao Kong. Everyone, listen to me that I believe the little girl Qin Linglian met in the kindergarten class is key. We must find a way to extract more information from her. All eyes turned to Wang Ziming, while Qin Linglian, singled out, furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "That little girl is indeed peculiar, but I cannot ascertain whether she will assist us again." At this moment, Fang Jiarong, having pulled himself from the grief of losing a teammate, pondered briefly before suggesting, "We could start by investigating her grade level, since Qin Linglian encountered her while teaching kindergarten. Perhaps we can search the dormitory floors where the kindergartners reside, or engage her during tomorrow's class." Wang Ziming nodded, following Fang Jiarong's line of thought. Yes, and it would be best for Miss Qin Linglian, who has had close contact with the girl, to carry out this plan. Since the girl was willing to help her, she is likely open to further interaction. Once again, the collective gaze focused on Qin Linglian, who, under the scrutiny of 4 pairs of eyes, pressed her lips together, seemingly reluctant, before slowly conceding, "I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee that I will successfully locate her or secure her assistance again." Observing the smooth progress of his plan, Wang Ziming smiled reassuringly at Qin Linglian. "Miss Qin, you need not bear too much pressure. We all recognize this is a challenging task, but you are currently our best hope for success. If you encounter any danger while searching for the little girl, we will not stand idly by," he continued. "Since this plan originates from Captain Fang and me, allow me to lend you a relic. It may very well save your life in times of need." With that, Wang Ziming produced a small, half-burned yellow candle from his pocket, exuding a repugnant odor and a faint chill that confirmed its potency as an effective relic. Qin Linglian gazed at the candle in her hand, a subtle sense of relief flickering in her eyes. Being a newcomer, she possessed no relic of her own, while Fang Jiarong, though in possession of one, would never lend it to a novice. Given its preciousness to this moment, Wang Ziming, acutely attuned to her response, solemnly explained, "Igniting this candle in a moment of peril can temporarily confuse the spirits, granting you a fleeting opportunity to escape. However, remember that its efficacy is limited, and reliance upon it should be measured." Captain Fang Jiarong added, "Linglian, possessing this relic should provide you with an additional layer of security that I will remain vigilant for you." Feeling the candle's slight chill bolstering her resolve, Qin Linglian nodded in agreement, "that I will exercise caution and endeavor to fulfill the task." The group then deliberated further details, establishing the timing of Qin Linglian's actions and the method of communication. Naturally, the others were not idle. After extensive discussion, they finalized their plan of action. They divided into 3 small groups, each stationed at one of the stairwells leading to the kindergarten dormitory. Should anyone spot a girl that matched Qin Linglian's description, they would immediately contact her, urging her to hurry over to IN Chapter 24. While the crew members in the teaching building fortuitously gained a precious day of safety, the atmosphere in the cafeteria's kitchen turned discordant. Lu Ohong, having completed the stir-frying of the sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stood with his hands on his hips, arguing with the head chef. "Chef Wang, you've been busy all morning. Let me handle the last 2 dishes." Hearing this, Chef Wang's forehead throbbed with veins as he retorted angrily, "You young lad, I'm not old yet. Do you think cooking a few dishes will tire me out? Let me do it." At that moment, the 2 chefs were vying for a bowl of chopped cabbage, while the other 4 kitchen staff paused their tasks, intrigued by the unfolding drama, some even wishing they could snack on sunflower seeds. Su Yin, whose hands ached from chopping, gazed enviously at the bickering Lu Ohong, astonished by the audacity displayed. Never had he witnessed such a scene in the Mirage. The 3 indigenous chefs appeared oblivious to the fact that Lu Ohong was contending with Chef Wang, clearly an important NPC of the cafeteria. "Chef Wang, just look at the sweat on your back. You just tasted my cooking. Why not take a break and let your younger brother take care of things?" With Lu Ohong's concern and persuasion, the obstinate Chef Wang decided against prolonging the argument. That he glanced at the clock on the wall, cleared his throat, and said, "Fine, I'll stay here and see if you can manage this large pot of rice. There's just an hour until lunchtime, and if you don't have it ready, I won't take responsibility when the leaders come down on me." He then shot a glare at the others, barking, "Why are you just standing there? Do you think the dishes will arrange themselves, or the floor will clean itself?" With that, he sauntered away from the stove towards the kitchen's break room. The kitchen staff, chastened by the chef's glare, dispersed and returned to their tasks. Meanwhile, Luo Hong seized the opportunity, taking a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. That I asked the head chef. Chef Wang must possess valuable information about the Little Sun orphanage. His eagerness to showcase his skills was a means to earn the chef's trust and uncover clues about navigating the mirage. With renewed focus, Luo Hong skillfully added the cabbage to the pot and retrieved the soaked vermicelli and tofu from the sink. Adding water to stew the mixture, the T.O. ensured that lunch for all the residents of the orphanage was ready within the time limit. He procured some pre-sliced meat from the vegetable chef. Luo Hong prepared to heat the pan with ample oil to create a flavorful sweet and sour pork dish. Soon, the flames roared on the stove, sizzling sounds echoing through the kitchen. Sweat trickled down Luo Hong's forehead. Yet he remained undeterred, fully absorbed in his culinary task. Xie Panzhuang wiped the table while occasionally glancing at Luo Hong, secretly admiring his courage and audacity. Although Su Yin still felt astonished, he could not deny Luo Hong's culinary prowess. He hastened his chopping, hoping to offer Luo Hong more assistance. The kitchen assistant, meanwhile, helped prepare the seasonings, watching Luo Hong's busy figure with a smile of satisfaction hidden behind her mask that as the seconds ticked away. The kitchen filled with the enticing aroma of the dishes. Luo Hong's movements became increasingly deft. He seemed to forget he was in a cursed mirage, solely focused on the task at hand. Finally, just before lunchtime arrived, Luo Hong completed all the dishes. Braised pork, sweet and sour pork, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and cabbage tofu with vermicelli. Wiping his brow, he surveyed his accomplishments, a sense of fulfillment swelling within him. At that moment, the elusive Chef Wang approached, meticulously inspecting each dish, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Not bad, lad. You've got some skills." He patted Luo Hong on the shoulder. "From now on, I'll entrust you with some of the simpler dishes." With the chef's approval, the others hurriedly assisted in bringing the steaming dishes to the serving window, eagerly awaiting the end-of-class bell. At this point, the chef's work concluded. Chef Wang scrutinized Luo Hong, whose head and back were drenched in sweat, and after a moment of contemplation, waved him over. Luo Hong's heart raced. Sensing that the moment of truth had arrived, he obediently followed Chef Wang through a narrow passage behind the kitchen, arriving at a concealed small room. The room housed various ingredients and cooking tools, along with a table and a few chairs, evidently the break area for the kitchen staff. Chef Wang gestured towards the chairs, indicating for Luo Hong to sit. "Young man, what is your name?" Chef Wang inquired. "My name is Luo Hong." Luo Hong replied respectfully as he settled into a chair. Luo Hong, what brings you here?" Master Wang's gaze revealed a hint of fatigue and confusion. He felt the urge to light a cigarette, yet he was firmly restrained by the canteen's regulations, daring not to indulge in such a vice. Even the kitchen staff, during their brief respite, only dared to remove their masks to sip water. They could not shed their stifling work uniforms, no matter how sweltering the heat. Luo Hong hesitated, uncertain whether to seize the moment to inquire about any clues, but ultimately, he simply stated that he was there seeking employment. As Master Wang lowered his mask, his weary and aged visage became apparent that it seemed he perceived Luo Hong's hesitation and chose not to press further. "Your culinary skills are commendable. Put forth your best effort here. As long as you comply, you shall encounter no danger." Luo Hong's heart stirred. He discerned the deeper meaning behind Master Wang's words. "Master Wang, what exactly is this place? Why do our regulations and the conduct of the teachers seem so peculiar?" Upon hearing this, Master Wang silently sipped some water before slowly responding. "This is, of course, the Little Sun orphanage. How could you seek employment here and be unaware of that? Peculiar. I noticed you didn't sample your own meat dishes earlier. So, it appears you are not entirely uninformed." Luo Hong's heart sank, and he quickly confirmed, "Master Wang, what do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with the meat?" At that moment, with his mask back in place, Master Wang cast a glance at Luo Hong, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. "Some things are better left unknown. Just remember to adhere to the rules, focus on your duties, avoid unnecessary inquiries, and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Moreover, absolutely do not consume any meat dishes from the canteen. That if you find yourself craving something, I can arrange for someone to bring you some cooked food from outside." Sensing he had already divulged too much, Master Wang waved his hand, halting Luo Hong's further questions, and instructed him to return to the kitchen to tidy up. Luo Hong's curiosity grew even stronger. Yet he understood that Master Wang would not divulge any more information. As he exited, he took out his phone and sent a message to the temporary team's group chat. Do not consume any meat dishes from the canteen. I prepared sweet and sour shredded potatoes and a tofu and cabbage stew for lunch. These dishes are safe, so everyone can indulge a bit to prevent a lack of vegetarian options later. Furthermore, it's best to maintain distance from other staff members while dining in the canteen. Please keep the area clean and avoid soiling the tables. The last remark was added to alleviate the workload of Xie Pengshuang and the kitchen aide. As the 3 crew members and the 3 NPCs in the kitchen now shared a bond of mutual reliance. Chapter 25. Little Sun Orphanage Psychological Counseling Room after successfully serving lunch to all the faculty and students without incident. The 3 kitchen staff members were granted a 2-hour break. They were to return by 3 o'clock to prepare for that evening's dinner. Lu Ohong and his companions lingered a while longer, voluntarily assisting with the kitchen cleanup, striving to earn the goodwill of the 3 kitchen workers. Once all the tidying was complete, they exchanged farewells and changed back into their casual attire, returning to the silent dormitory building. At the Little Sun Orphanage, mealtimes were prioritized for the children before the staff, so the courtyard was now devoid of any children. Instead, the faculty members who had dined were seen strolling in groups in the garden, occasionally nodding and smiling at the newly arrived cooks. Master Wang's dishes were indeed delicious, yet even the most unpicky eater could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction after consuming the same flavors for years. Having once apprenticed in a bustling street eatery, where he was also taken in by the owner and earned his keep through hard work, Lu Ohong showcased a delightful medley of sweet, spicy, sour, and savory flavors, leaving a favorable impression on the orphanage's staff. That it would not be long before the news of a new chef in the orphanage spread throughout the Little Sun Orphanage. Hastening, Lu Ohong and his companions politely returned greetings as they made their way to the dormitory, burdened with thoughts. Earlier, while cleaning the kitchen, a message from the butcher, Lu Hongyun, had popped up in the group chat. This morning, Du Xingting, who encountered a ghost, died after eating meat buns. A fierce ghost has also appeared in the psychological counseling room. Xie Xinshui is currently negotiating with it. That moment, Su Yin, worried for his old friend, led the way, carrying the boxed lunches for Lu Hongyun and the others. Upon reaching the dormitory, they hurried to the psychological counseling room at the end of the first floor, where Lu Hongyun and Chen Yishan were already waiting. The typically stern butcher wore a grave expression, and Chen Yishan's eyes were filled with anxiety. What on earth is happening? Su Yin inquired impatiently, sensing the distress of his old friends. Accepting the cigarette Su Yin offered, Lu Hongyun took a deep breath and began to recount their ordeal. The individuals who had chosen to work in the psychological counseling room were Lu Hongyun, Chen Yishan, Miao Shizhu, and Xie Xinshui. The brother of Xie Pansuang, the 4 donned white coats and entered the dimly lit psychological counseling room on the first floor of the dormitory. It felt as if they had stepped into a dark, oppressive prison. The already shadowy room was equipped with security bars and thick blackout curtains, furnished simply yet stiflingly, illuminated only by the stark, cold glow of fluorescent lights, with tables and chairs placed facing each other. The psychological counseling room was divided into several cubicles by simple curtains, forcing the 4 to sit alone at their respective stations, awaiting the children listed on the appointment sheet to seek assistance. Each station's table bore a conspicuous set of rules for psychological counseling at the Little Sun Orphanage. One that strict adherence to the scheduled appointment times is mandatory. Early or late arrivals are prohibited. 2. Patient privacy must be strictly maintained and not disclosed to anyone. 3. Intimate relationships may be formed with patients in blood-red ink, reminiscent of a grim warning. Upon reading the rules, a palpable sense of foreboding washed over them, particularly with the 3rd rule. How was intimacy to be defined? The 3rd rule, seemingly inscribed in blood, was likely the most terrifying trap they would face. Unlike the faculty offices in the main building, the psychological counseling room lacked a timetable, and it was unclear which of them would attend to the children listed on the appointment sheet. The most experienced Lu Hongyun volunteered to conduct the first counseling session as indicated on the appointment sheet. However, the others found themselves at a loss, as the thin curtain in the counseling room impeded sound transmission. This was presumably to uphold the 2nd rule, ensuring that only the crew member conducting the session could hear the patient's private matters. As the session commenced with the butcher in charge, the others could only see a boy dressed in the orphanage's student uniform enter his cubicle. They sat tensely at their stations, straining to catch any sounds, but were met only with silence. Time dragged on, each passing moment stretching the wait into an eternity. Chen Yishan anxiously rubbed her hands together, murmuring, "I wonder if the butcher can handle this. This place is too unsettling." Miao Xiuzhu furrowed his brow, casting glances towards the curtain, saying, "Let us hope he manages well. We need to be prepared that if anything unexpected occurs, let us not hesitate to use our possessions." Meanwhile, Xie Shui, who bore a striking resemblance to his sister, remained silent, his eyes betraying profound concern. Finally, the curtain was drawn back. After the boy exited, the butcher lingered in the room for a moment before stepping out. His expression was grave, and his eyes bore a hint of weariness. The others rushed forward, eagerly inquiring, "What happened? Did you discover any clues?" The butcher shook his head and replied softly, "It's too soon to say. Let me organize my thoughts." That he returned to his station, seated himself, and closed his eyes, seemingly reflecting on the recent counseling session. The others could only wait anxiously, well aware of the second rule regarding patient confidentiality. Yet, seasoned veterans of the many illusions they had navigated, they were adept at extracting any potential clues. As Lu Hongyun sat on his chair, pressing his temples, the bizarre events from the session replayed in his mind. During the counseling, the butcher had sat across from the boy, the cold glow of the fluorescent light casting a stark pallor. The boy appeared extremely tense at first, his hands tightly intertwined, glancing nervously at the curtain as if something terrifying lurked beyond. The butcher, skilled at conversing with both humans and spirits alike, adopted a gentler demeanor, striving to coax the 12 or 13-year-old boy into relaxation and encouraging him to share his concerns. After much hesitation, the boy began to stammer about the strange sounds he had heard at night. He recounted how, during a midnight trip to the restroom, he had overheard 2 children giggling just outside the cubicle. However, upon exiting, he found no one in sight. Moreover, he often experienced an unsettling sensation of invisible figures traversing the corridor. Whenever this occurred, an inexplicable chill would envelop him. Upon hearing this clue, Lu Hongyun immediately thought of Du Xingting, who had encountered a ghost the previous night. He had seen 2 childlike heads suspended 2 meters above in the restroom, accompanied by the eerie laughter of these spectral children. Thus, he attentively listened while carefully observing the child's expressions and reactions. The butcher attempted to guide the child before him with words, seeking to extract further clues. However, the child, engulfed in terror, seemed incapable of articulating the specifics of the situation. At that moment, the child's countenance shifted dramatically, eyes wide with fear as he gazed towards the gap beneath the partition curtain, as if witnessing something horrifying. Bold and intrepid, Lu Hongyun followed the child's gaze but discerned nothing amiss. Yet the child's agitation intensified, trembling as he fixated on the void beneath the curtain, repeatedly mumbling strange phrases. It's not me that I didn't eat you. Go seek them." Observing this, Lu Hongyun endeavored to soothe the child's distress. Yet his efforts proved largely ineffective. As time elapsed, the child suddenly covered his eyes and let out a piercing scream. Fearing an abrupt turn of events, Lu Hongyun hastily concluded the session, allowing the emotionally shattered child to depart. Once the child had exited, Lu Hongyun remained seated, ensnared in contemplation, but he was uncertain of what the child had truly witnessed. But the child's words evidently conjured a terrifying hypothesis in his mind. Could it be that the 2 ghostly children Du Xingting encountered in the restroom had their bodies devoured by other children? Chapter 26. The grievance of the little son orphans encountering malevolent spirits after a while. Breaking free from his thoughts, Lu Hongyun slowly opened his eyes. He surveyed the anxious faces of those surrounding him and spoke in a hushed tone. "This child is quite peculiar. Do you recall Du Xingting? I suspect that the ghost he saw may have had its body consumed by other children. Bound by regulations, he could not divulge the child's exact words, but could only share his hypothesis with the group." Upon hearing Lu Hongyun's words, the expressions of the crowd turned grave. Chen Yishan, who had maintained her innocence since arriving in the realm of Huangquan, trembled slightly as she exclaimed, "How could that be? How could children commit such dreadful acts?" Meanwhile, the well-versed Miao Xiuzhu furrowed her brow and, after a moment of reflection, remarked, "We cannot ascertain this as fact. It remains merely a conjecture. However, if it holds true, the clues we seek may lead us to an unimaginable truth." Lu Hongyun nodded in agreement, stating precisely that we must remain vigilant regarding the children seeking psychological counseling. Their behaviors and words will undoubtedly provide us with intuitive clues. There was a statement the butcher dared not voice, for if the child who had just sought his counsel could see ghosts and had been reduced to despair while gazing at the gap beneath the curtain, did that not imply that the two ghostly children were currently concealed within the counseling room, silently observing them from some shadowy corner? Despite this unsettling thought, Lu Hongyun betrayed no signs of fear or trepidation. He understood that as long as he adhered to the rules and fulfilled his duties, he could ensure his safety within the mirage of regulations and unravel the final enigma. Confident in his judgment, Lu Hongyun recalled a particular unwritten rule of the mirage. Only by taking the greatest risks could one uncover the most crucial clues. The psychological counseling room not only separated each individual, but also hindered their ability to communicate the clues they had gathered. While possibly harboring malevolent spirits within its confines, that Lu Hongyun was certain that their group would inevitably gather vital information regarding the truth through their work. As time passed, several more children arrived at the counseling room according to their appointments. Lu Hongyun and his colleagues remained alert, meticulously observing each child's demeanor. However, these children appeared remarkably silent, their eyes filled with fear and unease, making it challenging to extract further information from them. Just as the group felt that no significant information could be gleaned that day, a peculiar little girl entered the counseling room, capturing their attention. This little girl appeared even more timid than the others, clutching a tattered doll tightly, her thick fringe obscuring her eyes. Perhaps she was too frightened to look at the adults before her. In the only vacant position, Xie Xinshui adopted his best demeanor, softly engaging the little girl in conversation, endeavoring to ease her anxiety. Gradually, the little girl began to speak, albeit her voice was barely audible. Noticing this, Xie Xinshui, desperate to connect, stood up from his seat and knelt beside the little girl, straining to hear her words. The girl, her head bowed, whispered, "There are monsters in the orphanage. They eat people." This revelation tightened Xie Xinshui's chest, as he recognized the implications of her statement, which clearly corroborated the clues Lu Hongyun had received earlier. Encouraging the little girl to elaborate, Xie Xinshui maintained his gentle demeanor, hoping she would divulge more details. Perhaps sensing his sincere concern, the girl, who clung to her doll with fervor, hesitated for a moment before raising her head, revealing eyes that seemed ensnared in a white web. She gazed intently at Xie Xinshui. Shrinking back in fear, she said, "Big brother, there's something under the curtain. It's very scary." Following her gaze, Xie Xinshui observed nothing unusual, a mere curtain hanging quietly, devoid of any apparent anomalies. Yet the terror reflected in the little girl's eyes rendered it impossible for him to disregard the seemingly innocuous curtain. Furrowing his brow, Xie Xinshui realized that to gain further insights, he must embrace a modicum of risk. Slowly, he rose to his feet, retrieving a pocket watch from his pocket, and gently inquired, "What did you see?" "Can you tell, big brother?" The little girl bit her lip tightly, extending a trembling hand to clutch Xie Xinshui's sleeve, her body quaking. After a moment, she finally stammered, "There are 2 classmates beneath the curtain." Suddenly, the curtain fluttered without wind, and the faces of the other staff members turned pale, that an overwhelming chill, palpable and laden with malice, surged from Xie Xinshui's direction. He immediately sensed the rising malevolence less than a meter away. His expression turning grave as he gripped the pocket watch tightly, in a panic. The little girl leapt from her seat, hiding behind Xie Xinshui, her doll clutched tightly in one hand while her other hand grasped his clothing. Her eyes squeezed shut. This was dire. Xie Xinshui realized he had undoubtedly violated the 3rd rule of conduct, that if their interaction did not qualify as intimate contact, he could not fathom what circumstances might contravene that rule. Indeed, as he maintained a vigilant gaze, 2 grinning heads gradually emerged from beneath the curtain. With the resurrection of the vengeful spirits, the temperature around Xie Xinshui plummeted. He, too, recognized the classmates the children seeking help in the psychological counseling room could see. Beneath the curtain squatted 2 boys clad in tattered uniforms. One had a disproportionately large head while the other was small, yet both sported grotesquely elongated faces adorned with the same twisted, sinister smiles. Their bodies elongated unnaturally, crouched beneath the curtain, some parts even folding in upon themselves. They exuded an eerie and distorted aura, giving Xie Xinshui the impression of being soft and devoid of substance. Meeting Xie Xinshui's gaze, The malevolent spirits rasped a chilling laugh, simultaneously declaring, "Teacher, you have violated the rules." Subsequently, their contorted forms swiftly unfurled, their upper bodies extending over the curtain, reaching out to grasp the defenseless Xie Shui. Prepared for such an eventuality, Xie Shui did not place his hopes on the timely assistance of his colleagues at the other stations. Instead, he decisively pressed the button on his pocket watch. The seemingly ordinary silver pocket watch, with its circular dial and exquisite chain, emanated a faint glow. This pocket watch was an artifact obtained by Xie Shui during his initiation into the Mirage. Perhaps due to the leader being a foreigner, the source of the ghost in that Mirage was a vampire of noble rank, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, the indigenous people in Xie Shui's group included demon hunters and craftsmen of exceptional skill. This antiquated pocket watch was a reward Xie Shui received for successfully completing the request of an elderly watchmaker after passing through the trials. Xie Shui pressed the button atop the watch. The frozen hands of the dial began to move slowly, emitting a soft, ticking sound. The artifact was activated. He felt a sense of inertia emanating from the pocket watch, while the malevolent spirit's outstretched hands transformed into slow motion, gradually shifting through the air. Breathing a sigh of relief, Xie Shui, having never previously utilized his artifact, was astonished by its remarkable efficacy. Yet he simultaneously perceived with acute awareness that the watch in his hand was gradually revealing signs of rust upon its face. It seemed that the moment the watch's dial became entirely encrusted with rust would signify its complete loss of function. Time was of the essence, aware that he could not afford to squander any more moments. Xie Shui promptly crouched down to scoop up the little girl. Still with her eyes closed, he swiftly drew aside the curtain leading to the entrance of the psychological therapy room and strode away from his workstation. After all, there was no regulation stipulating that they could not leave their posts during working hours. If there were other children scheduled for appointments, he would simply entrust them to his teammates. Xie Shui understood that he must safeguard the trembling girl in his arms, snatching both their lives from the clutches of the malevolent spirits. Chapter 27. The little son's orphan's grievance in work attire. Xie Shui fled the door, clutching the girl, while his colleagues also hastily concluded their ongoing sessions and emerged from their stations, converging in the therapy room's hall. To the eyes of others, the two grotesque spirits were nowhere to be seen. Yet, upon witnessing Xie Shui's resolute silhouette and recalling the sudden, biting chill that had enveloped the room moments earlier, it was not difficult for them to surmise that Xie Shui had indeed encountered the malevolent spirits. Exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, Miao Xiuzhu, concerned for her teammate's safety, was the first to voice her thoughts. "We cannot simply stand by. We must devise a means to assist him." Understanding that leaving the therapy room did not constitute a violation of the regulations, Lu Hongyun shook his head and replied, "Our priority should be to complete the remaining appointments for the morning. That is the most effective way to help him." That he then relayed his observations to Miao Xiuzhu, suggesting, "Consider the girl Xie Shui is holding. Does she not bear a striking resemblance to the one Qin Linglian described rescuing in the infirmary?" The butcher trusted his own perception, since Xie Shui was willing to breach the highlighted hunting regulations rather than relinquish the girl. He must have discovered a critical clue on her. Upon hearing Lu Hongyun's words, Miao Xiuzhu experienced an epiphany, snapping her palm against her other hand. She meticulously recalled the scene in the therapy room and remembered Qin Linglian's description of the girl. Indeed, in many aspects, the girl in Xie Shui's arms bore significant similarity to Qin Linglian's account. Should we continue with the morning appointments or heed your suggestion to assist Xie Shui and confirm the clue with the little girl? Miao Xiuzhu inquired, her tone laced with hesitation. Lu Hongyun furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding, "Chini Shan, and I will remain here to complete the appointments to AS for you. Contact Xie Shui immediately and instruct him to find a safe place to rendezvous with you." Miao Xiuzhu nodded, swiftly retrieving her phone, locating Xie Shui's number, and dialing with palpable anxiety. After several rings, the call was finally answered, Xie Shui's voice emerging from the other end, muffled and chaotic. "Miao Xiuzhu, what is your current situation? Find a secure location to meet me. We need to confirm some leads." She urged urgently that on the other end, still sprinting with the child cradled in his arms. Xie Shui replied, "I'm in quite a predicament. It seems those two ghostly children have fixated upon me, capable of pinpointing my location." Upon hearing this, Miao Xiaoju's heart tightened, and she quickly reassured him, "Do not stop. We will inform you immediately if we discover any clues to evade the spirits, that if all else fails, call me. I will bring the relics to assist you." Breathing heavily, Xie Xinshui responded, "Understood. I am currently maneuvering through the courtyard while keeping the spirits at bay. Please expedite your efforts." With that, the call abruptly ended. Miao Xiaoju anxiously withdrew the phone from her ear, her heart brimming with concern as she gazed at the screen displaying the call's conclusion. Unable to wait any longer, she turned and hurried back to Lu Hongyun and Chen Yishan, relaying the details of her conversation with Xie Xinshui. The mature-faced man bowed slightly to Lu Hongyun, imploring him to relay any findings should they arise. Without a moment to lose, Miao Xiaoju discarded her white coat and dashed down the corridor in search of Xie Xinshui's whereabouts. Lu Hongyun, brow furrowed, pondered aloud, "It is unlikely that a breach of employee regulations would result in perpetual targeting. Such a notion contradicts the rules underlying the mirage. Surely, we have overlooked some crucial detail." As he spoke, he glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was now lunchtime, but he noticed a message from Lu Ohong in the group chat, questioning the edibility of the cafeteria's meat dishes. Considering the clues gathered today, Lu Hongyun grasped a fleeting insight. He was now eager to meet with teammates in the cafeteria to consolidate their opinions. However, the psychological therapy room prohibited the absence of staff during working hours. Thus, he resigned himself to hunger and messaged Su Yin to request 4 meals on their behalf. After sending the message, Lu Hongyun remained seated, arms crossed. Lost in contemplation, he endeavored to recall every detail from the past 2 days spent at the Little Sun Orphanage, seeking to uncover the elusive key clue that had slipped through their fingers. Beside him, Chen Yishan exhibited visible anxiety, understanding that if they failed to resolve the spirit's fixation, their future explorations in the therapy room would be severely hindered. After some time, Su Yin replied, stating that the meals were ready and urging them to find clues to safeguard Xie Xinshui's life. After all, Xie Xinshui had risked his relics to seize a pivotal figure for the team. They could not afford to let their devoted teammate down. With this thought, Lu Hongyun rose, pacing restlessly within the therapy room, occasionally pausing to contemplate. His mind raced with the peculiar incidents and potential clues encountered since arriving at the Little Sun Orphanage. The first to confront the malevolent spirits was Du Xingting, who, despite having lost all ability to resist, experienced no immediate repercussions, merely left dazed and disoriented. Those 2 spirits were now entangled with Xie Xinshui. The next victim was Qin Linglian, who nearly fell prey to the spirits due to a violation of the faculty regulations, mirroring Xie Xinshui's current plight, though its relevance remained uncertain. The sole fatality. Du Xingting had not succumbed due to a breach of rules or fixation by the spirits. Rather, his demise stemmed from consuming the cafeteria's meat dishes. According to Lu Ohang's account from the kitchen, avoiding the cafeteria's meat was an unspoken rule at the Little Sun Orphanage, potentially holding greater weight than the regulations of various departments. Chaos reigned in his thoughts. Just then, Lu Hongyun heard footsteps approaching the door. He turned to find Su Yin entering with the meals, followed closely by Lu Ohong and the anxious-looking Xiepan Shuang. Upon entering, Xiepan Shuang inquired urgently, "What is the situation now? Have you heard from my brother?" Lu Hongyun shook his head slightly, his expression grave as he replied, "Not yet, but old Miao has gone to find him, and he should be safe for the moment." Chen Yishan nodded, suggesting, "We are doing our utmost. Let us all sit down, share a meal, and compile the clues we have gathered to identify any potential breakthroughs." Lu Ohong and the others, having already eaten, refrained from partaking, instead opening their meal boxes to discuss possible strategies to aid Xie Xinshui. Having conversed with Master Wang, Lu Ohong spoke first. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the cafeteria's meat dishes pose a problem, possibly linked to the emergence of those spirits. However, the precise nature of this connection remains unclear. The same spirits that spared Du Xingting on the first night are now fixating on Xie Xinshui. The underlying reason must surely relate to Xie Xinshui's transgression of the work regulations. Work regulations. For some reason, Lu Ohong suddenly recalled the 3 uncles and aunties in the kitchen, the only team that had opted for the cafeteria, encountered the department's indigenous staff. Might this also serve as a subtle hint, concealing some clue? At that moment, Xiepan Shuang, frantic and agitated, suddenly recalled the kitchen aunties' parting words. "Make sure to remove your work attire before leaving. If it gets too dirty, Others might mistake you for someone who stokes the boiler. Xie Shuang seized upon this fleeting spark of insight. They were all new caregivers, and logically today marked their first day of work. None of the teachers or children would recognize them yet. So how could these individuals discern their identities? It could only be through their work attire. No wonder Director Liu had not waited for them to reach their respective posts before sending someone to fetch their uniforms for them in the main building's changing room. At the Little Sun Orphanage, perhaps clothing was synonymous with identity. The individuals clad in identical student uniforms are orphans, while those donned in white coats are physicians, and the staff in sanitary attire are the cafeteria workers. As for Director Liu, she is adorned in a unique OL outfit, distinctly highlighting her authority and individuality. Upon realizing this, Xie Shuang's expression turned animated as she promptly shared her assessment with the others. The group, upon hearing Xie Shuang's words, found their spirits lifted. Lu Ohong, who had been deep in thought, stroked his chin and remarked, "It makes sense. This deduction regarding clothing representing identity is indeed plausible, that if Xie Xinshui has violated the work regulations and has been targeted by the vengeful spirit, perhaps removing his work attire would disqualify him as a healer." Without further ado, Xie Shuang hastily retrieved her phone and dialed her brother's number. After a few beeps of busy tone, Xie Xinshui answered, his breath coming in heavy gasps. "Shuang, what's the matter?" At that moment, Xie Xinshui had been pursued by the vengeful spirit, desperately clutching his pocket watch and attempting to squeeze through the encircling malevolent entities. His physical strength was severely depleted as he carried a child in his arms. Fortunately, the little girl had begun to trust the older brother, who was shielding her from the relentless pursuit, obediently clinging to his neck without adding to his burden. "Brother, you must take off your work uniform. The spirit might be tracking you through it." Upon hearing this, Xie Xinshui pressed down firmly on the now rusty pocket watch with one hand, while gently placing the little girl down with the other, and he had faith in no one but his own sister. After the girl obediently crouched to the side, he wasted no time in decisively shedding his dust-covered white coat. As Xie Xinshui removed the coat, the once menacing spirits suddenly appeared bewildered, aimlessly turning in circles as if they had lost their target. That a surge of joy filled Xie Xinshui's heart, confirming that his sister's hypothesis was indeed correct. The little girl, who had been looking down, was wide-eyed with astonishment at the sudden change. Xie Xinshui gently patted her head, cautiously scanning their surroundings. After a brief period of wandering, the two spirits gradually faded from view, as if they had never existed. With a sigh of relief, Xie Xinshui swiftly picked up the little girl again and spoke into the phone. "Shuang, your deduction was accurate. The spirits seem unable to locate me now. I will return to reunite with you shortly." Hearing the reassuring news of her brother's safety nearly brought tears to Xie Shuang's eyes as she responded, "All right, brother, please be careful." In Chapter 28, the group, having successfully rescued Xie Xinshui from the clutches of the vengeful spirit, breathed a collective sigh of relief. This was not merely a rescue of one individual, but a provision of hope for all. However, uncertainty lingered regarding the efficacy of this method, should rules be violated in the classroom or cafeteria. The group gathered together to deliberate on the recent events, all recognizing the peculiar significance of work uniforms within the Little Sun Orphanage, a revelation that could potentially be a key to unraveling the entire mystery. Shortly thereafter, a pale-faced Xie Xinshui returned to the clinic alongside Miao Xiuzhu. Notably, upon encountering Xie Xinshui, Miao Xiuzhu suggested taking over the care of the little girl, noticing his drained appearance. However, the girl, who had been comforted by the gentle big brother and had even revealed her name to him, merely glanced at Miao Xiuzhu's scruffy visage before burying her head against Xie Xinshui's chest. Unwilling to speak, Miao Xiuzhu, feeling slighted, awkwardly touched his nose as he entered the clinic, jokingly remarking, "Everyone's gathered here. Let's have our big brother introduce himself." All eyes turned toward the survivors, Xie Xinshui and the little girl. With a weary smile, Xie Xinshui gently patted the girl's back and said, "This is Shuang, a child from the middle class of the orphanage." Shuang remained tightly clutched to Xie Xinshui, as if only in his presence could she feel safe. Xie Xinshui continued, "When we were being pursued by the spirits, it was thanks to Shuang's reminder that I removed my work uniform, causing them to lose their target. Shuang was very brave. She continually encouraged me to persevere." The group cast appreciative glances at the seemingly timid Shuang that Liu Hongyun, who had been preoccupied with his phone, remarked. "Currently, the other two teams upstairs are searching for Shuang. They have asked us to contact them if we see her. Just as he finished speaking, noticing Chen Shuang trembling in fear at the mention, he softened his tone, saying, I propose we refrain from informing the other two teams for now, that I have a gut feeling that Wang Ziming's team might exploit Shuang as bait or compel her to divulge information she is reluctant to share. Xie Xinshui nodded in agreement and gently reassured the little girl, do not be afraid. These are all friends of your brother, and they will not harm you. Can you share with us some insights about this orphanage? After a moment of hesitation, the little girl timidly lifted her head and surveyed the surrounding faces. Her eyes were filled with trepidation, but with Xie Xinshui's encouragement, she slowly began to recount her experiences within the orphanage. Chen Shuang bit her lip, summoning her courage to say, the dormitory at night is very frightening. There are strange noises. Her voice trembled with fear. The classmates who chase me and Big Brother are always running around in the hallways at midnight. Taking a breath, Chen Shuang nestled closer to Xie Xinshui and continued, and the classroom is quite terrifying as well. The classmates seem to have transformed into different people, especially the older brothers and sisters in the big class. They eat people. The group gasped collectively at Chen Shuang's words. The big class, eating people. Could she be referring to Du Xingting? Xie Xinshui gently patted Chen Shuang's back, attempting to soothe her anxiety to not be afraid. Take your time. How do they eat people? Chen Shuang clung tightly to Xie Xinshui's neck, her voice quivering as she continued. This morning, I felt unwell, and the teacher brought me to the infirmary. Once I felt better, I intended to return to class, but as I passed the big class, I heard chewing sounds and I took a peek and saw the big class teacher leaning against the door, surrounded by the older brothers and sisters. And they were biting the teacher. As she spoke, seemingly recalling the horrifying scene from that morning, the trembling Chen Shuang buried her head further into Xie Xinshui's chest, unwilling to utter another word. Indeed, the teacher who had been devoured was none other than Du Xingting, Lu Ohong affirmed, recalling how he had almost warned Du Xingting earlier that morning. He had been in a position to save him, and thus the memory was etched vividly in his mind. That morning, Du Xingting had been cornered by the students of the big class, who divided his meat buns among themselves. His last warning to Fang Jiarong had been about the restroom. The restroom? The group exchanged glances, and Xie Xinshui, who had earlier encountered the spirits, swiftly deduced Du Xingting must have been referring to the child ghost he encountered in the restroom. Could it be that these two spirits were also present among those feasting on him? A chill crept up the spines of everyone present, pondering if all the children in the orphanage were cannibals. Yet their gazes fell upon the overly obedient Chen Shuang nestled in Xie Xinshui's arms, prompting them to dismiss that notion. It seemed that the children in the big class were the ones exhibiting peculiar behavior. After all, Shuang had saved Qin Linglian's life that morning. The two responsible for the small class had encountered no such issues. A somber atmosphere settled over the group as they began to meticulously analyze the situation at hand. Liu Hongyan proposed, if only the big class children are problematic, then where does the root of the issue lie? Is it due to their exposure to something unusual? Miao Xiuzhu added, or could there be someone orchestrating their actions from behind the scenes? Su Yan gazed thoughtfully at Chen Shuang and suggested, perhaps we can delve into Chen Shuang's experiences to see if she noticed any peculiar details, such as anything unusual in the infirmary or while passing by the big class. Xie Xinshui gently patted Chen Shuang's back. Speaking softly, Shuang, think carefully. Did you see anything strange or hear any unusual sounds? Chen Shuang hesitantly lifted her head, still laced with fear in her eyes, as she strained to recall, finally whispering, no, my classmates have been growing increasingly odd day by day. Even my desk mate, who used to play with me, has started to act strangely. The group exchanged glances. Day by day? This clue might just be a breakthrough. Consider this. The problematic children are predominantly from the big class, while those from the small class do not even pose odd inquiries. Could it be that the children of the Little Sun orphanage become increasingly peculiar as they age? Xie Xinshui, having only consumed a fried dough stick and a bowl of soy milk, felt a flush of color rise to his cheeks. He patted Miao Xiuzhu on the shoulder and said, we have already gathered a wealth of clues. Let us pause for a meal. It is said that ever since Xie Xinshui triggered the hunting rules, no children have come to the treatment room. The appointments that once existed on the schedule have gradually faded and disappeared altogether, coupled with the events that transpired in the main building's classroom earlier that morning. It is not difficult to deduce that when someone violates the rules and is hunted down, the vengeful spirit acquires a satisfactory prey, while others benefit from the calamity, gaining a day of safety. Contemplating this, Lu Hongyun and the other three removed their white coats. Yet they did not ascend the stairs, for other teams might still be searching for Chen Shuang at a tea this moment. The dishes in the lunchbox on the table had grown somewhat cold. Yet the aroma of vinegar-stirred shredded potatoes and cabbage vermicelli stew with tofu remained rich and inviting. Shuang, you must be hungry too, Xie Xinshui said as she pulled over a small stool and set Chen Shuang down. She was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, she picked up her chopsticks and served a generous helping of shredded potatoes into Chen Shuang's rice box. Encouraged by Xie Xinshui, Chen Shuang cautiously picked up a piece of shredded potato and placed it in her mouth. After chewing a few times, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. After a few bites of shredded potatoes, she glanced at the cabbage vermicelli stew with tofu in her lunchbox, her little face revealing a look of longing. Upon seeing this, Xie Xinshui served her some cabbage and tofu, while the 4 crew members in the treatment room and Chen Shuang were enjoying their meal. Luo Hong, having sought the consent of the others, decided to compile and share the clues regarding their work uniforms and the rule that someone violating the work regulations could grant others a day of time. After all, Fang Jiarong had generously shared the clues obtained during class in the teaching building, and they felt it would be inappropriate to hoard information like villains. During the lunch break of the crew members in the treatment room, Luo Hong edited the clues they had discussed into a message and sent it to the group chat. Meanwhile, Chen Yishan, who had not been checking her phone, picked it up while eating. Upon seeing the group chat, she exclaimed, "Oh no, something has happened to Fang Jiarong's team." Without a moment's hesitation, everyone pulled out their phones to check the messages in the group, only to find that this message had been sent over an hour ago. What happened? They exchanged puzzled glances. Why hadn't Fang Jiarong called them for help? Could it be that something had happened to Fang Jiarong as well? The message from Fang Jiarong in the group was quite simple, containing just one sentence. Zhao Tsong is in trouble. He is on his way to the cafeteria, probably to eat meat. Zhao Tsong? The remaining individuals in the treatment room recalled that Zhao Tsong was another person who had eaten meat buns during breakfast. This implies he had consumed the meat from the cafeteria and was now seeking more? Miao Xiuzhu, with a conflicted expression, incredulously remarked. However, upon hearing the word meat, Chen Shuang, who had been engrossed in her meal, suddenly turned pale, fearfully shaking her head at Xie Xinshui. "Big brother, please don't eat meat. It's very scary." Lu Ohong hurriedly handed Chen Shuang a cup of water, asking gently, "If Shuang says we shouldn't eat, then we won't. But does Shuang know why meat is forbidden?" Chen Shuang took a small sip of water, then looked at Lu Ohong, her eyes filled with fear, hesitating whether to speak. Noticing this, Xie Xinshui, who was adept at comforting children, set down her chopsticks and smiled. Shuang, this big brother Ohong is our new chef at the orphanage. The 2 delicious vegetarian dishes today were cooked by him. Shuang, don't worry. Your older brothers and sisters will protect you. You can tell us anything that scares you later. We'll have Ohong make your favorite dishes. Upon hearing Xie Xinshui's words, Chen Shuang's eyes lit up, seemingly captivated by the idea of having a special meal prepared. She looked at Lu Ohong, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to speak, because, ever since the old grandpa left, the chef who delivered meat to the cafeteria has come less frequently. During that time, everyone only ate vegetarian dishes. Later, for some reason, the cafeteria started serving many meat dishes again, but I had grown accustomed to vegetarian food and didn't eat them. However, the classmates who consumed these meat dishes began to act increasingly strangely. They not only spoke less, but also often stared at empty spaces and smiled, which was very frightening. Upon hearing Chen Shuang's words, everyone's expressions grew solemn, that on one hand, they clearly understood from Shuang's words that the source of the meat might be problematic, and the children from the orphanage had become odd due to consuming this meat, that on the other hand, the mention of the old grandpa led them to ponder deeply. The only old grandpa the crew members had encountered in the orphanage was the statue in the center of the garden. All present could not forget the 2 clues from the invitation. 1. Good children can be trusted. Always be cautious of bad children. Point 2. To always obey the authority of the director. In light of this, Chen Shuang, who had actively helped the crew and saved Qin Linglian from the vengeful spirit while providing crucial information, was indeed the good child referred to in the clues. Conversely, the frequently appearing malevolent duo of ghosts and those peculiar children from the larger class represented the bad children. But who, then, was the director mentioned in the second clue? While they suspected the director was the person who carved the statue in the garden, the most authoritative figure they had encountered in the past 2 days was the educational director. At this moment, Chen Shuang, who had just finished a large bowl of rice, stared at her pale eyes and timidly asked, "Big brother, what time is it?" "I can't see clearly." Having anticipated this, Xie Xinshui let out a faint sigh and gently replied, "Shuang, it's almost 2 o'clock. Are you feeling sleepy?" Unexpectedly, Chen Shuang shook her head and said, "Brother, I don't want to go back to the dormitory. They are all very strange. Can I stay with you?" Now it was the crew members' turn to feel troubled. They certainly wanted to keep this delightful little girl with them, but they were also concerned about encountering members from the other 2 teams, which would undoubtedly lead to conflict. Moreover, after Fang Jiarong sent the message regarding Zhao Tsung's predicament, there had been no communication for over an hour, and no one knew what had happened to the other 2 teams. Exchanging glances, they were at a loss for words. That it wasn't that they didn't want to rescue anyone, but Lu Ohong and the other 3 had been working in the cafeteria during meal times and had not seen Fang Jiarong or Zhao Tsung at all. Chapter 29. The Little Sun Orphan's Grievance. Meanwhile, the other team, having resolved to keep watch over Chen Shuang, split into groups and stationed themselves in various stairwells. They feigned casual conversation while attentively observing the children entering and exiting the different rooms. Since Chen Shuang was a girl, and the remaining members of the 2 groups comprised 3 males and 2 females, they had to position Qin Linglian and Yu Qing in the central corridor, while the other 3 males divided into 2 groups in the smaller side passages. Fang Jiarong and Zhao Tsung, being from the same eerie ship, naturally ended up in the same group. After several minutes of waiting in silence, Zhao Tsung, who had been feeling downcast, suddenly spoke up. "Old Fang, do you think I will die?" He sat on the steps, his head bowed, smoking one cigarette after another, his face etched with an indescribable bitterness. Fang Jiarong, knowing that Zhao Tsung had eaten the meat bun and had witnessed Du Xingting being devoured, understood that his mood must be quite grim. That he looked at Zhao Tsung, a mix of emotions welling up inside him, and slowly said, "Don't be so pessimistic. You might not die. Everyone is trying to find a way out. Perhaps we can find a solution." As he spoke, he used Qin Linglian as an example, stating, "Our team member Qin Linglian clearly violated the hunting rules, but managed to escape the vengeful spirit's grasp. If we find that little girl from earlier, perhaps she can save you too." While speaking, Fang Jiarong anxiously scrolled through his phone, inquiring in the group chat if any of the other teams had made any discoveries. Desperate for answers, he even sent a request to find the little girl in the larger group chat, hoping to see if the other 2 teams had encountered Chen Shuang. "You're right, old Fang," Zhao Tsung said, his voice hoarse from the strain of his earlier outburst. "What I regret the most is not the meat bun I ate, but not going to save Xingting that first night. If I had gone to rescue him, he wouldn't have been so disoriented, and perhaps he would have been alert this morning and wouldn't have died in the classroom." Fang Jiarong sighed. "It's useless to regret now, and Du Xingting wouldn't blame you." Zhao Tsung took a deep drag from his cigarette, stating, "I know, but it still hurts inside that Du Xingting was a good person. He shouldn't have died like this. Even before he died, he was trying to find ways to convey information to us that I simply can't accept that he died like this, especially being consumed by the children." As he spoke, Zhao Tsung's bloodshot eyes widened in anger, and he added vehemently, "If we can't find any clues, I'll fight these children. If they can eat us, why can't we eat them?" Hearing this, Fang Jiarong, who was standing nearby observing the corridor, was taken aback. He turned to look at the seated Zhao Tsung, an overwhelming sense of fear rising within him. How could Zhao Tsung say such a thing? If he heard correctly, was he suggesting cannibalism? As the ominous premonition stirred within him, Fang Jiarong suddenly found his teammate before him growing increasingly unfamiliar. Perhaps due to his burgeoning paranoia, he scrutinized Zhao Tsung closely, only to feel that his face appeared somewhat strange. Sensing Fang Jiarong's penetrating gaze, Zhao Tsung furrowed his brow, a flicker of discontent evident in his eyes. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Fang Jiarong awkwardly averted his gaze, replying, "No, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought." The unease in his heart intensified, for Zhao Tsung's change unsettled him greatly. Fang Jiarong endeavored to calm himself, aware that panic was unwarranted. Perhaps their salvation lay with that little girl, but he reassured himself that Zhao Tsung might not be in trouble after all, and it could merely be a misinterpretation on his part. "Zhao Tsung, let us remain vigilant of our surroundings. That little girl might pass by here," Fang Jiarong suggested. Zhao Tsung nodded slightly, though his emotions remained unstable. He knew that now was not the time for impulsiveness. They redirected their focus to the corridor, alert to any potential clues that might arise. Yet, Fang Jiarong's lingering doubts could not be dispelled. The alarming words of Zhao Tsong weighed heavily upon him, compounded by the unsettling reality that his companion had indeed consumed the cafeteria's meat. The crew members working in the cafeteria had issued a clear warning. The meat served there was fraught with peril. In the silence, Fang Jiarong's suspicion solidified, the tide of his anxiety surging uncontrollably. He gazed at Zhao Tsong, searching for familiar traces upon his face, but only encountered strangeness and eeriness. "Zhao Tsong, how are you feeling?" Fang Jiarong inquired cautiously, his voice betraying an unmistakable tension. Zhao Tsong, who had yet to eat, scowled slightly, seemingly irritated. What could possibly be wrong? Stop making a fuss. Having exhausted all the cigarettes on him, Zhao Tsong swallowed hard. Suddenly perceiving an enticing aroma wafting from the cafeteria, which only exacerbated his already frayed nerves, stirring his impatience. "It smells so good," Zhao Tsong said, staring blankly down the staircase, "that I'm so hungry." Upon hearing this, Fang Jiarong's anxiety erupted beyond restraint. He fixated on the unfamiliar figure of his teammate, his right hand instinctively plunging into his pocket, gripping his possessions tightly. His heart raced like a drum, and he scrutinized Zhao Tsong, his mind racing to devise a plan. "Zhao Tsong, you need to snap out of it. That aroma is suspicious," Fang Jiarong shouted, attempting to rouse Zhao Tsong's reason. However, Zhao Tsong seemed completely entranced by the scent. His eyes glazed, and he stood up involuntarily, moving toward the cafeteria. Fang Jiarong gritted his teeth and seized Zhao Tsong's arm, trying to halt his advance. Yet, Zhao Tsong's strength was unexpectedly great at that moment. He broke free from Fang Jiarong's grasp and continued toward the cafeteria. Fang Jiarong's heart raced with urgency, knowing that if he allowed Zhao Tsong to proceed, the consequences would be dire. Yet, he was unwilling to follow the clearly troubled Zhao Kong. He pulled out his phone, forgoing a glance at the new messages from the group, and hurriedly typed, "Zhao Tsong is in trouble. He's heading to the cafeteria, likely to eat meat." After sending the message, Fang Jiarong warily watched Zhao Tsong's retreating figure, maintaining a cautious distance of one flight of stairs. However, Zhao Tsong appeared to have completely lost control. He descended the stairs straight to the first floor, ignoring the students around him, and vanished the moment he exited the dormitory building. Fang Jiarong's heart sank abruptly, and he anxiously sprinted out of the dormitory, turning in circles in a desperate attempt to spot Zhao Kong. Yet the entrance to the dormitory was eerily silent, devoid of any trace of him. How could a living person like Zhao Tsong simply vanish before his very eyes? Just then, his phone vibrated suddenly. He quickly opened it to find a private message addressed to him. "Brother Fang, do you want to join me for some meat?" Fang Jiarong's hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the phone. The message had been sent by none other than the seemingly possessed Zhao Tsong. Fang Jiarong's heart pounded violently as his mind raced to comprehend this bizarre situation. How could the vanished Zhao Tsong send him such an eerie message? Suppressing his fear, he resolved not to respond. This was clearly a trap. Fang Jiarong cautiously scanned his surroundings, retreating back to the dormitory, that he then recklessly dashed up to the third floor, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Qin Linglian and Yu Qing guarding the stairway, who looked at him with puzzled expressions as he rushed toward them. "Zhao Tsong is in trouble," Fang Jiarong exclaimed. His face paled. He briefly recounted the events that had transpired, urging Yu Qing to contact Wang Ziming immediately. None of them could afford to be alone at this moment. Upon hearing Fang Jiarong's words, both Yu Qing and Qin Linglian's expressions turned grave, realizing the dormitory was no longer safe. Yu Qing quickly retrieved her phone and contacted Wang Ziming, informing him of the situation. Fang Jiarong stood at the stairway, panting heavily, his fear unrelenting. He had a premonition that Zhao Tsong might already be dead, or if not, he was as good as dead, having lost control over his own consciousness. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ziming, who had been guarding the right stairway, circled around from the fourth floor and approached. His expression was equally grim, clearly having grasped the severity of the situation. The four of them reconvened in the room to discuss their next course of action. "Damn it, I never expected that without finding the little girl, Zhao Tsong would already be in trouble." Fang Jiarong frowned. Although they had all mentally prepared for Zhao Tsong's predicament, the reality was that their team had already lost two members without having identified the potentially crucial NPC. Meanwhile, Qin Linglian, seated on the bed, trembled slightly, a wave of dread washing over her. That morning, she had contemplated eating a meat bun, but the greasy appearance of the buns had deterred her, leading her to settle for a bowl of soy milk. Had she succumbed to her cravings, her name would undoubtedly be on the list of the missing. With a sudden idea, Wang Ziming suggested that Fang Jiarong refrain from going outside and avoid using his phone. Drawing from his experience, he reasoned that since Zhao Tsong had sent him a message under such mysterious circumstances, it was likely that the person on the other end was no longer human. He continued, "You all should remember the faculty guidelines we saw this morning in the office. The third rule states that if a student goes missing, the first course of action is to report to the education director, not to search for them. I believe Zhao Tsong's situation clearly falls under this category of disappearance. We should refrain from looking for him for now and instead seek an opportunity to report to the director. Additionally, since both of you have Zhao Tsong as a personal friend, it's best to leave your phones in the vacant room where he resides, and we will all act together." After hearing his analysis, both Qin Linglian and Fang Jiarong nodded in agreement. They carefully placed their phones in the empty room where Zhao Tsong stayed before returning to their group. At this point, everyone's stomachs were empty, devoid of any provisions. Given that Fang Jiarong was suspected to have been marked by Zhao Tsong, Wang Ziming contemplated for a moment before suggesting that Yu Qing go to the cafeteria to bring back food, while they refrained from informing the other two teams about their predicament. "Why not?" Qin Linglian, who had ventured into the mirage for the second time, asked, puzzled. "Shouldn't we share the clues with them?" Wang Ziming's gaze flickered slightly as he cleared his throat, saying, "Qin Linglian, listen to me, that we are still uncertain about the circumstances surrounding Zhao Tsong's disappearance. Recklessly sharing our findings with the other two teams could lead to unnecessary chaos. Moreover, we have no way of knowing whether they might exploit this information to our disadvantage." Qin Linglian frowned, clearly not fully agreeing with Wang Ziming's reasoning. "But if we don't inform them, what if they encounter danger without knowing?" Wang Ziming's lips curled into a subtle, cunning smile. "That's precisely why I suggested they look for Zhao Kong. If the other two teams search for the missing person in the cafeteria, they're unlikely to run into trouble. After all, they're not applying to be teachers and, theoretically, are not bound by the faculty guidelines." Upon hearing Wang Ziming's words, an unsettling feeling surged within Fang Jiarong. "Wang Ge, isn't this approach too risky? We can't treat others as mere tools to test the rules." Wang Ziming, however, shook his head dismissively. "Old Fang, in the mirage, there is no right or wrong, that we must do everything in our power to survive, that if we don't test the rules, we'll never know where the path to survival lies. Furthermore, we are not intentionally putting them in harm's way. We are simply allowing others to seek Zhao Tsong without their knowledge, which is ultimately for everyone's benefit." Fang Jiarong and Qin Linglian exchanged glances, both recognizing the hesitation and concern reflected in each other's eyes. That moment, Wang Ziming suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "I am doing this for your own good. But do you think that if the other two teams were aware that Zhao Tsong had already marked Fang Jiarong, they would abandon you outright? Your team now has only 2 survivors left, and together, our 2 teams barely match the strength of Su Yan's team. At this juncture, are you still advocating for chivalry?" Qin Linglian lowered her head slightly, her hands unconsciously entwined, the turmoil within her growing more intense. Fang Jiarong furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes betraying his internal struggle. With nearly no options left, Fang Jiarong spoke in a hushed tone. "Wang Ziming, precisely because we are outnumbered and weak, being discovered employing such disreputable tactics would only backfire on us. Strength lies in numbers. We should inform them of our situation and face it together with our 4 teams to seek clues." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing, who had been observing Fang Jiarong with keen interest, scoffed. "Face it together? Do you think everyone else is as naive as you? In the mirage, each individual is fighting for their own survival. When danger looms, they will flee faster than anyone else. That if you do not take advantage of them now, it will be too late when the real peril arrives, and you are cast aside." Fang Jiarong and Qin Linglian exchanged glances once more, their hesitation and concern still unyielding. Yet, they were acutely aware that Wang Ziming's suggestion might indeed yield results. The other 2 teams would likely take the initiative to search for Zhao Tsong's whereabouts. Letting others take the risks was certainly preferable to confronting the malevolent spirits head-on. Was it not? Chapter 30. The source of the orphan's grievance. The group gathered in the psychological therapy room fell into a heavy silence. They were at a loss as to how to initiate the search for Fang Jiarong and Zhao Tsong, and deep down, they were reluctant to take the risk of looking for members of the other teams. However, what if Fang Jiarong and Zhao Tsong had uncovered critical clues? This conflicting sentiment rendered the atmosphere increasingly tense. Unable to contain her emotions, Miao Shizhu paced restlessly, her brow furrowed in contemplation that moment. Su Yin, who had already attempted to call the captains of the other two teams, spoke up. It's no use. The calls won't go through. It seems the two teams heading to the teaching building must have encountered a significant problem. Lu Ohong, who had organized numerous clues, added. Or perhaps it was the meat buns consumed by Du Xingting and Zhao Tsong that brought them trouble. Xie Xinshui, cradling Chen Shuang, broke the silence. We cannot simply wait idly. Although those who chose to remain in the therapy room and classrooms today are unlikely to face risks, if we do not seize the opportunity to search for clues while the mirage remains stable, the chances of successfully navigating through will diminish as it spirals out of control, potentially leading to total annihilation. Liu Hongyun, who had vaguely grasped some of the situation, shook his head and offered a contrary opinion. Everyone knows that the mirage will gradually become unstable. But that does not mean we should be led by the nose. His words drew the attention of the group, and he continued, slightly frowning. We cannot blindly search for the two missing teams, as this could lead us into greater danger. Currently, the clues we have gathered far exceed those of the two teams, especially with Chen Shuang on our side. Hearing her name, Chen Shuang, nestled in Xie Xinshui's arms, obediently lifted her head, while Xie Xinshui, with a fond smile, gently patted her, saying, Lu Hongyun makes a valid point. We cannot act without direction. However, the clues we currently possess are too disorganized. Where should we begin our analysis? Lu Ohong stood up to provide his analysis. The most concerning factor is the meat. The two communicative NPCs encountered at the Little Sun Orphanage, Chef Wang and the little girl Chen Shuang, both emphasize the importance of meat, that we can use meat as a main thread to organize the clues at hand. Lu Ohong's suggestion drew everyone's focus. Clearing his throat, he continued. Firstly, the point of meat's appearance is the cafeteria. And currently, the two individuals who consumed the cafeteria's meat buns, one was devoured, while the other went missing on the way to the cafeteria. The reason for their misfortune must be linked to the consumption of meat. This rule is not inscribed on paper. It relies solely on our own observation, extraction, and summarization. Lu Ohong meticulously analyzed, realizing that both Qin Linglian and Xie Xinshui, who had directly violated the work regulations, had surprisingly survived. Conversely, the crew member who had eaten the meat, even if Zhao Tsong had cleverly evaded danger once during class, ultimately could not escape the fate of disappearance. Thus, he concluded that meat was undoubtedly more critical than the work regulations. Or perhaps the work regulations merely aided them in uncovering clues, while the mysterious meat in the cafeteria should be their primary focus. Pausing for a moment, Lu Ohong continued. Secondly, both Chef Wang and Shuang explicitly stated that the cafeteria's meat should never be consumed. Although they did not provide further information, it undoubtedly signals to us that meat is a primary thread within the Little Sun Orphanage. The group listened to Lu Ohong's analysis. They nodded in agreement. Xie Shuang, also working in the cafeteria, added, My responsibility in the cafeteria is to maintain cleanliness, but I noticed that the cold storage door in the back kitchen is always locked, and the assistant chef resolutely prevents me from entering to clean. The cold storage must harbor unprocessed meat. I believe everyone has begun to speculate about the types of meat involved. However, seeing is believing, and our group still needs to prepare dinner tonight. That I will find a way to verify the type of meat in the cold storage and search for clues. Xie Xinshui, anxious for his sister's safety, opposed this risky plan. Yet Xie Shuang shared her brother's adventurous spirit. Once she was set on a lead, she would not easily relent. Despite Xie Shuang's earnest entreaties, Xie Xinshui ultimately had to concede to his sister's determination. The group regarded Xie Shuang's resolute expression and Xie Xinshui's reluctant demeanor with a mix of admiration and concern. Unable to dissuade his sister, Xie Xinshui solemnly warned Xie Shuang, You must exercise utmost caution. Should any signs of danger arise, cease your actions immediately. As he spoke, he retrieved a rusted pocket watch from his pocket, insisting on forcing it into Xie Shuang's hands. Startled, she instinctively hesitated, saying, Brother, the mirage is fraught with risks everywhere. and you have been pursued by malevolent spirits before, and no one knows if you will be sought out again when you don your white coat tomorrow. Keep it for yourself. I do not need it. However, Xie Xinshui firmly grasped Xie Pan Shuang's hand, placing the watch in her palm. Take it. You have no keepsakes on you. Although this watch may have little practical use now, it might save your life in a critical moment. At this juncture, Lu Ohong, who had been contemplating silently, suddenly intervened, interrupting the back and forth between the two. Xie Xinshui, you should keep the watch that I am determined to uncover the truth myself. Shifting his focus to Xie Pan Shuang, he stated, You and Su Ge can provide cover for me outside. I possess a keepsake, so I shall explore the cold storage. Xie Pan Shuang immediately shook her head. No. This was my plan from the start. How can I let you take the risk? Lu Ohong replied resolutely. Your brother is right. The cold storage, likely housing the meat, is far too perilous. You lack a keepsake, making it difficult to cope with potential dangers. That MY keepsake has not yet been utilized, offering at least some assurance. Xie Xinshui watched the two argue, feeling both touched and anxious that he understood that Lu Ohong was acting out of concern for his sister's safety. Yet he did not wish for Lu Ohong to take such risks. Lu Ohong, we appreciate your good intentions, but this is indeed too dangerous. Let Pan Shuang go. She has her own plans and preparations. Understanding that Lu Ohong's willingness to volunteer stemmed from confidence, Su Yin furrowed his brow slightly, interrupting the trio's back and forth. Xie Xinshui, you must be rational. This is not the time for emotional decisions. We must choose the safest method to obtain clues that I believe Lu Ohong has the capability to handle the dangers in the cold storage. With that, the group reluctantly agreed to let Lu Ohong explore the back kitchen's cold storage. At that moment, Shini Shan, who had been quietly listening, timidly raised her hand and said, Elders, while I may not analyze as many factors, I feel we might be overlooking a key figure. Do you remember the dean mentioned in the initial invitation? We must adhere to the dean's authority. All eyes turned to Shini Shan, a wave of regret washing over them. Damn it, how did we overlook such a crucial clue? Perhaps it was due to the various unexpected incidents they had faced throughout the day and the ambiguity of the dean's clues within the mirage that the crew had neglected the most authoritative figure in the orphanage. That's right. We need to quickly find more clues about the dean. Miao Xiuzhu, unable to contain his impatience, said eagerly, having nearly lost a teammate that day and desperately wanting to find a way out. The group swiftly regained their composure, beginning to recall the fragmented phrases about the dean from the invitation that we must adhere to the dean's authority, echoed repeatedly in their minds. What profound meaning lay behind this? Were all the rules being set by the dean? Or was the invitation guiding the crew to seek the dean, with the promise that finding him would yield all the answers? Currently, there is a dearth of clues regarding the dean, with only the sculpture in the center of the garden seemingly resembling him. Liu Hongyan wiped his mouth and remarked, The phrase on the invitation is rather simplistic. I believe we lack the insight to deduce anything meaningful from it. Lu Ohong nodded in agreement with the butcher's assessment. Let us pursue clues along both lines simultaneously. Otherwise, it feels as though time is not on our side. After a moment of contemplation, the group collectively endorsed Lu Ohong's suggestion. Chapter 31. The little son, orphan's grievance feasts upon itself. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, Su Yin interrupted the ongoing discussion concerning the dean's clues. It is already past 2. Ohong, we must hasten to the cafeteria for our check-in. Delays could lead to unforeseen dangers. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Hongyan and advised, the cafeteria's kitchen prohibits mobile phones. Should you receive any news, relay it directly to me. I will find time to check in the lounge. Liu Hongyan nodded, assuring him, Rest assured, your team will focus on uncovering clues about the meat, while the 4 of us will endeavor to uncover more information regarding the dean. Actually, there are 5 of us, Xie Xinshui said, glancing at Qin Shuang, who peeked out from her embrace, as if protesting. Please take care of this child, and I assure you, our team will not falter. The group watched as Su Yin and the others departed the treatment room, resuming their earnest discussion about the dean's clues. Miao Xiuzhu was the first to speak. We possess almost no information about the dean, save for the words on the invitation. Yet, this indicates that the dean holds a position of utmost importance within this mirage. The information on the invitation must be accurate. Since it states that Miao must submit to the dean's authority, it clearly underscores the significance of the dean's role within the Little Sun Orphanage's mirage. At this moment, Xie Xinshui's eyes brightened as he cautiously inquired of the little girl in his arms. Shuang Shuang, do you know anything about the dean? Qin Shuang blinked her large eyes, tilting her head in thought before softly responding. Dean, I don't know who the dean is, but there's that very stern Aunt Lu, who used to accompany the old gentleman for walks in the garden. Later, the old gentleman disappeared, and a stone statue resembling him appeared in the garden. The group's spirits lifted. No one took the time to explain the difference between stone and bronze, but they internally confirmed the dean's existence. The elusive dean, previously shrouded in mystery, now had a tangible clue, albeit only the confirmation that the seated old man in the garden was indeed a representation of him. With this thought, the mischievous Qin Yishan twirled her eyes and cheerfully asked, Shuang Shuang, you're so clever to deduce that the old gentleman who needed Aunt Lu's company is significant. Do you know what kind of person this old gentleman is? Upon receiving Qin Yishan's praise, Qin Shuang's face lit up with a shy smile. She pondered seriously before stating, the old gentleman is very serious and rarely smiles. Aunt Lu is quite afraid of him, and everyone else is, too. The others, hearing Qin Shuang's words, gained a clearer image of the dean. Miao Shizhu followed up with another question. Have you ever seen the old gentleman do anything particularly noteworthy? Qin Shuang shook her head. No, the old gentleman always walks in the garden, and sometimes watches us play. Liu Hongyun furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before posing a crucial question. Shuang Shuang, do you know where the old gentleman usually sleeps at night? The Little Sun Orphanage is an independent institution situated in a remote area, and the dean must have his own dedicated office and resting area. Qin Shuang tilted her head in thought, then uncertainly replied, I don't know where the old gentleman sleeps at night. However, sometimes I see Aunt Lu accompany the old gentleman out of the teaching building. I'm not sure if that's where he resides. Upon hearing Qin Shuang's words, everyone's expressions brightened with surprise. They had now learned that the dean's office was likely situated within the teaching building, granting them two primary lines of inquiry. Xie Xinshui gently ruffled Qin Shuang's hair, saying, You did wonderfully, Shuang Shuang, providing us with such valuable clues that at this point, Qin Shuang had ceased playing with her doll, which lay dirty beside Xie Xinshui. She beamed sweetly, seemingly delighted to assist these kind older siblings. Subsequently, Liu Hongyun and Miao Shizhu began formulating a plan. Since their group had only visited the first floor of the teaching building that morning and were unfamiliar with the layout of the upper floors, they could only proceed methodically, floor by floor. Liu Hongyun furrowed his brow and remarked, Given that we lack a map, it would be prudent to split into two smaller groups, one starting the search from the east side of the teaching building and the other from the west. Each group must meticulously inspect every room for the dean's office or other clues. Any suspicious areas or items should be promptly marked for further investigation. Miao Shizhu nodded in agreement. Yes, both groups must prioritize safety. I have an item of interest. I can team up with Xie Xinshui to ensure our safety. Xie Xinshui cradled Qin Shuang in his arms, gently saying, Shuang Shuang, would you like to stay in the treatment room? No one will come here this afternoon. Qin Shuang shook her head, tightly clutching Xie Xinshui's clothing, indicating her desire to accompany him. Thus, the group acquiesced to Xie Xinshui carrying Qin Shuang, with the three of them led by Miao Shizhu, while Liu Hongyun teamed up with Qin Yishan. After determining their roles, the five of them tidied up the now-empty lunch boxes and, with renewed determination, exited the dormitory building. At that moment, the garden lay deserted. And as they turned back, they noticed a peculiar sight. Students' heads peering silently from the lower windows of the dormitory, watching them intently. Let us go, Liu Hongyun exhaled. These students are unlikely to cause us any trouble for now. Yet, he thought to himself, time delays could lead to unpredictable outcomes. The group felt a chill run down their spines under the scrutiny of those students in the windows, but they pressed forward with steely resolve. Miao Shizhu volunteered to take the lead, walking steadily ahead to instill a sense of security among the others. Meanwhile, Xie Xinshui held Qin Shuang tightly, who seemed to sense the tension in the air. Nestling quietly in his embrace, as they traversed the garden, they reconfirmed with Qin Shuang that the visage of the sculpture indeed resembled the enigmatic old gentleman. Subsequently, the group hastily made their way into the teaching building. The teaching building was dim and silent, with only their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Earlier that morning, due to the incident in the large class, the education director had suspended classes for the day, leaving the building devoid of any occupants. The teaching building, originally a chapel, retained a simple structure even after renovations. The first floor comprised an empty hall and several small rooms adorning its sides. The group split into two teams and began their search from the east and west sides. First aid room, changing room, storage room. The entire first-floor hall seemed to consist of trivial rooms that IT appeared they would need to ascend to the second floor for further investigation. The two teams, having completed their rounds from different directions, converged at the staircase. The teaching building, repurposed from the chapel, featured only one staircase leading to the upper floors, located at the back of the hall. Observing the load-bearing wall blocking the staircase, Lu Hongyun remarked, "It seems this staircase was once where the missionaries stood to preach. Yet, now in this ancient chapel, all the tables, chairs, and steps have been entirely dismantled. With only remnants of wall paintings hinting at the chapel's former glory remaining at the closest point to the staircase in the hall, a dilapidated altar site had been preserved for reasons unknown. Rather than being completely removed, ascending the two-person-wide staircase, the group encountered a narrow corridor, allowing all four of them to move together, that on either side of the corridor were 6 or 7 spacious rooms. One of which, marked as the large classes room, still bore traces of blood and a torn and tattered teacher's uniform at its entrance. They gazed at the bloodstains and the tattered uniform. A wave of dread washed over them that Du Xingting, who had met a gruesome fate in the large classes classroom earlier that morning, had left behind nothing but a pool of blood that had yet to fully congeal. Hiding in Xie Xinshui's embrace, Chen Shuang buried her eyes, too frightened to make a sound. It seemed the morning's tragedy had left her deeply shaken, her body trembling slightly. Suddenly, as the group peered through the windows into the various classrooms, the door to a room at the end of the corridor abruptly locked, producing a sharp click. The sudden sound startled everyone, their nerves instantly on high alert. Miao Xiuzhu cautiously glanced towards the end of the corridor. Whispering, "Be careful," Lu Hongyun produced the item he had carried, prepared to respond to any potential situation. They cautiously approached the end of the corridor, each step taken with utmost care. As they neared the door, they heard a faint sound of chewing from within. Could it be Zhao Tsong? Chen Yishan speculated, but all the children on the upper floor had evacuated. Lu Hongyun furrowed his brows and added, "No, the older children were still present at that time." The education director entered the classroom of the older class to regain control of the situation, but Fang Jiarong's group was unaware of what transpired afterwards. The group exchanged anxious glances, their unease growing stronger. Miao Xiuzhu made a gesture for silence, as this room was not a classroom and lacked glass windows on the door, forcing him to press his ear against it to discern the sounds within. However, the intermittent sounds of chewing from inside sent chills down the spines of those outside. Xie Xinyu tightly embraced the pale-faced Chen Shuang, who was frightened, whispering, "The situation is unclear. We cannot recklessly enter." Lu Hongyun considered the details from earlier and said, "Something inside has locked the door, likely to prevent us from disturbing it. However, I believe there is a high probability of clues within the room. Now that neither I nor Lao Miao have utilized our relics, it is an excellent opportunity for exploration." Upon hearing Lu Hongyun's words, the group found his reasoning compelling. Miao Xiuzhu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, we possess the relics. Perhaps we should give it a try." The two relic bearers made their decision, and the others had no choice but to comply. Miao Xiuzhu, crouching outside the door, shifted aside to allow Lu Hongyun to take his position. Lu Hongyun then stepped back, took a couple of running strides, and kicked the door open with force. Wow! Upon witnessing the scene inside, Chen Yishan, who had curiously poked her head out, instinctively covered her eyes. The empty classroom housed only one individual, the mysteriously missing Zhao Tsong. At that moment, Zhao Tsong sat amidst the abandoned desks and chairs, his gaze vacant and frenzied, as if he had lost his sanity. He bit down hard on his own arm, tearing at it with ferocity, akin to a beast devouring its prey. Flesh was ripped away in chunks by his jagged teeth, which he savagely chewed upon. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood, causing the onlookers' stomachs to churn. Zhao Tsong is eating himself. Xie Xinyu clutched Chen Shuang tightly, attempting to shield her eyes from the horrifying sight, while Chen Shuang trembled in his embrace, refraining from crying out of fear of disciplinary action. The group stood frozen in place, their minds blank, as the shocking scene overwhelmed them, leaving them uncertain of how to respond. Miao Xiuzhu was the first to regain his composure, mustering the courage to shout, "Zhao Tsong, what on earth are you doing?" Upon hearing the question from those at the door, Zhao Tsong paused his chewing. A blissful smile spreading across his face, he squinted and replied leisurely, "What am I doing? No, it's not that it's as if another soul resides within Zhao Tsong, and from his throat emerged a cold, resentful voice. It is I who is doing something. He devoured me, so I must consume him. Merely studying will not elevate one above others. To rise above, one must feast upon them." As he spoke, Zhao Tsong, with blood and bits of flesh between his teeth, stood up, his body stained red with blood swaying slightly, as if pulled by two opposing souls. The dismembered desks and chairs surrounded him, bearing witness to this grotesque feast of self-cannibalism. Chapter 32. The grievance of the little son orphans in the cold storage. Luo Hong and his companions wasted no time. Shortly after 2 p.m., they safely arrived at the cafeteria. The path leading to the cafeteria had been devoid of any eerie occurrences. As if the malevolent spirits understood the necessity of preserving the chef for last, lest they find themselves without anyone to prepare their meals. Clad in their work uniforms, the three approached their respective mentors to commence preparations for the evening meal. Director Lu will inspect the cafeteria during dinner. Do refrain from improvising like you did at lunch, Master Wang cautioned, handing Luo Hong a freshly minted menu. Stir-fried water spinach, tomatoes, scrambled eggs, fish-flavored shredded pork, stewed pork ribs with green beans, and a tantalizing hot and sour tripe soup. Such a feast. Luo Hong raised an eyebrow at the menu, jesting, "What is this?" IST Director Lu, the education director. "Does she also oversee our cafeteria?" Hearing this, Master Wang snorted, glanced around cautiously, and then whispered, "You best not let the leadership catch wind of that, since that person left. Director Lu holds the highest authority in our orphanage." "That person?" Luo Hong raised an eyebrow, but Master Wang shot him a glare before returning to his tasks. "Quit prying. You're responsible for stir-frying the water spinach and tomatoes. You can't be trusted with the meat dishes." Luo Hong watched Master Wang retreat towards the cold storage, shaking his head with a smile. This warm-hearted old man had concocted a splendid excuse to keep him away from danger. My apologies. Old Wang. Luo Hong silently offered an apology to Master Wang in his heart. He regretted having to disregard Master Wang's good intentions, for he knew that if he did not quickly uncover the truth behind the meat, prolonging his existence for even a day or two would only subject him to fear and the unknown, rendering it meaningless. Once Master Wang's figure vanished around the corner, Luo Hong exchanged glances with his two teammates, signaling them to provide cover, that he then silently followed in Master Wang's footsteps. Luo Hong moved stealthily, confident that the sounds of the kitchen's boiler would mask his actions. After turning a couple of corners in the back kitchen, he arrived at a designated cold storage room. Strangely, there was an additional partition within the cold storage, and behind the heavy door lay the cold storage of the Little Sun Orphanage's cafeteria. At that moment, the door requiring 2 full turns of the dial was ajar, suggesting that Master Wang had likely entered to retrieve the meat for dinner. The meat extracted from the cold storage would thaw on the operation table in the cold storage room, ready to be cut and cooked in 2 hours. Luo Hong crouched outside the cold storage, carefully observing through the crack of the door. Suddenly, with a thud, Master Wang emerged halfway from the partition, shivering as he carried half a slab of pork, the frozen meat accidentally knocking against the partition, prompting Master Wang to mutter a few choice words. Seeing this, Luo Hong quickly recoiled, hiding in the shadows around the corner opposite the cold storage in the kitchen passage. Not daring to make a sound, after a while, hearing Master Wang's footsteps fade away, Luo Hong cautiously approached the door crack once more. The partition had been closed, but perhaps due to Master Wang's annoyance at the hassle of opening and closing it, it had not been fully tightened. The half slab of pork that Master Wang had just retrieved lay perfectly on the operation table, thawing. Luo Hong fixated on the seemingly ordinary slab of pork, his suspicions intensifying. How could the very meat that had claimed the lives of their 2 crew members be anything but ordinary? He knew that now was the opportune moment to explore this forbidden territory of the kitchen. Without further hesitation, he pushed open the cold storage door and stealthily approached the closed partition. Luo Hong slowly turned the dial of the partition door, striving to make no sound as the door creaked open. An even more biting cold rushed forth, causing him to shiver involuntarily, that he only twisted it enough to slip through sideways, carefully entering the cold storage, his eyes scanning the surroundings. How could it all be normal pork? Standing at the entrance of the cold storage, Lu Ohong felt as though his heart had plunged into an abyss. The absence of abnormalities was itself the most significant anomaly. His emotions spiraled out of control as he repeatedly tugged at the bodies hanging on the iron hooks, which smiled back at him, muttering, "This can't be right. Why is there only pork?" Lu Ohong's eyes darted around the cold storage in desperation, but he could only see the same ordinary pork. His mind was filled with confusion and anxiety. There had been so many suspicious signs previously. Important NPCs had shown great trepidation towards the meat, yet now only these common slabs of pork lay before him. Approaching the pork, Lu Ohong gently touched it, attempting to discern any unusual features. However, no matter how closely he examined it, the pork appeared indistinguishable from regular meat. Lu Ohong's brow furrowed, his agitation mounting that he refused to believe that everything was as it seemed. There had to be something overlooked. Meanwhile, on the iron hooks, a half-consumed body grinned with its remaining mouth, saying cheerfully, "Haha, look, this new chef is looking for us that he hasn't eaten meat, so he doesn't count as one of us. How could he possibly see us? Indeed, but this young man is rather handsome. I wish he would consume me," another body chimed in. "You mean you want to consume him, old classmate?" The corpses hanging on the hooks chattered animatedly, their gazes towards Lu Ohong growing increasingly malevolent, the sound of saliva dripping echoing throughout the cold storage. Yet Lu Ohong, oblivious to their predatory stares, continued rummaging through the boxes stacked at the back of the cold storage. The boxes contained fresh fruits and vegetables, utterly devoid of the items he had imagined. The meat that had directly led to the demise of 2 crew members could not possibly be normal pork. It should be either contaminated by some malevolent force or soaked in human blood. How could it be ordinary pork, especially such fresh cuts that could be cooked into delicious dishes once thawed? Lu Ohong stood up, his heart laden with confusion, gazing at the lifeless bodies suspended from iron hooks around him. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to their eerie stares and sinister whispers. His mind was solely preoccupied with the quest for that mysterious flesh, completely unaware that he was ensnared in a perilous predicament. The atmosphere within the cold storage grew increasingly ominous, the gurgling and swallowing sounds of the corpses resonating like a death knell. Despite the frigid chill that gnawed at him, stemming from the awakening of vengeful spirits, Lu Ohong dismissed it, attributing it solely to the cold storage's temperature. Frowning, he resumed his search for other potential clues. An escalating sense of unease gnawing at his insides that as Lu Ohong knelt down, preparing to inspect beneath the cold storage floor for any anomalies, a familiar voice abruptly echoed within the chamber. "Stop searching." A dashing man clad in a police uniform seized Lu Ohong's arm and unceremoniously yanked him upright. "Take a good look around you." Startled by the sudden voice, Lu Ohong looked up to find the striking officer, a tumultuous swirl of emotions surging within him. "Officer," he, overwhelmed with conflicting feelings. Lu Ohong slowly shifted his gaze, and as the surrounding scene came into focus, a chill raced from his feet to the crown of his head. What had initially appeared as pork hanging from the hooks had transformed into grotesque, dismembered corpses, or rather, this was the true visage of the meat. At that moment, the bodies of the children seemed to come alive, their empty eye sockets fixed menacingly upon He Junjie, who had disrupted their sinister designs. Despite being scrutinized by the multitude of vengeful spirits, He Junjie, appearing to be merely an ordinary police officer, exhibited no trace of fear, and he gently supported the trembling Lu Ohong, who was shaken both by fright and cold, and spoke in a calm tone. "Do you see now? Although I do not know who killed these children. Ohong, please grant me a reluctant request." "What request?" Lu Ohong's voice was hoarse as he endeavored to maintain his composure. His body continued to shiver slightly, filled with terror and astonishment at the sight of the reanimated corpses. Did Du Xingting and Zhao Tsong truly consume the flesh of these children? It would be strange if they emerged unscathed. Observing Lu Ohong's dazed expression, He Junjie's demeanor turned serious as he firmly grasped Lu Ohong's shoulders, locking eyes with him, and implored, "No matter what you discover, do not let fear overwhelm you. Promise me, you must find the murderer of these children. Justice must be served, blood for blood." As he spoke, a hint of crimson flickered in He Junjie's pupils, and burn marks suddenly appeared on his body. Gazing at this officer who had sacrificed himself for justice, Lu Ohong resolutely nodded, making a silent vow to the man who had saved them all. Seeing this, Junjie let out a sigh of relief and immediately pulled Lu Ohong toward the cold storage door. Immersed in his search for clues, Lu Ohong remained oblivious to the fact that the cold storage door behind them had silently closed. However, before the oppressive heat radiating from Junjie, such a spectral barrier was insignificant that he disregarded the vengeful gazes behind him and grasped the cold storage door with determination. With a sharp sound, Lu Ohong, held by Junjie's arm, felt no trace of the searing heat emanating from him. Yet upon witnessing the rising steam from the cold storage door handle, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. As Junjie successfully pulled open the door, more burn marks began to manifest on his body. "Hurry," Junjie urged, pushing Lu Ohong out of the cold storage. With a complex expression, he cast one last glance at Lu Ohong before dissipating into a cloud of black ash. Vanishing into the air, Lu Ohong was acutely aware that he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Not to mention the gradually awakening vengeful spirits within the cold storage, merely standing outside and witnessing the handle of the door, now brittle from the extreme temperature fluctuations, left him with a profound sense of dread. Had he failed to open the door, even if the vengeful spirits remained suspended from the hooks, he would have perished from the frigid cold within the storage. Chapter 33. The Grievance of the Little Sun Orphans. A glimpse of the truth, Lu Xiaozai. An urgent voice pierced the air outside the cold storage, having returned to the kitchen. Chef Wang, after a brief flurry of activity, realized that Lu Ohong, who should have been at the stove, had not returned for quite some time. Instantly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Damn it, this kid wouldn't he have sneaked into the cold storage? Would he? With that thought, Chef Wang tossed down his knife, shooting a disdainful glare at the embarrassed Su Yin and Xiepan's Wang, instructing the kitchen aide to keep an eye on the two children. Before hurriedly making his way to the cold storage, bursting through the door, he immediately spotted the shaken Lu Ohong. "You little rascal," furious, he seized Lu Ohong by the ear, casting a wary glance at the ajar cold storage. Without further ado, Chef Wang dragged Lu Ohong from the cold storage into the break room, locking the door behind them with a firm click. "Lu Xiaozai, what am I to say to you? I leave you unattended for just a moment, and you dare venture into the cold storage? What are you planning to rebel?" Chef Wang's face flushed crimson with anger, his eyes wide as he glared at Lu Ohong. Lu Ohong, holding a sore ear, felt a wave of guilt and embarrassment wash over him. "Chef Wang, I merely," he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Chef Wang interrupted him. "You merely what? Do you have any idea how dangerous that cold storage is? Are you seeking death?" He paced the break room, agitated that I kindly warned you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, and yet you insist on causing trouble. What do you think you can uncover? Do you believe you can resolve anything? You are far too naive. Lu Ohong lowered his head. Unable to meet Chef Wang's gaze, he understood that he had indeed acted recklessly this time. Had it not been for the police badge relic hidden in his possession, he might have lost his life, or perhaps ended up as the next corpse hanging from an iron hook. Yet, he was driven by the desire to seek the truth and escape this cursed mirage. "Chef Wang, I realize my mistake," Lu Ohong murmured softly. Chef Wang halted, looking at Lu Ohong with a sigh. "You are just too stubborn. Let me tell you, this matter is beyond your control. You would do well to forget it and focus on your work." Avoiding further trouble, after a moment of silence, Lu Ohong raised his head, determination etched on his face as he looked at Chef Wang. "Chef Wang, I cannot simply give up. Those children suffered too terribly. I must uncover the truth and ensure the murderer is punished." Seeing the fervor in Lu Ohong's eyes, Chef Wang felt a pang of helplessness. Through their short time together, he had come to understand Lu Ohong's character: kind-hearted, enthusiastic, and fiercely righteous. "You are jesting with your own life," Chef Wang said, his tone softening slightly. Sensing a flicker of hope, Lu Ohong replied, "Chef Wang, I am not afraid if I do not seek the truth." "Who will avenge those children?" Chef Wang regarded Lu Ohong, a complex array of emotions swelling within him. He felt both pride in Lu Ohong's bravery and concern for his safety. "Very well, since you are so insistent. I will not stop you." Chef Wang removed his mask, speaking earnestly. "But remember, you must be cautious and never trust anyone easily." Lu Ohong nodded, immediately following up with a question. "I will be careful, Chef Wang. If you know of any leads, could you share them with me?" Chef Wang sighed, checking the door to the break room once more. Then he sat beside Lu Ohong, gesturing for him to lean closer. The orphanage was not always like this. When the old director was alive, though we lived in poverty, the teachers' and children's faces were adorned with genuine smiles. But after the old director passed away, the orphanage was taken over by a philanthropist. No one anticipated that this philanthropist was backed by a powerful pharmaceutical company. As he spoke, Chef Wang swallowed hard, glancing around before lowering his voice. You saw what was in the cold storage, yes? The resentment of these children lingered even after death, transforming into vengeful spirits that found their way into the cafeteria, that we have no choice but to pretend that everything is normal. Otherwise, if we offend these deadly beings, we would all perish in the kitchen. After justifying his actions, Chef Wang added earnestly, if you wish to uncover the truth, search for clues in the old director's office. But be extremely careful. Director Liu practically resides in the old director's office around the clock. Having divulged the lead, Chef Wang couldn't help but mutter, that woman is no good. With that, he donned his mask again and opened the break room door. You may leave, but do not return to the cold storage, that if you find yourself in danger, come seek me immediately. Lu Ohong cast a grateful glance at Master Wang, diligently etching the clues into his memory. Seizing the opportunity while still in the lounge, he swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and composed a text message incorporating the information provided by Master Wang, dispatching it to the small group of his 3 companions aboard the enigmatic vessel. The burden of the next steps now rested upon them. Determination flickered in Lu Ohong's eyes, that he was resolute in his quest to apprehend the mastermind behind the sinister events, not only to provide an explanation to Hejunja, but also to seek solace for his own troubled heart. Chapter 34. The orphan's grievance against the director. At that moment, the other 3 teammates, having received fragments of the truth that Lu Ohong had risked his life to uncover, found themselves bereft of the opportunity to check the group chat. Su Yin was preoccupied, struggling to crack eggs while preparing to peel tomatoes, leaving him no time to glance at his phone. Meanwhile, Lu Hongyun and Chen Yishan were sprinting down the second-floor corridor of the teaching building, pursued by the pale-faced Miao Xiuzhu and Xie Xinshui. The 4 of them wished fervently for additional legs, wishing to distance themselves from Zhao Tsong, who strolled leisurely at the corridor's end. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not shake off Zhao Tsong, who ambled along, absently gnawing on his own arm. His movements were as casual as a leisurely stroll on a sunny afternoon, brandishing a braised chicken leg. The corridor, though not particularly long, seemed interminable, with the specter behind them drawing ever closer. The group felt ensnared in an endless maze, each room they passed feeling eerily familiar, yet every step seemed to lead them in circles. Gasping for breath, Lu Hongyan called for a halt. Sweat streamed down his forehead as he wheezed. We must be caught in a ghostly wall. Chen Yishan, her complexion growing increasingly pale from exhaustion, struggled to keep pace. Don't panic. There must be a way out, she reassured, though uncertainty gnawed at her. Xie Xinshui was faring somewhat better, though the doll in Chen Shuang's arms trembled with fear, tightly clutched against her chest. This won't do. We need another plan, Miao Xiuzhu suggested, also coming to a stop. That Lu Hongyun surveyed their surroundings, seeking clues. Perhaps we should attempt to disrupt the rules of this ghostly wall. How do we do that? Miao Xiuzhu panted, intrigued. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Hongyun replied, we could try doing something we normally wouldn't, like walking backward or hiding behind a door. Though these methods sounded perilous, they found themselves devoid of alternatives. Thus, the 4 cautiously embarked on their first attempt, carefully walking backward. Initially, trepidation gripped their hearts, fearful of invoking even more dreadful consequences. Yet after traversing a short distance, they realized nothing seemed amiss, just as a glimmer of hope ignited within them. Zhao Tsong abruptly quickened his pace, advancing toward them with alarming speed. Their hearts raced anew, compelling them to hasten their steps in search of a way to break free from this ghostly wall. Is there any clue we've overlooked? Lu Hongyun shouted, leading the charge. That I don't know. Miao Xiuzhu responded helplessly. That classroom had nothing. Just Zhao Kang. It seems he's got us cornered now, perhaps sensing Xie Xinshui's rapid heartbeat. Chen Shuang, trembling in his arms, softly suggested, Xinshui Gij, why not go into the middle class? Grandpa Director used to say that older children must not bully younger ones. Upon hearing this, a spark of realization ignited in Xie Xinshui's mind. They must obey the authority of the director. If they disguise themselves as middle-class children, wouldn't they evade the predatory instincts of the malevolent spirit residing within Zhao Tsong? Lu Leoj, Miao Xiong, you all stop. Xie Shui declared, articulating his thoughts. The other three, aware that this idea originated from Chen Shuang, eagerly sought the middle-class classroom situated within the corridor ensnared by the ghostly wall, flinging open the door with urgency. Upon entering the classroom, guided by Chen Shuang, the four swiftly approached the storage cabinets at the back, retrieving the change of clothes belonging to the middle-class children. They hastily donned the garments, disregarding fit, while remaining vigilant at the classroom door. Theoretically, by wearing the children's clothes, they would assume the identities of the orphanage's students. Filled with anticipation, the quartet stood ready for several minutes, yet no unusual occurrences transpired. Hope began to swell within them. Perhaps they had indeed discovered a means to unravel the ghostly wall. However, just as their tension eased, the classroom door emitted a faint creak. Their hearts leaped once more as they fixated anxiously on the door. Unwilling to let their guard down, slowly, a crack appeared, and through it stepped Zhao Tsong, his left arm gnawed to the bone, accompanied by the unsettling sound of his chewing "da." "Have you all given up?" His malicious gaze scrutinized the 5 individuals deep within the classroom. "Logically, since you haven't consumed my flesh, I shouldn't be able to harm you. Yet, who cares, since this body still belongs to your dear teammate." Though the malevolent spirit could not directly harm the crew members who had not partaken of flesh, the one standing in the classroom was Zhao Tsong, not the spirit. That damned Zhao Tsong. Miao Xiuzhu seethed, clenching his teeth, that he'll drag us down with him even in death. "You dare." Just as Lu Hongyun prepared to don the bracelet from his pocket, Chen Shuang boldly interjected, "Grandpa Director forbids you from bullying younger children. They are all my friends now, and I won't allow you to harm them." With that, Chen Shuang wriggled free from Xie Xinshui's embrace, summoning her courage to stand before the group, arms outstretched. Yet, her trembling legs betrayed her inner turmoil. Deep down, Chen Shuang was terrified. "Director?" Zhao Tsong's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had heard a ludicrous jest. He paused, momentarily halting his gruesome feast. "The director is dead. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Zhao Tsong laughed heartily, having long forgotten that name. "You don't truly believe the director is still alive, do you? The old man's corpse lies within the orphanage. He sees you all day long. This wretched old man. Always meddling, subjecting you little brats to punishment for requesting food. Now that he's dead, I can't wait to see who will control us." His words struck the group like a hammer, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited. Chen Shuang trembled even more violently, her eyes brimming with fear. "That no. Grandpa Director can't be dead. He was perfectly healthy and still gave us candy." Zhao Tsong scoffed dismissively, striding toward her with heavy steps. He had resolved to make an example of this audacious little girl, relishing the thought of devouring her fingers one by one until her innocence was stripped away. Yet, beneath the statue of the repeatedly mentioned director, the inscription on the copper plaque began to ooze blood. "Rules of the Little Sun Orphanage. 1 to N.O. Defiance against Director Kong Zipping." As the blood flowed, the scratched-out words gradually resurfaced, the name Kong Zipping twisting with boundless rage and regret. Yearning to break free from the plaque's constraints, the once revered figure, now a forbidden specter, had slumbered too long, nearly forgetting his own name. His betraying staff had erased his existence from the orphanage, ensuring that no one would remember him, burying the man who had single-handedly established the Little Sun Orphanage. Betrayal, upheaval, annihilation. In the ethereal realm, the aged form of Director Kong Zipping harbored an inexhaustible fury, his pitch-black pupils piercing through the veils of obfuscation, locking onto the insolent Zhao Kong oblivious to the encroaching danger. Zhao Tsong's focus solely rested on the trembling Chen Shuang, consumed by thoughts of how to inflict torment upon her. Meanwhile, Chen Shuang, standing before her companions, gazed in terror at the advancing Zhao Tsong, tears welling in her eyes on the brink of sobbing. Yet she refused to cry, though the malevolent spirit before her was fearsome. The figure of her beloved Grandpa Director lingered in her memory with far greater authority. Grandpa Director said that if anyone cries out, it might incite the other children to join in, which would make them sad and ruin their day. So, we mustn't cry. In times of trouble, we seek out Grandpa Director. He will ensure justice for the children. Grandpa Director, I don't want you to die. I miss you so much, woo-woo. As Zhao Tsong drew ever closer, poised to seize Chen Shuang, she let out a cry filled with unresolved grievances. Behind her, Xie Xinshui swiftly grasped Chen Shuang, positioning himself protectively in front of her. clutching a pocket watch marred by rust, and pressed down without hesitation. Yet his hand became immobile that no, it wasn't just him. Everyone, both the living and the spectral, found themselves frozen. Liu Hongyun remained caught in the act of fastening a bracelet onto his wrist, while Miao Xiuzhu had inexplicably produced a mask and donned it over his face. Even Chen Yishan, devoid of any belongings, lifted a chair nearby and hurled it towards Zhao Kong. However, they were all ensnared by an overwhelming sense of suffocating terror that gripped their very lifeblood, stifling all movement that a voice, ancient and authoritative yet imbued with profound tenderness, suddenly resonated within the classroom. "My dear child, your grandfather is here," that a collective shiver coursed through the hearts of those present. And Chen Shuang's cries abruptly ceased, her eyes widening in astonishment and disbelief. Before them materialized a spectral figure, slowly coalescing into the form of an elderly man with a shock of white hair, yet brimming with vitality. None other than Director Kong Zipping. His gaze radiated warmth, as if capable of melting away all fears. With a gentle wave of his hand, the formidable and terrifying pressure dissipated instantaneously. Xie Xinshui and the others felt their bodies lighten, regaining their ability to move, while Chen Shuang broke free from Xie Xinshui's embrace and dashed towards Kong Zipping. "Grandfather," she cried, leaping into his arms, tears streaming anew. Kong Zipping tenderly stroked her head, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear. With your grandfather here, no one shall harm you." His gaze swept across the group, ultimately resting upon Zhao Tsong, whose face was now a mask of terror. He attempted to flee, only to find himself utterly immobilized. At a flicker of wrath surged within Kong Zipping's eyes, as if capable of scorching the heavens, defying the director, harming a mentor, bullying a classmate. How audacious. "Very well. Very well indeed," he intoned, lifting his hand to gently cover Chen Shuang's eyes. That in an instant, his attire transformed into blood-soaked bandages, drenched in gore and the remnants of the deceased, while his visage morphed into a grotesque skull, half decayed and half bone. This time, his voice resonated with a chilling blend of fury and regret. "Since you revel in this corporeal form, accept your punishment under a name that does not belong to you." As the director's words fell, a suffocating aura spread throughout the room. Zhao Tsong's eyes widened in horror as he struggled in vain. The blood-soaked bandages that had enveloped Kong Zipping began to writhe and slither toward Zhao Tsong, constricting tighter, as if intent on crushing his very soul. Chen Shuang, hidden within the embrace of the director, felt the chilling presence, yet her grip on his garments tightened, her body no longer trembling. That in the arms of the one she trusted most. This timid girl felt no fear. That Liu Hongyun, Miao Xiuzhu, and Xie Xinshui stood nearby, paralyzed with fright, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. The clash of two vengeful spirits was enough to chill the blood. Kong Zipping's voice echoed with authority and coldness. "This is the consequence of violating the Academy's rules." Moments later, Zhao Tsong, still struggling, was compressed into a sphere the size of a basketball. The bandages quivered, undulating as if they sought to devour him whole. As they unfurled, Zhao Tsong vanished entirely, as if erased from existence. Kong Zipping's skeletal head and the blood-stained bandages gradually reverted to his original attire. The gentle countenance restored, he softly lifted his hand from Chen Shuang's eyes and spoke tenderly. "It's all right, my dear child. It is over." Chen Shuang slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Kong Zipping, tears still glistening within them. That he smiled, caressing her head, producing a handkerchief infused with the scent of fresh grass, gently wiping away her tears. "From now on, your grandfather will protect you. No one shall harm you again." Chapter 35. The resilient orphan's grievance. The somewhat faded figure of Director Kong Zipping tenderly took Chen Shuang's hand, entrusting her to Xie Xinshui while casting a look of approval upon the young man. "You are commendable. You all are commendable." Xie Xinshui, feeling a surge of nervousness while accepting the still sobbing Chen Shuang, blushed deeply, flailing his hands in awkwardness. Kong Zipping's gaze then passed over Liu Hongyun and Miao Xiuzhu. "You are all brave children. That in the face of life and death, you did not abandon one another, nor did you forsake Chen Shuang." With that, his figure began to wane. "That I cannot divulge too much, for my body is sealed in a corner of the orphanage, making it difficult for me to discern the entire truth. That if possible, please escort the child away from the now corrupted Little Sun orphanage." Kong Zipping smiled, casting one final glance at them before gradually dissipating into the air. All entities within the mirage were subject to the constraints of the rules. Even the most forbidden, unfathomable, and terrifying malevolent spirit within the Little Sun Orphanage adhered to this. With the assurance of safety, the group exhaled in relief, gradually sitting down. They gazed at the receding figure of Director Kong Zipping, a swirl of complex emotions swelling within them. They had never encountered a malevolent spirit so easily subdued by a forbidden entity. Even Lu Hongyun, who had traversed the cursed mirage multiple times, had not witnessed such an occurrence. Chen Shuang clutched Xiexu's hand tightly, tears welling up once more. "Grandfather." Her voice brimmed with reluctance. Xiexunshui gently patted her shoulder, comforting her, "Do not fear. We will surely take you away from here." Having reaped significant insights, Lu Hongyun withdrew his phone, intent on sharing his findings with Lu Ohang's team. Only to discover the sparse updates from Lu Ohang, S.O., that "S how it is," a flicker of understanding crossed Lu Hongyun's eyes. With both teams making substantial progress, the truth lurking behind the Little Sun Orphanage was on the verge of revelation. "Let us head back. Dinner time is approaching. After we eat, we can regroup in the dormitory," he suggested. The group nodded in agreement and left the classroom, descending the staircase that dissipated the ghostly wall. Returning to the academic building, to their surprise, they found the ashen-faced director Lu waiting at the entrance, his voice stern as he interrogated them about their purpose in the academic building. Gratefully, Chen Shuang stepped forward to defuse the tension. Explaining that she had forgotten her beloved doll in the classroom during her consultation in the psychological therapy room and merely requested the teachers to accompany her to retrieve it. Upon hearing this explanation, Director Lu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon their retreating figures as he watched them exit the building. Exhausted both physically and mentally, the group scarcely had time to ponder Director Lu's peculiar behavior before retracing their steps to the central park of the orphanage. At this moment, the plaque suspended beneath the statue of the director had regained its tranquility, yet the name Kong Zipping began to faintly emerge. Chen Shuang leaped from her embrace, approached the statue, and tenderly traced the characters of Kong Zipping with her small hand, murmuring, "Grandfather, I will no longer be afraid." The others shared a collective sigh, reflecting on how Director Kong Zipping had appeared the moment the Academy's rules were breached, saving them all from peril. Yet he had not tasked them with seeking his remains to break his seal. Instead, he had entrusted them with the responsibility of ensuring Chen Shuang's escape from the orphanage. It could only be said that such a loving director was capable of nurturing a brave and kind child like Chen Shuang. The image of Chen Shuang, standing resolutely in front of them moments ago, had profoundly impacted the crew's spirits. Having always contended with murderers and malevolent spirits, they had seldom encountered such courage in a native, especially from a mere 11 or 12-year-old girl, determined to rescue Chen Shuang from the Little Sun Orphanage. The group exchanged meaningful glances and set off towards the dining hall with her in tow, down on the fourth-floor dormitory. The bored Fang Jiarong and others had already lain down for a brief rest. After an entire afternoon devoid of activity, the four had yet to hear from the missing Zhao Tsong, nor had they gleaned any leads. Retrieving his phone, Fang Jiarong frowned at the desolate state of their group chat. Feeling a twinge of confusion, "Old Wang, it seems their team hasn't come looking for us." Wang Zimming sat up, stretching lazily as he responded, "It is rather strange. If they had leads, they should have mentioned it in the group." Nearby, Yu Qing chimed in, proposing, "What if they ran into some trouble?" Wang Zimming shook his head. "Hard to say. Perhaps they've made other discoveries and are preoccupied." Fang Jiarong sighed, stating, "We can't just sit here waiting. We must devise a way to find them." Wang Zimming nodded, glancing at the time displayed on his phone, and remarked, "Dinner time is upon us. Let us convene in the cafeteria." Fang Jiarong found this proposition agreeable, and Yu Qing and Qin Linglian, standing nearby, voiced no objections. The four of them rose, straightened their attire, and prepared to head to the cafeteria. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, attentive to the sounds around them. And fortunately, the path leading to the cafeteria remained excessively safe. Upon their arrival, Su Yin, perched by the windowsill, was the first to spot them. Come, indulge in my brother's culinary skills." Su Yin warmly beckoned Fang Jiarong and his companions, who coincidentally sought him out. Each took a tray and queued for their meals that a generous bowl of vibrant, glistening stir-fried water spinach, reminiscent of tender buds emerging in the spring, awaited them. Alongside it was a colorful dish of tomato scrambled eggs, akin to a vivid oil painting. The four, resisting the temptation to inhale the aromas of the two meat dishes, each filled their plates with a hearty serving of water spinach and tomato scrambled eggs. Settling into the seats closest to the window to feast, A.S. Fong Jirong chewed on the water spinach. He, who had interacted most with Su Yin, did not forget to employ the agreed-upon phrasing among the four. Inquiring, "Old Su, did you uncover any clues this afternoon? Ever since Zhao Tsong went missing, our two teams have been stationed at the dormitory, keeping an eye on that little girl. Unfortunately, we saw no sign of her all afternoon. Wasting precious time." Fong Jiarong, who had practically slept through the afternoon, shook his head in regret, mixing the tomato scrambled eggs with rice before swallowing. Lu Ohong emerged from the kitchen, glancing at the spirited quartet with a cold sneer, and remarked, "Captain Fong, the team from the psychological clinic has already located Zhao Kong. Regrettably, by the time they found him, he had already been devoured by a ghost, leaving only half of his body behind. There was nothing they could do to save him." Lu Ohong feigned sorrow, shaking his head, then continued, "Look, they have also come to dine." Fong Jiarong froze at Lu Ohong's words, his chopsticks suspended mid-air, that a blend of regret and shock washed over his face. Although he had been mentally prepared, the news of Zhao Tsong's demise still struck him with a sense of despondency. Now, among this sinister gathering, only he and Qin Linglian remained aboard this ill-fated vessel. Wang Ziming and Yu Qing also exhibited expressions of astonishment, but their surprise stemmed from the fact that these two teams had indeed braved risks to trace Zhao Tsong's whereabouts. Was it not said that searching for missing persons could lead to trouble? Could it be that only students who went missing were beyond retrieval? Lu Ohong, observing their reactions, felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. He continued, "Captain Fong, it appears your afternoon stakeout was entirely in vain. Zhao Tsong has perished, and we must swiftly devise a strategy to confront the ensuing circumstances." Fong Jiarong regained his composure, setting down his chopsticks, and gravely questioned, "Lu Ohong, are you certain that what they found was Zhao Tsong? Could there be some misunderstanding?" Lu Ohong shrugged, replying, "I cannot say for certain, but if they claim it is Zhao Tsong, it is likely to be true. After all, there aren't many adults in this orphanage dressed in teacher uniforms." Just then, Lu Hongyun led the four from the clinic into the cafeteria. Their faces bore signs of distress, evidently still immersed in the horrifying scenes they had just encountered. Fong Jiarong and the others regarded them with a mix of questions and unease. Old Lu foregoing dinner, Fong Jiarong rushed forward, inquiring, "Aside from Zhao Tsong's corpse, did you discover any other clues?" Lu Hongyun glanced at him, frowning as he replied, "At present, we can only confirm that the meat dishes in the cafeteria are problematic. Moreover, in the Little Sun Orphanage, uniforms correspond to identities that we found clues regarding the director's death in the teaching building and are currently deliberating whether to search the director's office for his attire. To ascertain his identity, the AS he spoke. He winked at Fong Jiarong, adding with a smile, "You know the clues on the invitation." Fong Jiarong's eyes widened in realization, recognizing the potential of this new opportunity, that if he could acquire the director's uniform, it would signify that he held the highest authority within the orphanage, necessitating obedience to the director's power. At that point, not only would he be spared from threats to his life, but he might effortlessly obtain numerous relics as well. Yet at that moment, Wang Ziming swiftly finished the last morsel on his plate, burped contentedly, and bluntly remarked to Lu Hongyun, "Old Lu, that hardly seems fair that if this method were easily achievable, would you share it with us? Surely, the risks within the director's office are considerable." Perceiving the critical point Wang Ziming had grasped, he sneered, highlighting the flaw in Lu Hongyun's words that Lu Hongyun, taken aback by Wang Ziming's retort, displayed a fleeting expression of embarrassment. Yet quickly regained his composure. He raised his chin slightly, stating, "There are certainly risks, but opportunities also abound. If you are too fearful to proceed, we shall wait until we are rested before venturing forth." Fong Jiarong furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation that he understood Wang Ziming's rationale. Lu Hongyun would not reveal such a valuable method without reason, and the director's office undoubtedly concealed significant dangers. Yet on the other hand, the allure of this opportunity was undeniably tempting, making it hard to relinquish. After their earlier encounter with a vengeful spirit, Qin Linglian hesitantly suggested, "Shall we deliberate further? This is no trivial matter. What if something goes awry?" Before she could finish her thought, Yu Qing interjected. Deliberate what? We have already squandered so much time that if we hesitate any longer, when will we uncover the truth and escape this place? I believe we should give it a try. The atmosphere among the quartet from the teaching building grew tense as each held steadfast to their opinions. Fang Jiarong observed the discord within their temporary alliance, feeling a profound internal struggle. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Hongyun stood behind, busily serving food while casting a triumphant smile at the trio in the kitchen. Chapter 36. The Little Sun Orphanage's grievous demise. From the moment Su Yin first laid eyes on Fang Jiarong and his companions, he sensed something was amiss. While it was not uncommon to provide misleading clues in a mirage to lure other teams into danger, one would expect at least a semblance of pretense. The cleanliness and tidiness of their attire stood in stark contrast to the spirits they had encountered. It was as if the very spirits had been more disturbed than he, who had spent the afternoons safely preparing meals in the kitchen. Su Yan's lips, hidden beneath his mask, quivered slightly. Fang Jiarong and his trio had perhaps underestimated the other crew members, that of course, Wang Ziming, who frequently employed this ruse to deceive other teams into risking their safety for clues. Was no fool that he was simply emboldened by confidence that in his perspective, both of the other teams had emerged unscathed, without encountering any supernatural occurrences. In terms of intelligence, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. After all, the only two who had consumed the cafeteria's meat dishes were Du Xingting and Zhao Tsong, both members of their team. Yet, as Wang Ziming sat at the dining table, his expression darkened that he realized that the other teams had risked their safety to search the teaching building and had unearthed clues. A wave of unease surged within him. He had presumed his team had the upper hand, but other teams were not without their accomplishments. The seemingly bumbling Lu Hongyun had not only located the missing Zhao Tsong, but had also secured critical information regarding the director's office without incident. Wang Ziming began to reflect on whether his strategy had been overly confident, whether he had underestimated the capabilities and courage of the other teams, that he no longer concealed his brooding gaze. Scanning Lu Hongyun and his fellow team members, seeking to decipher their expressions and behavior for hints of deception, that Lu Hongyun, having finished serving the food, seemed to sense Wang Ziming's scrutiny. When their eyes met, he instinctively averted his gaze. Yet Wang Ziming keenly detected the fleeting hint of unease in Lu Hongyun's expression. What could have transpired? Were they concealing something from us? Wang Ziming's voice lowered, filled with gravity as he inquired. What exactly happened? Are there matters you are withholding from us? The crew members behind Lu Hongyun exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to reveal the truth. Ultimately, it was the seemingly weak Xie Xinyu who gritted her teeth and resolved to confess. We did encounter some peculiar events. When we found Zhao Tsong, we also encountered a vengeful spirit dressed in a student uniform. Fang Jiarong's voice trembled slightly, clearly still haunted by the memory that he divulged a crucial piece of information. Saying, the director, Xie Xinyu. The team leader, Miao Xiuzhu, interrupted Xie Xinyu in frustration, swiftly covering her mouth. Wang Ziming furrowed his brow, rising to inquire about the specifics, but Miao Xiuzhu shot him a warning glare. Consequently, Lu Hongyun and his team hastily finished their meals. Xie Xinyu, who wished to take more food, was restrained by her teammates, and she could only gather some rice and dishes before being escorted away from the cafeteria. Wang Ziming observed the hasty departure of the quartet, his initial confusion morphing into simmering anger. What vital information had the vengeful spirit in a student uniform revealed? What had transpired with the director? His intuition indicated that this information was of paramount importance. However, Miao Xiuzhu's obstruction prevented him from pursuing further inquiries. The atmosphere in the cafeteria grew somewhat tense, leaving the other crew members bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Watching the faculty gradually enter the cafeteria, Wang Ziming and his companions, having finished their meal, reluctantly returned their trays and promptly exited the dining area. Upon returning to their dormitory, Lu Hongyun and his group cast vigilant glances over their shoulders to confirm that Wang Ziming and the others were not trailing them. Once they stepped into room 403, Chun Yishan, who could scarcely contain herself, exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Lu, you truly have a knack for this. Look how easily we deceive that scoundrel Wang Ziming. He probably believes we possess crucial information regarding the dean's office." It was impossible for the group not to feel a sense of triumph. Had any of them been in Wang Ziming's position, they too would have been thoroughly misled by such a well-orchestrated act. Lu Hongyun simply took a sip of hot water, gesturing for them to lower their voices to avoid being overheard. Wang Ziming was not easily fooled. They needed to wait and see. He would undoubtedly take action tonight. Xie handed the packaged hot dishes to Chen Shuang, who had been settled in their room, and remarked without turning around. Indeed, Wang Ziming does not seem entirely convinced by our words. He possesses a tendency to manipulate others into taking risks on his behalf, and he views everyone with suspicion. In contrast, Miao Xiuzhu, who was quite pleased with her performance, patted her belly and reassured everyone. Don't be so lacking in confidence. Everyone, Wang Ziming isn't a deity. How could he possibly evade the trap? Lu Hongyun remained silent, mentally rehearsing the plan he had devised. First, they would convey the news of Zhao Tsung's demise to hint at the other's cautiousness, instilling doubt in Wang Ziming's mind and rendering him naturally distrustful of their words. Next, they would leverage the established rule that work uniforms equate to identity, thereby corroborating the existence of the dean's office. They would also feign a vulnerability, hinting at dangers associated with the dean's office to bolster the credibility of the uniform clue. Finally, they would allow Wang Ziming to scrutinize their fabricated expressions, leading him to deduce that they were concealing something. After Wang Ziming's confrontation, they would have Xie Xinyu, who had remained inconspicuous, take the lead in the conversation, heightening their intrigue that it was not entirely a ruse. For Lu Hongyun's group genuinely concealed vital clues. Yet, Wang Ziming would never suspect that the meticulously packaged lead pointed to the dean's presence, which had yet to dissipate completely. Even if they managed to break through the education director's blockade and reach the dean's office, it was inconceivable that they could obtain the dean's identity solely through a piece of clothing, that if even the all-powerful education director had failed in such a feat, what made Wang Ziming think he could succeed? Ultimately, he would merely be contributing to the efforts of the other crew members that as Lu Hongyun mulled over this plan. He became increasingly convinced of its flawless execution, that he and Su Yan adopted contrasting roles. One as the team's cerebral mastermind, and the other as the brawny enforcer, specifically to create an information disparity in the face of team confrontations. Seeing Lu Hongyun's silence, Miao Xiuzhu assumed he was concerned about the feasibility of the plan and chimed in, "Old Lu, rest assured this plan will undoubtedly succeed, and no matter how clever Wang Ziming is, he would never anticipate that we have such a trick up our sleeves." Xie Xinyu nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, Brother Lu. Let us now await Wang Ziming's next move." Chen Yishan, who had yet to experience the intricacies of mutual deception, appeared somewhat anxious. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, a message popped up on her phone. "Miss Chun, I am Wang Ziming, the team leader of the Shinying Zhizhou. I presume you have recently navigated the welcoming mirage and have yet to acquire your relics that if you require assistance, I would be more than willing to provide you with a relic. Please come to room 413 alone. Do not inform your teammates." Upon reading the message, Chen Yishan's face flushed crimson, not out of surprise at Wang Ziming's perceptiveness, but rather from a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "Brother Lu, you must judge for me. Do I truly appear to be such a novice? I have barely spoken a few words." The other three crew members, along with Chen Shuang, who was still dining, exchanged complex glances at the innocent-looking Chen Yishan and shook their heads in unison. Chen Yishan, infuriated by her teammates' barely concealed laughter, felt her cheeks grow warm. "What do you mean by that?" She feigned anger, hoping to elicit encouragement from the others. However, Lu Hongyun's eyes lit up as he said, "Yes, yes, that's the spirit. Maintain that expression when you confront them." Chen Yishan nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation, shooting Wang Ziming a glare before storming out of the room. Thud, thud, thud. The still-flushed Chen Yishan knocked on the door of room 413. That observing her expression, Wang Ziming paused momentarily before inquiring, "What is it, Miss Chen?" With her quick wit, Chen Yishan had prepared her response. "It's your fault. I just received your message and was considering whether I could borrow a relic for protection, but they not only refused to lend it to me, but also wanted to check my phone." Wang Ziming offered a polite smile, internally scoffing. Relics are of utmost importance, life-saving items in critical situations. Who would lend such things to someone they barely know? Moreover, even if you are a novice, you should not be so brazen as to read messages aloud before everyone and request to borrow a relic. As he reflected on her absurd actions, Wang Ziming felt a slight easing of his wariness. "Miss Chun, doesn't this provide you an excellent opportunity to discern the true nature of these individuals?" He warmly invited her to sit on the bed, intentionally leaving no other teammates in the room to foster a sense of security for Chen Yishan. "Miss Chun, I wish to know what you encountered in the teaching building, especially any clues regarding the dean's office, that if your answer satisfies me, I would not hesitate to part with a relic. To substantiate his sincerity, Wang Ziming produced a partially used candle from his pocket, indicating that she could inspect it first. Chen Yishan gazed at the candle, feeling a flicker of desire as she eagerly grasped the item in front of her. Sensing the faint chill emanating from the candle, she was struck by an epiphany. It was undoubtedly a relic imbued with special powers. She understood the value of the relic and recognized that Wang Ziming presented it to demonstrate his goodwill. However, she could not easily divulge the clues they possessed, as that would seem disingenuous. Lowering her gaze, Chen Yishan reluctantly said, "But if I share the clues that our team worked so hard to obtain, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate?" Wang Ziming noticed that she still clutched the candle tightly, which alleviated some of his doubts. He reassured her. "How could that be inappropriate, Miss Chen, if you share the clues with me? Once we identify the dean, wouldn't that lead to a direct completion of this mirage? At that point, every remaining crew member would be saved, and you would become their benefactor." Wang Ziming softened his tone, coaxing her gently. Yet he made no mention of how the relics and the beads of this cursed mirage would be distributed, nor did he reveal that acquiring the dean's identity would position him as the ultimate victor of this entire scenario. Even if he were to part with 1 or 2 relics, opportunities to obtain 4 or 5 new relics would surely arise within the orphanage. Moreover, Wang Ziming narrowed his eyes. Did he not possess the means to safeguard his belongings? "You make a fair point." Chen Yishan hesitated for a moment, ultimately yielding to her inner longing. "But you must ensure that everyone is safely escorted out of the orphanage once you complete the task." As if to reassure herself, Chen Yishan began to recount the clues. "This afternoon, while exploring the teaching building, we encountered a vengeful spirit clad in a student uniform." Her expression shifted, revealing her apprehension as she recalled the encounter. After Brother Liu brandished a relic to fend her off, she brazenly declared that the dean has been murdered by Director Liu, and we stand no chance against them. Once Director Liu discovers the dean's hidden garments, she will annihilate everyone in the orphanage, turning us all into spirits. Upon hearing this bombshell revelation, the usually composed Wang Ziming's eyes widened in shock. That's how it is. It appears the peril lurking within the dean's office stems from the power-hungry Director Liu. No wonder she rushed back to the teaching building on the very first night. Recognizing that Chen Yishan had exhausted her significant clues, Wang Ziming feigned a smile as he escorted her to the door. Once she departed, he quickly relayed his thoughts to the other 3 teammates. The dean's office appears to be under the watchful eye of the education director. Director Liu has killed the dean and intends to assume her identity. Chapter 37. The orphan's resentment in the little son's office on this night. Everyone slept soundly. Wang Ziming and his 3 companions believed they had grasped the key to success and felt secure in their positions within the teaching building. Proximity to the water source promised them the first opportunity, ensuring they would not falter. Meanwhile, Lu Hongyun and others executed their plan smoothly, knowing that by merely adhering to their duties the following day, they would uncover clues to the director's office. As for Lu Ohong and his 2 companions, their deep slumber was easily explained. They had overworked themselves that afternoon, waiting until 8 o'clock for Director Liu, who was supposed to inspect the cafeteria, to arrive, and fatigue had taken its toll on them. The other 2 teams had rested for a considerable part of the day due to rule violations. While they had diligently labored throughout, Su Yin, who had spent the entire day chopping vegetables, humorously remarked as he pressed his lower back after work, "Never has a mirage felt so much like manual labor." In the stillness of the night, the crew members of the same team analyzed the clues they had gathered, hastily preparing for bed before 9 o'clock, eager to greet the dawn of the 3rd day. Early the next morning, Lu Ohong, along with Su Yin and Xiapan Huang, rose early to wash up and head to the cafeteria for breakfast. The other crew members, arriving at the cafeteria one by one, exchanged no words, instead casting cold glances at one another. Each was acutely aware of the other's intentions. After breakfast, they dispersed to their respective buildings to prepare for work, in the 2nd floor office of the teaching building. Fang Jiarong pointed at the schedule that determined their fates, his expression tense. "Damn, why is it just the 4 of us in class today, for major lessons?" Wang Ziming surveyed the situation, dismissively replying, "It's quite normal. This not only reflects the common punitive mechanism resulting from our teammates' demise, but it also signifies that the mirage is gradually spiraling out of control, according to their plan. Fong Jiarong would deliberately violate the rules during class, then remove his uniform and exit the classroom to create the illusion of chaos. Next, Yu Qing, who had no classes, would promptly ascend to the third floor to invite Director Liu down to regain control of the situation. The most critical part would be executed by Wang Ziming himself. After Director Liu left the third floor, he would locate the director's office and search for the director's uniform. The team deduced from the incident involving Du Xingting being devoured by the students of the large class that Director Liu had descended from the third floor to manage the crisis. Since Director Liu had consistently remained in the director's office, it was clear that the office must be located on the third floor of the teaching building that I'm going, Fong Jiarong said nervously. Taking a sip of water, he picked up his textbook, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. The first class he was assigned to just happened to be the one where a death had occurred. Even though he knew the escape route involved removing his uniform, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. Wang Ziming, noticing Fong Jiarong's anxiety, patted his shoulder in encouragement. Don't be too tense. Stick to the plan, and we will surely succeed. Fong Jiarong took a deep breath, nodded, and resolutely left the room, heading toward the classroom. Wang Ziming, meanwhile, remained in the room, anxiously awaiting the unfolding events, although the plan was theoretically foolproof. In the unpredictable and perilous mirage, any unforeseen incident could arise. Even with all preparations in place, he could only pray for a smooth execution. As time ticked by, anxiety filled Wang Ziming's heart. He was unaware of Fong Jiarong's situation in the classroom or whether Yu Qing would successfully bring Director Liu down. Finally, he heard a commotion approaching from a distance. The plan was underway. He clenched the relic in his pocket, preparing to rush to the third floor once Director Liu entered the classroom. That moment. Fong Jiarong stood at the entrance of the large class, his heart racing with tension that he intentionally broke the rules. Awaiting the students' reactions that as anticipated, chaos ensued among the students, their faces turning pale and strange. Seizing the moment, Fong Jiarong quickly stripped off his uniform and exited the classroom. Upon witnessing Fong Jiarong leave the classroom, Yu Qing, who had been waiting at the staircase, dashed up to the third floor. She effortlessly located the director's office, as there were only 2 rooms on the entire floor, one of which was a storage room. Taking a moment to steady her nerves, she knocked on the door and entered. Inside the director's office, Director Liu sat behind the desk, engrossed in documents. Upon noticing Yu Qing's abrupt entrance, she furrowed her brow, a palpable chill emanating from her. Realizing that Director Liu was likely a specter, Yu Qing hurriedly reported the situation in the large class. After listening, Director Liu stuffed the documents into a drawer, immediately rising to accompany Yu Qing toward the classroom, hiding at the corner between the first and second floors. Wang Ziming heard the distinct sound of high heels echoing in the corridor as they entered the classroom. Seizing the opportunity while Director Liu was preoccupied, he dashed up to the third floor. Locking onto the director's office, he swiftly opened the unlatched wooden door and stormed inside, finding the office deserted. Once inside the director's office, Wang Ziming's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. The office was sparsely furnished and antiquated, dominated by a large wooden desk in the center, cluttered with documents and office supplies. The bookshelves were filled with tomes and file boxes, while the walls bore certificates and photographs. A small bed was positioned near the door, accompanied by a coffee table that held various feminine items. Wang Ziming took deep, anxious breaths, his heart pounding, and he understood the urgency of the moment. He needed to swiftly locate clues related to the director's uniform. If Director Liu, who resided here daily, had not obtained the director's uniform, it was likely hidden elsewhere. He began searching the office, rifling through drawers and inspecting cabinets, leaving no potential hiding spot unchecked. However, a series of documents in one of the drawers caught Wang Ziming's attention. The top sheet bore the title of an internal document from Chuanghui Medical Group, detailing shocking statistics, quantities of corneas needed, demand for healthy kidneys, and a list of clients scheduled for heart transplants. In disbelief, Wang Ziming felt he had stumbled upon the grim truth behind the mirage, hastily flipping through other documents. There were recommendations for handling discarded corpses after organ removal, plans for renovating the basement of the Little Sun Orphanage's teaching building, and progress reports on the Orphan Return Project. A sequence of documents, organized chronologically in reverse, unveiled the unspeakable secrets lurking behind the Little Sun Orphanage. It was no wonder that older children at the orphanage had almost all transformed into specters. Even the cold-hearted Wang Ziming could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Director Liu, in collusion with this medical company, has turned the orphanage into an organ cultivation base, harvesting every 2 years. Moreover, any staff members who uncover clues and confront Director Liu would be directly killed, their organs removed and discarded in the woods outside the orphanage, reflecting on the bizarre faculty, the man-eating students of the large class, and the ghostly children lurking in the dormitory. Wang Ziming even found himself feeling a hint of sympathy for these specters that in light of the explosive information before him, he deduced an alternative route to success. Thus, he ceased his frantic search for the director's uniform, instead weighing the merits of the two potential paths to success. Based on his experiences within the Mirage, there must exist a way to navigate the Little Sun orphanage. If he could somehow procure a letter of allegiance to gain Director Liu's trust, he could participate in this hellish scheme as a compliant staff member. The day after tomorrow, a team from the medical company would arrive, as scheduled, to extract organs from the basement of the teaching building. At that moment, they could slip into the night and blend into the team of organ traffickers, or simply commandeer a vehicle and flee the Little Sun orphanage. Wang Ziming was now deliberating whether it would be more stable and secure to align with the enemy or to continue searching for the director's uniform, which might yield greater rewards if he personally ended this nightmare. However, just outside the director's office, someone made the decision for him. Having waited outside for a while, Director Liu felt the moment was ripe and pushed the door open. Her voice cold as ice. "Look what I've found, a little mouse." Wang Ziming's heart sank. Realizing he was in an exceedingly perilous situation, he feigned calmness, clutching the relic tightly as he sought a way to respond. "Director Liu, I was merely passing through. I had no idea you were working here," he stammered, striving to keep his voice steady. Director Liu scoffed. "Passing through? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? I was just waiting for you at the door. Now that you've seen so much that you shouldn't have, what do you intend to do?" Dressed sharply in a professional outfit, Director Liu adjusted her glasses and scrutinized Wang Ziming with keen interest. "Are you planning to pursue justice? Or will you simply join me?" Wang Ziming's forehead glistened with fine beads of cold sweat as an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from Director Liu. It was evident that Director Liu was no ordinary malevolent spirit. And the mere fact that Wang found himself in the office, confronted with these documents, surely fell within the scope of Liu's machinations. Realizing that he had been a mere pawn in the hands of an NPC, Wang Ziming felt a profound sense of indignation. Yet, given the circumstances, even if he were to use a relic to escape, surviving the journey out of the Mirage would be exceedingly difficult. Such an act would irrevocably sever ties with the most authoritative and powerful educational director on the surface, inevitably leading to a relentless pursuit for retribution. When one is under the eaves, one must bow their head. With a sigh, Wang Ziming quickly donned a mask of respect and politeness, addressing the obstructionist Liu at the door. "Do you have any instructions?" "We four will certainly comply." Chapter 38. The vengeful spirit of the Little Sun orphanage in the kitchen of the cafeteria. Observing the sweating Liu Ohong, Master Wang took a delightful sip of tea and chuckled. "Liu, my boy, are you up to the task? It's nearly 10 o'clock, and not a single dish has emerged yet." Liu Ohong, wholly absorbed in monitoring the heat of the pot, retorted with irritation, "Master Wang, how can you even ask? Who set today's menu? How is it possible that we have a dish as challenging as beef steamed eggs?" Master Wang chuckled. "Of course, it was the principal. Could it have been me?" Liu Ohong paused mid-task, astonished, but the principal has already passed away. How can they still dictate today's menu? It was established during the principal's lifetime. Master Wang sighed. In the past, the orphanage lacked resources, and he scrimped and saved to secure sponsorship, mandating that beef steamed eggs be served every Wednesday. This dish allows for portion control, ensuring that each child receives a piece. Moreover, the principal believed that beef replenishes strength, and a thin layer suffices without requiring much funding. Having gleaned a general understanding of the principal's character from Liu Hongyun, Liu Ohong also sighed, lamenting the principal's fate. The Little Sun orphanage, which he had devoted his life to building, was now besieged by malevolent entities. Countless children like Qin Shuang were living in uncertainty. "Is there an issue with the beef?" Liu Ohong inquired while stirring the beef sauce without looking up. Master Wang, startled by a sip of tea, exclaimed, "How could there be a problem? Serving beef steamed eggs every Wednesday is a rule left by the principal. Even if the cafeteria is out of funds, I must shamelessly ask the director for money to keep the stoves burning." Speaking of the director, Liu Ohong's eyes darted. "Master Wang, Do you think Director Liu is easy to deal with? A few of my friends want to resign. Master Wang lowered his voice, saying, "Tell them not to even think about it. No staff at the Little Sun Orphanage has ever successfully resigned. That if you wish to escape, I can understand. Tomorrow is Thursday. A delivery truck will come in the morning that I will speak with the security guard. And you can quietly board the truck and flee." Luo Hong felt a surge of joy, not expecting that his casual inquiries would yield an escape route. "Will the truck be able to accommodate us? There are 6 of us." Master Wang coughed in surprise, puffing up his cheeks. "How many?" 6. The delivery truck is merely a small pickup. Aside from the driver, squeezing in 2 more would be a stretch. Hiding in the truck bed after unloading the vegetables is no different from shouting that you want to escape. Upon realizing this, Luo Hong quelled his ambitions. While he yearned to remain at the Little Sun Orphanage to uncover clues and unravel the mystery, he also had to consider the team, refraining from dragging everyone into peril for his own obsession. With that settled, Luo Hong carefully poured the fragrant beef sauce over the steamed egg custard. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from the depths of the kitchen. The 6 individuals in the operation room turned pale. There were no passages in the back of the kitchen, only a place everyone avoided: the cold storage. "What is happening?" Luo Hong's hands trembled momentarily before he steadied himself to continue layering the beef on the eggs. Could it be that the children in the cold storage are trying to escape? Master Wang's expression darkened as he donned a mask and said, "That shouldn't be. Although we are making beef steamed eggs today, we also prepared other dishes using meat. There's no reason for them to lose control." Everyone understood that the spirits in the cold storage likely wished to leverage the kitchen's resources to share their flesh with the other orphans and, in doing so, seek resurrection. Yet, what they intended to do after their resurrection was beyond even Master Wang's comprehension. As the banging on the door persisted, the kitchen staff lost all motivation to continue working. Luo Hong called upon Su Yin and Xie Pan's Wang, entrusting the tasks to Master Wang, and then hurriedly made his way to the cold storage. At that moment, the heavy cold storage door had already been dented in multiple places by the vengeful spirits. "What do you want?" Su Yin, still clad in an apron and wielding a sharp kitchen knife in one hand while clutching a relic in the other, stepped forward to inquire. The children within paused, their voices dripping with malice as they responded. "That despicable Liu, who deserves 1,000 cuts, is currently hunting down the students who have successfully returned to their souls in the teaching building. Our 2 brothers left behind in the big class have already dissipated. Only a few students who consume meat remain unscathed." The spirits cursed Liu in unison, their tones thick with resentment and fury, as if they might overflow. Luo Hong felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that these spirits were not allies of Director Liu? "Aren't you working together with Director Liu? Doesn't she wish to help you take revenge?" She, in the unseen depths of the cold storage, the hollow-eyed youth and maidens shed streams of blood tears. "It was she who caused Grandpa Principal's death and personally sent us to the dissection table in the basement of the teaching building." Accompanied by the genuine cries of the tormented, the 3 outside learned the harrowing truth of the Little Sun Orphanage's tragedy. It turned out that after Chuanhui Medical Group had set its sights on these unfortunate children, they resorted to coercion against Principal Kong, zipping to force his compliance. However, Kong, who genuinely cared for the children, resisted these temptations and threats, consequently in desperate need of healthy organs to appease the higher-ups. Chuanhui Medical bypassed Kong and directly approached Director Liu. Director Liu was never a person of benevolent disposition. Her presence at the Little Sun Orphanage was merely to seize a position of power, one that stood above many yet was still below one, that the conniving Chuanhui Medical and the ambitious Director Liu found common ground, dispatching individuals on a rainy night to murder the principal in the garden, cruelly concealing his corpse within the orphanage. From that point on, the children faced nightmarish fates, as one healthy child after another was lured into the teaching building by Director Liu, who seized their organs under the cover of darkness: corneas, kidneys, hearts, livers. The children who met their tragic ends had their very blood drained, for even blood held value. Those who lay upon the dissection table, unwillingly taking their last breath, were reduced to a mass of indescribable flesh. Had they not hidden in the cold storage, they would have lost their human forms, becoming mere heaps of muck. Listening to the vengeful spirits' curses and the pitiful wails, Luo Hong felt a twinge of compassion amidst his fear. Yet, he had no intention of opening the door. These children, consumed by vengeance, had stained their hands with blood, And who could say whether they would not make him their first victim upon gaining entry? Don't feign innocence. Your companions are currently trailing after Director Liu like obedient hounds. The spirits, unable to break through the door, seethed from within the cold storage. When Grandpa Principal returns, he will surely punish everyone. Even if we are punished, we will drag that wicked woman and the people from Chuanghue Medical down to hell with us. As the spirits clamored for revenge, they had already made significant efforts. The multitude of spirits endured the agony of being cooked and chewed, using their flesh to revitalize their presence within the bodies of the children in the larger class. Once they all revived, they would consume one another, 100 spirits devouring their way to transformation. Only then would they have a glimmer of hope to confront the high-ranking officials who had stolen their organs at the Little Sun Orphanage. At that point, true reckoning would commence. All who participated in this tragedy would be subjected to unending torment, day after day, until the last mastermind could no longer endure, their soul shattered, to achieve this goal. The spirits were merciless to themselves and to others. The loss of a few innocents was but a trivial sacrifice that I end the Little Sun Orphanage. No one was truly innocent. Wait, what did you just say about our companions helping Teacher Liu? Immersed in the terrifying truth, Su Yin keenly discerned the issue and posed a question. The multitude of spirits ceased their relentless assault on the door, their malevolent gazes directed towards the 3 individuals outside. Are not the newly arrived teachers at the teaching building your comrades? Panic surged through Luo Hong as he suddenly realized who the comrades referred to by the malevolent spirits were. Their team had indeed overestimated their cunning. Initially intending to lure Wang Ziming and his companions to the dean's office in search of clues, they now found that the other 2 teams had defected. Without time to ponder further, Luo Hong exchanged wary glances with the others and promptly vacated the cold storage room. They swiftly retrieved their phones and immediately relayed the crucial information to Lu Hongyun and his group. Upon returning to the kitchen workspace, Luo Hong apologized to Master Wang and, without a backward glance, removed his uniform and exited the kitchen decisively. In the courtyard, the group spotted Lu Hongyun and his team, who had also shed their work attire, hurrying out of the dormitory building. Leading the charge, Xia Shui felt a shiver of dread. Chen Shuang had nearly attended class today. With their uniforms discarded, they were no longer protected under the guise of the Little Sun Orphanage, and they would undoubtedly become adversaries of Director Liu. However, no one cared about this shift in allegiance. They understood that once Wang Ziming's group allied with Director Liu, they would inevitably learn that the dean had not been entirely vanquished, but rather sealed away by Director Liu in collusion with the medical company. That it was obvious to all that the vengeful Wang Ziming would embellish the truth, using the current ultimate antagonist of the orphanage, Director Liu, to eliminate the other 2 teams. Chapter 39. The Little Sun Orphanage's grievance now. It had truly become a case of mutual sabotage, leading to the emergence of a formidable adversary. The hastily assembled group exchanged glances, each face adorned with a trace of bitter amusement. Lu Hongyun was the first to break the silence, suggesting, Wang Ziming's alliance with Director Liu may appear to grant him a powerful ally, but it is undoubtedly akin to seeking shelter under a tiger's lair. He calmly analyzed. Following our initial plan, Wang Ziming must have devised a way to access the dean's office this morning, where he encountered Director Liu. But how could someone like Director Liu, who harbors an obsessive desire for control over power, who wishes for the orphanage to remain her domain, randomly recruit Wang Ziming? After a moment's contemplation, Xia Shui slowly spoke. I suspect she is terrified by the dean's return and is eager to cleanse the orphanage completely. Embracing Chen Shuang, he asserted with unwavering conviction, since we arrived at the orphanage, the only individual who poses a threat to Director Liu is the dean. The group fell in a thoughtful silence, recognizing the truth in his words. Director Liu would not react in such a panic over the death of 2 outsiders or minor disturbances in the large classroom. The only plausible explanation was that as Lu Hongyun and his crew, following Chen Shuang's lead, gradually awakened the slumbering dean, the entire illusion began to accelerate. Lu Hongyun nodded slightly and continued. Given this, Director Liu's recruitment of Wang Ziming and others is undoubtedly a ploy to utilize them against us. Although we have not violated any rules, our only path to survival lies in opposing Director Liu. No one wished to follow Wang Ziming's lead and become Director Liu's lapdogs. After all, they still had choices that that moment. Miao Xiuzhu, the team leader, stepped forward, resolutely declaring, "Currently, Director Liu remains within the teaching building. Once she has eliminated the non-compliant staff and students, she will surely come looking for us." His eyes flickered with determination as he proposed another theory. "But do you all recall what the dean said yesterday? The dean's corpse is sealed within a corner of the orphanage, and should we manage to break the seal, we could undoubtedly turn the tide." Miao Shizhu spat on the ground in disdain, muttering, "I've loathed that woman for quite some time. She could have waited for the dean's demise to take over, but chose to betray the very person who promoted her while conspiring with the medical company to harm these children." While the group engaged in brainstorming, Lu Ohong remained busy, willingly adopting the role of the one who considered every detail and made decisive judgments that he meticulously reviewed the clues they had gathered over the past 3 days, correlating them with the information shared by Master Wang and the malevolent spirits, and presented a plan to the team that we currently have 8 individuals, and the first location we can rule out is the cafeteria, as the ghostly students have practically occupied it without leaving any trace of the dean's corpse. According to Lu Ohong's self-proclaimed mastery over the situation, the dean's body would not be buried haphazardly. It must be sealed in a conspicuous or particularly significant location. That is, he mentally eliminated various locations. Lu Ohong absent-mindedly stroked his chin and analyzed, "If I were Director Liu and the shadowy Chuanghui Medical, after killing the dean and achieving victory, I would certainly seek to obliterate any remnants of resistance." That he earnestly recounted their findings, disregarding the cries of despair emanating from the teaching building. "However, if I were to seal the dean within the school, I would choose a spot where he could witness the orphanage's devastation as a form of humiliation. Alternatively, I might select a place where the children could see him daily, forcing him to endure the torment of watching them perish one by one." With this thought in mind, Lu Ohong's eyes brightened, and he swiftly assigned tasks. "Brother Liu, please take those 4 to the dormitory building and focus on inspecting the entrance and the corridors of each floor. Su Gu, you Chen Shuang, and I will check the garden first, and then find a way to circle around to the teaching building." Upon hearing this, Xie Xinshui glanced at Chen Shuang in his arms and suggested, "Shuang, you should accompany Chen Shuang." Recognizing that the challenge lay in the dormitory team needing to maneuver against the pursuing Director Liu to buy time for the other group, he unhesitatingly handed Chen Shuang over to Xie Xinshuang. Hiding in Xie Xinshui's embrace, Chen Shuang opened her mouth to contest the decision, but Xie Xinshui gently reassured her, Shuang, it's not that your brother doesn't want to bring you along. It's just that Sister Xie Xinshuang's team needs you more. You must consider that Grandpa Dean cherishes you dearly and would surely prefer you to find him." Chen Shuang pouted but ultimately murmured, "Brother, you must come back alive." She understood the necessity of courage. If Grandpa Dean could endure such torment without giving up, she too would not let him down. Worried, Xie Xinshuang promised to protect Chen Shuang. Lu Ohong's words, consistently the first to uncover clues, bore a persuasive weight among the group. This led Lu Hongyun to willingly accept the task that required a brave group to divert the malevolent spirits. With determination, the group divided into 2 teams, each rushing towards their respective objectives. Time was of the essence that Lu Hongyun swiftly led his 3 companions towards the dormitory building. Upon entering, they split into 2 teams to meticulously inspect the entrance and the corridors of each floor, leaving no corner unchecked. Yet, even the meticulous Chen Yishan disassembled the fire hydrant but failed to locate any signs of the sealed dean's corpse. Simultaneously, Lu Ohong, Su Yin, and the other 3 arrived at the garden. The garden was tranquil, with only the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze contrasting sharply with the ceaseless cries from the teaching building behind it. They searched diligently, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked, while Lu Ohong's mind swirled with various possibilities. However, the central sculpture in the garden revealed nothing out of the ordinary, merely reflecting the faint glow of the characters Confucius under the sunlight. "Must we violate the orphanage's rules and confront the dean to summon him for answers?" Lu Ohong lamented. Could it be that Director Liu truly concealed the dean's body within the teaching building, where she spends all her time? "That seems inappropriate," Su Yin, unperturbed, replied nonchalantly. "Yesterday, when Lu Hongyun's team encountered the dean, he mentioned that he couldn't clearly see his own location, did he not? Furthermore, within this illusion, even if malevolent spirits appear communicative, they will execute you first for violating the rules before any dialogue ensues. This is the rule of the illusion, though it remains a mere hypothesis that the spirits within the deathly illusion resemble ordinary people. Su Yin remained vigilant, fixating on the entrance to the teaching building as they concealed themselves behind the garden statue, waiting for Director Lu's group to emerge so they could devise a plan to infiltrate. Chapter 40. The Little Sun Orphanage's Saint. As the massacre began in the teaching building, Wang Ziming and his companions trailed behind Director Lu, trembling with trepidation. They entered room after room, exterminating the ghostly students, seeking out the few remaining staff hidden within the teaching building, threatening them with soul-shattering terror. The malicious Director Lu had completely shed her faade, her beautiful countenance marred by the curses of the children who perished on the dissection table. Echoing in her ears that it hurts, it hurts so much, I loathe you, why are you still alive? Lu Laoshi, may you suffer eternally. A stream of curse-laden words, akin to a black centipede, slithered across the figure of Director Lu. These maledictions had paradoxically become a source of strength for her. The half-human, half-demon Lu, under the rules of the Mirage, wielded the power of life and death over the Little Sun Orphanage. The allure of authority is simply exquisite. Is it not? Enraptured by power and influence, Director Lu was no longer the rigid and indifferent figure encountered at their first meeting. The aura she exuded lacked the chilling and eerie qualities of a vengeful spirit. Instead, it emanated a sense of oppressive order. Wang Ziming understood well that the woman before him, terrifying and uncanny, was not entirely a malevolent ghost, but rather a human corrupted by cursed power and the rules of the Mirage. Yet at this moment, observing her countenance and the subservient teachers around her, Director Lu bore no distinction from a specter, in a rather absurd twist. They stood on the side of humanity while facing the righteous vengeance of the spirits. A wave of helplessness washed over Wang Ziming. He knew that the stronger Director Lu became within the confines of the Little Sun Orphanage, the more daunting their escape from the convoy would prove. Yet he could only accompany her with a smile, aiding in the search for other crew members. Otherwise, death would be their immediate fate, that a couple of relics could hardly contend with so many vengeful spirits. Let alone with the even more terrifying Director Lu. Wang Ziming had not yet surrendered. He cautiously navigated around the ghostly teachers surrounding him and approached Director Lu, complimenting her. Director Lu, we have thoroughly cleansed the teaching building. Those disobedient ghost students are but mere mantises attempting to stop a chariot, leaving only defenseless organ cultures behind, that in a bid to curry favor. Wang Ziming betrayed his own humanity by referring to the captive children as organ cultures. The tide is in your favor, Director Lu. See how these teachers stand by your side, a testament to your rightful position as the esteemed headmaster. Upon hearing the title of headmaster, a flicker of apprehension crossed Director Lu's gaze. As she instinctively glanced at the ceiling of the first-floor hall in the teaching building, her voice raspy as she spoke. We are still far from complete. Those little mice, hidden who knows where, continue to defy me. Director Lu turned back, her pupils filled with inky black threads, fixing her gaze on Wang Ziming as she subtly curled her lips. You had best hope they are indeed as you say. Those sinners who violated the Institute's rules yesterday in the teaching building. The threat in her words was palpable, yet Wang Ziming was oblivious to whether the crew members had actually breached the rules. After being captured by Director Lu, her expression had been eerie as she immediately inquired if these outsiders were the ones who had transgressed the Institute's regulations in the teaching building the day prior. That familiar aura was one he would never forget, the unique scent of the hypocritical Confucius Ping. When the headmaster, Confucius Ping, executed the malevolent spirit and exchanged a few words with Chen Shuang and others. Director Lu had even concealed herself at the office window, prepared to leap from it at the first sign of danger. The pressure brought by the rightful headmaster of the Little Sun Orphanage struck terror into the heart of this near usurper of authority. Wang Ziming internally lamented his plight. He had no idea if the crew members had truly violated the regulations, yet he was being threatened by Director Lu. I beg your pardon, he said, forcing a smile despite the absence of a moral compass, while his body instinctively retreated behind the others. Once he confirmed that Director Lu was indifferent to his insignificant presence, Wang Ziming stealthily produced his phone, sending a message to the temporary team group that had been silent all day. The headmaster's body is suspected to be hidden in the ceiling of the first floor of the teaching building. We must act swiftly. After sending the message, he immediately donned a smile and jogged back to Director Lu's side, stating, Director Lu, those who came with me are currently hiding in the dormitory. Would you look? Director Lu remained silent. casting a silent yet spirited glance at Wang Ziming as she led everyone toward the dormitory building. In truth, Wang Ziming was uncertain about the location of the other teams. But the dormitory had the most floors, potentially buying them more time against Director Liu.it was merely a stroke of luck. Upon seeing the message in the group chat, Luo Hong was exhilarated and grasped his phone tightly. Yet beside him, Su Yin doused his enthusiasm with cold water. We cannot trust Wang Ziming. It is difficult to discern the truth in his words in such a short span. Was this lead genuine or not? Stopped by Su Yin, Luo Hong racked his brain, recalling the decor of the teaching building. Coincidentally, he had only visited the teaching building once on the very first day, when he changed clothes in the first-floor changing room. Luo Hong furrowed his brow. Weighing the credibility of this lead in his mind, he knew he could not easily trust Wang Ziming. But time was of the essence, and every decision could mean the difference between life and death for them all. The first-floor hall ceiling? What lay above it? As he caught sight of Director Liu and her entourage approaching the dormitory building, anxiety surged within Luo Hong. His teammates were likely to clash with the vengeful spirits within the dormitory. He just did not know how long they could hold their ground with the relics they possessed. Wang Ziming was not one to engage in futile endeavors. Luo Hong was certain of this. Since Director Liu had already led the group into the dormitory, Wang Ziming's message could not have been a mere trap to draw them into the teaching building. What vital detail had been overlooked? Was there another important NPC they had yet to encounter, aside from the already antagonistic Director Liu? He strained to recall the events of the first day in the teaching building, seeking any clues that might surface. The ceiling, Luo Hong resolved to close his eyes and allow his memories to flow freely. The teaching building was the main structure, repurposed from a church. What was particularly special about the teaching building? It was the murals. The most distinctive feature of the ceiling in the teaching building were the fragmented murals. The murals depicted classic scenes from the life of Jesus. Luo Hong was certain that the figures in the murals represented Jesus, as he distinctly recalled the presence of a cross. Thus, the first-floor ceiling must portray the birth of Jesus, his baptism, his preaching, his miracles, his crucifixion, and his resurrection. Suddenly enlightened, Luo Hong grasped Wang Ziming's implication, or rather, Director Liu's intention. As you go, I believe I have found the answer. Luo Hong turned back, signaling for everyone to follow him. He dashed towards the teaching building, eager to explain. Su Ge, do you remember our initial impression of this architectural complex when we arrived at the orphanage? It resembles a church. It is a church that has been renovated. Now fully aware of the deeper significance of this lead, Luo Hong gasped for breath, pointing at the Jesus statue mounted at the second-floor height outside the teaching building's wall, declaring, "This mirage conceals an abundance of theological concepts. Without a theology expert, we have stumbled along the way." Setting aside the notions of flesh and the borrowing of souls, the headmaster Confucius Ping's position can be entirely traced through theological implications. With fervor, Luo Hong elucidated, dedicated to the public good and selflessly devoted, Confucius Ping can be deemed a saint within theological concepts. And the Son, Jesus Christ, is the embodiment of God's Word made flesh. He died on the cross for the sins of humanity, completing the work of redemption. The murals in the church have consistently hinted at the martyrdom of the saint betrayed by his disciples. His other aides have suffered persecution, and the lamb he cherished is cast adrift in despair. Does this not mirror the experiences of Headmaster Confucius Ping? Thus, it is highly probable that his body is sealed within the statue of Jesus. The statue's position enables a view of the entire compound while turning its back on the second-floor classrooms. Director Liu intended to humiliate the self-righteous Confucius Ping in this manner, compelling him to witness the orphanage he devoted his life to transform into a hellish realm. Forever turned away from the children he cherished, left only to hear their suppressed sobs. Indeed, even the dissection room of Chuanghui Medical was situated in the basement of the teaching building, a grim reminder to Confucius Ping. The blood of the righteous flows beneath your feet. You can protect neither yourself nor the innocent. Chapter 41. The Last Supper of the Little Sun Orphanage. Upon hearing Luo Hong's analysis, the other three were thoroughly stunned. They were taken aback by Luo Hong's imaginative thinking and quick reflexes, as well as by the malice and ingratitude of Director Liu. As they faced the blazing sun overhead, the trio clearly observed the corners of the Jesus statue's eyes shedding black-red tears. "This is it!" Luo Hong exclaimed eagerly, "but how can we unlock the seal?" Time was of the essence. They no longer had the opportunity to search for clues in the headmaster's office. That it was not just Lu Ohong who felt the urgency. Su Yan's old comrade was in the dormitory, and Xiapan Shuang's brother was also present there. Moreover, Chen Shuang clutched her doll tightly, her expression betraying her anxiety. The group hurriedly ascended the stairs to the second floor, where the walls of the corridor were splattered with blood. Twisted and grotesque student corpses lay sprawled across the ground, severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered about. After orienting himself, Lu Ohong swiftly made his way to the small class. The small class was situated closest to the staircase leading from the first to the second floor, and also nearest to the Jesus statue. "Let us retrieve the Jesus statue first," Lu Ohong bellowed. "Once we have the headmaster's body, we will surely find a way to break the seal upon him." Yet, how could the meticulous director Lu leave such a significant vulnerability unguarded? As Su Yin bravely climbed out of the window, reaching out in an attempt to grasp the statue of Jesus, the holy doves intricately carved beside the statue suddenly came to life. Their stone bodies slowly wriggled, and the red paint around their eyes transformed into a hue reminiscent of fresh blood. Emitting a distressing cooing sound, that Liu Hongyun, adorned with a women's bracelet on his left arm, abruptly thrust out his left hand, causing the bracelet to replicate in layers, encircling the ghostly teacher before him. This relic was acquired during his passage through a cursed mirage, originally belonging to a female ghost pushed off a cliff by her fiancé. When the unfaithful fiancé, having strayed, arrived at the cliff's base merely to retrieve the golden bracelet from her wrist, her resentment reached its zenith. "Since you desire it, allow me to bestow upon you more." The golden bracelet swiftly multiplied, tightly constricting around the fiancé's form, compressing him into a cylindrical mass of flesh. Yet, it was evident that a relic was not a malevolent spirit itself. It could merely restrain the actions of the ghostly teacher before them, without the capacity to vanquish him entirely. What has become of Lu Ohong's team? Miao Shizhu, her face masked with a ghastly visage, shouted that at this rate, if the ghost does not kill me, I may very well perish at the hands of this relic. Xiexin clutched a nearly decayed pocket watch, hiding in a corner of the dormitory rooftop alongside the pallid Chen Yishan. Before them, Lu Hongyun and Miao Shizhu faced a dire situation. One of the bracelets was on the verge of spiraling out of control, having replicated up to the crook of his elbow. Meanwhile, Miao Shizhu's mask appeared increasingly lifelike, threatening to meld with her skin. "That we cannot continue like this. Though I do not believe Wang Ziming will deliver any favorable news. At present, only Chen Yishan possesses a candle, and it must be lit." Just then, a shrill cooing echoed from the distance, resonating throughout the entirety of the Little Sun orphanage, originally composed, as if leisurely playing cat and mouse. Director Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Her head spun 180 degrees towards the teaching building. "Who is it? Who has found him?" The frantic Director Lu exhibited a countenance unseen by anyone before, her fury igniting as she leaped from the fifth-floor rooftop. The other ghostly teachers, bereft of commands, followed suit, leaping down one after another. Confused, Lu Hongyun and Miao Shizhu immediately discarded the relic they had been using. Such relics produced by cursed mirages often lack the time constraints typical of those from welcoming mirages. However, prolonged use would inevitably lead to the resurrection of vengeful spirits, first claiming the user and subsequently their companions. Liu Hongyun cast a worried glance in the direction from which Director Lu had departed, murmuring, "Old Su, have you succeeded?" The suspicious gazes of the others fell upon the bewildered Wang Ziming and his three companions. The battle against the ghosts had concluded, yet the struggle among the living was only just beginning. Seeing the holy doves awaken before him, poised to swoop down and peck out his eyes, Su Yin hastily retreated from the windowsill. The group's expressions turned grim. They understood this was undoubtedly a protective measure left by Director Lu. And unless fate intervened, this malevolent woman would soon return. When that time came, all those who sought to seize the director's corpse would meet their demise. Yet, Lu Ohong knew they had no path of retreat. Should they abandon this opportunity to escape back to the cafeteria, the best outcome would be two of them fleeing when the food was delivered the following day, and the worst would see their entire team annihilated before dawn. "No, we must obtain the director's corpse." That Su Yin gritted his teeth, producing two crumpled yellow talismans from his pocket. These consumable relics had been acquired alongside the ashes of a Taoist priest, and with 5 ghostly doves currently circling the statue of Jesus. He needed only to possess sufficient agility to immobilize the 2 nearest doves, shed a bit of blood, and there would be a chance to seize the statue. Lu Ohong halted Su Yin, unhesitatingly extracting his police badge from his pocket. "But we still have a plan." As the blood upon the badge began to flow, a familiar silhouette suddenly emerged from the air beside Lu Ohong. "Officer He." Su Yan's eyes widened, having surmised that Lu Ohong's invocation of its ending would yield a potent relic. However, the direct summoning of a vengeful spirit felt excessively formidable. Had I rescued that Taoist priest at the time, I might have acquired an even more powerful relic. Reflecting on the ashes of the Taoist, Su Yin felt an urge to smoke, but in recent days, to avoid mistakes while working in the kitchen, he had left his cigarettes in the dormitory. With no time to ponder further, He Junjie assessed the situation before him and merely stated, "I understand." The burns on He Junjie's body gradually expanded as he deftly vaulted through the window, swiftly retrieving the statue of Jesus. Although the ghostly doves infused with Director Lu's power inflicted some harm upon He Junjie, it did not cause any significant damage that in the distance. Director Lu had just landed, suffering a painful fall that left her injured, yet she disregarded her wounds, emitting an enraged howl towards the teaching building. With her limbs broken, Director Lu crawled like a spider, rapidly advancing towards the teaching building. The cursed energy seeping from her wounds and corroding the ground, creating pits. Damn it. The 3 individuals who had received the statue from He Junjie exchanged glances, having heard Director Lu's wretched voice. "We must quickly break the seal. At this rate, officer, he won't be able to withstand it." Lu Ohong and Su Yin urgently carried the statue of Jesus into the classroom, setting it down. Standing silently in the center of the classroom, the statue's surface felt like cement, adorned with subtle, mottled traces. The 3 encircled the statue, their expressions tense and grave, acutely aware of the urgency of the moment. For Director Lu was rapidly closing in. He Junjie had yet to transform into the police badge, and the burns on his body continued to spread. He was the first to attempt a physical shattering. Miracles arise from great effort. He Junjie raised his arms high, lifting the life-size statue of Jesus above his head, and brought it crashing down upon the floor. Regrettably, despite the classroom floor sustaining some damage, the statue remained unscathed. Do not panic. Do not panic. Lu Ohong reviewed various artistic works he had studied in his mind. In the scriptures, the resurrection of Jesus is regarded as a divine plan to save humanity from sin and restore the bond between man and God. Yet there were no specific descriptions detailing how Jesus was resurrected, that a dead horse can still be treated as a live one. Lu Ohong resolved, instructing He Junjie to hoist the statue and follow him downstairs. Though Su Yin and Xiapan Shuang were perplexed, they complied and fled outside. As the group descended, Director Lu also advanced rapidly towards the church. The 2 groups crossed paths at the entrance of the hall, and without hesitation, He Junjie charged forward to engage in combat with the opposing forces. However, the other ghostly teachers circumvented He Junjie and lunged towards the remaining 3. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Su Yin, observing the fastest 4 or 5 vengeful spirits charging towards him, unhesitatingly hurled the talismans from his pocket. The talismans floated gracefully through the air, adhering to the 2 nearest vengeful spirits, provoking them to emit a chorus of anguished wails. Yet, the vengeful spirits remained relentless in their pursuit, one particularly robust physical education teacher vaulting over Su Yin to grasp at the remaining 3. Siblings run. At that moment, Chen Shuang, the only one not burdened with the statue of Jesus, lunged forward and embraced the leg of the ghostly teacher. In an instant, an unnatural flush appeared on her pale face. The ghostly energy emanating from the teacher began to corrode Shuang, but due to her wearing a student uniform, the spirit could not harm a student who had not violated any rules. It could only watch helplessly as the other 2 raced towards the altar, its resentment swelling into an overwhelming surge of ghostly energy. Lu Ohong, witnessing Su Yin and Chen Shuang halt to obstruct the enemy, had no time to hesitate. He and Xiapan Shuang struggled to drag the body, enveloped in cement, towards the altar site in the first-floor hall, arriving just in time before He Junjie was torn apart by Director Lu. "Place it here." Lu Ohong swallowed nervously. He recalled the ritual. The clue of flesh certainly implied more than just the bodies of the children. Connecting the scenes depicted in the church murals, it became clear that flesh could also represent bread. symbolizing the body of Jesus, that if the crew consumed the flesh, it might allow the student ghost to locate him, perhaps even to borrow a corpse to return to life. Then if I consume the director's flesh, might she not also be able to see this place? Without hesitation, Luo Hong seized the cement surface of the statue of Jesus and took a decisive bite. At worst, I'll chip a tooth. Regardless of the injuries sustained during the passage, they would eventually heal. Those who failed to navigate the ordeal would meet their demise, rendering their teeth useless to eye in the horrified gaze of Pan Wang. A ferocious glint flickered in Luo Hong's eyes as he sank his teeth into the chest of the statue of Jesus. His teeth penetrated. A potent aroma of freshly baked bread and rich wine wafted from the statue's chest. The fragrance was intoxicating, overwhelming. A spark of madness ignited within Luo Hong as he ravenously devoured the figure, or rather, consumed the corpse of director Kong Zipping. Even Pan Wang, who stood by in shock, found herself unable to resist the allure of this feast and joined in. Yet, the statue of Jesus, which bore the semblance of a corpse, emitted no scent of flesh. It resembled a student's body disguised as pork. Seemingly a key to unlocking another realm, they chewed the bread. Everything around Luo Hong and Pan Wang began to change rapidly. The altar beside them aged yet remained intact, and the corpse before them transformed into a cake adorned with candles. The transformation escalated. Outside, the ghostly teacher had just seized Su Yin by the arm, tearing it away, only to collapse and revert to a terrified human form. He Junjie, engulfed in flames, was also subdued by this force, reverting to his handsome visage from life. Director Liu, covered in cursed inscriptions, the student ghost unrecognizable in the ice house, and the elderly figure half hidden in the security room. Even the remnants of Lu Hongyun, Miao Xiuzhu, and Wang Ziming, who were fiercely clashing atop the dormitory building, were suppressed, reverting to mundane objects. That isn't it beautiful? This was the former Little Sun orphanage that a weary, gentle voice resonated throughout the chapel hall. Chapter 42. The Reckoning of the Little Sun Orphanage's Grievance. Kong Zipping, appearing beside the altar, slightly hunched, donned a meticulously clean Zhongshan suit, his face reflecting nostalgia. Luo Hong and Pan Wang consumed the bread. An immense, unfathomable power of obsession swiftly tainted the entire Little Sun orphanage. Yet this tainted orphanage was aglow with sunlight and blooming flowers. Innocent children who had perished, alongside the righteous faculty members, emerged from all directions, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. Behold, this is the place I cherish. This is the very essence of my existence. Kong Zipping's gaze pierced through all barriers, encompassing the entire orphanage. Unlike the vengeful spirits who had met brutal ends, Kong Zipping, fueled by the anger of betrayal and love for the orphanage, had transformed into an exceedingly rare taboo spirit within the cursed mirage. His relentless obsession had metamorphosed into a spectral realm, where thought became reality. Su Yin, lying in a pool of blood and on the verge of death, was momentarily stunned as a doll's arm sprouted from the wound of his severed left arm. And crucially, it was functional. Terrifyingly, he sat up, his expression complex as he gazed at the taboo spirit in the hall. With the power of the spectral realm, if he desired to kill us, it would only take a single thought. Su Yin recalled the Captain Dao Yintian mentioning this terrifying ability. Under the intent originating from the heart of the spectral realm, everything within could intertwine between truth and falsehood, that if he wished for Luo Hong to consume bread, it would be bread. If he desired Luo Hong to feast upon a corpse, it would be a corpse. Dao Yintian had once stated that within the spectral realm, death is not the end of a nightmare. Rather, it is the shattering of the spirit. That moment, Director Liu, slumped on the ground, gazed in terror at the familiar, authoritative face from her memories, struggling to articulate her thoughts. One misstep, and all is lost. She had contemplated incinerating Kong Zipping's corpse entirely, yet it seemed as if the corpse had a will of its own, reappearing on his tattered cot in the office the following day. Regardless of her efforts, Director Liu understood that the director's resentment lingered, still concerned for every blade of grass in the orphanage even after death. Ultimately, she could only encase Kong Zipping's body in concrete, replacing it with a less conspicuous statue of Jesus. Regrettably, the crew's arrival disrupted everything as they were compelled by the force behind the mirage. Faced with the tragedy of the Little Sun orphanage, the crew had the option to collude with Director Liu, becoming her accomplices to escape the orphanage. They could choose to toil diligently to gain favor with other critical NPCs, leveraging their connections to flee, such as through the channels of Chef Wong in the cafeteria. Or they could opt, like Lu Oh-hong, to unleash the deepest horrors of the orphanage, thereby reshaping their fate. With a gasp, Lu Oh-hong broke free from the allure of the bread, his expression complex as he regarded the smiling elder before him. The amiable director, upon the unsealing of his powers, reclaimed his authority and all his strength that in the eyes of everyone, whether living or spectral, he appeared merely as an ordinary neighborly elder. Yet, this seemingly ordinary elder possessed the ability to strip all spirits of their power in an instant. His very existence was an integral part of the Mirage's rules, and within his spectral realm, Kong Zipping was akin to a deity. Well done, Kong Zipping gently patted Lu Oh-hong's shoulder, and in a mere thought, relocated all the crew members to the chapel hall. Miao Xiuzhu, battered and missing an arm, gasped for breath, and a doll's arm grew from his severed limb, allowing him to join forces with Su Yin. The few remaining on the dormitory rooftop were also weary and wounded. Although they refrained from lethal measures, they had become adept at incapacitating their opponents and leaving them to await death in the dormitory, a method of using others as tools for their own survival. At this moment, the staff and children of the Little Sun Orphanage had gathered around the chapel. Director Kong Zipping slowly approached the empty pedestal of the Jesus statue, his gaze sweeping over the children. Some perhaps still alive, others having morphed into vengeful spirits, and spoke. "Children, this protracted nightmare has finally come to an end. The sufferings and fears of the past shall dissipate with this new beginning. From this day forth, the Little Sun Orphanage shall be a true haven of warmth." The director's voice was gentle, yet resolute. "That in the past, I failed to protect you all, but from now on, should anyone seek to disrupt the happiness of the Little Sun Orphanage, they must first contend with me." He then announced his judgment upon the errant children. The malicious child who had cut flesh and caused the death of a classmate would be uniformly diced and transformed into fresh, clean beef. This time, those who consumed the remnants would not be reincarnated. The souls of the wicked would be trapped within life-size dolls, forced to atone for their sins within the orphanage. Those faculty members who chose to collude with wickedness, forsaking their duties and harming the children, would each be disassembled into pieces, hung upon the iron wire of the orphanage's walls, condemned to eternal remorse for their actions, as for the mastermind behind all the tragedies. Director Lu, she received special attention from Kong Zipping. Ignoring her desperate pleas and her hoarse curses as hope faded, he gently grasped her arm and lifted her up. "Little Lu, why are you in such a hurry?" Kong Zipping's eyes revealed genuine regret. "Once I am gone, will this orphanage not still belong to you?" I spit. Aware that her fate would be utterly tragic, Director Lu, with disheveled hair, glared fiercely at the director and shouted, "Kong Zipping, you scoundrel! Do you even believe what you are saying? Your pathological need for control over the orphanage is evident to anyone. And you have ruined my plans. Await your demise." Director Lu laughed maniacally. "You don't think rescuing that old scoundrel Kong Zipping will allow you to escape, do you? Everyone who comes to the orphanage is Kong Zipping's property. The children who grew up here have remained as faculty. You have thrown yourselves into the net. There is no good ending for you." Upon hearing this, Kong Zipping nonchalantly zipped her lips shut as if closing a zipper. However, he did not explain himself to Lu Oh-hong and the others. Instead, he tended to his flowers, the sound of Director Lu's pained, muffled cries and the crew's nauseated stares. Kong Zipping transformed her into a bouquet of elegant flowers, gently planting them in the center of the garden. With her mouth sewn shut, Director Lu could not speak. Her head, devoid of spinal support, tilted back as she could only gaze at Kong Zipping's sculpted face in the garden, silent tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. All those who disobey have been dealt with. Having completed this, the director clapped his hands and smiled warmly at the others. Yet his benevolent smile chilled the hearts of the remaining crew and locals. Was this brutal and terrifying elder truly the kind, affable director they once remembered? Or had Kong Zipping, transformed into a taboo spirit, lost the essence of humanity? Chapter 43. Rules are rules, Director Kong. Lu Oh-hong stepped forward with a steely resolve, inquiring, "Now that the issues of the Little Sun Orphanage have been resolved, we outsiders should refrain from further intruding upon you, that we shall take our leave for now. Our time here has been truly delightful. that I extend my heartfelt wishes for the continued prosperity of Director Kong and your orphanage." Kong Zipping's countenance, adorned with a persistent smile, belied the undeniable firmness in his tone as he proclaimed, "Once you enter the orphanage, you become family. The efforts of everyone have been commendable, having not only salvaged my own fate, but that of the orphanage as well. How could one utter such words?" He encouraged each crew member with a pat on the back, stating, "From now on, let us continue our lives within the orphanage, free from strife and sorrow, ensuring that both our work and lives remain unimpeded." Alas, it appeared he genuinely wished to retain them. Luo Hong, bewildered, struggled to fathom the unfolding events. Logically, standing on the side of justice, and having resurrected the most formidable of foes, one would anticipate a happy ending. Yet Kong Zipping had turned his back. Or was it that Kong Zipping truly cherished the orphanage and all its inhabitants? But in death, this devotion had warped into a twisted obsession. He refused to let anyone perish, thus tormenting even the errant staff and troublesome children with an unending existence that in a bid to prevent tragedy from befalling the orphanage, he had resorted to employing ghostly illusions to restore everything to its state prior to his demise. Driven by his desire not to lose a single child or staff member, he sought to forcibly keep the crew trapped within this mirage. This was a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. Could this truly not be the best method of achieving passage? At that moment, Su Yin, with a severed arm, found it hard to remain composed, having never encountered a taboo spirit like Kong Zipping. The combined remnants of those remaining in their party could scarcely impede Kong Zipping's machinations. They could neither fight nor flee, and even the thought of self-termination was fraught with peril, as it might lead to transformation into mere puppets, eternally ensnared within this superficially harmonious orphanage. "Director, perhaps you could let Lu and the others go," suggested Master Wang, clad in an apron, treading cautiously. "After all, there are 3 of us seasoned veterans in the kitchen. Their absence would hardly make a difference." Kong Zipping's eyes narrowed, bloodshot veins creeping into his pupils. "What is the first rule of the orphanage?" "No, one must not defy the director," Master Wang replied, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "This time I shall overlook it, but should you question my decisions again?" A strange smile graced Kong Zipping's lips as he admonished, "Let this be a lesson," seeing his plea fall on deaf ears and feeling trapped in despair. Luo Hong could not suppress his anger. Damn it, I knew there wasn't a sane ghost in this mirage. He was ready to resist, especially with Ijunjia present, but a blaring horn suddenly echoed through the orphanage. At the entrance, a bus had arrived, the very vehicle that had brought the crew to the orphanage. As it rolled into the premises, an irresistible force shattered Kong Zipping's illusion. Behind the bus, the dim night revealed the dilapidated, oppressive reality in its entirety. "It's a path to salvation," Su Yin bellowed, racing towards the bus. The other crew members followed suit, and Xie Xinshi hurriedly embraced Chen Shuang before turning to flee. Damn it! Kong Zipping was clearly threatened by this force capable of dismantling his illusion, that he appeared suppressed, revealing his decaying visage and the shrouds that enveloped him. "What are you waiting for? Go after them." A deep roar emanated from the director, prompting the remaining staff, who were not affixed to the walls, to react, unveiling their true, ghastly forms as they surged forth in pursuit. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, the bus came to a halt beside the garden, as if an agreement had been struck with the mirage's protagonist, Kong Zipping, who gazed longingly from afar. This less than 300 meters distance was their route to freedom. In the frenzy of their sprint, all crew members recognized this truth and summoned every ounce of strength to dash forward. Humph! With a dismissive sound, Kong Zipping caused the puppet arms of Su Yin and Miao Shizhu to vanish, blood gushing forth anew as they ran. Others experienced minor wounds, their strength returning to what it had been before the ghostly enhancements. Damn it! Qin Linglian, faltering at the back as the relentless ghostly educators closed in, was filled with panic. She observed a swift physical education teacher extending a ghostly hand towards her and, in desperation, produced a candle. The candle ignited without a flame, casting flickering yellow light. However, to Qin Linglian's astonishment, instead of retreating, the malevolent spirits surged forth, while her stamina and spirit rapidly dwindled. Realizing the impending doom, she could only curse, "Wang Zimming, I swear I won't rest until you join me in death." With that, she stood frozen, only to be torn apart by the approaching ghostly educators. Did someone actually believe that others in the mirage would lend you their relics? Wang Ziming chuckled. This corpse oil candle was intended for soul soothing, and its mass production meant it would indiscriminately affect all living beings within range. Yet, the crew would be afflicted before the spirits, leading them to dismiss it as a trivial relic. However, Wang Ziming quickly grasped the candle's true potential. Let others use it, and let them perish while he remained unharmed. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yishan shuddered, hastily reaching for the candle to discard it, only to be stopped by Su Yin, who was supporting her. Wait, do not discard it yet, Su Yin said, his pale face betraying the loss of blood. Yet he smiled faintly that we can use it later against someone like Wang Ziming. The group continued their desperate flight, pursued relentlessly by the vengeful spirits. Yet, it seemed that the director's lingering influence had incited Lu Jurin to grow wild, her severed arms extending like the shrouds previously wielded by the director, slithering toward the group. Luo Hong was poised to charge. But he Junjie, with a calm smile, lunged forward and seized Lu Jurin's elongated arms, igniting an indomitable flame. Run, his voice, strained by the searing pain, became somewhat garbled. Oh Hong, do not regret this. In the flames, he Junjie's eyes remained bright. And as he exchanged a glance with Lu Hong, the latter felt a tremor of understanding that he realized that he Junjie was urging him to uphold justice, regardless of the director's treacherous actions. With gritted teeth, Lu Hong rushed forward, supporting Su Yin ahead of him, and urged, "Hurry to the bus. We are on the brink of escape." With Junjie sacrificing himself to impede Lu Jurin, the group swiftly reached the bus. The relics of Lu Hongyun and Miao Shouju could not be utilized again today, and the pocket watch in Xie Xinchu's possession had decayed entirely, crumbling into fragments at the slightest breeze. Conversely, due to their positioning, Fang Jiarong, Wang Ziming, and Yu Qing from the other two teams lagged behind, on the verge of being overtaken by the pursuing malevolent spirits. With no time to spare, Wang Ziming contemplated a treacherous maneuver to sacrifice Fang Jiarong. But as he attempted to strike, Fang Jiarong, ever vigilant, evaded with a deft sidestep. "Do you take us for fools, Wang Ziming?" Fang Jiarong panted, not daring to retaliate for fear of inciting the Mirage's hidden rules. "Just you wait. Next time I see you in the Mirage, I will not forget." Wang Ziming's attempts to ensnare Fang Jiarong bore no fruit, only further hindering his escape. That moment, Yu Qing, who had been tailing Wang Ziming, unexpectedly pushed him down and sprinted ahead in silence. Damn it, Yu Qing. After scheming throughout the entire ordeal, Wang Ziming was blindsided by Yu Qing's abrupt betrayal, and why Yu Qing offered no explanation, merely quickening her pace as she ignored Wang Ziming's curses and the horrific screams of those being torn apart by the malevolent spirits. Once everyone boarded the bus, they collectively realized the astonishing survival rate from this cursed mirage. Grateful glances turned toward Luo Hong. Had he not been the first to identify the issues with the meat, the fatalities would undoubtedly have surpassed 4 dead indeed. Such a high survival rate was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, as he observed those he had deemed as to command escape onto the bus, a crack appeared on the director's visage, who, against the pressure of the Mirage's rules, took 2 steps forward. The bus's emotionless driver suddenly turned to speak out the window. "Do not cross the line," that as he spoke, the sky above the Little Sun orphanage suddenly plunged into a tempestuous state, accompanied by the abrupt onset of fierce winds and torrential rain. The director, consumed by madness, lost all remnants of his humanity, that he frantically waved the bandages that could easily vanquish malevolent spirits. Yet upon contact with the raindrops, they lost their potency, collapsing to the ground like ordinary, soaked bandages. "The outsiders may leave, but you must return the children of the orphanage to me," the director roared, his voice lowered, his gaze fixated on the bus driver. A flicker of human-like helplessness emerged on the bus driver's mechanical face as he turned and said, "If we can't manage, then return this little girl to him, that I cannot bear the pressure of escorting you all with such a formidable, malevolent spirit." In that fleeting moment, the passengers on the bus were engulfed in myriad thoughts. Soon, clutching her severed arm, gasped for breath, and eagerly inquired, "Who are you? Did you invite us into these mirages?" The driver remained silent, merely tracing the fog that formed from the torrential rain on the window, inscribing the letters Jim. Upon seeing these 2 letters, the minds of the crowd went blank. Could it be that their arduous struggles were merely a game in the eyes of a higher being? They fancied themselves players, likening the mirages to dungeons, and viewed the natives as NPCs, only to discover that they themselves were the toys. The driver, observing the silent crowd before him, sighed and reached out toward Chen Shuang. However, Xie Shui, still in shock, quickly reacted, tightening his embrace around the trembling Chen Shuang, refusing. She has boarded the bus as well. Why can't she come along? You do not understand. You are crew members, outsiders. She is not. The driver sighed, rubbing his nose as he spoke. On the seas of the New World, there are no ships capable of carrying her. Xie Shui disagreed, believing that since Chen Shuang had also boarded the bus, she should be liberated as a newcomer, rather than remain in the twisted and pathological confines of the Little Sun orphanage. Without any visible action from the driver, he merely waved his hand, and Chen Shuang, tightly held in Xie Shui's arms, suddenly appeared beside the driver. Let us go. The driver opened the bus door, leading Chen Shuang down. Her face was etched with terror as she recalled her gentle and kind grandfather. The director, who had not only cruelly executed many of her classmates, but had also transformed Director Liu into a tree. You are not my grandfather. Chen Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of spilling. Grandfather told me to be brave. I will not bow to you. Softly murmuring to herself, she gazed longingly at the decaying figure of Kong Zipping in the distance, despite the grotesque visage of Kong Zipping, which struggled to form a kind smile. Chen Shuang felt nothing but revulsion. Regardless of whether the figure before her was truly the twisted essence of her grandfather or merely a shell tainted by the rules of the mirage after his death, she could not accept it. With this thought, Chen Shuang turned her gaze to Xie Shui, who was angrily pounding on the window. Big brother, she felt a surge of happiness at the thought of the experiences from the past couple of days. After a series of bizarre occurrences, she had lost all sense of security. Though she had survived due to her disability and young age, successfully evading the traps of flesh, she lived each day in fear. Accompanied only by a worn-out doll that moment. The doll that had been her companion through many days and nights lay abandoned on the bus, yet she no longer felt afraid. Chen Shuang suddenly wrenched herself free from the bus driver's grasp and dashed toward the central sculpture of the garden. Director Liu, reduced to a crimson plant, had been burned by He Junjie and was now forcefully suppressed by the rain summoned by the bus driver. Nothing could hinder him, no. Amidst the director's furious roar at the loss of his toy, the anguished screams of Xie Shui, and the astonished gazes of the crew on the bus, Chen Shuang summoned her courage, widening her pale eyes, and collided headfirst into the bronze sculpture at the center of the garden. Blood stained the plaque beneath the sculpture, tarnishing Kong Zipping's name. The director was utterly driven mad. He could not accept the death of a child before his eyes. Moreover, the bus driver had employed dark means to seize Chen Shuang's soul, rendering the director incapable of resurrecting her within the realm of spirits. Rules are rules, the bus driver stated coldly, glaring unflinchingly at the nearly deranged director, that I shall take the outsiders with me. You and your toys may continue your childish games. With that, the bus roared to life, the driver instantly taking the wheel and departing the Little Sun orphanage without looking back. Behind them, only a gradually fading corpse remained. Alongside the impotent, furious director standing before the church door, and a man on the bus, helplessly sobbing. Chapter 44. The Little Sun orphan's grievance cleared. Those who were not severely injured and could still move gathered around Xie Shui, offering him comfort in turns. However, this man, who had remained calm in the face of malevolent spirits, could no longer contain his emotions, weeping bitterly while clutching the doll. The atmosphere on the bus was laden with complexity. Chen Shuang was not merely a simple, important NPC. She was a flesh-and-blood little girl. Unlike Master Wang, who could adeptly navigate the twisted orphanage using the rules, nor like the tragic child spirits who possessed the strength to resist their teachers. Chen Shuang was terrified, trembling all over. Yet in the end, she could only end her life by colliding with the sculpture, staining it with her blood in honor of her true grandfather, that it was akin to. A plea for justice. Enough, stop crying. The bus driver, still not having reverted to his original form, continued to drive at breakneck speed along the forest road. That little girl isn't dead yet. I retrieved her soul. Luo Hong turned around in confusion, asking the driver, "What do you mean? What is a soul? Did you not all arrive at the Yellow Spring Sea after dying? Do you not think that the souls within the mirage, once freed from their corporeal constraints, cannot enter the Yellow Spring Sea?" Luo Hong's eyes widened in shock. Are you implying? Precisely. so tell your friend to stop crying." The bus driver grumbled as he steered the vehicle. I too found that old codger distasteful, but rules are rules. I could only seize her soul after Chen Shuang's act of suicide. Had she not bravely chosen death, but instead cowardly returned to the Little Sun orphanage. Back to the utterly warped director after breaking the seal. Then even I, no matter how powerful, would have had no alternative. Within the mirage, on the seas of the Yellow Springs, the rules were paramount. None could defy them. That be why the way here. Take this, the driver said, rummaging through his pocket and tossing a diary back to Luo Hong. Rules are rules. That old man Kong Zipping, no matter how reluctant, must yield a portion of his power as relics to you. Excitedly, Luo Hong opened the worn diary. Although Kong Zipping had ultimately been entirely twisted by power and obsession, his ability to erase malevolent spirits had indeed left a lasting impression that in the Yellow Springs Sea. Only ghosts could combat ghosts. Crew members seeking to resist or eliminate malevolent spirits could only do so by leveraging the powers of other spirits. This was the purpose of relics. They were the rewards for the brave. The winning strategies for the wise. As he opened the diary, neatly penned lines fell into Luo Hong's gaze. Date: October 20, 20XX, Sunday. Weather: clear. The morning sunlight poured into the orphanage courtyard, and the laughter of children rang like chimes. Awakening a day filled with hope. Gazing at these adorable children, my heart brimmed with emotion. Protecting their smiles is the endeavor for which I shall strive all my life. Date: October 21, 20XX, Monday. Weather: cloudy today. Xiao Ming exhibited remarkable maturity, proactively assisting his peers in tidying up their beds. His diminutive figure belied a great strength. Additionally, Xiao Hong presented me with a beautiful painting depicting our orphanage, brimming with vibrant colors and life. May every child be treated gently by the world. Date: October 23, 20XX, Wednesday. Weather: thunderstorm. The weather today was dismal, with thunder rumbling repeatedly in the afternoon. That a girl named Shuang in the middle class was exceedingly frightened. Hiding beneath her blanket and weeping during the dormitory check, that I reassured her, urging her not to cry, for her sobs would incite the other children to weep as well. She listened attentively, and I devised a solution. Arranging for someone to deliver a stuffed doll to her, that a teacher from the office mentioned that Shuang cherished the doll, taking it with her wherever she went. Yet, I felt a pang of sadness, as our orphanage was left with only these worn-out toys. Come on, Kong Zipping. Tomorrow you shall meet with the representatives of the companies interested in sponsoring the orphanage. Luo Hong closed the diary with a complex expression. Witnessing an idealist, a saint, gradually succumbing to the oppressive weight of life. Ensnared by the traps of the medical corporation, leaving a bitter taste in his heart, he recalled his experience with the mirage. Acutely aware of its stark difficulty compared to the welcoming mirage, the myriad of metaphors, clues, rules, and hidden dead ends rendered their survival a miracle. Regrettably, Luo Hong touched his pocket, where the police badge had completely dissolved within the orphanage. Officer, he had met his end with a sense of honor. Indeed. The others behind him fell into contemplation, as this journey had unveiled a plethora of dangers within the mirage. Timely reflection and analysis were essential to ensure success in future endeavors. Prolonging their lives a little longer on the bus, only Xie Sui remained in silence, staring blankly at the stuffed doll in his hands. His tears had long since dried, yet the doll's surface retained many damp spots. Xie Panzhuang gently patted her brother's back, comforting him that this was not a bad outcome. Returning Shuang to the orphanage would have been far worse. Panzhuang's words rang true. The doll suddenly wriggled, leaping into Xie Sui's embrace. Ah! Is that you, Shuang? Exclaimed Xie Sui, his face ashen, a flicker of hope igniting within him. How could it be? Chen Shuang is already gone. Her spirit has been sent away. The bus driver interjected. You may interpret this as a relic left by Chen Shuang, embodying a fragment of her memories while she lived. Even though the being in his arms was merely a tangible, yet insubstantial simulacrum, Xie Sui felt a sense of solace wash over him. The bus driver's acknowledgement of Chen Shuang's lingering presence filled him with joy. Thus, amidst the gradually softening and joyous atmosphere, the group slowly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, just before losing awareness, the crew distinctly observed another bus filled with anxious middle-aged individuals speeding along the opposite road. At the entrance of the Little Sun Orphanage, a row of smiling humanoid dolls stood. their fervent gazes fixed upon the approaching bus. Welcome, great figures, who have never cared about the origins of organs that as reality returned. The group found themselves standing on a beach, with a large and a small vessel anchored nearby. One a medium-sized luxury yacht. The other a compact, yet exquisite speedboat. It appears that although your ghost ship is understaffed, each member is a fierce warrior, remarked Su Yin, fully healed from his wounds, standing shoulder to shoulder with Miao Shizhu, gazing at their respective ghost ships. Your crew is formidable as well. This partnership can be deemed a strong alliance, particularly with Lu Ohong aboard your ship. Truly a treasure found. Miao Shizhu gave a thumbs up, grinning as he inquired, "Why not ask little Lu if he would be willing to join our vessel?" Pan Zhuang spoke highly of him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ohong, clutching the diary, felt his face flush, hastily waving his hands. No, no, it is a collective effort. Otherwise, I would have no clues to analyze. Laughter ensued as Miao Shizhu and Su Yin lit cigarettes, jesting. We were merely teasing. Swapping crew members among ghost ships is not so simple. Moreover, I cannot take away someone else's beloved. Amidst the cheerful banter, the group boarded their respective lifeboats. Before departing, Pan Zhuang requested that Lu Ohong and the others wait a moment while she retrieved an ancient phonograph from their ghost ship. Presenting it to Su Yin. Our ship is named Hometown Return, and if we receive an invitation to the same mirage in the future, we can support each other. The phonograph was an artifact acquired earlier. Its functionality somewhat limited. It could exchange messages for 60 seconds once a day. It was cumbersome to carry. Hence it was gifted to them. This was a unanimous decision among Pan Zhuang and her companions, as the other party had played a crucial role in the Little Sun Orphanage's mirage. The act of gifting not only expressed gratitude, but also held the hope of future alliances. The path to the destination is exceedingly long, and cooperation between ghost ships is indispensable. After bidding farewell, the two ghost ships automatically sailed in different directions. The Yellow Spring Sea stretched infinitely, and those fated to meet would inevitably reunite. Chapter 45. Fresh blood. Upon climbing aboard the ghost ship, the group encountered two unfamiliar faces seated with solemnity on the second-floor platform. The captain, yawning, emerged from the depths of the ship, carrying 2 bottles of liquor, and addressed the group. Back already? I must say, old Lu, how remarkable that the curse of the mirage allowed for everyone's survival. Lu Hongyan chuckled, explaining, all thanks to Ohong. This lad is a rare strategist. That Su Yin naturally took the bottle. Smiling, little Lu excels both in the hall and in the kitchen. His mind is quite agile. Lu Ohong chuckled, about to modestly respond when the captain, Dao Yintian, abruptly took a swig of liquor, stating in a calm tone, Dai Yongwen has passed away. Her demeanor was tranquil, devoid of surprise or sorrow. The other 2 veteran crew members remained silent, merely raising their glasses for a toast. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. The sea breeze swept through the crowd atop the Flying Dutchman, producing a mournful sound. Lu Ohong opened his mouth, wishing to shatter the oppressive atmosphere, but found no words to express. Instead, Chen Yishan forced a smile. It's all right. At least teacher Dai no longer has to endure the torment and suffering of the mirage. Dao Yintian set down her glass, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her eyes. In the Yellow Spring Sea, death is inevitable for everyone. That I will die, and so will you. Who among us can guarantee survival in the next mirage? She continued. Even when our ghost ship was still called Platinum Star, boasting nearly 10 captains capable of leading the team through the cursed mirage, none dared claim absolute certainty of success. Dao Yuntian sighed, her expression calm. You 4 returning alive, along with the prayer beads and relics obtained, is already a remarkable blessing. The Little Sun Orphanage mirage that Lu Ohong navigated did not shatter post-clearance. Echoes of children's laughter resonated from the depths of the island's rainforest. Yet a prayer bead forged from silver had appeared in Lu Ohong's possession after their success. The captain, with her back to the group, carefully placed the prayer bead Lu Ohong had handed her into a secure compartment on the control panel. Inside the compartment lay 5 pristine prayer beads, 2 golden, 2 silver, and 1 bone. That it was not difficult to deduce that the newly minted bone prayer bead was the one responsible for Dai Yongwen's demise during the mirage. Allow me to introduce. Dao Yintian gestured towards the 2 newcomers fidgeting on the sofa. They are new arrivals I brought from the mirage. Nothing particularly special, but they are exceptionally obedient. The group turned their attention to the pair on the sofa. The newcomers, a man and a woman, introduced themselves as Liang Mingxian, a sales manager at a real estate company, and Wang Tong, a teacher at a private kindergarten. Once acquainted with the newcomers, Dao Yuntian led the formal crew members into the captain's quarters. "Let's hold a brief meeting," she said unhurriedly. As all four took their seats, "That I end this recent Little Sun orphanage mirage. You performed admirably, little Lu. Feel free to consult me whenever you encounter uncertainties," Dao Yuntian remarked, rubbing her throbbing temples. "According to protocol, the storm in the Yellow Spring Sea occurs monthly, and the next one should be in about a week, regardless of how long the crew has participated in the mirage. For those outside, it is merely 3 days. Once the 3-day period elapses and the ghost ship has yet to dock, the crew within the mirage faces dire consequences. The storms that sweep across the underworld sea every month act as a form of elimination mechanism. These terrifying tempests, carrying the souls of the sunken ghost ships, unleash their pent-up resentment and fury upon the struggling vessels. Only the protective shield generated by the beads of obsession can safeguard the crew, who stand defenseless against the spectral entities." After listening to Dao Yuntian's explanation, the newly appointed crew member Lu Ohong finally came to a realization. Prior to entering this mirage, he had entertained an idea. Since the golden beads are an immortal source of energy, and the Flying Dutchman already possesses 2 golden beads, could it not remain stationary? Even if the crew rejected all invitations from the mirages, would they not still have an inexhaustible supply of drink? Now, upon reflection, this notion seems nothing more than a beautiful bubble, easily burst. Damn it. Lu Ohong cursed under his breath, his expression grim. This cursed place. His gaze passed through the window of the captain's cabin, looking out at the calm, yet perilous underworld sea. Currently, there are 5 beads aboard the ship. Dao Yuntian counted on her fingers. According to convention, each crew member requires a bead for protection. There are 4 formal crew members on the Dutchman, along with 3 trainees. This means they must pass through the mirage 2 more times before the storm arrives to ensure all crew members survive its wrath. That, if you ask me, we might as well abandon the 2 newcomers. Su Yin suggested with a decisive gesture of decapitation that that's not advisable. Lu Hongyun countered, clearly holding a different perspective. When it was just the 3 of us, we fabricated a false rule that only formal crew members could receive protection to ensure the elders could pass on their legacy and prevent the ghost ship from sinking. He shook his head and added, "In truth, every new bloodline contributes positively to the development of the ghost ship, that I understand." Su Yin interjected, frowning, but among the 4 newcomers, only Lu is competent. The others have either perished or, like Shani Shan, are full of ambition but lack the capability to stand alone. Dao Yuntian, composed as ever, nodded. "Yet, we must strive to cultivate reliable teammates. The Do not forget, the shadow of the death mirage looms over us at all times." A flicker of subtle fear crossed her eyes as she reminded them. If all goes as expected, within a month or 2, someone aboard our ship will have to face the death mirage with a mortality rate of 90%. This is also a significant reason why all ghost ships endeavor to replenish their ranks with capable new blood, that in the face of an unavoidable death mirage, the number of teammates can sometimes correlate directly with the survival rate. To put it bluntly, as long as teammates do not act recklessly, they can contribute to the team, whether through trial and error or gathering clues. That so it shall be. Dao Yuntian, as captain, understood the importance of new blood and decisively declared, "As long as there is a mirage in the next few days, we will send out crew members to participate." Counting the numbers silently, she thought, whether the new crew members succumb to the pressure and perish in the mirage or successfully pass through and obtain beads. Both scenarios offer a way to break the deadlock. That Lu Hongyan nodded slightly, still harboring concerns, yet recognizing that there were no better alternatives at this moment. That I hope these new crew members can grow quickly. After all, time waits for no one. Su Yin sighed, resigned to the situation, hoping they would unleash their potential amidst the trials of life and death. The group fell silent for a moment before Dao Yuntian broke the stillness, beginning to recount the cause of Dai Yongwen's demise. In tandem with the Sun Orphan's grievance, this round of welcoming Mirage participants included Dao Yuntian and Dai Yongwen. They were to play doctors in a hospital-themed Mirage story, distinguishing between the newcomers portraying patients and avoiding those played by malevolent spirits. The newcomers, in turn, needed to embody their patient roles while creating opportunities for the crew members playing doctors to receive assistance. In fact, there exists a straightforward method to clear such rescue-themed mirages. Abandon all newcomers and focus solely on escaping the mirage. However, the veterans participating in the welcoming mirage were all seasoned and brimming with confidence, making it rare for someone to simply exit upon entry. Dao Yintian sighed with regret, explaining, Dai Yongwen was a good kid, but he loved socializing too much and was easily fooled by others. When we split up, he took 2 newcomers to rescue a patient who had once assisted him. However, beneath that patient's skin lay a vengeful ghost that craved their demise, and thus, none of them managed to leave the mirage unscathed. Dao Yuntian clapped her hands, signaling the end of the recap regarding the mirage. She made no remarks about the successful clearance of the Sun Orphan's grievance by the other 3, as Lu Ohong and the others had managed to survive entirely, even obtaining relics from the Source Ghost. Even with the captain herself leading the charge, one could hardly guarantee a better outcome. That go cook, chef, she concluded. Following the discussion, Su Yin chuckled, rubbing his stomach, that I didn't get a whiff of meat at the orphanage. I feel like I could faint from blandness. Lu Ohong stretched, the scars and fatigue from the mirage already dissipating. All right, just watch me. As Lu Ohong pushed the door open to leave, the 3 in the room exchanged knowing smiles. The veteran crew members had wholeheartedly accepted this quick-witted, action-oriented teammate, who also happened to be a skilled cook. Chapter 46. A piece of paper money after everyone had dined together. Lu Ohong made an awkward request to Lu Hongyun. Brother Lu, could you take us to train a bit? Lu Ohong scratched his head sheepishly, explaining, I've noticed my physical condition is rather poor after these 2 instances. The Underworld Sea has granted us rebirth and health. But without training, I feel somewhat powerless when it comes to running or fighting. Lu Hongyun silently observed him and, after listening to this, nodded. While good stamina doesn't necessarily confer an advantage against malevolent spirits, being able to run faster than others is still a strategy. Agreeing to the training plan, Lu Hongyun stated he would prepare some equipment before departing the top deck. Brother Lu, I am Liang Mingxian. The male of the young couple approached, greeting him, that I heard from Sister Chun that you acquired a relic during your first mirage and contributed many clues to the team as success. Liang Mingxian looked at Lu Ohong earnestly, saying, I would like to ask for your advice on how to integrate quickly into the rhythm of the mirage. Lu Ohong regarded Liang Mingxian, who bore the same look of fear and confusion he had when he first awakened, and offered a gentle smile that he patted the empty seat beside him, inviting Liang Mingxian to sit down. Actually, I was quite scared during my first entrance into the mirage. The Source Ghost behind the welcoming mirage was particularly sinister, doing everything possible to confuse the crew's judgment. Consequently, the clues we obtained on the first day turned out to be of no critical use. Leaning back on the sofa, Lu Ohong seemed to reminisce about that rain-soaked apartment. Mirages may be bizarre in countless ways, but our mindset and methods remain fundamentally unchanged. Lu Ohong continued, First, you must learn to observe. Every detail within the mirage could be a clue, whether it's a painting on the wall or a footprint on the floor. Moreover, do not be intimidated by terrifying sights. Often, these are merely distractions that pose no real harm. But what if we encounter a malevolent spirit? Liang Mingxian asked nervously. Lu Ohong furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. If you encounter a malevolent spirit, do your best to avoid direct confrontation. Our goal is to find clues and clear the mirage, not to battle the spirit. Furthermore, without utilizing the spirit's power, no number of people can confront it head-on. Lu Ohong added with a smile. In most cases, malevolent spirits have their own patterns of behavior. You need to quickly discern these patterns and find ways to evade them. It's akin to traversing in darkness. You must learn to identify safe paths. He emphasized teamwork, saying, in the mirage, it's difficult for one person to go far, that we must trust and support one another, that if you see a teammate in danger, lend a hand if possible, for you never know when you might be the next one in peril. Liang Mingxian pondered this, scratching his head. Brother Lu, you make a valid point. Unfortunately, during the welcoming mirage, Wang Tong and I hardly assisted the captain at all. She single-handedly dragged us through the mirage, and I still feel a bit apprehensive that he lamented. Daigo was truly a good person. It was just that he misjudged the situation in the end and met a tragic fate at the hands of a malevolent spirit. Lu Ohong nodded slightly, his expression revealing a hint of sentimentality. In the mirage, danger lurks everywhere, and a moment's carelessness can lead to utter despair. However, this is precisely the reason why we must continually strive for growth and progress. He earnestly advised Liang Mingxian that while having reliable teammates in the Mirage is vital, the enhancement of oneself holds even greater significance. Dai Yongwen perhaps became overly dependent on Dao Yuntian, leading him to mistakenly believe in his own capabilities amidst Dao Yuntian's fluid maneuvers, thus confidently guiding his teammates toward a path of certain doom. Luo Hong not only served as a warning to newcomers, but also reminded himself that at no time should one assume their judgment is infallible. Nor should they feel complacent or arrogant after successfully navigating the Mirage twice as a team strategist, that on the Huangquan Sea, confidence and recklessness are the most lethal of companions. Liang Mingxian, listening intently to Luo Hong's words, nodded gravely, affirming, "Lu Gu, I will remember this, that I shall exercise greater caution in the future, continuously improve myself, and cherish and rely on my teammates even more." Observing Liang Mingxuan's earnest demeanor, Luo Hong felt a flicker of relief within him. Each time we enter the Mirage, it is a trial of life and death, leaving no room for carelessness to at that moment. Lu Hongyun returned to the second-floor platform with fitness equipment, observing the fervent exchange between the two. He interjected, "All right, let us get together for some exercise." Following Lu Hongyun was the reluctant Su Yin and the eager Chen Yishan. Except for the captain, all crew members aboard the Holland were engaged in vigorous training. The next day after lunch, Su Yin leaned against the sofa, holding a videotape acquired through energy points, explaining, "We used to have a tradition on our ship where we would regularly gather to watch horror and suspense films." Lu Hongyun chimed in truth, many small methods and ideas cannot be grasped merely through words. You three interns should observe Luo Hong. He frequently watches such content and has learned numerous techniques from it. Liang Mingxian and Wang Tong exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a dawning realization. Luo Hong quickly waved his hands, feeling somewhat bashful. "Brother Lu, you flatter me that I have merely watched a few more films and been fortunate enough to glean some insights." He proposed, besides watching horror films together, we could also periodically organize formal reviews of our experiences in the Mirage, allowing everyone to learn and progress together. The group wholeheartedly agreed to this idea and sought to invite the captain as the first lecturer. Unexpectedly, Dao Yuntian emerged from his room, a solemn expression on his face, waving a pristine envelope at the people on the second floor. "An invitation has arrived so soon." Su Yin, Luo Hong, and Lu Hongyun exchanged glances and instinctively set down their belongings before descending the stairs. Upon entering the captain's quarters, the three felt the gravity of Dao Yuntian, who was seated upright by the bed, and were momentarily taken aback. "What is the matter, Captain? Is this Mirage particularly challenging?" Su Yin inquired first. Dao Yuntian shook his head, opening the invitation and allowing a single unblemished paper bill to drift into her palm. Point 1. Lu Hongyun's eyes widened in disbelief, even his typically composed demeanor shaken by the revelation. "Indeed, just one," Dao Yuntian confirmed, placing the bill down and resting her forehead in a serious tone. The number of bills in the invitation corresponds to the number of participants allowed in the Mirage. But this time, there is only a single bill. The group exchanged glances. Realizing this meant they were faced with a welcoming Mirage where only one crew member could participate. "Then we should just give up." Su Yin, who had already voiced his reluctance to risk time for the sake of energy points, stated, "Even if it's a welcoming Mirage, having only one participant is far too perilous." "Indeed," Lu Hongyun echoed. "Who knows if we will encounter reliable teammates in a welcoming Mirage? The unpredictability is too great." Dao Yuntian nodded in agreement, also feeling that recklessly entering the Mirage under such circumstances posed excessive risks. Yet cautious as he was, Luo Hong considered that generally the more participants in a Mirage, the greater the danger. Therefore, a Mirage designed for a single veteran, even if dangerous, would not be excessively so. In fact, it might even be simpler than the easily deduced scenarios presented in the Garden of Happiness. "May we take a look at the invitation?" Luo Hong proposed after some contemplation, extending his hand. The others regarded him with curiosity, but having chosen to trust their teammate, they had no reason to deny his request. The thin sheet of paper within the invitation bore 2 lines. 1. Each person's greatest enemy is themselves. Their best ally is also themselves. Point 2. Every choice cannot be undone. "What is this?" Su Yin exclaimed, leaning in to read. "Is this some sort of motivational quote?" Meanwhile, Lu Hongyun, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow, finding the clue to be utterly nonsensical. According to custom, welcoming mirages were typically straightforward, and thus the clues in the invitations were often simple and clear. How could it be that this time they were met with such abstract hints? Shaping Mountain? Lu Ohong pondered intently, noticing that the bold font on the invitation usually indicated the mirage's setting. What might appear on a mountain? Combining that with the term shaping. Could it be that the source specter in this mirage would be a ghostly figure grooming herself before a mirror? A voice within urged him to attempt the challenge. Lu Ohong recognized that while his keen instincts had played a significant role in the previous two mirages, the contributions of the other crew members were equally invaluable, that a solo participation in a welcoming mirage would greatly enhance his adaptability to such scenarios. Just as he was about to offer himself as a volunteer, Dao Yuntian, having keenly observed him, swiftly ushered the other two out of the captain's quarters. Closing the door, she scrutinized the bold and meticulous young man before her, a peculiar sensation flickering in her heart. Chef, you must understand what one encounters when invited, right? Being isolated and helpless is a mild scenario. If the rookies act recklessly, even if you find a path to survival, you would only be dragged down. Shaking her head to dismiss another thought creeping in, Dao Yuntian earnestly asked, "Do you truly comprehend?" "I do," Lu Ohong replied, his hesitation lingering as Su Yin and the others were expelled. Yet now, he was resolute. If he were to perish in this mirage, so be it. At least he would spare his ship a precious energy point. "Captain, I see no better opportunity than this welcoming mirage to challenge myself," he declared, his gaze steady and unwavering. Seeing the determination in Lu Ohong's eyes, Dao Yuntian couldn't help but smile. Very well, that I must say. You possess quite a bit of courage, which suits my temperament." Dao Yuntian picked up the paper bill from the bed and placed it in Lu Ohong's hand, then retrieved a worn-out straw doll from the bedside cabinet. She casually handed the doll to Lu Ohong, explaining, "This is a surrogate doll I acquired during a previous successful navigation. Its effect is quite simple. Throw it to confuse malevolent spirits and take your place for one death." Dao Yuntian raised her hand to halt any objections from him. Dante rushed to thank me. "This doll cannot be used in the presence of vengeful spirits, and it is difficult to thwart relentless pursuits that you'll have to figure it out on your own." Lu Ohong solemnly accepted the straw doll and paper bill. A warm wave of gratitude washing over him, he understood that Dao Yuntian's gesture was one of recognition and support, providing him with a precious tool for survival. Fully aware of the value of such items, Lu Ohong nodded earnestly and promised Dao Yuntian, "Captain, I will return alive, but don't jinx it." Dao Yuntian quickly covered Lu Ohong's mouth, exasperated. "What? Have you forgotten all the horror films you've watched?" Once he had tucked away the invitation and surrogate doll, Dao Yuntian, having no time for further discussion, promptly sent the brave chef on his way. Chapter 47. The Peculiar Signpost of Shaping Mountain. Where is this? In an open area, a diminutive woman trembled in fear, tightly wrapping her clothing around herself, her expression one of confusion. Beside her lay 5 individuals sprawled haphazardly, all clad in warm mountaineering attire, their bulging backpacks resting against them. Gradually, others began to awaken. Damn it, there was no warning at all during this mirage traversal. Lu Ohong, rubbing his sore head from hitting a rock, rose from the ground. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that the new arrivals were now alert, eyeing one another warily. Were it not for the rare clear space on this mountainside, some might have already fled. "All right, everyone, look here." Lu Ohong inhaled the crisp mountain air deeply and clapped his hands. "First, let us determine whether any of us are dead before I explain." Upon hearing this, the others clutched their heads, their faces pale as if suffering from a headache. "Huff, huff, am I dead?" asked Xiaoji Xuan, a strikingly beautiful woman with delicate willow-like eyebrows, her expression one of terror as she stood at the edge of the group. The last thing she recalled was a runaway truck hurtling toward her. However, a young man with dyed yellow hair and dark circles under his eyes dismissively retorted, "What are you joking about? Even if you're dead, I wouldn't perish that I end the recollections of the young man with yellow hair. There exists no memory of his demise, for he had indeed succumbed to a sudden death brought on by his frail constitution and late-night vigils. The final scene etched in his mind is that of a smoke-filled internet CF and the glowing screen before him. You rascal, did you bring us here to partake in some affluent person-esque survival game?" The young man failed to notice the anxious expressions of those around him, instead indulging in his own misguided assumptions. "All right, I shall take my leave. You lot can entertain this fool. Luo Hang had no intention of halting the young man's descent down the mountain, since he was the only participant in this mirage. Utilizing the novice to scout ahead was an unfortunate necessity. Moreover, this seemingly weak-willed youth, despite his initially nefarious intentions, was executing his actions with a commendable initiative that as he strode down the narrow path. Casting aside his backpack, Luo Hang continued to calmly enlighten the newcomers amidst their scrutinizing gazes. What you find yourselves in is not the underworld, but a place worse than that he paused, surveying the expressions of the crowd before proclaiming, "You all must have encountered some tales of infinite realms. My situation mirrors yours. I too have returned from the dead." While speaking, Luo Hang crouched down to organize the items within his backpack. "We must expedite our passage through the Mirage Dungeon to escape this predicament." Xiaoji Xian, observing the unflappable demeanor of this man, had begun to accept his explanation, for she too was an avid reader of novels. She had once harbored dreams of traversing into parallel worlds or fantastical realms, yet this unfolding was overwhelming for her to process. Big brother, big brother." Xiaoji Xian hurried to Luo Hang's side, extending her hand. "That I am Xiaoji Xian. May I know your name?" "Luo Hang," he replied, giving her hand a gentle shake before returning to his task. "Everyone, check your backpacks. Do you find only 2 days' worth of provisions and nothing else?" The 2 males and 1 female gathered around promptly followed his directive, inspecting their bags. "Indeed, I possess but a few packets of compressed biscuits and 4 bottles of water." "Lu Gumi too. Could you elaborate on the Mirage Dungeon?" The crowd clamored with questions, but Luo Hang merely gestured for silence. Rising, he approached the abandoned backpack of the young man with yellow hair, taking a portion of the food and water to stow in his own. "Ah!" As anticipated, the cries of the young man echoed from the direction he had departed, filled with terror. "Let us go." Luo Hang secured his backpack and was the first to dash down the path. The damp mountain trail proved treacherous, yet Luo Hang moved swiftly, determined to gather more clues while the safety period remained. Furthermore, Captain Dao Yintian had mentioned during the last debrief that the safety period lacked a fixed duration. If the mirage was small, the shorter the standard time to complete the dungeon, the briefer the safety period would be. Following the path straight down, he soon spotted the young man with yellow hair slumped on the ground. "What has transpired?" he inquired, striding over and crouching beside him. "A ghost, a ghost." The young man was evidently shaken, his words coming out in a stammer. Luo Hang showed no sympathy for the disruptive novice. He firmly grasped the young man's shoulders and demanded, "Clarify what you witnessed." The young man swallowed hard, gazing at the composed figure before him, as if his trepidation had been somewhat alleviated. "I was walking along just now, and I saw someone ahead, also carrying a backpack, dressed like us, that I called out for him to stop. Wanted to ask if he knew what was happening, but..." Luo Hang noted the unmistakable fear etched on the young man's face, his voice quivering. "But he ignored me. That I approached and tapped him, and when he turned around, he looked exactly like me." The young man swore he would never forget that moment, confronting a figure that mirrored his own, adorned with a bizarre expression and a smile. "Brother, big brother, I concede." The young man, his mental defenses shattered, grasped Luo Hang's arm, speaking rapidly, "I believe your words now. Henceforth, if you direct me east, I shall not venture west." Luo Hang frowned, quickly extricating himself from the young man's grip, scanning their surroundings. Through his efforts, he discerned some subtle clues. Luo Hang scrutinized the dense thickets and bushes lining the narrow path, keenly noticing a concealed sign standing amidst the overgrown grass. Rising perilously high to his waist, a dilapidated wooden plaque bore faintly inscribed words, "Step upon Shuzhuang Mountain. Embrace the beauty of nature. With every step, a new vista reveals. Climb without regret." Could it be that Shuzhuang Mountain is a scenic area? Luo Hang pondered, but the young man's encounter with a ghost, in conjunction with this slogan, clearly unveiled a lead. Perhaps on Shuzhuang Mountain, no one could retrace their steps. That I, in the midst of his contemplation, Xiaoji Xian and another male companion helped the young man up from the ground. "This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us ascend." Aware that they had already breached the rule against retreating, Luo Hang strode past them, ascending with purpose. Reaching the platform, the group exchanged glances, only to hear Luo Hang explain, "The young man's encounter with the ghost was due to violating the rules of this mirage. That it was only because of the safety period that he was not immediately slain by the specter." This time, Luo Hang spoke without interruption from any novice. Thus, he willingly shared foundational knowledge about the mirage, including basic rules, the implications of being hunted by ghosts, and the safety period, among other details. Finally, Luo Hang, his expression grave, imparted the clues inscribed on the invitation. One that each individual's greatest adversary is themselves, yet their finest ally is also themselves. Point 2. Every choice made cannot be undone. Chapter 48. The cloud-top dining hall of Shuzhuang Mountain, having established a preliminary leadership role. Luo Hang concluded his explanation. Sensing an underlying thread of the Mirage's narrative, he surmised that the main objective of this dungeon was to ascend Shuzhuang Mountain and traverse the scenic area. Luo Hang gestured for the others to follow his lead, suggesting they save inquiries for later. However, as we journey through Shuzhuang Mountain, we are bound to encounter various bizarre occurrences. Heed my words. Maintain vigilance and attentiveness, and report any anomalies at once. That a robust man, standing at 6 feet tall, introduced himself as Su Qingsheng. After a brief self-introduction, he volunteered to take the lead. The narrow path bore remnants of the once paved mountain trail, now worn and moss-covered in places. The novices, displaying a range of expressions, trailed behind Su Qingsheng and Luo Hang, panting as they clambered up the hill. "Brother, what do you go by?" A pale-faced, middle-aged man, evidently lacking in physical fitness, approached and inquired that I am Zhang Xingyan. "Feel free to call me Xiao Zhang." Luo Hang, he replied, casting a fleeting glance at the man before returning his focus to the trail and surroundings. Zhang Xingyan, feeling both perplexed and fearful, mustered the courage to speak again. "Lu Gu, I have read a bit about infinite realms. What happens if we fail to clear this dungeon?" The crowd perked up. Even Su Qingsheng slowed his pace to listen. Luo Hang, upon hearing this familiar question, furrowed his brow, pausing thoughtfully before responding. "The prerequisite for failure is that we are all slain by the ghosts within the mirage." At this, the group's faces turned pale with apprehension. Could one truly die a second time after already having perished? They likely had no second chances this time. Zhang Xingyan swallowed hard, nervously asking, "Then what must we do to succeed?" Luo Hang shook his head. "Present. I too am uncertain of the specific conditions for success. The only lead we have is that this dungeon likely intends for us to traverse Shuzhuang Mountain. You must all remain alert." Luo Hang paused, speaking earnestly. "Behind every mirage lies a source ghost. Should anyone inadvertently activate the hunting rules of a vengeful spirit, I will be unable to save them." Having said this, Luo Hang urged everyone to speak as little as possible to conserve their energy. Just moments ago, at a resting platform halfway up the mountain, stood a dilapidated signpost, its message distinctly clear, ascending from the platform. They would successively pass the Cloud Restaurant, the viewing platform, and finally reach the summit of Shuzhuang Mountain. The summit's Bodhi Temple was likely their lodging for the night. Under Luo Hang's leadership, the group cautiously made their way toward the first stop, the Cloud Restaurant. However, the ascent proved to be a harrowing experience, fraught with peril. The narrow mountain path twisted and turned, seemingly endless. With each step up the uneven stairs, they felt the treacherous terrain beneath their feet. Once meticulously paved stone paths had fallen into disrepair, with some areas nearly engulfed by weeds and vines. They had to laboriously clear these obstacles to continue their journey. Along the ascent, rusted railings lined the path. Some sections even collapsed, revealing depressions carved by torrential rains. Luo Hang noticed that the markers and signposts, once reliable, had become obscured and askew. Had corrosion taken such a toll? After climbing for over 30 minutes on the crumbling trail, the group paused for a brief respite. Luo Hang meticulously examined the abandoned resting pavilion before him. The roof bore several gaping holes, filled with fallen leaves and dust, once a refuge for weary travelers. The benches had decayed to the point of being precarious. The others stood in small clusters on the pavilion's floor, sipping water from their backpacks. "Su Qingsheng, don't you think this scenic area is rather dilapidated?" whispered Zhang Xingyan to Su Qingsheng, who stood beside him. "Now that you mention it," Su Qingsheng replied, his towering frame suggesting ample stamina as he surveyed the surroundings. Could it be that something untoward once transpired here at Shuzhuang Mountain, leading to its current state? Zhang Xingyan shuddered, cautiously glancing around before speaking. "Are you suggesting ghosts?" The two exchanged wary glances, halting their discussion. Meanwhile, Lu Ohong observed the remnants of the pavilion's wall murals, now eroded by the elements, rendering them nearly unrecognizable and offering little information. After a short break with no unusual occurrences, Lu Ohong signaled for everyone to proceed. He was uncertain whether lingering too long would invoke a rule akin to being unable to retrace their steps. They continued their ascent, ancient trees looming on either side of the path. These neglected trees twisted grotesquely, their leaves sparse and dull. Occasionally, strange sounds emanated from the depths of the woods, perhaps the wind howling through the ruins. During their climb, the group nearly lost their way multiple times, as the signage had long since ceased to function, relying solely on Lu Ohong's experience to navigate. Whenever they reached a fork in the path, the group would anxiously deliberate before making cautious decisions. Fortunately, the forks were few, with only one misstep leading them to a dead end at a visitor restroom that as they traversed, they remained vigilant of their surroundings, fearing the loss of any potential clues related to their quest. With each ascending step, their strength waned. Shuzhuang Mountain, after all, was steep and arduous, demanding considerable effort. Those unaccustomed to exertion began to struggle with their breathing, their steps growing heavier. Yet not a soul complained. Everyone gritted their teeth and pressed on. For Lu Ohong, their sole-seasoned guide, had proclaimed that only forward motion offered hope for escape at long last. After enduring countless hardships, they glimpsed the outline of the Cloud Restaurant one by one. They sidestepped posters blown to the ground and entered the establishment. Once bustling with visitors, the restaurant now lay in a state of ruin, a musty atmosphere enveloping them. The glass from the doors and windows had long since vanished, leaving only jagged frames clawing at the air. The walls were a patchwork of peeling paint, the promotional posters faded and indistinct. Inside, they rummaged through the debris, finding only a scattering of tables and chairs, askew, some irreparably damaged, exposing splintered wood beneath. Through the restaurant's windows, the mist-shrouded peaks outside resembled a surreal paradise, yet the beauty offered no solace. Adjacent to the Cloud Restaurant, the cable car station loomed ominously. Lu Ohong gazed upward along the cableway, noting the rusted steel cables, some even showing signs of fracture. The cable car windows were shattered, revealing dark hollows within. Each car dangled at intervals, swaying gently in the wind, creaking ominously. "Hey, what is that?" exclaimed Huang Mao, regaining some of his energy. The group followed his pointing finger, astonished to see the cable car's starting point cluttered with debris. Yet the control room screens glowed faintly towards the entrance. "Let us go check it out," Lu Ohong declared resolutely. Leading the way, he had checked his phone and noted that less than 2 hours had passed since their awakening, an opportune moment for exploration. As they entered the control room, they discovered that the buttons and indicator lights on the control panel were illuminated, seemingly intact. "This can't be right," Zhang Xingyan remarked, frowning. "This site hasn't been maintained in years. Could there still be staff operating the cableway?" Lu Ohong squinted, scrutinizing the control panel to know it's unlikely that employees are managing it. If they were, we would have encountered signs of them during our ascent. "What does this mean?" Huang Mao questioned, his voice tinged with a tremor. Lu Ohong hesitated, continuing to investigate every corner of the control room. Although dust coated the surfaces, aside from the unusual glow emanating from the control panel, no other discernible clues were present. The group thoroughly searched the space, yet apart from the discarded debris, only the control panel appeared operational. Just as they exchanged puzzled glances, awaiting Lu Ohong's contemplative response, the cableway outside suddenly sprang to life. The creaking intensified, resonating loudly as a cable car slowly descended from the mist-laden mountain. The group watched in horror, rushing out of the control room as the car descended. They clearly discerned several silent shadows seated within the dilapidated cabin, emerging from the fog. "What on earth is that?" Huang Mao shrieked, his legs trembling. The others fixated on the indistinct figures, a blend of fear and curiosity intertwining within them. The atmosphere thick with tension as though the very air had solidified. "What are we waiting for?" Huang Mao, frantic, turned to rush back to the control panel to hit the emergency stop button, desperate to prevent the cable car from approaching. "There can't be any tourists left in this area. They must all be ghosts." Lu Ohong's mind raced, his hesitation palpable as he regarded the slowly descending cable car, contemplating the clues inscribed on the invitation. Each choice was irrevocable, that he sensed that this peculiar control room and the descending cable car represented a pivotal decision. Lu Ohong understood he had to make the right choice. Failure could lead to a fate foretold by the invitation, most likely death. Let us wait. He motioned to Su Qingsheng and Zhang Xingyin to restrain the agitated Huang Mao that don't rush to hit the button. Indeed, unexpectedly, Xia Zhishuan, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, though we cannot ascertain whether the figures in the cable car are human or ghostly. Acting rashly could endanger innocent lives. Have you all lost your minds? Huang Mao shouted, his hands flailing as he was firmly held back. Those shadows aren't moving. They can't possibly be human. The debate intensified, yet the cable car continued its slow descent. The figures became increasingly discernible. Though still difficult to identify, that Su Qingsheng and Zhang Xingyin held Huang Mao back, who struggled futilely against their grip. His face contorted with urgency and anger. Huang Mao cried, "You'll regret this. Once those ghosts come out. We'll all be doomed." As the cable car descended further, the tension in the group reached a breaking point. Perhaps the oppressive presence of the shadows within the cabin was too much to bear. For the last member of their party, a petite woman, suddenly bent low and dashed into the control room. Before anyone could react, she slammed the blood-red emergency stop button on the control panel. However, pressing the emergency stop did not halt the cable car. It continued its glide toward the station. "Let go of me," Huang Mao shouted angrily at Su Qingsheng. "Let me in, try pressing it again." However, despite being frightened pale by the clamor of the cable car, Su Qingsheng and Zhang Xingyin resolutely restrained Huang Mao, preventing him from entering. With a jarring screech, the dilapidated cable car came to a halt before everyone. The crowd gazed in terror at the cable car suspended ominously in midair, now devoid of the distance and thick fog that had previously obscured that moment. The 6 individuals clearly discerned the faces of the dark figures within the cable car. How can this be? Xia Zhishuan stared blankly at the cable car, her voice laced with confusion. Why do they look just like us? The figures inside the cable car bore an uncanny resemblance to them. A chilling sensation surged from the ground up to their heads. The reflections of themselves within the cable car wore eerie smiles, locking eyes with them across the void. Lu Ohong's eyes widened, a torrent of questions flooding his mind. What is happening? Where did these doppelgangers come from? What do they intend? Zhang Xingyin trembled in fear, his voice quivering. Lu Guo? What is going on? Su Qingsheng, equally astonished, clenched his fists tightly, seemingly striving to contain his terror. Huang Mao, too, fell silent, his eyes filled with dread and bewilderment, muttering, "What have we gotten ourselves into?" Amidst the crowd's fearful gazes, the long-neglected steel cable suddenly emitted a chilling crack. The overburdened cable snapped with a violent tension, causing the cable car above to lose its balance. Initially, it merely swayed slightly, but moments later, gravity mercilessly yanked it downward. The cable car began to plummet at a heart-stopping velocity. Their faces contorted in horror as that sinister smile paralyzed them into silence. They watched helplessly as the steel cable broke, yet the figures within the cable car, identical to them, remained steadfast, their faces adorned with grotesque smiles. In that instant, it felt as though time had frozen, with only the sound of the cable snapping echoing in their ears. Lu Ohong's eyes were wide with disbelief, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. What could this possibly signify? A warning, perhaps, or yet another trap within this bizarre scenario? Zhang Xingyin clamped a hand over his mouth, trembling uncontrollably. This is far too terrifying that no one dared to step forward to peer over the rust-stained railing to witness the fate of the cable car. After a while, they managed to emerge from their state of panic. The small woman, now slumped on the ground, covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her tears. "You bastard!" Huang Mao, having freed himself from the grasp of 2 others, charged directly at Lu Ohong, grabbing him by the collar. "Why didn't you hit the emergency stop?" Those ghostly figures were almost at the station, having successfully navigated through the Mirage realm twice. Lu Ohong maintained a stoic expression, allowing Huang Mao to clutch his collar, that he narrowed his eyes, an aura of cold resolve emanating from the edge of life and death, and spoke slowly. "Do you truly believe hitting the emergency stop would solve the problem? Have you forgotten what I told you? Every choice is irreversible. Before making a decision, one must think carefully." Huang Mao's eyes widened in fury, his voice trembling with rage. "Then do you have a better solution?" How can you be sure those doppelgangers want to kill us? Lu Ohong gently pushed Huang Mao's hand away, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the group. Everyone needs to calm down. We cannot allow fear to cloud our judgment, and we must consolidate all clues and discern the rules governing Zhuozhuang Mountain. The group exchanged glances, gradually gathering before him. Zhang Xingyin spoke tremulously, but we have no idea what to do. What are those identical figures? Why are they in the cable car? Su Qingsheng furrowed his brow and analyzed. Earlier, our team members encountered spirits that looked just like them while descending, that I believe there may be significant clues behind this. Lu Ohong nodded slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, Su Qingsheng is correct. This is no mere coincidence that DOU recall the first clue. Each person's greatest enemy is themselves, and their best ally is also themselves. Xia Zhishuan pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that those who look exactly like us might be malevolent spirits seeking to harm us? Or perhaps they are our allies? Upon hearing Xia Zhishuan's words, the others fell into deep contemplation. Zhang Xingyin muttered, You may be right. Perhaps the emphasis on choice in the clues is for this very reason, that if we make the right choices, preserving those who assist us while expelling the malevolent spirits, we might survive and succeed. Chapter 50. Zhuozhuang Mountain visitors, could it really be that simple? Accustomed to the tricks of the Mirage realm, Lu Ohong remained skeptical. The deliberate misdirection by Wang Wen at the Happy Garden, and the ghostly teachers in the orphanage who obstructed them from warning their teammates, left a lasting impression on him. What did those two clues truly signify? Lu Ohong was in no rush. Glancing at the time, he chose to sit down and reflect that Su Qingsheng was right. The identical spirits must be a form of indication. The others, witnessing the seasoned leader in such a state, dispersed temporarily in search of other clues. Huang Mao, still shaken, felt a genuine sense of dread wash over him. As his anger subsided, he deliberately chose to walk alongside the woman who had pressed the emergency stop button earlier. Muttering, Those fools! If it weren't for us, we would have likely been wiped out just now. Huang Mao picked up a stick and began to poke around in the waist-high grass behind the restaurant's kitchen. Wary of any lurking snakes that ITS find. They probably just want to observe before making a decision. The woman pressed her waist, recalling how hastily she had acted earlier, nearly straining herself to be wide away. What is your name? I'm Tao Yu Panyang, Huang Mao replied, still aggrieved. Who did that person think he was, that these two men would heed his words? Filled with indignation, Panyang felt a mix of embarrassment at being controlled and frustration at Lu Ohong for taking some of his supplies. He knew how foolish his actions had been, yet at that moment he had no recollection of his own demise. After encountering the spirits, he had chosen to trust Lu Ohong's words and felt too embarrassed to confront the senior and demand his supplies back. But was he truly a senior? Panyang raised an eyebrow and asked Tao Yu, Why do I feel like this guy is just putting on a facade? Hasn't he really helped us at all? Tao Yu shook her head. She had also made a rash decision in fear earlier. In hindsight, waiting as Lu Ohong suggested might have been wiser, especially since the cable car was still some distance away. Panyang and Tao Yu stood at the kitchen door, discussing the actions of the other team members when suddenly, the clattering of pots and pans echoed throughout the room, accompanied by indistinct conversations between patrons and staff. The sounds clearly reached their ears, yet when they scanned the kitchen, they were met with a scene of utter desolation. How could the long-abandoned Yunding restaurant still have people? I'm starving. Is there anything to eat? I am hungry too. How about you let me take a bite? The chilling voices grew clearer, and Panyang and Tao Yu exchanged terrified glances. Upon hearing the mention of eating, a wave of pity washed over Lu Ohong. Slow down, he stood up, patting Tao Yu on the back with a warm demeanor. We were searching for clues in the restaurant's kitchen when we suddenly heard strange noises and voices talking about eating each other. Panyang, having caught his breath, added, The crucial part is that there wasn't a single person in the restaurant. It must be ghosts. The other four individuals gazed at the two before them, who were utterly petrified, their expressions heavy as they turned their attention toward the direction of the restaurant. Lu Ohong and Su Qingsheng decided to leave the other two to care for the day's Panyang and Tao Yu before cautiously approaching the restaurant. As they gradually discerned the scene within, both gasped in horror. The remnants of the restaurant were filled with specters, each exhibiting a ghastly demise. These phantoms varied in form. Some bore pale visages, emaciated bodies, and hollow gazes, while others were grotesquely disfigured, as if part of them had been devoured. A chilling aura emanated from the ghosts, their expressions suffused with resentment and fury, aimlessly standing in the dining area. Luo Hong and Su Qingsheng stared in terror at the unfolding spectacle, instinctively holding their breath to avoid making a sound. They exchanged a glance, each detecting a shared trepidation in the other's eyes. Slowly, they turned to face the bizarre congregation of spirits within the dilapidated Yun Ding restaurant, gingerly adjusting their steps. Each movement was executed with utmost caution. Luo Hong subtly tilted his head, using his peripheral vision to gauge any movements behind them. Gripping the diary tightly in his hands, that Su Qingsheng, his body tense, advanced with such soft footfalls that they were nearly inaudible. They controlled their breathing deliberately, fearful that even the slightest sound might summon unknown dangers. The air around them seemed to congeal, with only the faint sound of their footsteps and the rapid beating of their hearts reverberating in the silence. Step by step, they distanced themselves from the restaurant. Yet the tension in their hearts remained unrelenting. At last, having moved a considerable distance and confirmed a temporary absence of peril, they turned to quicken their pace. Luo Hong whispered, "Let us hasten back to rejoin the others and leave this place." Su Qingsheng nodded silently, and the two increased their speed toward their companions. Upon reuniting, the group looked at Luo Hong and Su Qingsheng with eager anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hong spoke. "I believe I have discerned the second rule. Corresponding to the inability to retrace our steps, we must not linger too long at the vanity table." Recalling the cable car from earlier, Luo Hong clenched his fist and exclaimed, "I understand now. Perhaps at each station within the scenic area, we face a choice. Regardless of the decision made, we must promptly vacate our current position and proceed to the next stop. Otherwise, the vengeful spirits will gradually awaken." It dawned on them that within the mirage, they were to play the role of tourists, with the rules behind the illusion compelling them to swiftly complete their exploration of the Shuzhuang Mountains scenic area. Zhuang Xingyan, who had been exploring the cable car station, suddenly had a revelation and added, "Indeed, no wonder the control panel remains lit." He excitedly dashed into the operations room, exclaiming to everyone, "The cable car to ascend the mountain is still operational. The one that broke was the descent cable car. Perhaps we can find answers at the summit." With no better alternatives, Luo Hong adjusted his backpack and looked toward the Yunding restaurant, where the malevolent spirits were now restlessly writhing, some even spilling out through the doorway. "Let us go," he urged, instantly realizing that the group had only one route available to them. Without hesitation, they swiftly made their way toward the entrance of the cable car station. As they ran, Luo Hong remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings in fear of a spirit emerging to hunt them down. Upon entering the cable car station, Zhuang Xingyan immediately approached the control panel, pulling down the lever for the upward cable car. The cable car began to hum to life, emitting a gentle buzzing sound. The group watched anxiously through the windows as the spirits within the Yunding restaurant seemed to sense their actions. Surging toward the cable car station, "Quickly, increase your pace," Luo Hong urged, his voice filled with urgency. Zhuang Xingyan, drenched in sweat, sprinted, barely managing to grasp the cable car window as it prepared to depart. The others worked together, pulling him inside, and Luo Hong patted his shoulder in appreciation to in the eager gazes of the six. The cable car's speed began to increase, distancing them further from the malevolent spirits as they ascended. A slight relaxation washed over the group, allowing them to ponder the situations that might await them. Luo Hong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Although we have temporarily evaded the vengeful spirits, let us not forget that there are still two platforms atop the mountain, the observation deck and the Bodhi Temple." The group sat silently on the cable car floor, a faint sense of a lifeline hidden within those two locations. Chapter 51. The Shuzhuang Mountain Observation Deck in the midst of swirling fog. The six of them squeezed into the dilapidated cable car, slowly ascending the mountain. The cable car swayed precariously, threatening to disassemble at any moment. The dense mist seemed intent on isolating them from the outside world. "Lu Go, what exactly was in that restaurant?" Su Qingsheng asked cautiously, fearful of awakening any lurking horrors that it should be ghosts. However, the visitors and staff within the restaurant were quite distinctive, not resembling us at all. Luo Hong replied, pinching his own cheek in an attempt to regain clarity. Before entering the mirage, he had trained intensively with Lu Hongyun for several days. Now, after resetting his physical state, he felt no fatigue from climbing for 2 hours. As the cable car ascended to a high altitude, their hearts raced with trepidation. Below, the peak revealed a smooth cross-section on one side, where oddly shaped trees grew haphazardly on the nearly 90-degree slope. "Do you think the cable car will arrive safely at its destination?" Zhuang Xingyin asked, eyeing the rickety vehicle with concern as the mountain wind stung his face. "Don't utter such ominous words," Xia Zhishuan scolded, shooting him a glare. "Setting a flag is never a wise move." Lu Ohong nodded, choosing to avoid such topics. "If anyone feels uncomfortable, focus on the scenery outside to distract yourselves. Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter aside from analyzing clues." The group sat tensely in the creaking cable car, hearts pounding with anxiety. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred during the journey, as if this small space provided them a rare sanctuary. After a little over 10 minutes of jostling, they finally reached the lower station at the mountain's summit. The newcomers disembarked from the cable car, their legs trembling slightly. They gazed at the mountaintop, where what was once a solid stone path was now completely obstructed by branches, leaving only a single entrance. Cautiously, the group treaded along the steep mountain path, eyes darting around warily. "Hey, why is there not a drop of water on this mountain?" Zhuang Xingyin gasped, panting as he asked. Indeed, Su Qingsheng, who led the way, observed clearly that throughout their journey, there was not a single trace of water on the entire mountain. Could this be a clue? Scenic areas typically thrive near water sources to attract families with children. Yet, as they traversed Shuzhuang Mountain, it felt like a barren expanse, devoid of even a trickle as thin as a child's waist. This unusual detail heightened their vigilance, making them acutely aware of the drinking water in their backpacks. Otherwise, in this desolate scenic area, the absence of water could spell disaster before long. Suddenly, Su Qingsheng, who was at the forefront, halted and exclaimed, "Look over there! ISNT that the observation deck mentioned on the directional sign." The group's gaze instantly followed his pointing finger. They beheld an oval-shaped observation deck branching off at a fork in the path. Evidently a carefully constructed landmark of the scenic area, designed to resemble a golden bowl, seemingly echoing the nearby temple. Lu Ohong, with keen observation, noticed that shadows were faintly moving on the observation deck. Zhuang Xingyin gulped nervously, asking, "What is that? Could it be something terrifying again?" Lu Ohong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the shadows before responding, "Do not panic. We cannot see clearly yet. Let us approach slowly." The others nodded, torn between fear and curiosity as they cautiously advanced toward the observation deck. With each step closer, their heartbeats quickened. However, just as they were about to discern the true nature of the shadows, they dissipated like mist in the midst of their bewilderment. A brief cry for help emanated from the observation deck. The sound, jarringly out of place in the stillness of the mountains, shattered the silence. The group's nerves tightened once more, their gazes fixated on the observation deck, trying to locate the source of the distress call. "What is going on?" Zhuang Xingyin quivered. Lu Ohong, his brow knitted, whispered, "I do not know. But we must investigate. Everyone be cautious." Lu Ohong strode ahead, traversing the rugged mountain path until he reached the observation platform. His steps were both hurried and steady, and through the unnerving experiences he had encountered that morning, he began to formulate two vague hypotheses. First, at the three landmarks, individuals would find themselves in moments of indecision due to certain circumstances, forced to make a choice, albeit uncertain of the outcomes of those choices. Second, at the dressing table scenic area, as long as one continued to move forward without lingering too long in one spot or retracing their steps, they could evade most dangers. Upon reaching the observation platform, Lu Ohong surveyed his surroundings. The platform bore the marks of decay. The once resplendent golden bowl shape had succumbed to the ravages of time and weather. The railings were riddled with rust, with some sections even fractured. The cries for help emanated from a gap in one of the damaged railings. Lu Ohong cautiously navigated the uneven ground, peering outward in the direction of the distressing sound. To his astonishment, he spotted an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, desperately clutching the edge, his arms trembling from the strain. "Help me! Pull me up!" The visage of this person mirrored Lu Ohong's own. Every minute expression was akin to a reflection in a mirror. Before Lu Ohong could respond, others rushed over as the group beheld the scene at the cliff's edge. An icy chill enveloped them. Overwhelmed by fear, Tao Yu collapsed onto the ground, screaming, "How is this possible? Why is it still here? Didn't I just throw all those ghosts off the cable car? The faces of the others turned pale as they grasped a terrifying possibility. Do you see that ghost? It looks just like us. Xiaozhishuan was momentarily stunned, recognizing the figure crying for help as bearing her own face. The group exchanged glances, nodding in affirmation. How is this even possible? Su Qingsheng scratched his head, hesitant to approach the perilous situation. There was clearly only one ghost, yet it appears to resemble each of us. Standing at the precipice of the observation platform, the wind howled past them, producing a mournful sound. The figure, strikingly similar to them, was within arm's reach, yet fear loomed like an invisible barrier, preventing them from drawing closer. What on earth was happening? Zhang Xingyan murmured, his voice hoarse, filled with bewilderment and dread. The others wore grave expressions, their hearts brimming with unease. Xiaozhishuan bit her lip tightly, her gaze flitting between the figure in distress and her companions. She yearned to assist, yet feared that approaching might lead to unthinkable consequences. Su Qingsheng's palms were slick with sweat as he anxiously watched the figure, weighing the risks and benefits in his mind. That we can't just stand here. We must take action. His voice trembled slightly, but conveyed a hint of resolve. However, just as they hesitated, the figure suddenly emitted a piercing scream that seemed to penetrate their souls, causing their bodies to involuntarily quiver. What is happening to him? Tao Yang asked in terror. Help! Lu Ohong, who had been quietly observing, decisively reached out and grasped the distressed individual's arm. He clearly perceived the genuine fear and panic reflected in the ghost's eyes, that it was the unmistakable resemblance to their own faces that propelled him to act. Chapter 52. The dressing mountain. Luo Hong had been meticulously replaying the first clue from the invitation in his mind. Every person's greatest adversary is themselves, and their best ally is also themselves. This phrase may have sounded like empty rhetoric, but within the mirage, it surely manifested in a unique way. Gaining an inkling of the pivotal point, Luo Hong, as the figure let out a scream and lost grip at the edge of the cliff, instinctively dropped to the ground to seize him. Hold on, he urged. The arm he grasped felt chillingly cold, causing Luo Hong to momentarily doubt whether he had fallen into a ghostly trap. Come help. He as heavy as lead. Su Qingsheng, having resolved to follow Luo Hong's lead, wasted no time in kneeling down to grasp the other arm of the figure in distress. Together, Luo Hong and Su Qingsheng exerted their utmost strength to pull the figure up. Yet this individual, who appeared to be a living person but with an eerie presence, was astonishingly heavy. With Su Qingsheng's broad frame now involved, the force pulling them toward the cliff's edge intensified dangerously. Su Qingsheng's forehead bulged with veins. His eyes widened as he shouted furiously at the onlookers. What are you all doing? Hurry and help. Peng Yang, pale as a ghost, stood nearby, trembling slightly, his eyes filled with terror. His feet seemed nailed to the ground, paralyzed from fear or perhaps a flicker of distrust towards Luo Hong. He did not extend a helping hand, but merely watched as Luo Hong and the others exerted every ounce of strength to rescue the bizarre figure. Tao Yu covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with fright as she observed the unfolding scene. She longed to assist, but found her legs weak and unresponsive. Ultimately, after a brief moment of deliberation, only Xiaozhishuan and Zhang Xingyan among the remaining four overcame their fears and squeezed forward from the other side. They knelt beside Luo Hong and Su Qingsheng, trembling as they extended their hands. Just as their fingers were about to brush the figure's clothing, a chilling spectacle unfolded. The figure, who had ceased crying for help, suddenly appeared as though something was about to burst forth from his chest, his skin twisting grotesquely. Then, two pale arms erupted from his chest with astonishing speed. This sudden turn of events startled the onlookers, yet none of them withdrew their hands. The newly formed arms seized Xiaozhishuan and Zhang Xingyan's hands with an icy, rigid grip that sent shivers coursing through their bodies that moment. The urgency of the situation left no room for panic. They could not afford hesitation or retreat, despite the discomforting and uncanny resemblance of the figure's face to their own. They steeled themselves against their fears, gritting their teeth and summoning all their strength. Luo Hong and Su Qingsheng pulled with even greater force, their faces flushed from exertion. Through their collective efforts, the figure was gradually pulled closer to safety. As he finally broke free from the precipice, the four rescuers collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The individual, identical in visage, lay silently for a moment before suddenly regaining strength and slowly beginning to rise. All eyes were riveted upon him, filled with wariness. The two who had abstained from the rescue, Pang Yang and Tao Yu, had already distanced themselves, retreating from the observation platform. The figure stood, a look of serene relief washing over his face as he scanned the four individuals present. Before anyone could react, his body began to undergo a peculiar transformation. Wisps of black smoke rose from his feet, gradually enveloping his entire form. As the figure became obscured by the smoke, he slowly faded from view, vanishing into thin air. The group stared in wide-eyed horror at this bizarre occurrence, feeling a profound sense of disorientation. "What is that smell?" Xia Zhishuan, sensitive to odors, sniffed the AI, or it seems like incense ash. Lu Ohong replied uncertainly. The four on the observation platform detected a faint trace of incense lingering in the AI, or ITS, from a temple. Having pinpointed the source of the scent, Lu Ohong deduced. Whether it's the ghost encountered at the cable car station or this one at the observation platform, the key lies not in the corresponding landmarks. His gaze pierced through the layers of branches, fixating on the faint wisp of smoke at the mountain summit. "Let us continue our ascent, that I suspect we won't encounter any further dangers before reaching the Bodhi Temple, in the wake of the unsettling incident." The group felt mentally drained. However, they understood the necessity of not lingering too long. They had to press onward. The group sat on the steps of the mountain path, briefly consuming some provisions and water before regrouping and resuming their climb toward the summit. The atmosphere was tense. The novices pondered the recent events in silence, their unease and doubts deepening. Even Su Qingsheng, who had been blindly trusting Lu Ohong, couldn't resist his curiosity and inquired about the reasoning behind the insistence on rescuing the figure. "Lu Go, why were you so determined to save that person despite the danger?" Lu Ohong paused momentarily, gathering his thoughts before responding. "Do you remember the clue from the invitation? I believe that the apparitions resembling ourselves may serve as both our greatest adversaries and our most reliable allies." Lu Ohong waved away Zhang Xingyan, who sought to assist him, showing no concern for the eavesdropping others. "As it stands, our choices thus far appear to have been fortuitous. After all, our group remains intact, and no malevolent spirits have begun their hunt." Yet, despite this apparent success, a sense of unease lingered in Lu Ohong's heart. According to his assessment, only those whose countenance resembled that of ordinary humans, devoid of any peculiarities, should warrant rescue. However, the 6 apparitions on the cable car, each more bizarre than the last, bore unsettling smiles that sent shivers down his spine. Why, then, had no hunt transpired? Lu Ohong deduced that the Bodhi Temple represented the final crucial juncture of the scenic area. Could it be that all contradictions and the outcomes of our choices would ultimately manifest at the Bodhi Temple? Resolving not to dwell on this matter any longer, Lu Ohong continued to forge ahead, leaving the others to mentally replay the entirety of their mirage experiences. Xia Zhishuan, struggling to ascend, found her mind incessantly replaying the harrowing scene they had just witnessed. The more she contemplated, the more disconcerting it became. Suddenly, as though struck by a revelation, she halted her ascent. "That I believe I have grasped something," she proclaimed, her eyes alight with a glimmer of insight. The other team members turned to her, eager for her subsequent words. "The visage of that specter is an exact replica of each of us," Xia Zhishuan articulated slowly. "When confronted by that apparition mirroring our own likeness, the fear that arises within us is, in fact, our own most formidable foe." She paused momentarily before continuing. "It appears so convincingly like a malevolent spirit capable of imitating humanity, and this conjecture instills a profound sense of dread within us.